Hey everyone, welcome back to Wondergod. Today we will see what if Harry Potter chose Bellatrix over the Wizarding World. Here is short summary. Harry Potter makes a choice no one expected, standing beside Bellatrix instead of the Wizarding World that failed him. As war, politics, and betrayal reshape magical Britain, their dangerous bond forges new alliances, destroys old enemies, and changes the fate of the Wizarding World forever, leading to an ending no one could have foreseen. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Wondergod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. The sun was beginning to set on Privet Drive and Bella knew that the Dursleys should be arriving soon with Harry. She had not been able to see him after the events in the Dom, and she was extremely worried about how he was handling everything. She knew what a blow it was for him to lose Sirius, for she was feeling the loss as well. Sirius was much more than just a cousin to her, he was like a caring and sweet older brother. If it had not been for Sirius, Azkaban would have destroyed her. They kept each other sane. He had been a rock for her as she went through the ghastly withdrawals of the compulsion potion that she had been forced to drink regularly throughout her marriage to Rudolphus, and she had been there for him as he struggled with the guilt of his friend's death and his unintentional abandonment of their son and his godson. Although Bella was 2 years behind Sirius and the other marauders at Hogwarts and in another house, Sirius always made time to visit with her and Narcissa, who was in the same year as Sirius but with her in Slytherin. Her other sister Andromeda was the oldest of the 3 black sisters and was 5 years older than Sissy. Andromeda had already left Hogwarts the year before Bella had started and was engaged to a Muggle-born wizard named Tonks. It caused a scandal within the family which caused her father to initiate those accursed marriage contracts for her and Narcissa to keep the rest of the black blood with proper pureblood families. Had she known then the nightmare her life would have become, she may have followed Andy's example and ran off with someone else. Anyone would have been better than her blood supremacist ex, may he burn. Since her escape from Azkaban with Sirius, she had been in sporadic contact with Narcissa, and although she was married to that cloak-keying son of a house elf Malfoy, Narcissa helped out Bella where she could. She was the one that informed Bella of a small but little-known black manor in Wales where she would be safe. It was spelled so that only those of black blood would be able to find it. It was small but comfortable. Narcissa had helped nurse her back to health, gave her many restorative drafts to help abate all the damage the years of malnutrition had wreaked upon her. Before marrying Malfoy, Narcissa was well on her way to becoming a healer. She had a natural gift and was apprenticing under Madame Pomfrey during her last 2 years at Hogwarts. Of course, Malfoy refused to let her continue, stating that such menial employment was beneath the station of a Malfoy. Narcissa, however, continued to read anything she could find on the latest healing practices. She was a potions mistress and would brew her own remedies and practice making all the new and improved potions related to healing. It was a passion that she would not let Lucius take away from her. Bella was reluctant to contact Andromeda. She was not sure how her big sister would react. Did she believe the prophet, or would she give Bella the benefit of the doubt and let her explain herself? Andromeda had become a successful lawyer both in the Muggle and magical world, and knew the law inside and out. Maybe if she could convince her to listen to her story, she might find a way to help her. For the moment it was a risk she was too afraid to make, but hoped she could reconcile with her one day soon. After all, the Blacks are about family. Bella's musings were cut short as she saw the lights of an approaching car. She quickly made sure her disillusionment spell was still active and watched as the Dursleys pulled into their driveway. The whole right side of the vehicle seemed to bounce up as the wail of a man exited the car. Bella wondered how the man actually was able to move, lugging around that much weight. Soon the rest of the Dursleys exited the car and entered the house. Harry slowly exited the car, looking as if the whole weight of the world was on his shoulders. Bella's arms ached to reach out and hold him, to tell him that she was there for him. Maybe she would get a chance tonight. If that idiot drunk Mundungus was on duty, it was almost a guarantee that she would be able to. He never seemed to hang around for very long anyways, or he would be passed out reeking of some foul concoction he had been drinking. Harry had just closed the door of his uncle's car and had turned to walk toward the house when, with surprising speed for a man his size, Vernon had grabbed Harry by the throat and was holding him pinned to the side of the car, whispering something in his ear. Bella, almost on instinct, began moving quickly to Harry but stopped as she saw that Vernon had let him go and was now stalking into the house with Harry right behind him. That bastard, that worthless piece of Muggle filth. How dare he do that to her? Harry, why was Dumbledore forcing Harry to stay here? I can't just sit back and let this happen to him, not after all he has been through this year, not after losing Siri. Her hand flew to her mouth as she gulped hard and the tears threatened to fall once more. Bella slowly shook her head and came to a hard decision. Screw the so-called blood wards, I'm getting him out of there tonight, Dumbledore and his order be damned. Sirius was no longer there to protect Harry from Dumbledore's manipulations, but she would, even if she had the whole order of the Flaming Chicken after her, she would protect Harry, this she swore. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore sat in his office on the last day of the term. The students had all left and he was contemplating the problem that was Harry Potter. The boy was showing too much backbone, too much assertiveness. If his plan was to succeed, he needed the boy broken, humbled, and completely dependent on him. 2 weeks ago, after being told the prophecy and the reason Voldemort had targeted him, the boy had literally destroyed his office, including many of the objects that he had used to monitor the boy and the wards at the Durleys. They would need to be replaced but would take time. I think I need to make sure that Harry has a reason to look to me for salvation this year. Yes, I think that Harry will have a very unfortunate reception from the Dursleys once he arrives home. After a couple of weeks of increased mistreatment, just enough time to recharge the wards, I will swoop in and rescue him from those Muggle beasts. In my own magnanimous way, I will offer him sanctuary at the Weasleys, and special training. Yes, the boy will be most grateful and I will have my pawn back on the chessboard. Dumbledore steepled his hands and grinned to himself. Severus Snape was relaxing in his dungeon office, enjoying the silence and reveling in the soon-to-be complete absence of all those insufferable brats whose very existence was as welcome as a nasty case of dragon pox around the loins when the headmaster's head appeared in his fireplace. "Ah, Severus, my boy, glad to see you're still awake. Would you mind terribly kipping up to my office? I have need of your special talents, and it's best if this is not discussed over an open flow." Severus rolled his black eyes in exasperation. What could the old fool want now? He thought, I will be right there, headmaster. Wonderful, Severus. Snape began the long trip from the dungeon to the headmaster's office. He scowled at a group of first-year Hufflepuffs who were bouncing up and down with excitement that the end of term was almost here and they would be going home for the summer halls. He gave the gargoyle statue the current password. Twizzler. How does the old fool come up with these ridiculous passwords? Snape sneered. The door to Albus' office opened as Snape approached. Come in, Severus, please have a seat. Drop. Quote. No thank you, headmaster, what is it that you require? Right to the point then. Well, as you have on many occasions commented on the arrogance of our young Mr. Potter, I have found myself worried that he is becoming a little too independent, and for the greater good I need to, shall we say, knock him down a little bit. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair with his fingers steepled, his blue eyes twinkling. So what I need from you, Severus, is a mild aversion potion to help bring to heel, so to speak, the brash Gryffindor. Snape's left eyebrow rose comically high. Indeed, headmaster, and what is to be the nature of this aversion potion? I'm assuming it will be for the Brat's Muggle relatives. I need the aversion potion to somewhat increase the antipathy the boy's relatives already have toward him, to be a little harsher. It does not need to be too strong. His relatives already loathe the boy and mistreat him, so it would not take much to increase the level of animosity toward him. Snape barely managed to control the smirk that was threatening to form on his sallow face. And when would you need this potion? At least a few days before the leaving feast, so it has time to be integrated into the Dursleys' body chemistry. Very well, headmaster, I will have the potion ready by tomorrow evening. Excellent, Severus, excellent. I know I have no need to remind you to keep this just between us. Of course, headmaster, I'm not anything but discreet. Until tomorrow then. Snape gave a curt nod to the headmaster and quickly left the office. Snape began in earnest to prepare the compulsion potion. Mild, he said, Potter needs to be put in his place and no means are too extreme. We'll give this just a little more oomph and really teach that little shite a lesson he won't forget. With a giddiness never seen before, the potion's master worked through the night to make sure the brew was perfect. Nothing could go wrong. Snape had never been known as a pleasant type, not even during his younger days as a student, and his vindictiveness had been legendary. Anyone who dared to annoy him felt the sting of his malevolence. As a student, he had often been the cause of many unfortunate accidents that led many a student to the hospital wing and a few others to leave the school altogether out of sheer terror after being on the receiving end of some rather nasty curses. Although due to his innate sense of craftiness nothing was directly linked to him. No, he was much too crafty to be caught by the simpletons that ran the school. As a Death Eater he used his knowledge of potions and poisons to be a very adept practitioner of torture and assassination. Untraceable poisons, while inhibiting potions were a hobby of sorts to the greasy-haired man. The Dark Lord had used him on more than one occasion to use mind-altering potions on many during the First War, including ministry officials and other community leaders. Potions at best were hard to trace, unlike a spell or enchantment where the magical signature of the caster could be determined if too much time had not passed, thus making it almost impossible to be traced to any one person. These were just a few of his favorite things. Snape approached the headmaster's office with his completed assignment. The door opened as he approached. "Ah, Severus, come in, sit down, drop." "No thank you, headmaster, I have what you asked of me. It will take 24 hours for the potion to be at full strength once it is ingested. The effects should last a full lunar cycle before the effects begin to wear off." "Wonderful, Severus, I have just the delivery method in mind for this. Now if you'll excuse me, I want to get this off post-haste." Severus nodded and turned quickly, his cloak billowing behind him as he left the headmaster's office. "I must find out how Severus gets his cloak to do that," Dumbledore mused. 2 days later a parcel arrived at the Dursleys. Dudley Dursley, who had just arrived home that day to start his own summer holiday, signed for the parcel and began to tear open the package as he took it into the kitchen where his parents were enjoying their afternoon tea. Dudley's eyes opened in undisguised glee as he stared at a large box of chocolates, promoting a new candy company. The Dursleys, never ones to pass up free sweets, devoured the box within minutes. This could have been caused by a mild compulsion charm on the box. After all, the Dursleys, at least the 2 male Dursleys, were supposed to be on a diet. The entire box of chocolates was devoured in minutes. The only traces left were the chocolate-stained fingers, which would be licked clean as well. By the time the Dursleys left to pick up Harry from King's Cross Station 5 days later, the potion was well saturated within the Dursleys' medulla oblongata, that part of the brain that controls our aggressiveness. Little did Harry know that his mere presence would be the trigger to activate a chemical reaction within the Dursleys that would cause their hate and loathing of Harry to increase tenfold. Harry was worried. Since he got into the car at King's Cross Station, something felt off about his uncle, well more than what was usual anyway. He had wished that Mad Eye and Mr. Weasley had not said a word to his uncle. He could sense the rage just bubbling under the surface of the morbidly obese man. The white knuckles on the steering wheel and the almost purple color radiating from his face was a bad sign of things to come. Not to mention the mumbling and barely whispered threats of retaliation. What was more worrisome is that Petunia and Dudley also seemed to be in a more hostile posture as well. All 3 Dursleys kept staring at him with a loathing he had not seen before. As the Dursleys' car pulled into number 4, Harry sensed that something awful was about to happen. He waited for the Dursleys to exit the car, hoping that they would ignore him and that he could just slip out and head up to his room without any interaction. Alas, it was not meant to be. Uncle Vernon stood there waiting for Harry to exit the vehicle. Sighing in resignation, Harry exited the car and was immediately set upon by Vernon. The beast had swung around and pinned him to the car by his neck. Vernon's meaty claw squeezed Harry's throat to the point Harry felt he would pass out at any minute from lack of oxygen. Vernon leaned in and whispered in a malevolent voice, "Your time has come, freak." With that, Vernon let him go and gestured for him to get in the house. Harry was positive now that things were about to go from bad to much, much worse. Harry walked toward the door, dragging his trunk behind him. With his head down and shuffling feet, he exhaled a silent cry of help. As Harry approached the entryway of his prison, he caught the faintest scent of spice and sandalwood in the air. Before his mind could grab hold of what that meant, Harry was pulled into the house. He heard the door slam shut behind him and then an explosion of stars which flooded his vision, and then nothing. "Wake up, freak. I want you to see this coming. Wake up." Harry groggily opened his eyes as he felt an opened hand slap him across the face. His Aunt Petunia's face slowly came into focus as she continued to yell at him to wake. "Wah, what's going on?" Harry moaned as the pain from being punched in the face by his Uncle Vernon began to flood the synapses of his addled brain. "What's going on is something we should have done long ago when we first saw the signs of your freakishness," Petunia hissed. Harry began to panic. He needed to protect himself. He knew that this was not going to be a normal beating and he needed to get out. Harry reached for his back pocket looking in vain for his wand that was no longer there. Looking for this, Potter? Dudley laughed, holding Harry's wand between his two meaty hands. Then with one quick movement Dudley had broken the wand over his knee. "Uh-oh, did I break your whittlestick scar head?" Dudley laughed mockingly as he threw the two pieces of wand in front of Harry. "What ya gonna do now, Potter?" Harry sat stunned for a moment. His wand, his link to his magic, was all but destroyed. Lying in two pieces in front of him he could see the phoenix feather halfway sticking out of one side. The feather from Fawkes, who only gave one other feather that resided in Voldemort's wand. The advantage of having the brother wand to Voldemort's was now forever lost. Anger and dismay began to surge through Harry as his magic began to coalesce around him. He launched himself off the floor and toward Dudley, but his momentum was abruptly stopped when a heavy foot connected with Harry's stomach, which caused him to collapse back to the ground. His arms wrapping protectively around his middle as he began to gasp in pain and for the lack of air. "Tut tut, freak, can't have you attacking Dutters, can I?" Vernon snarled. Vernon reached down with his left hand, grabbing Harry by the hair on his head, lifting him slightly off the floor, and then with his right hand balled into a fist smashed it into Harry's left eye. An explosion of pain went through Harry's face. The surrounding tissue around the eye immediately began to swell as blood spilled out into it from broken capillaries. The orbital socket was almost completely shattered. Harry tried to yell out but lost his breath when he was kicked in the stomach again, this time by Dudley Dursley. Petunia Dursley ran to the kitchen and pulled out a roll of duct tape from a drawer. Returning to the family room, she began to wrap the tape around Harry's mouth and neck. "No one will hear you now, freak," she hissed as she spit in his face. Harry was lying on his side, his left eye swollen shut, the blood pooling underneath the skin giving it a red and bluish color. His other eye watering, and he was beginning to hyperventilate. He struggled to breathe through his nose, but with his face turned into the carpet he was finding it almost impossible to inhale any air. The pain in his gut was excruciating. The last kick caused him to lose control of his bladder, the warm liquid flowing down his legs and wetting his jeans. This sent Petunia into hysterics, and she began to mercilessly kick Harry in the ribs and face, screaming the whole time that he had soiled her carpet. Harry could feel and hear his ribs broke, and facial bones cracked under the assault. During the melee of kicks, Vernon had gone to the cupboard and grabbed Dudley's aluminum bat. Harry tried to ball himself up into the fetal position to protect himself somewhat from the onslaught of kicks. A muffled scream tried to escape his taped mouth as Vernon had swung the bat down from over his head and smashed it into Harry's right leg. The bones shattered on impact, the right leg now bent in on itself. The blows continued to rain down on Harry as bones and soft tissue were viciously hit. No part of Harry's body was spared the savagery. The three Dursleys took turns assaulting Harry's body. Blood was now pouring out of dozens of lacerations and perforations, where pieces of bone had pushed through the skin. Harry was only semi-conscious when the final blow from the bat careened into the side of his head, and then nothing. His body went completely still. Not even the rise and fall of lungs taking in air could be seen. Harry was all but gone. Petunia fetched a blanket, and they rolled the body up in it. Vernon and Dudley then dragged the body down into the root cellar to be disposed of later. After all, nobody would miss the freak, and if someone did come around they would just say the boy ran off. After all, he was known as a criminally insane boy. Ask anyone in the neighborhood. Vernon, Petunia, and Dudley had just begun to clean up the mess following the unpleasantries, when the front door exploded inward and an enraged Bellatrix Black glared at the Dursleys with a murderous look that would make the hardest of gangsters whimper in fear. Bella watched from across the street as Harry entered number 4 and had an uneasy feeling. Seeing the slumped and defeated-looking shoulders, the head hanging down, only confirmed in her mind that his uncle had most likely threatened the young man. She was about to move toward the door when she smelled the unmistakable odor of fire whiskey. "Damn, Mundungus is around here somewhere. I'll have to take care of him before I go to Harry. If he sees me he'll go straight to Dumbledore." A disillusioned Bella made her way to the large oak tree that Mundungus used often when he was assigned to watch over Harry. More times than not he would use the time to sleep, and today was no different. Bella approached the tree. She could hear the deep breathing and light snores coming from in front of the tree. Bella approached her target and saw the sole of a rotting old shoe that seemed to be poking out from under an invisibility cloak. Not wanting to set off any wards that Dumbles may have set by using her wand, she grabbed a medium-sized stone from next to the tree. She slowly removed the invisibility cloak off of Mundungus, then raising the stone above her head she swiftly and deftly brought the stone down to the side of the drunk's head. A small groan is all that passed Mundungus' lips as the now unconscious form of Mundungus Fletcher fell to the side of the tree. Under the cover of darkness Bella dragged Mundungus to the nearby hedge that ran alongside the sidewalk and stuffed him underneath it as much as she could. Taking the invisibility cloak and throwing it over herself, she silently gagged, as the odor left behind by Mundungus was almost overpowering. With watering eyes, and a scrunched-up nose, she made her way to the front window of the house. There was a slight gap between the curtains which gave her a limited view of the front room. She noticed Petunia Dursley on her hands and knees trying to clean something off of the carpet. She looked closer and noticed that the carpet was splattered with a red substance, a lot of it. "Oh sweet Circe, that looks like blood." Bella's heart began to beat wildly within her chest. "Calm down Bella, you don't know for sure what that is, it could be anything." The whale and his spawn then entered the room both with a red substance on their hands, arms and all over their clothing. "We will dispose of the body tomorrow pet, and look at some new carpet. I don't think the blood will come out," Vernon said as if he were talking about the weather. Bella lost all color in her face and her hands began to tremble. She stumbled backwards a few feet before falling and landing on her backside with a thud. No, they couldn't have, not my Harry." Bella leapt to her feet in a rush of adrenaline and rage. "They've killed my Harry." In full fury mode Bella whipped off the invisibility cloak and turned toward the front door, Bombarda. The door was blown off its hinges sending splinters in all directions. Bella's cloak and hair were billowing around her as her magic flared and rippled like an unseen wind. "Where is he, you muggle bastard?" Bella screamed at the shocked Vernon Dursley. "Now see here, get out of my who," Vernon began. "Defindo," Bella screamed. Vernon's head slowly slid off his shoulders as the overpowered cutting spell separated bone and sinew. The lifeless body of Vernon Dursley crumpled in a heap in front of a now screaming Petunia Dursley. Bella swung her wand and pointed it directly between the screaming banshee's eyes. "What have you done with Harry?" Bella hissed in a low but deadly voice that left no room for doubt what the result would be if she failed to answer. Petunia's eyes were opened wide in terror as the wand that was pointing at her began to glow an ominous color of green from its tip. Quickly glancing at the decapitated body of her husband, she knew she would be next if she didn't cooperate with this enraged witch. The cellar, she whimpered as she pointed to a door off to the right of the kitchen door. Stupefy. Bella stunned the two remaining Dursleys and ran down to the cellar. She saw a mass rolled up in a blanket with what was obviously blood seeping through the fibers. She hesitantly kneeled down and began to unwrap the blanket from what it was hiding. Bella let out a strangled gasp as she saw the broken and bleeding body of the young man she had become so emotionally attached to. Silent tears were flowing freely as trembling hands reached out toward the unmoving form of Harry Potter. "Please be alive, Harry, please be alive. I can't lose both you and Sirius," she whispered. Not knowing what else to do, she took out her wand and performed a simple diagnostic spell. It would not give her much information about the injuries but could determine if he was alive or not. A very pale yellow field surrounded the body of the boy who lived. Through the waterfall of tears, Bella let out a soft chuckle as she tried to sniff back the tears. He was alive. Harry Potter was alive, but only just. Bella knew if he did not get help soon that he would indeed die. It seemed the only thing keeping him in the realm of the living was his magical core, which had somehow put him in a form of magical stasis, but that would only sustain him for a short time. Bella levitated the motionless form back up the stairs and to the family room where Petunia and Dudley still lay stupefied. The rage returned to Bella as she looked at the remaining Dursleys and decided that anyone who could do that to their own blood did not deserve to live. A quick death would be too easy for these monsters. Bella knew from Harry that physical abuse and near starvation had been common during his years with the Dursleys, so she felt no pity for the Muggle monsters. Petrificus totalis, petrificus totalis. Enervate. The now conscious but frozen Dursleys looked up at the witch that had destroyed their front door and killed Vernon, now looked at them with an unmistakable malice. "Look what you have done to your only nephew. Look," Bella screamed. Petunia and Dudley looked at the bloodied body of their nephew and cousin and then looked back at Bellatrix as if to say, "Yeah, and what of him?" Bella could not believe the lack of any kind of emotion from the Dursleys. If there was any emotion at all, it was that of indifference. Bella stood up straight and glared at the Dursleys, and in a calm voice, as a judge passing sentence. "You are the most foul of human beings I have ever had the misfortune to come across, and seeing how you treated your own sister's only son, you will suffer the fate that you had planned for Harry. Family is the most sacred of bonds we have in this life, and you defiled it in a manner that screams out for justice. I would say I hope you find forgiveness in the next life, but I doubt that your sister would be moved to do so." Bella returned to Harry's side and covered him with the cloak she took from Mundungus. She then levitated the body out of the house, leaving the still frozen Dursleys inside. She crossed the street and grabbed the wand from the still unconscious Mundungus and cast the destructive fire spell of Fiendfire. The spell struck the house, and within seconds the home was totally engulfed. She tossed the wand back at Mundungus and wondered if the drunk would come to before the whole house had burned to ash. Bella lifted up a necklace from around her neck. She held the limp form of Harry tightly to her, the tears returning now with a vengeance. "Hold on, Harry, I'll get you help," she whispered, and with a tap of her wand to the necklace she whispered, "Activate." A disoriented Mundungus Fletcher slowly opened his eyes and took in his surroundings. His eyes lolled from left to right and back again, wondering why there seemed to be leaves and branches surrounding him. He knew he was lying on his back, as he felt several small rocks pushing against his spine, but how did he get here, and where was here? The next thing to break through the mental cloud were the sounds of people, a lot of people, talking excitedly, followed by the flashing of blue and red lights searing into his bloodshot eyes. Mundungus turned his head to the left and was able to see people pointing and staring at something across the way. Straining his eyes to see, he noticed that a house seemed to be on fire, and a bunch of Muggle firefighters were spraying water on the flames. Mundungus stared at the flames for a moment, noticing that the flames didn't seem to be affected by the water, and the flames had a noticeable black tinge to them as they snapped viciously at wood, brick, and stone. Mundungus's eyes bulged as recognition of this type of fire finally woke the lethargic brain. "Fiendfire," he whispered in shocked awe. Mundungus was not known to be an incredibly smart man, but he did have a keen sense of situational awareness. The sense of place and self had saved him more than once during his career as a purveyor of, well, let's just say, dubious legitimate items. Mundungus slowly scooted himself out from under the shrubbery he had found himself in. As he tried to stand, he felt a wave of dizziness come over him. Raising his hand to his head, he winced in pain as he felt a rather large knot on the side of his head and saw the minuscule traces of blood on his fingers. This was not good. Slowly his mind processed what was going on. He had come to the Dursley residence to watch the boy. He remembered sitting by his favorite tree across from the boy's house, which gave him a view of the front of the house and part of the back garden, but how did he wind up under the shrubbery? Someone must have hit me, knocking me out, but how did they know I was there? I covered myself with the cloak Dumbledore gave me, the cloak. Mundungus searched his immediate area but did not see the cloak anywhere. Shite, shite, shite. Mundungus put his hands to his face and shook his head. Dumbledore is not going to be happy about this. With a resigned look on his face, Mundungus looked closely at the burning house. Yep, he sighed deeply, it's the Potter boy's house. Mundungus jumped, as did everyone else in the area, when a loud crashing sound accompanied the collapsing of the second floor into the first floor of number 4 Privet Drive. Mundungus knew that the Muggles would not be able to put out the fire before the home was burned to ash along with everything and everyone in it. Self-preservation once again leapt to the forefront of his mind as he quickly went over his options. Dumbledore will be beyond furious about the death of the boy, and he had no desire to being on the receiving end of Dumbledore's wrath. So he did the most logical thing that came to mind. Time to take a long vacation. I hear the Americas are nice this time of year, Mundungus mused to himself. With a loud pop, Mundungus apparated away. The noise not even registering with the other gawkers whose attention was solely on the blazing inferno in front of them. Arabella Figg was a squib, a child of magical parents but with no magical ability herself. She was surprised when 14 years ago she was approached by none other than Albus Dumbledore, one of the most famous and influential people within the magical world, with a job offer. She was offered a home and monthly stipend to be his eyes and ears at Privet Drive in Surrey. She would be charged with monitoring and reporting all the goings-on of one Harry Potter. To say she was shocked would be a gross understatement of gigantic proportions. She, a lowly squib, the exiled of the magical world, was charged with watching the boy who lived. There was no question that she would take the job. It gave her a sense of importance and vindication. Her family had unceremoniously disowned her, and told her that she would never amount to anything. Well, now she was watching over the most important person in the wizarding world since Dumbledore. Take that, you pompous windbags. Ms. Figg smirked to herself. Ms. Figg had retired early in the evening after seeing the Dursleys arrive home with Harry. He's such a nice boy, she commented to herself. It's beyond me why Dumbledore would put that sweet boy with those horrible people. They treat him as if he were their personal servant, and the lies they spread about the boy. Scandalous, but I suppose Dumbledore knows what he's doing. He is Albus Dumbledore after all. On many occasions Harry would be sent to Ms. Figg's when they would go out, so as to keep him from being alone in their house. Who knows what he would do with all his freakishness. Arabella enjoyed their time together, although the boy was very shy and timid and would flinch when you would get too close to him, or bring up his arms in a defensive move in front of his head as to protect it from being struck. Arabella had reported these incidents to Dumbledore, but he never seemed to be too concerned about them enough to investigate any further. He would shrug it off, and state that boys are boys, and it was probably just a reaction from roughhousing with his cousin. Arabella would always nod politely when Dumbledore gave his explanations, and would usually reply, "Of course you must be right, Albus." Arabella knew there was much more to it than that. She had seen the bruises on his arms, neck, and face. These were not the bruises one received from roughhousing, and these came from something much more insidious. She kept all this to herself, but placed all these things at the back of her mind and on paper, in her Harry journal, as she called it. It contained 14 years of comments, insights, and interactions with Harry and the Dursleys, as well as instructions from Albus Dumbledore. If someone were to read the journal from front to back, an intelligent person could see an almost ritualistic form of abuse and isolation that was wrought on the young hero of the wizarding world. Arabella worried that one day the Dursleys' abuse and the headmaster's neglect would eventually cause the serious injury or death of the young man she had grown so fond of. Arabella had been sound asleep in her bed, when a fluffy black-haired half-Kneazle cat jumped on her bed and began pawing at her face. Arabella woke and looked at the cat. "What is it, Mrs. Potts?" The cat jumped off the bed and stared at her from the bedroom door, and with a low growl looked behind its shoulder, communicating with her mistress that she wanted her to follow. Mrs. Figg got out of her bed, and threw on her dressing gown, and followed her familiar to the front room. Mrs. Potts jumped onto the windowsill and looked out through the sheer curtains that hung there. Mrs. Figg approached the window and looked out to see what had gotten Mrs. Potts so curious. A loud gasp escaped from Mrs. Figg as she saw the Dursleys' house completely consumed by fire. She rushed out of her front door heading toward the fire. She began to question all her neighbors who had also come out to watch the goings-on. Quote, "Are the Dursleys safe? Has anyone seen the family?" Everyone she questioned had the same response. They didn't know, no one had seen them one way or the other. She rushed back to her house, grabbing the flow powder from the mantel above the fireplace, and tossed a handful into the low dying flames. She waited a brief moment as the flames turned green. She stuck her head in the flames and shouted, "Headmaster's office, Hogwarts." Albus Dumbledore was scowling as he reread the reply from Gringotts stating that the will of Sirius Black would not be sealed, and how dare he make such a demand of them. Their client had come to them specifically to be the arbitrators of his will. Dumbledore swore. He knew had Sirius filed a will at the Ministry, he could have had that will sealed, or even make it disappear altogether. But, it seems that the mutt was smart enough to file it with the goblins. He did not like having unknown variables when it came to his control over things, especially when it came to Harry Potter. Well, at least he had charmed the Dursleys' house to redirect all outposts to him. So it was impossible for the goblins to even contact Harry in any event, and if Harry by some fluke did hear about the will, he would have Harry appoint him as his representative and go in his stead. Albus Dumbledore leaned back in his chair and began to stroke his beard. "Yes, I can still control the situation. I still wish I knew what the mutt put into his will. He had become quite the snoop before his death." Dumbledore smiled a knowing smile. Dumbledore, are you there?" Albus was somewhat miffed at the sudden interruption, but schooled his features and walked toward the fireplace. "Ah, Ms. Figg, it's a little late to make a report, don't you think? I take it that Harry arrived back at the Dursleys safe and sound then?" Dumbledore asked. "Yes, Albus, I mean no, Albus, something terrible has happened." Arabella blurted out in a panic. Now, Arabella, I'm sure Harry is just fine. You know how he irritates his uncle. I'm sure there is no serious harm being done to Harry," Albus stated, a little condescendingly. Ms. Figg raised an eyebrow at his response but decided it was best to think on that later. "No, Albus. I mean there is a fire." "A fire, Albus, at the Dursleys? No one has seen Harry or the Dursleys. I think they may have still been in the house." "Are you sure, Arabella?" "Arabella." Figg rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Of course I'm sure, Albus. I saw them go into the house over an hour ago, and none of the neighbors have seen any sign of them." "What about Mundungus? He should be there, it's his shift to watch the house." "I don't know, Albus, I haven't heard from him. You need to do something." Right, I'll be there momentarily, I need to contact others from the order," Albus said, placatingly. "Okay, I'll see what else I can find out, Albus." With that, Ms. Figg withdrew her head from the fire. 10 minutes later, Albus Dumbledore, Severus Snape, and Professor McGonagall exited Arabella Figg's fireplace, each with a different look on their faces. Dumbledore looked more agitated than concerned for the welfare of his student. Snape looked bored, but with a trace of a smirk on his lips and mirth in his eyes. McGonagall had no trace of her usual stern demeanor, but in its place a look of extreme worry for one of her favorite students. Arabella rushed toward the three visitors with a look of horror on her face. Her eyes were red and swollen as tears fell liberally from her eyes. "Albus," she wailed, "your late, the house has completely collapsed. It's like no fire I've ever seen, it just keeps burning no matter what the Muggles try. There's almost nothing left but burning cinder now," she wept. The three visitors peered out the window of number 7 Privet Drive, and gazed upon the remains of number 4. The three professors looked upon the distinct red and black color of the now shrinking flames. McGonagall gasped, as she breathed out, "My gods, fiendfire." Albus stared at the now destroyed home of the boy who lived, and for the first time in his long life did not know what to say. All his plans were now destroyed, if indeed the Potter boy was dead. He knew that if word of the demise of Harry Potter were to reach the magical population, it would demoralize those that stood against the dark, making it difficult to recruit more people to his agenda, and inversely it would buoy up the supporters of the Dark Lord now that the supposed savior of the magical world was no more. This did not bode well. Minerva McGonagall turned toward the owner of the house and asked, in hopeful voice, "Arabella, are you positive that Harry and the Dursleys were in the house?" "I'm afraid so, Minerva. I saw them all go into the house, and that molten heap there in front of the house is the Dursleys' car. They wouldn't have gone anywhere without it." McGonagall slowly nodded her head in silent resignation that her little lion was gone. She never had admitted it to anybody, but she loved Harry like a grandson. She had also loved his mother. She had been one of her favorite students, and was such a kind and caring person. In all her time knowing Lily, she had never heard the younger girl ever speak ill of anyone, and was always willing to help others, or give a comforting word. Lily's son also exhibited some of those same qualities, notwithstanding his rivalry with Draco Malfoy. He was kind, caring, and very loyal to friends. He was a wonderful legacy of the Lily she knew. But now he was gone, and she had forever lost the chance to tell him how proud she was of him, and how much she had come to care for him. A silent tear slid from the corner of her eye. A tear of heartbreak, of things left unsaid. Albus was perplexed. How did the Death Eaters learn of Harry's location, and how did they get past the wards? They were supposed to keep all those who wished the boy harm away. They shouldn't have been able to even enter the area surrounding the house. It didn't make sense that Death Eaters were able to get close enough to the house to perform any spells, let alone an extremely dark one. It would have taken a very powerful witch or wizard to cast and control fiendfire to the point where it only affected the Dursleys' home, Dumbledore mused to himself. The questions kept mounting but the answers eluded him. So what do we do now, Albus? The Ministry will need to be notified. This will not go unnoticed for very long, if they don't know already. Minerva asked. Dumbledore pinched the bridge of his nose and shook his head and sighed heavily. I'll take care of notifying the Ministry. I need you to call a full meeting of the Order, contact everyone tonight, and have them meet us at the usual place. We need to find out if we have a leak within the group and come up with a plan on how to move forward. We still do not know for certain if Harry was in the house. We'll have to wait and investigate further when the Muggles have left the area. I think I can hold the Ministry off from issuing a statement until we know for certain of Harry's mortal status. Minerva nodded her head in reluctant resignation. Very well, Albus. Arabella, may I use your fireplace to make some calls? Of course, Minerva, take all the time you need, dear. Severus, has there been any talk from Tom's camp about a planned attack on Harry? Questioned Albus. None, Headmaster. With the recent failure of those sent to the Ministry, and subsequent incarceration and deaths of some of the inner circle, the Dark Lord has not been in a position to order any attacks. Also, he is still trying to recover from his attack on Potter. The attempted possession of Potter has somehow injured him. I've been providing the Dark Lord with pain-relieving potions and restorative potions. They are working, but are proving to be not as effective as they should be. I think the encounter with the brat has somehow damaged his magical core and is affecting his ability to heal properly. Interesting. Very well, Severus, please keep me posted if you hear anything. I don't like the idea of a third party involved in this, but it is a possibility we must look at. As you wish, Headmaster. I will take my leave if there is nothing else. Albus gestured dismissively with his hand, and with a pop the potion's master was gone. Albus. The Order will assemble at Grimmauld Place at midnight. Thank you, Minerva. I expect it to be a very long night for all of us. Arabella, I believe we will make our exit. I would appreciate it if you would contact me should you learn anything else about what the Muggles discover. Of course, Albus, she said tightly, trying to keep her emotions from getting away from her. Minerva put a slightly trembling hand on Arabella's shoulder and gave her a warm smile. No one could have expected this, Arabella. Don't let yourself think that any of this was your fault, she said in a comforting tone. Arabella looked into the deep blue eyes of Minerva McGonagall, and found in them sincerity, and at the same time, loss. The last of her self-control fled and Arabella began to cry uncontrollably, mourning the loss of such a sweet boy who had found a place in her heart. McGonagall swept the other woman into a tight embrace and tried to whisper comforting words into her ear as she rocked her back and forth as a mother would do for her crying child. He was such a good boy despite the abuse the Dursleys would heap on him. Honestly, I don't know what Albus was thinking leaving him there with those horrible people, all those cuts and bruises and broken bones. Hiccup, how they were never arrested for child abuse, I'll never know. And now he's gone, at least the pain and abuses are over with, God bless him. McGonagall stood there in stunned disbelief. What's all this then? She stated in a thick Scottish brogue that only manifested itself when she was very angry. What do ye mean? Harry was beaten. And abused? Yeah, since he was little. Didn't Albus tell you? I've been giving him reports on the goings-on for nearly 15 years now. Minerva McGonagall was beyond furious. What was Albus playing at keeping all of this quiet? She knew the Dursleys were not a very tolerant bunch, but to physically abuse a child was criminal, at the very least, and something she found as not only an educator, but as a human being, to be absolutely vile and horrific. She would be having words with Albus Dumbledore about all this, although she knew in the back of her mind that the point was rather moot considering the events of tonight, but that would not stop her from voicing her utter displeasure and disappointment in him. Minerva gave Arabella one final hug and bid farewell. She had much to contemplate and much to think over when it came to Albus Dumbledore. She had noticed that the aged headmaster had shown no real emotion of sorrow, or loss, or even remorse for the loss of a boy she had thought the headmaster had cared for. His reaction was not typical of a person who had just lost someone in such a horrible way. This bared further investigation. In a swirl of blue and white, Bella and an unconscious Harry came into existence in front of an old country manor. It was a two-story 800-year-old ivy-covered manor set in the middle of 6,400 acres. It was about half a mile in all directions from the house to the forest edge. This gave an advantage of seeing anyone approaching the house. The grounds themselves were surrounded on almost all sides by an old-growth forest. The eastern side had an old cobblestone road that led from the front of the home eastward through the grounds, and disappeared as it entered a narrow patch of forest, the trees overhead making a natural canopy that seemed to stretch for miles. A medium-sized trout stream traveled from north to south on the western edge of the property. The property included a main house, and 4 smaller buildings behind the main house. The smaller buildings had different uses. One was a fully equipped and stocked potions lab that was maintained and kept up to snuff by the Manor's house elves. The second was the ritual house. It was here that the Blacks practiced the old ritual-based magic, including blood magic. Rectangular on the outside, the interior had an antechamber as you entered, and then a perfectly circular room beyond that. Above the circular room, the roof was retractable, to allow for rituals that needed the presence of the moon and stars. A third building was set up as an infirmary of sorts. The last building, which sat the furthest from the main house, and was the smallest building, was a 10 feet by 10 feet room with a trap door in the middle of the room. The trap door opened to reveal a wide stone circular stairwell that descended about 20 feet underground. At the bottom of the stairwell you went forward, and as you looked to either side you saw 3 dark and damp cells. The bars for each cell sunk deep into the naturally formed bedrock, for a total of 6 cells each. They were 6 foot squared, with a low ceiling of about 5 feet in height. This forced most prisoners to hunch over if they wanted to stand. It was not built for comfort, but to demoralize and break any prisoner who found themselves as guests. The entire area had been heavily warded with Muggle-repelling charms, intent wards, and blood wards that only allowed those of black blood, and those that they had given permission, to bypass the defensive and offensive wards that had been layered upon over the centuries. To make an attempt on the house would be disastrous if not deadly for anyone who tried to force their way in. The manor was well hidden from Muggle and magical. Not even the Ministry for Magic knew of its existence. It was the safest place that Bella could hide and take care of Harry. Hermes. Bella frantically called out. An ancient-looking house elf suddenly appeared before Bella. He stood at 4 feet. Tall for a house elf, but not unheard of, he had large gray eyes that with age had begun to lose their ability to see clearly. His head had the occasional long strand of pure white hair that was combed straight back and reached his narrow shoulders. His once long pointed ears, now drooped down away from his head, but his back was straight and strong. He looked almost proud and dignified, even as the ravages of age were upon him. What is Hermes being able to do for Mistress Bells? His gravelly voice intoned. Cocking his head to one side, he glanced at the broken body of the young man in her arms. I need your help getting Harry here to the master bedroom. I then need you to go to Mistress Narcissa and bring her here. Tell her it is an emergency, and to bring as many of her medical supplies as she can. The aged house elf nodded quickly. He took hold of Bella's hand and placed a hand on Harry, and then silently faded away and reappeared in the master bedroom of Black Manor. Bella quickly laid Harry on the large king-size bed, and again cast a diagnostic spell over Harry. Her eyes moistened as the results were not hopeful. The traveling had weakened Harry's already weak life force even more. Go Hermes. Bring Narcissa here as fast as you can. Yes mistress, I is be leaving now. The old house elf then faded from view and Bella turned her attention to Harry. Hold on Harry, we'll get you straightened out, yeah. She breathed as tears began to fall anew. Bella retrieved a porcelain basin filled with warm water and a soft flannel, and slowly began to clean the drying blood from Harry's face. She began to softly sing the Welsh lullaby that always seemed to calm her, and hopefully, she thought, might let Harry know that she was there. Huna, Blenton, Arfy Minwes. Clita Chins Ydwyw Hun. Brykio Mam Sai and Din Amdonit. Cariad Mam Sai Dan Fy Moran. Ni Chife Dim Amharuth Geinchin. Ni Wna Undan At Gam. Huna in Dawal, Anwal Blenton. Huna in Fwynar Fron Di Fam. Sleep, my child, upon my bosom. It is snug and warm. Your mother's arms wrapped tightly around you. 'Tis a mother's love lies in my B*east. Nothing shall disturb your slumber. Nobody will do you harm. Sleep in peace, dear child. Gently sleep on your mother's B*east. Huna in Dawal Hino, Huna. Huna in Fwyn, Ytlwsa Loon. Pam Year Wytynawryn Gwenu. Gwenuan Dirian Yn Di Hun. I Angelian Fry Cyan Gwenu. Arnat Tyn Gwenuan Yon. Tithowan Gwenuan Old Dan Hunno. Hunno in Dawal Arfy Moran. Sleep in peace tonight, sleep. Gently sleep, my beautiful. Why do you now smile? Smile so gently in your sleep. Is it that the angels on high smile upon you as you happily smile? While you return the smile, still sleeping. Sleeping in peace upon my east. Paid ag ofni, dim ond dialen. Gura ary dieter. Paid ag ofni, tun fach unig. Suaar lan y more. Huna blenton, nidos yma. Didim I radi iti fra. Gwenin dowel ynfy minwes. Ar year engel gwinion draw. Fear you not, 'tis but a leaf. Beating at the door. Fear you not alone waves. Murmuring on the seashore. Sleep, my child, for there is nothing here to frighten you. Smile in peace here on my bosom. At the white angels yonder. Bella was finally gaining some control of her emotions, some evil witch I am. If the ministry could see me now, she softly chuckled. Her eyes never left Harry as she continued to gently clean his face. I promise Harry, I will never let anyone ever do this to you again. I vow on my magic, that I will always love and protect you. I will train you in all that you will need to know to defeat all your enemies, whoever they may be. This I vow, so mote it be. A white aura glowed all around her, sealing her magical oath, and then slowly was absorbed into her skin. Hermes and an out-of-breath Narcissa came into the master bedroom. Upon seeing her sister, Bella flung herself into the taller woman's arms, and once again let the dam of tears break free. She sobbed into her sister's shoulder. You have to save him, sissy. You just have to save him. Narcissa Malfoy, née Black, was a strong woman with an equally strong constitution, but as she looked at the broken and bloodied body on the bed, she gave a startled gasp. The face was horribly swollen, heavily bruised and split open in several places. The arms and legs were just as bruised and bent at odd angles, and there was so much blood that covered the entire body. Even as a wife of a Death Eater, she had never seen a body in such a state before. It made her stomach lurch, it was all she could do not to be sick. Bella, what have you done? Who is this person? It's Harry, Narcissa, and his relatives did this to him, Bella choked out. Harry Potter, my gods, Bella, are you mad bringing him here? Everyone will be looking for him. Bella, you got. Sissy. I had to save him, Sissy, just help him please. Narcissa just stared at her younger sister for a moment. Trying to get her head around all that she was seeing and hearing, she nodded and walked over to the side of the bed looking at the boy who lived. Her healing instinct surfaced and she began to examine him. Narcissa waved her wand over the prone body. He has massive organ and tissue damage, several broken ribs, his right femur is shattered, and he has a compound fracture of the fibula and tibia of his left leg. His left eye is lost, completely destroyed. He has multiple skull fractures and swelling of the brain. Sweet Morgana, whoever did this to him doesn't deserve to live. They don't anymore. Bella said matter-of-factly. Can you save him, sissy? Bella asked hopefully. This is way beyond me, Bella, I wouldn't know where to begin. There is just so much damage, and I'm amazed that he is still alive as it is. Bella collapsed into a chair, and doubled over with her head in her hands, and began to rock herself back and forth. Suddenly, she jumped to her feet, startling Narcissa. Bella's wand was in her hand, and was pointing straight at her sister's chest. No, I refuse to believe that nothing can be done. You have to try, sissy, or so help me I will curse you into oblivion. Narcissa glared at her younger sister. How dare you threaten me, Bella? I am not some simpleton that you can scare into doing what you want. If I try any healing spells on him, it just might kill him rather than heal him. There is too much internal damage for me to make any mistakes. He needs a professional healer, Bella. You need to take him to St. Mungo's, or he will die. Bella let her wand arm drop as she crumpled to the floor and began to cry again. I'm sorry, sissy, please, isn't there anything you can do? Bella pleaded. Narcissa released a heavy sigh, and looked at her sister, and then over to Harry. She stared at him for a few minutes, wondering what, if anything, she could do for the dying young man. A thought popped into her head and she whispered, there may be something that I can do, but it is extremely dangerous, and it hasn't been done in several hundred years. Bella looked at her sister with renewed hope. Wiping the tears from her eyes, she asked, what is it, sissy, how can you help him? There is a ritual that I found in one of the books from the Black family library. It was a healing ritual of sorts, which was used on one of our ancestors. Basically, it uses the life force of another to stabilize the magical core of the injured person. Their magical cores are actually bound together as if it were one core. This allows the healer to work on the body without fear of killing the patient. Okay, that sounds promising, but you're not telling me everything, are you? Bella asked, staring into her sister's eyes. Well, Narcissa started. It has only been performed once that I can find, and although the patient lived and made a full recovery, the one who shared his core died. It was hypothesized that the magical core of the volunteer was not powerful enough to reassert itself after the sharing, and was literally ripped from him and joined itself to the other core. The backlash caused the other participant to scream in agony, and then the next moment was dead. Narcissa paused to let that information sink into Bella. It is possible for both parties to survive, isn't it? Bella asked timidly. Narcissa hesitated for a moment before answering. The theory behind it is shaky at best, but I believe if someone were a powerful enough witch or wizard it could be done safely. There is, however, the chance of unexpected complications or side effects. In the previous incident, the survivor took on traits of the donor. It is not known if that was a natural occurrence of the sharing, or if it was due to the permanent bonding of one core to another. There are a lot of unknowns. Bella thought for a moment, as she watched the unmoving form of Harry on the bed. Her mind drifted back to the many conversations and times that she had spent with Harry. She reflected on the way she felt when she was near him, or when they had held each other, when Harry had discovered her holding him in his room at Grimmauld Place. She knew that she loved him, and it didn't matter to her at this moment what kind of love, whether it was maternal or romantic. All she cared about was that he had become someone important to her, and someone she did not want to lose. Without moving her eyes from Harry, she whispered, "What do you need to perform the ritual?" "First we need to find someone we can use to bind the cores." Narcissa said. "You already have that, sissy. I'll be the one to bind my core to his," Bella stated emphatically. Narcissa was about to argue with her little sister, but saw the resolve and determination in her eyes. "Very well, Bella, we will need to get him to the ritual house. It should have everything I need to perform the ritual." Bella nodded. Hermes. The wizened elf silently appeared in front of his mistress. Hughes is calling for Hermes' mistress. "Yes, Hermes, go prepare the ritual house for use, then come back here and help me get Harry there." Quote, "Right away, mistress, I'll be back shortly." Bella turned back to Narcissa, and asked, "Will you be needing anything else, sissy?" "I just need to flow back to Malfoy Manor and retrieve the ritual book. I will then meet you at the ritual house," Narcissa commented. "Hurry back, sissy." "I will, dear." Narcissa then left the room to flow back to Malfoy Manor. 15 minutes later, Hermes materialized next to Bella. "Mistress Narcy is saying the ritual room is ready and to bring your Harry there." Bella walked over to Harry, and gently placed a hand on his chest. "Here we go, Harry. I don't know if you can hear me, but I wanted to say this to you if one of us doesn't survive the ritual." Bella's eyes became misty, as tears threatened to spill again. "You have been a light in the darkness that has been my existence, Harry. Watching over you has been my greatest pleasure and honor. Who knew that this icy cold heart of mine could have been melted, but you love, have not only melted it, but are the one responsible for giving it new life and new purpose. I don't know what the future will bring, but a future without you in it is a future I would not wish to be part of. This is how much you mean to me, Harry. I am willingly tying my soul to yours in the slimmest of chances that you will live. If I don't survive, I wanted you to know that I love you, Harry." Silent tears fell from Bella's eyes and gently fell on Harry's bruised cheek. Bella slowly leaned forward, and placed a very soft chaste kiss on Harry's lips. "We are ready, Hermes." The ancient elf nodded respectfully. He held Bella's hand, and then reached for Harry's, and then in a swirl of smoke the three faded from the bedroom and reappeared in the torchlit circular room of the ritual house. The last thing that Harry Potter remembered was an intense pain localized around his head, and then waking up into an inky blackness. It was very disorienting. Every which way he turned he found blackness. The only thing visible it seemed was himself, but even that didn't feel right. Harry stared at his hands that were now held in front of him, unsure what to make of them. Surrounding his hands, indeed all of his body, was this strange aura of light. It was bluish in color, with hints of white. The colors swirled around each other and seemed to glow. It appeared to him to be like how mariners described seeing street Elmo's fire on board their ships during electrical storms. It illuminated his whole body. Harry watched mesmerized as he slowly moved his hands back and forth, watching the echoes of where his hands used to be disappeared into the blackness. It was while he was watching this display, he noticed something just on the edge of his sight. It appeared to be a lone figure of someone or something walking toward him. He lowered his arms, and began to strain his eyes to bring into focus the image he was seeing. It seemed to take whatever it was forever to draw close enough for Harry to make out any features. To Harry's utter surprise, the form of his deceased godfather came into view. "Huh, I knew it. The Dursleys finally snapped and must have done me in," Harry stated sarcastically, shaking his head. An amused barking laughter came from the form of Sirius Black. "Well, pup, you are almost right." "Sirius, is that really you?" a misty-eyed Harry asked. "It is, pup, it's really me." Harry ran to embrace his godfather but passed straight through him. A confused Harry looked at Sirius as Sirius just chuckled. "What's so funny, you old mangy mutt? You look solid. How is it that I went right through you?" Sirius gave him an apologetic look. "Harry, take a good look at yourself and tell me what you see." A confused Harry lifted his hands in front of him and looked very closely this time. He gasped in surprise. He could see right through his arms and hands. He looked down at the rest of him and noticed that indeed he could see right through himself. Harry looked at Sirius. "I don't understand. You're solid, but I'm not." How? I'm no expert here, Harry, but let me try to explain it the best I can. You see, the physical world and here the spiritual world, for lack of a better word, occupy the same space but in different phases or planes of existence. In this plane things are as solid to us as the things are in the plane of the living. Do you follow me so far? Harry nodded, but his face was scrunched up in confusion. Sirius shot him an understanding smile. "All things, Harry, spiritual or physical, have form and mass. All things are made up of energized matter that creates cohesiveness, binds things together, in other words. All living things you see in everyday life, such as trees, plants, animals, water, and people, are made up of this energized matter, Harry. The difference between the land of the living and the land of the dead is very minuscule. It is merely a separation of matters, not a complete destruction of one or the other. I still exist even though the body has perished. In essence, I have lost the shell that housed this part of the energized matter which you see before you, but I am still me, with all the thoughts and emotions that I had before, just now existing on another plane. I think I understand, Sirius, but that does not explain me. Why am I not solid here if I'm dead?" Well, technically you are mostly dead, not all dead," smiled Sirius. Quote, "I can't believe you just quoted The Princess Bride, Sirius. Hey, it was a good flick. Besides, it does kind of help explain your situation." "So, what exactly is my situation?" Harry asked, a little disgruntled. "You have, as they say, one foot in the grave. You are caught between two worlds, Harry." Sirius sighed, putting his hands through his dark locks. "Your magic is what is keeping you bound to the mortal plane at the moment, but just barely. Once it fails, you will leave the mortal world behind and become part of this one, but you do have a choice in the matter. You still have enough life in you, that if you fight, you can go back and have the life that you were destined to have." Destined to have? What? Being beat to death? Being hunted by Tommy Boy and his ilk? Being lied to and kept in the dark by a person I thought was a friend and mentor? Having the people I love torn away from me? That's no life, Sirius. Not one worth living anyway. Harry raged. "I won't lie to you, Harry, there are many more hardships that lay ahead of you." "Brilliant. Just brilliant," Harry yelled, throwing his hands in the air. "And you want me to go back?" Harry spat out. "Let me finish, Harry, please." Fine, go ahead," Harry said, waving his hand at him. "As I was saying, yes, there will be hardships, but there will also be happiness, joy and love, Harry, and you will defeat Tom in the end." "Is that a certainty, Sirius, or are you just blowing sunshine out of your AR?" "Harry, the future is not written in stone. It is always shifting, but I have faith in you, and so do your parents, Harry." Harry stopped his tirade and looked sternly at Sirius. "Are you trying to guilt me into going back? If you are, that's in poor taste, Sirius," Harry said dangerously. "And while we are on the subject, where are my parents? Why are you here and not them?" Sirius looked down toward his feet in apologetic resignation. "I'm sorry, Harry, I didn't mean to offend you, and I am not trying to guilt you into going back. Sighing heavily, Sirius continued. The reason I'm here and not your parents is a little complicated, but it has to do with the manner in which I died. Not having died in the normal way allows me to come here to this waiting room, if you will. I don't know all the finer details, Harry, but I can tell you that your parents wanted desperately to be here, and they wanted to tell you how much they love you and tell you also that they are very proud of you. Sirius' eyes misted over and looked deeply into Harry's eyes. Harry, I love you as much as any father could love their son, and if I were a more selfish man I would just say screw the living and join us here. In the end it is your decision, but your parents and I wanted to give as much information to you as we can so you can make an informed decision. Harry softened his posture toward his godfather. I'm sorry for blowing up at you, Sirius, this is just all a little much to take in all at once. A smiling Sirius looked at his godson with love and admiration. You've grown so much, Harry, you're becoming quite the young man. Harry gave an appreciative smile. Sirius became serious for a moment as he explained to Harry what would happen in a world where he was absent. The lives that would be destroyed. He told him about the chaos and destruction that Voldemort would visit upon the wizarding and muggle world. I know you hate it, Harry, but you give hope, and inspire others to action. Without you, there will be no resistance, no one to challenge Tommy and his minions. You are a banner that people will rally behind. You can be a powerful force for good and change in a world that has fallen into moral decay, a ministry that is only interested in keeping the status quo. You, Harry, can bring the change that is desperately needed. I'm just a boy, Sirius, with no real political savvy or power. I have a few friends that believe in me, and little real knowledge of the inner workings of the wizarding world. Not to mention, I am no match for Riddle. He is much more powerful than I am, with years more experience. How can I hope to beat him? You have more political power than you know, Harry, Sirius said with an enigmatic smile. What do you mean I have political power? Sirius just smiled. If you go back, you will know soon enough. Let's just say there are a few surprises for you and others. Your true place in our world has been kept from you. Dumbledore has made sure to keep you in the dark about your family heritage. He even threatened me with a return to Azkaban if I mentioned it. But, he can't touch me now, can he? Sirius laughed briskly before fixing his gaze once more upon Harry. I know you don't think of yourself as powerful, Harry, but you are. You just have to believe in yourself and surround yourself with people who can help you develop your power and push you beyond your limits. We have little time left, Harry, and you must soon make your decision. I just don't know, Sirius, there is nothing for me there now. Everyone I love and care about is here. Not everyone. There is someone who cares for you deeply and would be crushed if you didn't return. Take a look behind you. Harry turned and saw Sirius wave his hand at the nothingness, and slowly he heard a distant voice calling to him as an image came into focus. A kneeling Bella was sobbing over a body, his body. He barely recognized the broken and bloody form that now appeared before him. Please be alive, Harry, please be alive. I can't lose both you and Sirius, Bella whispered. Harry looked at the beautiful witch and his heart tightened within his chest. He had forgotten about her. He chastised himself for forgetting the one person who had shown him such compassion and such love. They had spoken often, and written to each other when they could not see each other. They were each other's strength and comfort. And they were friends. No, they were much more than friends, though Harry could not define accurately what they were to each other, but labeling it as just friends somehow diminished what they truly had, and what he truly felt for her. She cares a great deal for you, Harry, and I know that you care a great deal for her. I'm not trying to influence your decision, but I wanted you to see what is still there for you. You are not alone, Harry, and she can help you along your journey. She is very powerful in her own right, and I know that she can help you achieve your true potential. Harry stared at his godfather for a moment, tears threatening to fall from his heavy eyelids. He turned back once more to see Bella, but the image had changed. He now watched as a singing Bella began to clean his blood-coated face. He saw the fear and heartbreak in her eyes, but also the look of tenderness mixed in. That familiar tune that Bella had often sang or hummed to him went straight to his heart, and he could no longer stay the tears in his eyes. He watched as she ever so gently continued her ministrations. He watched her as the scene continued, and fell to his knees as his Bella made her vow to him. I promise, Harry, I will never let anyone ever do this to you again. I vow on my magic, that I will always love and protect you. I will train you in all that you will need to know to defeat all your enemies, whoever they may be. This I vow, so mote it be." In the next moment Harry was completely sobbing. He looked upon the woman who had done so much for him, and witnessed as she made one final admission. "You have been a light in the darkness that has been my existence, Harry. Watching over you has been my greatest pleasure and honor. Who knew that this icy cold heart of mine could have been melted, but you love, have not only melted it, but are the one responsible for giving it new life and new purpose. I don't know what the future will bring, but a future without you in it is a future I would not wish to be part of. This is how much you mean to me, Harry. I am willingly tying my soul to yours in the slimmest of chances that you will live. If I don't survive, I wanted you to know that I love you, Harry." Silent tears fell from Bella's eyes and gently fell on Harry's bruised cheek. Bella slowly leaned forward, and placed a very soft chaste key on Harry's lips. Harry reached up with his left hand to his lips and felt a warm tingling sensation upon them, his gaze never leaving the image that was the dark-haired beauty. "I love you too, Bella," Harry whispered. In that moment, clarity had come to Harry. He finally realized what he had been feeling for Bella all this time. He knew he cared for her, he knew that he missed her when she was not around, the joy and smile on his face when she would visit, and the pleasure in receiving her letters. She occupied his thoughts often, but never gave word to the emotions that he felt when he thought of her. As he witnessed this beautiful and amazing woman declare her love for him, he knew that he returned those same feelings. He loved her, but he knew that he could not say or delude himself in believing it was romantic love, not yet. He was still unsure of these new emotions. Could he fall in love with Bellatrix Black, or was he already in love with her? He could not give himself a definite answer. Love was such a new and foreign emotion to him, he needed time to sort it out. That meant he would need to go back and discover it for himself. It was not the only reason that he had to go back, but it was by far one of the more powerful. Bella was special to him, and the rest of the magical world could bugger off as far as he was concerned. After all, didn't Bumblehead mention that the power he knows not may be his capacity to love? Well, if love was the power, he could not think of anyone better to explore it with than Bella. Harry stood and turned toward his godfather. The look in Harry's eyes told Sirius all he needed to know. Harry would be going back. "Harry, before our time is through, there are some things you should know. The headmaster does not have your best interests at heart, Harry. He sees you as nothing more than a tool to dispose of Voldemort with, and then cast you away when he is through. Don't trust him, Harry. I know this might be difficult to hear, but the Weasleys are also not as they appear to be, at least some of them. They have their own agenda where you are concerned. If you look carefully enough at how they have come into your life, you will see that it was not by coincidence. I'll let you discover the rest. Also, don't limit yourself with just the friends you have. There are many others who would be willing to help you, and who will be loyal. Don't let past prejudices influence your decision, Harry. You may find allies in the least likely of places. Oh, and Harry, just in case things connect so. To speak between you and Bella, I approve." Harry blushed slightly, which made for an interesting effect on the mostly translucent young man. "She is a smart and very capable witch. Don't let the age difference influence your decision to pursue her, not that I think she will be very difficult for you to catch. Many others will flock to your banner, Harry, you will know them when they come. I wish I could tell you more, but the powers that be think that I have said too much already. Good luck, son, we will all be watching over you." With those final words, Sirius faded away back into the black. Harry did not have time to reflect upon the visit with Sirius, or on the fact that he did not know how in the hell he was going to get back to his body, when he fell to his knees. Indescribable pain hit him, as he felt his body being lurched from side to side, then felt he was quickly being pulled to some unknown destination. Bella and Narcissa began to prepare Harry's body for the core binding ritual. They removed his clothing and placed him flat on his back on a raised altar. They carefully washed away the remaining blood that covered the rest of his body, Bella cleansing him almost reverently. Bella placed a cloth over Harry's exposed lower half to give him some modicum of privacy. Once the body was clean, Narcissa began the painstaking work of drawing the runes on Harry's body, and in the process, chanting the incantations that would activate them. The runes covered the width of his brow, down both sides of his face and neck, across the collarbones and down his arms, then the hands, and each finger. There were runes placed on his hips, and his legs all the way down to his feet and toes. The last runes to be drawn were over the navel, and 2 runes over each **east. When Narcissa had finished with Harry, she had Bella disrobe and lay next to Harry. She then repeated the same runes on her sister's body. The chemical makeup of the ink was a closely guarded secret within the Black family. The ink had a green metallic color, reminiscent of dragon's blood and a viscosity of olive oil, but the ink was very acidic in nature and burned the flesh as it touched skin. However, the burns would completely vanish as the ink was absorbed. The runes, once inked into the body, were absorbed into the flesh, becoming a permanent part of the recipient's physiology. The runes themselves would no longer be visible to the BPD eye. Bella had tensed somewhat as the acidic ink burned into her flesh, but otherwise gave no other sign of discomfort. Eventually, as it had happened to Harry, the runes were absorbed into the skin, leaving it flawless as before. The altar was centered in the middle of the circular room, the roof having been retracted back, and moonbeams from the celestial body flooded the chamber with pale light. Bella, once I begin the ritual, it cannot be stopped. Do you understand? Yes. Are you sure you want to proceed with this? I do, sissy. He means the world to me, and I'm willing to make the ultimate sacrifice to save him. Bella stated, with no hesitation in her voice. Narcissa sighed heavily, but nodded her acquiescence. Once the cores are combined and stable, the runes will begin to take effect. You each have corresponding runes on your bodies. Runes for bone, muscle, sinew, and the organs of the body. There are also runes for strength, sight, taste, and sound, and others related to your magic. The final rune is placed over the navel, and represents your magical core. It is accompanied by a bonding rune that acts as a catalyst. It will actually be the first to activate. It will literally mesh your 2 cores together, making them essentially one. Once meshed, the combined cores and runes will begin to activate and begin the process of healing Harry's body. One by one his bones will be completely broken down and then regrown. Damaged tissues will be made whole and strengthened. It will be very painful, for the both of you. It will draw upon both yours and his magic. It is very important, Bella, that when you feel Harry's core begin to assert itself, that you sever the link. Otherwise his core, if strong enough, will overpower yours and permanently be absorbed into his own. Do you understand? Bella could only nod as she tried to mentally prepare herself for what was to come. If it is successful, Bella, you and Harry may experience issues relating to the meshing of your cores. Like I said before, not a lot is known about the side effects of this ritual, and you could assimilate some of his traits, characteristics, and magics, and he could take on some of yours. We know that our ancestor awoke with memories that weren't his own, personality traits that were new. He also received a boost in his overall power. But that may be only due to the complete absorption of the other's core. In short, I don't really know what will happen to either of you afterwards. Bella looked into the concerned eyes of her sister, and gave her a gentle smile. Sissy, I know it seems like I'm taking an unnecessary risk, but I feel it in my very soul that I should do this. He has a destiny before him, and I feel that somehow I am to be a part of that destiny. I don't know what role I will play, if any, but I know that I will be whoever he needs me to be in his life, whether that be friend, teacher, mentor, mother, or lover. My life and destiny are tied to his. You love him, don't you? It wasn't a question. Narcissa saw the truth of it in her sister's eyes. There could be no doubt of the sincerity in Bella's words. She would do anything, and give up everything for the young man that lay next to her. A pang of sadness entered Narcissa's heart as she wished that she felt a small percentage of the depth of feeling for Lucius, or anyone for that matter, that Bella had for Harry. Narcissa gave Bella a watery smile as she nodded her head. Let's begin. Members of the Order of the Phoenix grudgingly began to arrive at Grimmauld Place. It was nigh unto midnight, and a worried Molly Weasley was busy pouring coffee and strong tea for the griping members and wondering to herself what had happened. Dumbledore would not call a meeting with the entire order unless something serious had happened. She questioned everyone that came into the kitchen, but no one seemed to know the purpose for the meeting. This only caused her anxiety level to rise significantly. Molly had become quite comfortable staying in Grimmauld Place. The wealth on display was mesmerizing, and why shouldn't she enjoy all the benefits the old house had to offer? There were silver and gold utensils, priceless works of art, opulent furnishings in every room, a house elf to boss around even if he was a tad mental. Besides, hadn't she done everything Dumbledore asked of her? She had taken in the Potter boy and treated him like a member of her family, even with the long enmity that House Privet and House Potter had for each other. Her forebears would roll over in their graves if they knew she was even in the same room as a Potter and not try to kill him. But it had all been a ruse planned by Dumbledore and herself. He would have a willing martyr for the greater good, with Dumbledore taking the credit for the defeat of Voldemort, thus firmly entrenching himself further as the wizarding world's greatest hero. The political power and fame he would then wield would be greater than Merlin himself. For her part in this, she would make sure that he remained in the camp of the light, that is to say, in Dumbledore's pocket. They were to be his salvation from his despicable Muggle relatives, and thus willingly give his life to protect his surrogate family in the fight against the dark. A continuous flow of love potion and a marriage contract to her daughter signed by Harry's magical guardian, one Albus Dumbledore. And the Potter wealth would be hers, and then House Privet will finally have its revenge and be victorious over their most hated rival. The feud between the two houses had begun over 200 years ago. Reginald Privet BPD, the only daughter of Lord Hadrian Ignatius Potter, who was at the time betrothed to Uthar Parkinson, the scion of the Parkinson family. The marriage was called off. A breach of contract was proclaimed by Lord Parkinson. He argued that the bride was no longer and according to the contract drawn up between both Lord Potter and Lord Parkinson, the bride must be a before her wedding night. Reginald Privet was brought before the Wizengamot and charged with beep of a member of a most ancient and noble house and of line theft in the case of the marriage contract between two ancient and noble houses. House Privet was subsequently stripped of their seats and votes in the Wizengamot. These were then divided among the two offended houses. House Privet was also fined 20 million galleons for said offences paid to House Potter and for the loss of a marriageable daughter. House Privet was effectively destroyed. The once wealthy family was now almost destitute. The other Nobel families shunned them and would not do business with the family or anyone associated with the family. Yes, Molly Weasley née Privet would have the revenge her house had sought for 2 centuries, and the Potter fortune will be hers, and if the fates continued in her favor, Sirius Black left the Black fortune to Harry as well. The combined fortune would make her family the wealthiest in wizarding society, and then she would take her revenge on all those who mocked her family. Okay, technically Ginny will inherit it all, but that was all academic. She was the matriarch of the Weasley family and Ginny would do as she was told. Molly once again looked around at the grandeur of Grimmauld Place and silently smirked. Mine. 2 bodies lay next to each other motionless on a raised stone altar in the circular ritual room. Divested of all clothing, the bodies seemed to have an ethereal glow caused by the pale moonlight that flooded the chamber from up above. The soft flicker of torchlight cast enigmatic shadows all around the room, giving an ambiance of sacredness and otherworldliness to the scene. The air was warm with a hint of sweet incense floating on the gentle breeze. It seems as if the fates had predetermined that the night would be perfect for the core bonding ritual. A cloaked third figure with their hood up stood at the head of the raised altar. Strands of long B***owned hair fell out of the hood, cascading down the front of the cloak. Narcissa Malfoy née Black reached down and placed shaky hands on each head of the prone bodies. She watched for a moment and took in the gentle rise and fall of her sister's chest as she breathed. Shifting her eyes to the right, she noticed the shallow and labored breathing of Harry. Sighing deeply, she stilled, worried about the decision her sister had made to go through with the ritual, but she had clearly seen the determination and the love in her little sister's eyes to save the young man she had grown to love. Narcissa took one step back and drew her wand from the left sleeve of her cloak. She began the process of activating the first rune, the bonding rune. This would tie Bella's magical core to Harry's. With this bonding rune activated in each body, the subsequent runes on one body would work in tandem with their corresponding rune on the other's body. It would be a painful and exhausting process. The combined magical cores would purge Harry's body one bone at a time, one organ at a time, and reconstruct or repair the damage to his body. In theory, the magic worked by reinitializing the person DNA, making the body think that it was in the developmental stages of growth once more. Once the regeneration process began, the other runes that were drawn on the body would activate, causing the bones, muscles, organs, etc. to grow at an accelerated rate. This is where most of the pain would come from. It would be like normal growing pains exponentially magnified, with all the growth happening within minutes instead of years. The stress on the body will be immense and will test the power and stability of the combined magical cores. Should the process be too much for either magical core, it would result in the death of one or both of the people involved. Narcissa waved her wand in slow sweeping patterns, first over Harry and then over Bella. The incantation was rather simple. It would activate the bonding rune and then the rest of the runic process was automatic and once begun could not be stopped. Narcissa finally tapped her wand on Harry's abdomen where the bonding rune had been traced. The rune seemed to glow a faint green beneath the skin, indicating that it had indeed been activated. Unbeknownst to Narcissa, Bella reached out with her right hand and gently intertwined her fingers with Harry's fingers on his left hand. Narcissa touched Bella's abdomen with her wand and saw the faint green rune beneath the skin again, signaling that the rune had activated. Green tendrils began to slowly stretch out from the bonding rune beneath the skin of Harry and Bella. The tendrils were finding their way to each rune that had been drawn on their bodies. It looked to Narcissa as if a green-colored spider webs were crisscrossing their bodies. Screams pierced through the quiet night air as both bodies arched high off the altar, letting out a howl of pain that had Narcissa backing up rapidly from the altar and pressing herself against the cool stone wall. Panic gripped her as she witnessed the tendrils of green coming out of what appeared to be every pore from Harry and Bella. The tendrils would rise out of Harry and then in a low arc would travel in the air and then enter into Bella, and the same was happening in reverse. The tendrils would leave Bella and then enter into Harry. The tendrils seemed to be connecting the two. Soon the two looked as if they were in a cocoon together made up of the silk-like tendrils. The intense pain had caused Bella to dig her fingernails into Harry's hand, cutting into the skin, causing blood to surface. Harry's hand had done likewise and opened up small cuts on Bella's hand. Their blood began to mix as their clasped hands began to shake violently from the intense pain the bonding was causing. Red silk-like tendrils began to seep out of the various cuts on their hands. Like a slithering snake, the red ribbons began to inch their way up their clasped hands, crisscrossing each other, weaving around their arms and weaving down their legs, forcing them closer together. The red tendrils continued up to their chest and drew them together chest to chest. This continued until their bodies had completely been wrapped together, facing each other. A bright green and red aura began forming around the couple. The colors were swirling around each other in wonderful patterns, chasing and being chased. Soon the two competing colors began to crash into one another. The resulting collision caused white and gold sparks to explode into existence. Within minutes the red and green colors had completely vanished and left in their stead a white and gold aura that was pulsating like a heartbeat around the couple. Narcissa looked on in horror. This was definitely not how it was supposed to happen. This was nowhere in the writings on the ritual. This was unknown territory and Narcissa was frozen. She did not know what to do or what had caused this. She could only wait till the ritual finished itself and then pray that she had not killed them both. Harry opened his eyes and winced in pain. He was prostrate on the ground, but now everything was white where before it had all been black. He picked himself off the floor, searching for something or someone to tell him where he was now. Was he dead? Did his core finally give out? Too many questions and no answers make Harry a very grumpy boy, he mused. Harry examined himself closely, staring at his hands and arms. Okay, I seem solid. But does that mean I'm alive still, or all dead? As Harry was pondering his surrounding, he began to sense something, or maybe felt it. He looked up and like when he was in the darkness he saw what appeared to be a lone figure walking toward him. So, Sirius, I guess this is the other place then. Harry said, sweeping his eyes around. A lot brighter than the other, I must say, but I think they need a decorator up here. A little splash of color would go a long way. A soft giggle echoed in Harry's ears. Harry spun toward the figure who was slowing, getting closer. Okay, that was definitely not Sirius, but it does sound familiar. But where have I heard that voice before? Harry thought. The figure finally came into view after what seemed an eternity. The first thing Harry noticed was long, luxurious, wavy black hair, followed by deep, warm violet eyes he would know anywhere. Bella, he whispered. She grinned, which brought his attention to her full pouty lips. He had dreamed about keying them on many a restless night in his dorm room and had wondered if they were soft or firm and if her key would be slow and gentle or impassioned and wanting. Harry's eyes shot open in embarrassment as he realized he had been staring at her for what seemed several long minutes to him, but in reality only a few seconds had passed. Bella smiled warmly at him and then suddenly launched herself into his arms. Her arms wrapped tightly around his neck as she began cry into his shoulder. Harry's arms came around her narrow waists and pulled her tightly to him. For what seemed like several minutes they just held each other, simply enjoying the comfort each received from the other. The silence was broken when Bella whispered, "I've missed you, Harry." "I've missed you too, Bella." The pair separated just enough that they could look into each other's eyes and held each other's gaze. Finally Harry broke the silence and asked, "Bella, where are we? Are we both dead? Sirius told me that I wasn't quite dead yet and that I had a chance to return, but this doesn't seem like." "No, Harry, you're not dead and neither am I, but you are still in danger, Harry. There is still a possibility that you could still die. That's why Sissy and I have done this." "What have you done, Bella?" "Well, you have to understand that you were barely alive when I found you. The Dursleys had beaten you so badly that you would have died had it not been for your magical core. I couldn't risk taking you to St. Mungo's after what I was panicking, Harry, and I brought you to Black Manor." "Bella, you're stalling. What is it you have done?" "Well, Sissy found a ritual from the Black family archives, which could heal you. I had to save you, Harry. So I had Narcissa perform the ritual." "There is something you're not telling me, Bella. What is it?" Harry asked, his frustration building. Bella took a deep breath before continuing. "There was so much damage done to you, Harry, that anyone treatment or spell may have caused your core to fail and I would have lost you. You could have died. We need to heal you all at once if you were going to survive." Bella took another long breath and continued. "Harry, your core has weakened significantly, just maintaining you in a kind of medical stasis. It cannot heal you like it normally should. There was just too much damage. Your core needed help. And this ritual is going to help strengthen my core." "Yes and no. The ritual will link your magical core to that of another's. Your core will bond the other core to itself, absorbing it and then using it to restore your body to its intended perfect state." "That sounds too easy. Now what aren't you telling me?" Bella gulped. She was afraid that revealing everything would upset Harry. He would react poorly if he knew that she was risking her own life to save his. Sometimes he was just too damned noble for his own good, she thought to herself. But she knew she had to tell him the truth. She had promised Harry some time ago that she would always be honest with him. So reluctantly she explained to him how the ritual worked and how dangerous it was to the other who had their core bound to his. She explained that the only other time this ritual had been performed, the core donor died as a result of his core being completely absorbed by the recipient. But she explained that the theory was sound and it could work as intended with someone with a core equal or greater than the recipient's core. As expected, Harry exploded when Bella informed him that it was her that had bound their core to his. He immediately demanded that she stop the ritual and leave him to his fate. He would not be party to her losing her life just to save his. "Harry, the ritual can't be stopped once it has started. Even if I could stop it, I wouldn't. You are more important to this world than I am. I would gladly sacrifice myself to see you live, Harry." Bella looked into those deep pools of green and saw the pain and confusion within them. "Bella, I couldn't live with myself if you died. I've finally realized that I have feelings. I just couldn't and wouldn't want to live without you." Lowering his head, he softly whispered, "You, Bella, are the reason I want to live. I love you, Bella. I'm in love with you." Harry slowly lifted his gaze and looked at the watery purple orbs that stared back at him. "Oh, Harry," Belle sniffed. Tears threatened to run down her cheeks as she gave him a watery grin. "I love you too. I am very much in love with you." Bella let out a body-trembling giggle. She felt as if her heart had sprouted wings. Their mutual declaration of love filled her soul with such happiness that she felt overcome by the sudden rush of emotions she was feeling. Harry gathered her into his arms and slowly, tentatively lowered his head towards hers, hoping she would not reject his advances. Bella lifted her chin and parted her lips ever so slightly. Their lips tenderly met. There was just the briefest moment of awkwardness before their hesitation melted away and they deepened the key. It was not a hard, passionate key, but a key so filled with emotion that time seemed to stand still for them, just to let them revel in the moment. It was their first key. A warmth spread through their bodies, lost in the new sensations each were experiencing. Neither were aware of the bright silver aura that sprung from their joined bodies. Images of Bella's life began to play in Harry's mind. He saw scenes of her childhood. He felt her excitement and her sadness. It seemed her whole life was being played out for him. He witnessed her Hogwarts years and felt her thrill when she learned to create some new spell. He saw the dedication she put into everything she did and the natural talent she had for dueling and spell creation. He witnessed her cry of desperation and horror when her father had signed the marriage contracts giving her to Lestrange. He witnessed the abuse and the forcing of mind-altering potions down her throat by her new husband and his family. He witnessed the atrocities of the Death Eaters through her eyes and what she was forced to do. Then he came to her most recent memories, those of being placed in Azkaban, of seeing Sirius and how they helped each other. He saw and felt the devotion that Bella had for him as she watched over him, and how that devotion had grown into the love that he knew for certain that she felt for him. He saw through her memories this very night, of her finding him a hair's breadth away from death. He witnessed her final act of vengeance on the Dursleys, and surprisingly he felt no remorse. He witnessed the ritual preparation in Bella's comments to Narcissa. He saw and felt everything as if it happened to himself. Bella wasn't sure how, but somehow she was viewing Harry's life as if she were in a pensieve. The clarity was startling, but what was most intriguing was that she felt Harry's raw emotion. She witnessed his first Christmas with James and Lily. She heard Lily begging Voldemort to spare Harry, and then the flash of green, and then the intense pain that flooded Harry's young senses. Her anger rose as she witnessed Harry's childhood at the Dursleys. The level of abuse and neglect was much more than Harry had ever led others to believe. She felt Harry's excitement when Hagrid told him that he was a wizard and that his parents had been magical as well. She reveled in his amazement at his first look at Hogwarts. She witnessed all his adventures at the wizarding school. She made a mental note to herself to deal with one Severus Snape and one Dolores Umbridge the first chance she got. She witnessed and felt the sadness and loneliness that Harry felt in his second year when everyone believed him to be the heir of Slytherin. She felt the betrayal he felt as the whole school turned against him in his fourth year, everyone believing he had cheated his way into the Triwizard Tournament. Even his so-called best friend had turned his back on him. She felt his guilt as he blamed himself for Sirius' death. There were so many traumatic and awful events in his young life that it amazed her that he was as kind and caring as he was. But amidst the bad memories were many good ones: his first broom ride, playing Quidditch, finding Sirius, and most recently the intense feelings of love and happiness when the memories centered on her. She was overwhelmed with the strong emotions that were tied to her. Every last doubt that she had about his feeling toward her were immediately washed away. She could literally feel the depth of his love for her. Suddenly violet eyes met emerald, and they stood there locked in each other's gaze. Harry was the first who broke the silence. I think I just witnessed your life." He looked at Bella with heartache but also with love and compassion. "I saw yours as well," she whispered. Her eyes never left his. In a small and nervous voice she asked, "Have your feelings for me changed after seeing all that I've been through and all that I've done?" Harry looked at Bella and saw a vulnerability he had never seen before in her. She was afraid that he would reject her after seeing her life. He drew her firmly into his chest and wrapped his arms lovingly around her. "No, my love, if anything, my feelings for you have grown stronger," he gently whispered in her ear. Bella released a breath she had not realized she had been holding and then melted into his embrace. Narcissa was in panic mode. She stood by and helplessly watched as Bella and Harry were surrounded by a gold and white aura. It was bright and flared out around them till the light filled the entire room. The gold and white colors swirled around each other but were little by little fusing into one. Narcissa speculated that the colors swirling around the two were a representation of their magical cores, and that the fusing of the two colors was actually the fusing of the two cores. The more the colors coalesced into one, the more the cores became one. This was concerning to Narcissa. She wondered if the two cores merged completely, would there be any chance to separate them once the ritual was completed, and if they could not be separated, which one of them would have their core ripped from them and die? She was broken from her thoughts when she saw what appeared to be a third color emerging from the center of the aura, coming directly from Harry and Bella. Like a fountain of sparks, silver streaks were spreading out and mixing between the two other colors. Like a heart beating, every beat shot silver threads like lightning bolts through the dome-like aura field that surrounded the prone pair. The mesh of colors began to settle, and a distinct opal coloration now surrounded the new couple. As Narcissa looked closer at the pair, she noticed what appeared to be a black mist being pulled out of Harry's forehead by one of the opal tendrils. The mist seemed to be fighting to stay but was finally overcome by the tendril of light and was wrenched out with an ear-splitting scream that echoed in the circular room. Another opal-colored tendril was doing much the same over Bella's left arm, where it and the mist surrounding her dark mark seemed to be locked in battle. The dark mark seemed to be literally pulled out of her arm like thread. Another echoing scream seemed to emanate from the now dissipating mist. And then there was silence. Narcissa could only guess what this new turn of events could mean. But as she contemplated what was happening, the aura field began to shrink and visibly lighten. She could now make out the bodies of Harry and Bella clearly and gawked to find them pressed together in what appeared to be a lover's embrace. Neither appeared to be conscious, but to her relief she could see that both were breathing normally. That was indeed a good sign. As the light around them finally dwindled, she noticed that both their bodies still seemed to glow with that same opal color. She also noticed that Bella looked much younger. Her face was no longer thin and lined but full and youthful. Her hair, which had lost some of its luster due to her stay in Azkaban, now shined like polished ebony. Her skin looked like alabaster and flawless. Her body was firm and toned. Narcissa gawked in amazement at the change in her little sister. Harry was also a surprise. He looked a little older and seemed to have had a growth spurt. If she was to guess, she would put him at about 6 feet 2 inches, and about 185 pounds. She admired the physical changes in the boy who lived, who now sported a lean and chiseled body. "Oh my, Bella, you are one lucky witch," she mused. Upon closer inspection she noticed that his infamous scar was now completely gone and only smooth skin remained. She hoped the two would awaken soon, for she had 100 questions to ask. "Not that I'm complaining, but how is all this happening? And I'm still not sure exactly where we are," asked a befuddled Harry. "Well, our cores have been bound together, and to best of my knowledge or best guess is that my consciousness and/or magical essence has slipped into yours. So we are literally two minds locked in one." "Okay, go on. Our cores are healing your body." "Well, that's not quite right. Our combined cores are powering a chemical change in your body. It is telling your body to restart your physical development. In other words, it thinks that you are restarting life, and it's tricking your body into regrowing your bones, organs, and even your magic might be affected. That's why it takes another magical core to help stabilize your own. So what you're saying is that I'm being rebuilt from the inside out?" "In essence," she replied. "Okay, so how do we know when it is finished?" "Once the ritual is finished, and if it was successful, we both should wake up naturally. Our core should separate on their own, unless..." "Unless what?" "Unless your core overtakes and absorbs mine, or vice versa. In that case, the one who loses their core will die." Harry looked through the memories he had viewed of Bella's life. He found the memory of Narcissa informing Bella of the consequences should the ritual go bad. He looked at Bella and just held her tightly in his arms. Whatever came, good or bad, Harry wanted to have as much time with Bella as he could. Bella, sensing his emotions, held him just as tightly and whispered, "No matter what happens, Harry, I will always be with you right here." She placed her hand on his heart. "And you will always be here." With her free hand she grabbed Harry's and placed it on her chest above her own heart. Harry gave a watery smile and just nodded, not trusting his voice to be able to speak. A sullen Minerva McGonagall stepped out of the kitchen fireplace at number 12 and took in her surroundings. It appeared that most of the Order had arrived and were now waiting for Dumbledore to grace everyone with his presence. McGonagall had just received word back from Arabella Figg that the Muggle fire investigators had found some skeletal remains after sifting through the remains of the Dursley home. Most of what remained was tiny bone fragments not much bigger than a sickle, but enough was found to believe that there were multiple victims in the house. McGonagall was heartbroken, not for the loss of the savior of the wizarding world, but at the loss of a special student for whom she cared for. She could not help but blame herself. If she could have only convinced Albus all those years ago to place Harry with someone else, then maybe he would still be alive. She had even considered adopting him herself, but Albus would not hear of it, spouting nonsense about bloodwards and familial protection. It was his bloody relatives that he needed protection from. She quietly hissed. Harry needed a place where he was loved, a place he could call home, and to her knowledge Harry had never called that place home. Minerva also was fuming as she read the Harry journal that Ms. Figg had given her. It detailed incident after incident of the verbal, emotional and physical abuse that Harry had endured through the years. The Dursley had made sure that Harry received no sympathy from the neighbors. They had spread vicious lies about the boy, telling everyone who would listen to them that he was a thief and a liar. Their story was cemented into the collective mind of the neighborhood when the Dursleys mentioned that Harry attended St. Brutus School for Incurable Criminal Boys. But what topped it all for the Transfiguration Professor was that Albus feckin' Dumbledore was made aware of it all and did nothing. He allowed this to go on, and therefore in her mind was just as to blame as if he abused Harry himself. "Minerva, what is going on? Why in the blazes would Albus call a meeting this late in the evening? Surely whatever it is it could wait till morning, asked a bleary-eyed Emmeline Vance. Hear, hear, shouted someone else at the long table. Now I'm sure the headmaster had his reasons, commented Remus Lupin from a darkened corner of the kitchen. Has there been an attack somewhere, Minerva? The questions then began to come from all angles and at faster rates. Minerva held up both hands in an attempt to take control of the maddeningly inquisitive group of Order members. Finally losing her temper, she pulled out her wand from the sleeve of her robe and with a quick twirl a loud bang erupted from her wand, immediately quieting the crowd. All eyes in the room fixed on the stern-looking witch, giving her their undivided attention. Now that I have your attention, there was indeed an attack this evening. Everyone seemed to notice the haunted look in her face, and they realized that whatever had happened must have been truly terrible to cause the unflappable McGonagall to have such a defeated look. What has happened, Professor? Asked the uncharacteristically solemn voice of Nymphadora Tonks. The home was destroyed, everyone inside, burned alive. Minerva replied with a cry in her voice. Whose home, Minnie? Asked an anxious, mad-eye, Moody. Harry's, spoke the new arrival. Everyone turned to see that Albus Dumbledore had entered the kitchen. There were audible gasps and mixed looks of disbelief and shock at the distressing news. Are you sure Harry was in the house? Remus asked hopefully. Alas, I do not know for certain, but he was seen by a witness entering into the house an hour prior to the house being consumed by the fire. So there might be a chance that he escaped? Asked the red-headed Weasley matriarch. The possibility is slim, I'm afraid. The house was struck by fiendfire and would have been engulfed in flames within seconds, Albus stated flatly. McGonagall glared daggers at the aging headmaster and stated, there is more news, Albus. Human remains of multiple people were found in the ashes of the house. The remains were nothing more than small charred bone fragments. It is impossible to identify the remains by Muggle or magical means. The kitchen at number 12 Grimmauld Place had become a scene of confusion and mourning as each person tried to put the proper emotions into perspective. Tonks took the news especially hard. She had grown fond of Harry and had planned to visit him often during the summer. She wanted him to at least have a little fun during the summer holidays. She knew that he felt like a prisoner at the Dursleys, and she had promised herself to help him escape the boredom by sneaking him off to a movie or an amusement park every now and then. Now none of that would happen, and she felt a loss that she couldn't quite explain. So do we know who the attackers were? Moody asked the leader of the Light. It is unclear, Alastar, but whoever it was, they were a very powerful witch or wizard. The concentration and power required to control fiendfire to destroy a specific target is incredible. There are only a few I know of who have the power required to do such a thing, and most of those would like to see the boy dead. I do have Severus gathering what information he can from Voldemort's camp. The lack of the dark mark above the house could mean that Death Eaters were not the perpetrators, but we cannot rule them out. Albus, who is on guard duty tonight, and why did they not report to the Order as soon as they saw signs of trouble? Asked Kingsley Shacklebolt. Dumbledore fell back into his chair and rubbed the bridge of his nose, pushing up the half-moon spectacles he wore. Mundungus was on duty tonight. Before you ask, there was no sign of him either. I have made repeated attempts to contact him and have failed, in status as unknown. More like he's pissed and passed out at some pub or another. Grumbled the pink-haired Auror. Whatever the case, we will continue to look for him and for Harry until we have solid proof either way. So, what do we do now, Albus? Asked Arthur Weasley. We continue, as we have been, Arthur. Our goals are still the same. You know, Albus, that this will be a huge blow to the morale of the wizarding world. Many saw Harry as the paladin against the dark. We may lose the support of those who were willing to fight with us. He was just a boy, Arthur. Shouted Dumbledore, momentarily losing control. I am the greatest wizard that ever lived. I could crush the boy and not break a sweat, the old wizard thought to himself. Quickly reasserting control over his emotions and realizing his gaffe, Dumbledore tried to smooth over the obvious loss of control in front of his inferiors. I apologize for that unfortunate outburst. It has been a long and trying night. What I meant to say is that although Harry was important to the cause, he was just one thread in the tapestry of the greater good. We will find a way to garner the support we need with or without him. There were a few polite nods of ascension, but most felt that things were about to get much worse. The meeting continued as new assignments were given out. Dinner was provided to the group by Molly. The meal was eaten in complete silence as everyone was lost in their own thoughts. Dumbledore was heading for the door when he was intercepted by Molly Weasley. Albus. Yes, Molly, what can I do for you? Well, I was wondering about, well, you know, the marriage contract we had drawn up for Ginny and Potter. Well, is it possible to, well, seeing as how they were for all intents and purposes engaged. Ah, I see. You were wondering whether or not if Ginny is entitled to the Potter fortune. Well, yes. It seems to me that they were practically husband and wife, so I should be entitled to it. I mean, Ginny should be entitled to it. It only makes sense, she stated with a nervous smile. I will look into for you, Molly. If it is possible, I will let you know. But the laws surrounding ancient and noble houses are very clear and strict about inheritance rights. But as I have said, I will look into it for you. Thank you, Albus. I mean, it's only right that we get something. Albus Dumbledore smiled knowingly at the red-headed woman and once again made for the door. There was much to do and plans to be reshaped. Minerva saw the old man about to leave and called out to him. Albus, I need a word with you. McGonagall growled out. Dumbledore had seen the glares that his deputy headmistress was giving him all night. He knew that the conversation would not be a pleasant one and did not want to deal with the hot-blooded Scotswoman tonight. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, but I have pressing matter at the moment. Dumbledore called out without turning around. He quickly exited the front door to the outside and closed it quickly. McGonagall made a dash for the door, determined to speak her mind to the pompous windbag and confront him about Harry. She threw the door open and heard the audible crack of disapprobation. A fuming McGonagall stood on the steps outside number 12. This is not over, Albus. It was June 4th, 3 days after the core bonding ritual. Narcissa had moved the unconscious forms of Harry Potter and Bellatrix Black from the ritual house to the manor and had placed them side by side on the king-size canopy bed in the master bedroom. She had initially tried to place them in separate rooms, but both of their bodies reacted violently and appeared to be in great pain from being separated. Narcissa marveled at the physical changes in her two charges. No longer was Harry the undersized, scrawny and scarred boy that he was when Bella had retrieved him from his aunt's house. It appeared that the ritual had rectified the malnourishment that the boy had suffered over the years under the care of his so-called relatives. He looked very healthy with broad shoulders and lean-cut muscles. He had gained about 6 inches in height and put on a good healthy weight and several years older. There were no longer any visible scars anywhere on his body, even the infamous lightning bolt scar was gone. What she found even more remarkable was the fact that his magical core had reached its maturity, and the power levels she saw were only rumored to be possible. Only Merlin was known to have such a powerful core. To add to the confusion was her sister's magical core. It too had grown exponentially and matched Harry's in power. This should have not been possible since Bella's magical core had reached its magical maturity when she was 17. Yes, she was very powerful then, but now she could feel the power rolling off both of them like rushing waves at high tide. Bella now looked to be about the same age as Harry, somewhere in their early 20s. In a word, she was gorgeous. Her long ebony hair reached almost to her waist, her skin was like flawless alabaster. She had also grown. Narcissa put her at about 5 feet 10 inches in height and her body was toned but voluptuous. Narcissa wondered what other changes may have taken place. The ritual took several turns from how it was supposed to happen and she no longer had a base of reference to pull from. This was all territory and only time would tell. Hermes. Yes, Mistress Narcisse. Will you bring me a cup of strong tea? I'm worried, Hermes. I wonder how much longer until they wake. Soon, Mistress, their auras has begun to settle. Theys will wake very soon. You see their auras, Hermes? Oh yes, Mistress, most house elves can. Especially those with such powerful ones. What do you see? They has become one, Mistress. What do you mean, they have become one? Their auras, Mistress. Theys is merged together, they share each other. They share each other. Yes, Mistress, she is in him and he is in her, their magics has become one as well. Are they, soul-bound, do you think? I don't think so, Mistress, but theys are bound by magic itself. By magic itself? But how, is that even possible? Eyes is not knowing, Mistress, but eyes can see the flow of magics between them. Narcissa collapsed back in her chair, stunned by the revelation. Thank you, Hermes, that will be all. Yes, Mistress, I will be bringing your tea now. There has also been all post come, I will bring these as well. Narcissa gave a slight nod to the ancient elf and then he was gone in a wisp of smoke. A few moments later Narcissa was sipping her tea and looking at the 3 envelopes with the Gringotts seal on them. They were addressed to each of the current residents of Black Manor. She wondered how the goblins knew her location and that of Harry and Bella. Narcissa contemplated what the old house elf had stated. They are one, she is in him and he is in her. I wonder, the combining of their auras, they never separated. In fact they merged, and then there was the third silver light that combined with the other 2 making the opal-colored aura. Narcissa began to rub her temples in frustration. So what does all this mean? Narcissa got up out of her comfortable chair and walked to the large set of windows. She opened them up and stepped out onto the veranda that overlooked the east lawn. The sun was just peeking over the tree line and began to bathe the property in warm golden tones. A cool breeze blew past her, causing the curtains behind her to gently flutter back into the master suite. She sat down at the small breakfast table and decided to distract her mind for a moment. She pulled out the 3 letters that Hermes had brought to her, silently wondering what they contained. The first letter was addressed to Lord Hadrian James Potter, ancient and most noble house of Potter. The second letter came as a complete surprise, as it was addressed to Lady Bellatrix Adian Potter Black, ancient and most noble house of Potter. Narcissa just stared at the envelope in complete disbelief. Goblins were not known to make mistakes, but that had to be the case here. How could they believe that Harry and Bella were married? The ritual. But it was not intended to create a permanent bond. But the ritual did not go the way it should have. And then there is what Hermes said. They are one, she is in him and he is in her, they share each other's magic. Maybe something more did happen. Deciding to return to that issue later, she opened the remaining letter that was addressed to her. The writing was in a formal script and was from the Office of Legal Affairs. The letter was to inform her of a private will reading of Lord Sirius Orion Black on Saturday the 22 of June at 8 a.m., and the public reading to be held on Sunday the 23 at 12 p.m. She refolded the parchment and sighed heavily. Oh Sirius, I wish we could have reconnected before all this nasty business. Narcissa had wanted to ask Sirius about annulling her marriage to Lucius. As Lord Black he could have challenged the adherence to the contract by Lucius. According to the contract, if Lucius involved himself in any criminal activity or anything that would bring dishonor to the family, the escape clause of the contract could be exercised. The marriage would be annulled and the bride price refunded, and all loaned or rented properties held under the Black Trust would be confiscated and the tenants thereof would be evicted. She didn't believe that Sirius would leave the title of Lord Black to Draco, but would most likely leave it to Harry, who was also a Black through his paternal grandmother Doria Black. She knew Draco would try and challenge the will. How could he not? After all, he was his father's son. She had tried in vain to sway him from his father's philosophy and predilections. Sadly, he idolized his father, and she knew he would join the Death Eaters as soon as the opportunity was given him. Draco was spending the first 6 weeks of the summer holidays with the Parkinson family and his betrothed Pansy Parkinson. The two had been betrothed since the age of 2. The marriage would be one of pure political convenience for the two families. Lucius was known to have the minister's ear, which gave the Parkinsons a means to have their less than legal business practices overlooked. And the pure-blood Parkinsons were a very wealthy potions distributor, and a union between the two families would be financially and politically beneficial for both. If Lucius had any redeeming qualities, it was his ability to see an opportunity where others might not. He was ruthless in business and kept detailed ledgers on everyone he had dealings with. He was a master at blackmail and coercion. If his bragging were even half true, he had dirt on at least half the Wizengamot. At the moment Lucius was sitting in an Azkaban cell, but she knew it was only a matter of time before Lucius pulled the right string and got himself out. It was a terrifying thought. She desperately wanted out of the marriage, and just perhaps Harry would be the next Lord Black and help her out of her situation. Hopefully before Lucy got out. Narcissa's thoughts were interrupted when she heard movement behind her. She jumped to her feet with wand drawn and looked around the ornately decorated bedroom looking for the intruder. "Sissy." A strained feminine voice came from the bed. Narcissa turned to see her younger sister looking at her with a glazed look. "Bella." The dignified Lady Malfoy squeaked and rushed to her sister, throwing her arms around the pretty brunette. How are you? Are you okay? Do you hurt anywhere? What happened? Slow down, Sissy, you're speaking too fast. Sorry dear, but you've had me worried for the last 3 days. 3 days? Bella asked in disbelief. Yes, you and Harry have been unconscious for the last 3 days. I was so afraid something had gone wrong. The ritual didn't go the way it was supposed to and— Hold on, what do you mean it didn't go the way it was supposed to? Is Harry alright? As far as I can tell you both are fine, but there has been some interesting side effects and, oh, I'm just so happy that you're finally awake. Tears of joy were flowing down Narcissa's cheek. At that moment Hermes faded into the room. Mistress Bella is awake, the elf said happily, bouncing on the balls of his feet. I knew you would wake soon, as will your other half, miss. Bella smiled down at the ancient elf that had been a godsend to her since her escape from Azkaban. What do you mean my other half, Hermes? Bella asked with a slight chuckle. You's other half, said the elf, pointing to the now waking form of Harry Potter. I'll explain later, dear, Narcissa interrupted. Where am I? Slurred a half-awake Harry Potter. All of a sudden his vision was obscured by curtains of soft curly ebony locks. Harry! An emotional Bella screamed as she tackled him and began to cover his face and neck with soft but desperate kisses. Bella, easy, I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. Narcissa raised a prim eyebrow and chuckled despite herself. I think I'm missing something here. I didn't realize that you two were so intimate with each other. An embarrassed Harry, and a smirking Bella glanced back at the beautiful Beatrice owned. Well, for your information, big sister, there have been some big developments. I'd say, smirked Narcissa, looking at the vaulted sheet on Harry's lap. Harry immediately turned red and grabbed a large pillow to cover his reaction to the enthusiastic attention Bella had been giving him just moments before. Back off, sissy, he's all mine, smirked Bella, who then gave Harry a saucy wink. Narcissa chuckled at Harry's discomfort. There have been some significant physical changes in the both of you, here, take a look. Narcissa conjured a full-length mirror and moved it toward the bed. Bella stood from the bed and looked at herself in the mirror. Sweet Maeve, I'm gorgeous, I'm tall, and I look like I'm 20 again, better even. She gasped as she took a closer look at her eyes. They were the same deep violet, but now with a ring of bright emerald green around the iris. She knew that color of green, they were the color of Harry's eyes. Take a look at your left arm, Bella. Bella knew what was on her left arm. It was a constant reminder of the horrors she had witnessed and lived through. His mark was eternally burned into her flesh. No amount of magic or potions had been able to remove it. She had tried everything shy of cutting off her own arm. Why would her sister call attention to that awful reminder of her past? Bella's eyes refused to look at the offending appendage. Trust me, Bella, take a look. Narcissa had moved behind Bella and had gently placed her hands on her little sister's shoulder. Reluctantly, Bella rolled her left arm to look at the inner forearm. A single large tear escaped her eyes. She shuddered and her lips began to tremble. It's gone, Bella whispered. It's really gone. How did this happen? Bella asked Narcissa while continuing to look at the unblemished skin of her forearm. To be honest, I don't know. But both of you have undergone some sort of regeneration. Harry seems to have had the most dramatic change. He no longer has the lightning bolt scar. Harry, without realizing what he had done, wandlessly conjured a hand mirror. Bloody hell. It's gone, the feckin' scar is gone. Bella bounced back over to the bed and straddled Harry as he sat propped up against the headboard of the bed. Bella ran her fingers over the place where Harry's scar had been and only felt smooth skin. Harry, your eyes, they changed too. Oh, let me see. Harry raised the mirror again and looked at himself, and at first he did not notice anything, but then he saw it. A ring of violet surrounded the irises of his own green eyes. I have your color, Bella, Harry said, still looking at the change through the mirror. That's not all that changed, Harry. You've grown at least half a foot, and oh my, look at this chest, she said, pushing her hands up his pectoral muscle. Her eyes darkened as she slid her hips back and forth on his lap. Oh, yes, she shuddered. Some wonderful growth. Bellatrix Adian Black. This is not the time or place for, well, it's just not the time or place, said a scandalized Narcissa Malfoy. Bella made a pouting face and slid off Harry. Harry would have made any Weasley proud with the color his face was turning at that moment. You old prude, whispered Bella. What was that? Nothing, sister dear. Bella smirked. Well, I suggest if you two are up to it. Oh, Harry's definitely up to it, Bella mewed. What I was going to say. Narcissa growled. If you are up to it, I will have Grissy fix you some breakfast. There are some clothes in the boudoir, Harry, that should fit you until we can get you some other clothes. The bathroom is through that door on the left. I suggest you take a shower and make yourself presentable. Breakfast will be ready in about 30 minutes. After breakfast there are a few things we need to discuss. Narcissa gave the couple one last look and then left the bedroom. Neither noticed the small smile that she had on her face as the door closed behind her. Once Narcissa had left, Bella and Harry moved quickly to each other. Bella threw her arms around Harry's neck and buried her face into the crook of his neck. Harry wrapped his arms around Bella's waist and pulled her tightly against him. Several minutes passed by without either saying a word. They seemed to just lose themselves in the scent and feeling of the other. "We made it, we both made it," Bella whispered into Harry's neck. The gentle warm puff of air on his skin sent shivers down his body. "It was all you, Bella, you saved me. I wouldn't be here if not for you." He squeezed her tighter, basking in the warmth of her body pressed against his own. "Well then, I guess you owe me a life debt then," she teased. "Oh, now what can I do with a life debt from the boy who lived?" she said in mock speculation while tapping her lips with her index finger. "Oh, so many possibilities," she purred, now tracing a long thin finger down Harry's bare chest. "Oh sweet Merlin, she's going to kill me if she keeps this up." Harry thought to himself. "Oh, I would never kill you, my love, torture maybe but never kill," she teasingly replied. "Ah, you heard that?" asked a surprised Harry. "Of course I did, I'm standing in front of you, silly." "Yeah, but I didn't say that out loud. I just thought it," replied a bewildered Harry. "Really?" asked a curious Bella. "Think of something else." "Okay, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever met." "Why thank you, love, you're not so bad yourself." "Whoa, so you can read my thoughts. I wonder if this is a result of the ritual. Do you think I can read your thoughts as well?" "Well, I think it's maybe more of sharing thoughts, Harry. Thoughts and feelings. I swear I could feel your embarrassment and then your excitement just a moment ago. But let's see if you can hear my thoughts. Once you turn 16, Harry, I'm gonna give you such a birthday gift it will make you blush from head to toe." Harry turned bright red as he saw the images of what Bella wanted to do with him. "Well, I guess that answered that question," Bella said as she walked toward the bed, swaying her hips and smirking. Bella sat on the edge of the bed and patted the spot next to her. Harry walked over and sat down next to the beautiful witch. "Harry, I think a lot more happened in the ritual than was intended. I don't know how, but I feel my magic is a lot stronger than I'm used to. I've de-aged. Even when I was younger and in good shape I never felt this good or looked this healthy. And just look at you. You have changed into this Adonis of a man. You look so much older than 15. Harry blushed. "I feel the change too, Bella. I feel a much stronger connection to my magic. I can actually feel it coursing through me, wanting to be let loose. I also feel like well, that is to say, I feel like we're connected somehow more than just being able to hear each other's thoughts. It's like my magic is reaching out to you, pulling me to you, and yours is calling to me. Does that make sense?" "It does, Harry. Since I woke I've felt a strong pull toward you, like somehow we are two halves of the same whole." Bella reached out and placed a caressing hand on Harry's face and looked deeply into his eyes. "Harry, whatever this is, and for what it's worth, I'm thankful for it. I can think of no one else that I'd rather be connected to than you." She leaned forward and captured his lips with hers. It was warm and gentle and filled with love. "We better get cleaned up and dressed before Sissy comes barging in to break up the improprieties." Bella smiled. "I'm sure Narcissa can explain a bit more as to our new connection. You go shower up first, unless of course you want some company." Bella waggled her eyebrows. No. I'll just go in and take a quick shower," Harry stuttered. "A cold one," Harry thought to himself. "I heard that." Bella giggled. "Youage." Harry groaned, shaking his head as he entered the master bathroom. Things were definitely becoming interesting. Bella and Harry walked hand in hand as they descended the stairs from the second floor to the first. Bella gave Harry a quick tour of the ancient manor. Harry admired the hominess of Black Manor. It had a warm and lived-in appearance. It was nothing like number 12 Grimmauld Place with its dark hallways, foreboding atmosphere and its homage to everything Slytherin. Black Manor was decorated like a country estate with many windows that allowed the sunlight to fill the home with its warmth. Hardwood floors covered the first floor with Persian accent rugs that ran down the hallways and filled the various rooms. Rich oak and cherry wood furniture decorated the parlor and library, old Welsh and Celtic tapestries hung on the walls as hunting scenes and ancient battles played out on them. Several portraits were hung in the library of former lords and ladies of the ancient and most noble House of Black. The library was huge. Bella informed him that an expansion charm gave the library its depth. She boasted that the Black Library contained the Wizarding world's most extensive collection of magical and Muggle books. Bella explained that most of the Muggle books were those of literary art. There were many first-edition books by Shakespeare and a few handwritten unpublished works from the Bard. There were also history books and some books of a scientific nature. I find it interesting that a house that is so deep in pureblood philosophy would have even one Muggle book. Harry commented. A long time ago the Black Patriarchs realized that knowledge is power, and the more knowledge one had the more powerful they became. They realized that the Muggles outnumbered wizarding kind and they realized that ignorance to that culture could have deadly consequences. It would be foolish not to learn everything you can about the people who surround you. I guess that makes sense. But I'm guessing that your family's perspective of Muggles is not commonplace amongst most wizarding houses. Actually, you'd be surprised, but most will never admit to it. Harry, the Blacks have always been politically astute and knew that the wizarding world would always rely on commerce with the Muggles to some extent. Tell me, have you seen many farms owned by wizards? Well, no, but you have to remember I was raised in a Muggle environment and my knowledge of the magical world is limited to what I learn at school or from what my friends tell me. Bella nodded. Most wizards, Harry, see manual labor to be beneath them. It's considered the work of servants or the lower class. However, there are not enough house elves in Britain to work enough farms to feed the magical population, and keeping Muggles as a South Avenue workforce was banned centuries ago. So we are forced to deal with the Muggles to feed our own people. So you're saying that we need Muggles to survive. So why is there such enmity felt for the Muggles? Well, it's the age-old battle between the haves and have-not, isn't it? The Muggles have the technology and workforce to be self-sufficient. They don't need us, but we need them, and that dependence on a culture that most wizards see as inferior to our own is a bitter pill to swallow. So naturally that jealousy turns easily to hate, and that hate is what inspires those to join people like Grindelwald and Voldemort. But if the wizarding world needs the Muggles, then why are there groups trying to destroy them? Well, Voldemort, like Grindelwald, believes he can conquer the Muggle world and then subjugate the Muggles once more and create a servant class. You mean a South Avenue class? Harry growled. Yes, Harry, I mean a South Avenue class. Voldemort doesn't actually think he'll succeed, does he? I mean, there are billions of Muggles and their weaponry could literally wipe our kind of the face of the earth. I don't know if he believes it or not, but he has convinced his followers that they will one day rule over the Muggles. And the first part of that goal is to take over the magical communities first and then crown himself emperor of wizarding kind. Much like the French Muggle Napoleon crowned himself emperor. Well, that didn't work out too well for Napoleon, and I don't expect that Voldemort could do much better. Harry said smugly. True, Harry, but if he were able to unite the wizarding communities around the world, whether by force or acquiescence, he could do a lot of damage. Voldemort is cunning, Harry, a true Slytherin. He will not make overt moves on the magical governments. Instead, he will begin planting his own people, and then slowly, as they get entrenched in the various ministries, he can begin to push forward his own agenda. You won't even see it happening until it's too late. Harry was indeed thought about what Bella had said as they entered the kitchens. The smell of fresh baked bread and frying bacon captured his senses. A loud growl from his stomach caused him a bit of embarrassment as Narcissa chuckled from the small breakfast table. I was about to send a search party of elves out to find you two if you'd have not arrived in the next few minutes. She smirked. Bella was just giving me a private tour. I'm sure she was. Was it a private tour, dear sister, or a tour of your pre? I was just showing him the manor, O Queen of Innuendo. Bella hastily replied. Narcissa gave her sister a saucy smile and then turned and gave Harry a seductive wink. Well, if you're hungry, Grissy has made quite the buffet, so plate up. Harry and Bella headed to the side bar and filled their plates. 3 days of being unconscious had built up quite the appetite for the new couple, and they planned on catching up. Narcissa watched as the couple had consumed 3 plates each of eggs, bacon, sausage, fried tomatoes and toast. She shook her head in amazement at the quantity of food consumed. When the couple had finished, she suggested they go to the study to discuss recent developments. Harry and Bella sat together in a very comfy leather love seat while Narcissa sat in a high-back burgundy-colored leather chair just in front of them. She reached inside her robes and pulled out 2 letters. Before we start our discussion, these Gringotts letters came for each of you. I received one myself, but I expect yours to contain additional information in them. Take a close look at the names on the letters. She handed the 2 letters over to Harry and Bella, who gave her curious looks. Harry turned over his letter and read, Lord Hadrian James Potter, Ancient and Most Noble House of Potter. Hadrian Potter. Who is Hadrian Potter? Harry asked. I believe that is you, Harry. It is your given name. Harry is just a diminutive. Narcissa informed. I never knew. I've always just been Harry since I was told my name when I started school. I didn't even know I had a name until then. Narcissa raised an eyebrow at this, and Bella just scowled as she recalled the memory from Harry and wishing that she had prolonged the death of the Dursleys just a little bit longer and made them really suffer. Harry glanced at Bella, feeling her emotions, and gave her an appreciative smile. Bella suddenly gasped as she looked at the name on her envelope. Lady Bellatrix Adian Potter Black, Ancient and Most Noble House of Potter. Harry looked at her envelope and was utterly confused. He looked up at Bella, who seemed to be paralyzed with shock, and then turned to Narcissa, who only shrugged and looked sympathetic. Why is Bella's letter addressed that way? Harry asked the room. Well, apparently the goblins believe that the 2 of you are married. The how is a little complicated. I know the goblins have a way of tracing one's blood. It is impossible to trick a goblin with false claims of heirship of a noble or ancient family. In the wizarding world, Harry, when a couple wed, their bloodlines become fused. This is done by making a small cut in the palms of the bride and groom. When they clasp hands, the blood then intermingles. The couple then makes a magical vow and expresses their love and commitment to each other. Their combined blood becomes a hybrid of the 2 original. The goblins can detect this, which foils anyone other than the true spouse from gaining access to the family vaults, and any children between the 2 will also share this hybrid bloodline. Quote, okay, but I still don't get how the goblins came to the conclusion that Bella and I are married. It's ancient magic, Harry. Within the old houses, a magical list or genealogical record is kept in the main family vault, and a copy is also kept in the legal office of the bank. Whenever there is a marriage or a birth in that family, the records are magically updated and the bank heads are notified. I believe this is what has happened. Quote, so for some reason the Potter house has recognized me as being married to Harry. Do you believe the ritual we performed had anything to do with it? Bella asked. It's only a theory, but I believe so. The goblins may know more, but we won't know until we see them. Narcissa replied. I'm sorry, Harry, Bella began. I didn't realize that that would happen. I'll understand if you're ups. Harry quickly placed a finger over her lips, interrupting her. Don't even go there, Bella. You know I love you, and if it's true that we are somehow married, I'm far from disappointed. In fact, I hope that we are. I promise to you there is no other person I would rather spend the rest of my life with. Bella felt the truth in his voice and felt the emotions from his heart. And I promise to you that I'm forever yours. No one will ever take your place. Tenderly they leaned toward each other. As their lips touched, their auras flared. It was a promise sealed in magic. Narcissa sat misty-eyed and marveled at the love that flowed from the couple. It was palpable and was almost overcoming. Well, she cleared her throat and dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. So why don't you open your letters and find out what the goblins want? Harry opened his letter and read aloud. Lord Potter, we extend our greetings and congratulations on achieving your majority and to your recent marriage to the Lady Bellatrix Potter. With these recent developments, we ask that you come to the Gringotts branch in London at your earliest convenience. The meeting will go over your taking on the mantle of Lord Potter, reviewing the Potter holdings, accounts, and other legal matters concerning the ancient and most noble house of Potter. We will also go over the wills of Lord James and Lady Lily Potter. This letter is to also inform you of the private reading of the last will and testament of Lord Sirius Orion Black that will take place on Saturday 22 of June at 8 a.m. and the public reading on Sunday the 23 of June at 12 p.m. As you are the principal beneficiary of the Black estate, you are not required to attend the Sunday reading. We at Gringotts express our condolences for the loss of your godfather. The Blacks have been very profitable clients and hope to continue to do business with the new Lord Black. For your convenience, Lord Potter, this letter will act as a one-time portkey. The activation phrase is, Gringotts now. It will bring you to a private lobby reserved for our more influential clients. You may use it at any time. We are available to you 24 hours a day. Senior Potter Account Manager, Slingblade. Harry looked up from the letter, a whirlwind of emotions blowing through his mind. Bella, sensing his emotional struggle, gently wrapped her arms around his waist and pulled him toward her. He turned into her embrace and laid his head on her shoulder. She began to slowly stroke his long dark hair in an attempt to comfort him. He took several slow deep breaths, inhaling her scent, that same scent that had always brought him comfort. "I'm here, love, it's okay," Bella softly whispered. Harry was struggling with the guilt that returned to him over Sirius' death. He really hadn't had any time to grieve over the loss of the closest thing that he had to a father figure. The letter announcing the will reading brought a wall of emotions down upon him that he was not quite ready for. Bella gently rocked him in her arms and sent him all the love she felt for him to over the new bond they shared. The effect was almost immediate. He began to calm down as feelings and images of love washed over him. Bella then pushed images of her childhood to him, memories of Sirius playing pranks in school, others of Sirius using cheesy pickup lines on the female student body at Hogwarts. A small chuckle escaped his lips and the tension and guilt began to melt away. Harry composed himself and lifted his head off of Bella's shoulder. He gave her a short tender key. "Thank you," he muttered. "Are you okay, Harry?" Narcissa asked with a hint of concern in her voice. "Yes, Mrs. Malfoy. Just seeing that bit about the will reading shook me a bit. Harry, seeing as we are practically family now, please call me Narcissa or Sissy if you like." She smiled at the raven-haired boy. "Okay, Sissy." Harry smiled. "Good. Now Bella, what does your letter say?" Bella opened her letter and found that hers was similar to Harry's. "So when do you think we should go to Gringotts?" Bella commented. "I think as soon as possible. We need to get Harry some new clothes that befit a lord of his station." Narcissa said primly with a playful smirk. "I agree, my husband needs to look his best if he wants me on his arm." Bella said, trying to keep a straight face. "Hey, I am in the room, you know." "Yes, love, I know, but you should never interrupt women who are talking about shopping." With that, Narcissa began to chuckle, which caused Bella to giggle uncontrollably. Harry raised an eyebrow at the pair and just shook his head. "Not to rain on your gigglefest here, but we have a slight problem," Harry stated. "Bella is still wanted by the Ministry. If we show up in Diagon Alley, I'm sure people will take notice." The sisters looked at each other and Bella collapsed back into the love seat, sighing deeply. "He's right, Sissy. I just can't go strolling down the alley without a dozen Aurors showing up to arrest me." "Well, we can still get to Gringotts. Harry has the portkey the goblins gave him. Gringotts is considered sovereign goblin territory. The Ministry has no power there. We could also use a glamour charm while in the alley. It will last for at least a few hours. Plenty of time to do some shopping with our young hero here." Bella perked up at this, as did Harry. "Sissy, is there any way that we can clear Bella's name? I've seen her memories of the past and know that she was not in control of her actions. She was being controlled by potions and spells. Wouldn't that be enough to clear her name?" Harry asked with a little desperation in his voice. He wanted to be able to live a normal life with his new love, and that could not happen if she was still wanted by the Ministry. "I honestly don't know, Harry. She has been considered one of the Dark Lord's chief lieutenants. A lot of people would love to see her receive the Dementor's key." "What about Andy?" Bella queried. "She's a lawyer, isn't she? And I believe she is good friends with the head of the DMLE. Do you think she would help me once she knows the truth?" "I'll try and contact her. Maybe I can get her to meet us at Gringotts. Being on neutral ground might make her feel a bit safer. My relationship with her has been almost non-existent for years. But maybe there will be enough curiosity at my reaching out to her to make her come." Bella and Harry nodded and silently hoped that Andromeda Tonks would give Bella a chance to explain herself. "So on to another topic. How is it I have reached my majority when I'm not yet 16? Harry asked the two women. "There are a few ways that can happen, Harry, for instance by emancipation. In some pureblood families there is a stipulation put into the wills that should the last surviving member of an ancient house be a minor, he would be emancipated and considered an adult so he can take up the title of head of family. Also, a minor who is no younger than 15 and is legally wed will also be considered an adult. This may be the case with you and Bella. If you truly are married, then you would have been automatically emancipated and can assume your status as head of family and the title of Lord Potter. The goblins might be able to tell us more about that as well. Bella added. So what do you think about being married to me, Harry? Harry looked deep into her eyes and with a crooked smile. I think it's brilliant, but of course you already knew that, didn't you? Harry smiled, tapping the side of his head. Still nice to hear it out loud, love. We girls need constant affirmation, you know. She smiled, giving Harry a mischievous smirk and a poke in the ribs. Harry jumped up from the love seat and latched his hands around Bella's waist and mercilessly began to tickle her. Bella began to scream and laugh uncontrollably as she tried to escape Harry's tickle assault. You are so going to get it, mister. Bella squealed and then launched a counter-assault against the dark-haired young man. While Bella and Harry were occupied trying to conquer one another in the impromptu tickle war, Hermes entered the study and handed Narcissa the day's daily prophet. Narcissa's gasp went unnoticed by the couple now rolling around on the floor. As she continued to read the paper, her eyes grew wider and wider with each paragraph. Bloody hell. Harry and Bella seemed to freeze in mid-tickle, stunned by the expletive that came out of the mouth of the prim and proper Lady Malfoy. What is it, sissy? Asked a concerned Bella. Just take a look at this. Narcissa growled and handed the wizarding paper to Bella. Bella turned the paper back to the front page with Harry looking over her shoulder. Bloody hell, they both exclaimed. They stared at the large flashing headlines of the Daily Prophet, which read, June 2nd, 8 p.m., Voldemort's lair. What news do you bring me, Severus of Harry Potter? Asked a weakened Lord Voldemort from his private chambers. My lord, a kneeling Severus began. It appears that there has been an attack of the Potter boys' place of residence. It was completely destroyed by fiendfire. It is also suspected that all occupants were killed, my lord. An evil grin cracked through the normally emotionless face of the Dark Lord. That confirms my own suspicions of the boy's fate. My lord, last evening I felt an intense burst of pain through the connection I have with the insolent brat, and then nothing. I must admit that the pain was quite overwhelming, which has left me in my current physical state. What's more important is that I have not been able to re-establish the link. This can only mean that the boy is finally dead. I regret that it was not I who dealt the killing blow, but what's done is done. Yes, my lord. Do we know who cast the spell that destroyed the boy? Unfortunately, my lord, the identity of the perpetrator is as of yet unknown. And what of the Order? Do they have any leads? They are of the belief that it was the work of Death Eaters, my lord. The Order member who was on duty at the residence has disappeared. However, whoever cast the spell was a very powerful witch or wizard. Oh, and what makes you believe that? They were able to localize the spell just to the one home. Impressive indeed. Was this Order member a powerful wizard? Severus gave a small snort of derision. No, my lord, he is a two-bit thief and a drunk. He is a mediocre wizard at best and nowhere near capable of even casting the spell. A mystery then, Severus. Well, whoever he or she is, we owe them a debt of gratitude. Should I try and find the person in question, my lord? No. Potter is dead and that's all that matters. So how did Dumbledore and his Order take the news? The Order is in a state of shock at the moment. Without their supposed savior, some may lose their desire to fight against us. Still, there are those who will continue to blindly follow the old fool. Voldemort nodded in agreement. Severus, we must continue to keep the Order off balance and broken. I want you to write a letter to the Prophet that states that the same fate that came to Harry Potter awaits all who oppose the Dark Lord. This will sow the seeds of uncertainty and keep the magical public in fear of reprisals should they speak out against us. It will be done, my lord. Good. Now, have you brought the restorative potions I ordered you to bring? Of course, my lord. Once I regain my strength, we will move forward with our plans. Until then, go back to Dumbledore until I call for you again. I live to serve, my lord. Snape then stood and bowed as he walked backwards 3 steps, then turned and walked out of his lord's presence. June 2nd, 10:15 p.m. Hogwarts Headmaster's Office. Severus Snape had barely set foot back in Hogwarts when he received a Patronus message from Dumbledore asking him to come up to the headmaster's office. Snape grimaced as he turned and headed for the question and answer session he was sure the headmaster wanted. Slipping by the gargoyle sentinel and trudging up the spiral staircase, Snape pondered not for the first time the hell his life had become. The one thing he thought would be a bright spot in his otherwise insufferable existence was the death of the only child of his school tormentor and rival. So why did he feel nothing? He felt neither joy or sadness, nor remorse or satisfaction. Had he finally reached the point where he felt absolutely nothing for anything or anyone? He was a black hole where emotion of any kind was swallowed up and obliterated to the vacuum of space. Snape wondered what the purpose of living was if he could not feel. A life without emotions, is that any life at all? Hate was all that had sustained him for many years. Hate of everything Potter. It consumed him, it gave him a reason to get up every morning. Just the thought of being able to put a Potter in their place was almost orgasmic. But now with the last of the Potters dead, his focus for the last 15 years was gone. Snape had nothing left to hate, and therefore had nothing left at all. He knew his existence now only revolved around the good graces of Dumbledore and the Dark Lord. And when he was no longer useful to either of them, he would be tossed aside, or in the Dark Lord's case most likely killed. "Ah, Severus, my boy, come in," spoke Dumbledore as Severus Snape entered the cluttered office. "You wished to see me, Headmaster." "Yes, Severus, please have a seat." Dumbledore grabbed a drop from the candy bowl on his desk and popped it into his mouth. "Care for one?" he asked the now seated potions master. "Thank you, but no, Headmaster." Dumbledore smiled and sat back in his chair, his blue eyes twinkling and staring unblinkingly at the sallow-faced man. "Very well, Severus. So what do you have to report?" "It is as we had feared. The Dark Lord has indeed lost the connection with Potter. Our reason to believe that the Potter brat is dead seems to be collaborated. Now, Severus, it's not wise to speak ill of the dead. Does he know who killed him?" "No, he is as perplexed about that as we are. But he has planned to take credit anyway. His hope is that it will destroy the morale of the people and give them reason not to oppose him. Then we must give them a reason to rally against him. What we need is another savior," Albus stated, stroking his long white beard. Snape raised an eyebrow. "Another savior, Headmaster?" "Indeed," said the calculating headmaster. "We need someone that the people will rally to." Harry was not the only boy that could have been the one the prophecy spoke of. Snape was staring at the headmaster in quiet disbelief. "And who is this other child?" "Neville Longbottom," Albus simply replied. "Longbottom? Have you lost your mind, Headmaster? The boy is barely beyond the skills of a squib. I think you will find that his confidence has increased over this last year, thanks in part to Harry's unsanctioned defense group. You would be sending the boy to his death, Albus. He does not have the skill or Potter's damnable luck to be anything more than fodder to be trampled over. His skills, Severus, are not what are important. Psychological warfare is a powerful tool in any war. Voldemort uses this tactic to great success. We need a rallying banner and a martyr for the cause. We need something that will call the people to action, and inspire them to raise their wands against this threat. Neville is from a pureblood family and could rally other purebloods who are sitting on the fence. So you are willing to sacrifice another boy in hopes that it will inspire others to fight. You arrogant bastard. And when he fails, I suppose we just find another." Snape hissed. "I will do what is necessary for the greater good, Severus. Sometimes sacrifices must be made. Then you will do it without me, Headmaster, before I become just another sacrifice on your chessboard of the greater good." Snape spat. "I'm afraid that will not do, Severus. I still have need of your services and you will comply. If not willingly, there are other ways to assure your loyalty and cooperation. And what is it you think you can do to me that I have not already suffered at the hands of the Dark Lord? I am not some schoolboy you can bully around, Albus. I will no longer be a part of your obliviate." A glassy-eyed Severus Snape returned to his dungeon office with a new set of modified memories and a powerful loyalty potion flowing through his veins. Much to do, we must get Longbottom ready for his destiny. It is for the greater good after all. Severus Snape hummed. June 4, 10 a.m. Black Manor. The Boy Who Lived Murdered. By Rita Skeeter. It is the sad duty of this reporter to report to you, my faithful readers, that Harry Potter, the savior of the wizarding world, was struck down in the prime of his life shortly after arriving at his home on June 1, 1996 at about 9 p.m. local time. Information discovered by yours truly has learned that the boy hero was living with the Muggle sister of the late Lady Lily Potter, one Petunia Dursley, who resided with her husband and only son in Surrey. According to an anonymous letter that was received at the news desk of the Daily Prophet, the Dursley home was attacked by you-know-who and his band of dark wizards and witches known as Death Eaters. It is believed that the Dark Lord himself cast one of the most destructive dark curses just below the level of the Unforgivables. The Fiendfire Curse. This dastardly curse, when cast, creates a living fire that consumes everything within its path. Once cast, the fire is unquenchable and must burn itself out. Only the most powerful of transfiguration masters can alter the composition of fiendfire into something more benign, otherwise there is no other magical or muggle means to extinguish the raging fire until it accomplishes its caster's wish. According to sources, witness saw the boy who lived enter the house with his muggle relatives just prior to the attack. But this begs the question, why was the Potter heir apparent living in a muggle neighborhood and not at his family's ancestral home, which is renowned to have wards second only to those of Gringotts Bank itself? It has been speculated that this attack was in retaliation for the defeat of you-know-who and 12 of his followers by Harry Potter and 5 of Potter's closest friends at the Ministry for Magic. For more on the battle at the Ministry for Magic, turn to page 6. As was reported by this paper some few weeks ago, Harry Potter led his group of friends in a battle for their lives as none other than he who must not be named was discovered to have returned from the dead and had engaged the group in battle. Several escaped Death Eaters were recaptured and a few surprising arrests as well, such as longtime Fudge support Lucius Malfoy. There has been no word or comment on Lord Malfoy's arrest from Minister Fudge. We at the Prophet also call for an investigation into the Fudge-Malfoy relationship and the alleged links to the Dark Lord. How much did Fudge really know of the Dark Lord's return? Is he in cahoots with the Death Eaters? These and other questions beg us to consider if we are in good hands under the current administration. We at the Prophet demand that an investigation of the death of the young hero be commenced immediately and those responsible are brought to justice. For a biography of the boy hero, turn to page 4. The Boy Whose Luck Ran Out, by Horace Tabor. While we at the Prophet mourn with the rest of the wizarding world over the loss of Harry Potter, this reporter has found the truth behind the myth and legend of the boy who lived. In an exclusive interview with Ronald B. Weasley, who was one of the Ministry Six and best friend of the now deceased hero, we learn surprising details into the life of Harry Potter. The following is an edited transcript of my interview with the ginger-haired wizard. Well, you see, Harry knew nothing of magic or our world until I took him under my wing starting in first year. He was complete rubbish at most everything, so I helped him out where I could, of course. If it weren't for me helping the poor bloke, he would have been kicked out of Hogwarts his first year. So you were saying that he struggled with learning magic? Oh yeah, complete rubbish. I kind of felt sorry for him. He couldn't even ride a broom before I gave him some private lessons. We had heard that he actually had quite the aptitude for magic, and he is well known for his prowess on a broom. He did win the Tri-Wizard Cup and was being scouted by many of the top professional Quidditch teams. Are you saying that all those accomplishments are a result of your tutelage? My what? Your tutoring and training? Oh, yeah. I helped Harry with pretty much everything. I'm just not the kind to want all the glory, you know. I let Harry have the spotlight. He would have been killed in the Tri-Wizard tournament if I hadn't, taught him and stuff. I'm unbeaten at chess, and it was my strategies that helped him win. What about the fight at the Ministry for Magic? I understood that he led you and your friends in a fight against the Death Eaters and you-know-who. Well, I wouldn't say led, I made up the plan and everything that got us through, and it was my knowledge of tactics that held off the Death Eaters until backup arrived. But what of Harry's fight against the Dark Lord? He did do that on his own. Well, he lost, didn't he? If it weren't for Dumbledore, Harry would have snuffed it right there and then. So was there anything special about the boy who lived? No, not really. He was pretty average, if not a little below average in power and spell knowledge. I've had to save his life several times over the last 5 years. If I had been there when his home was attacked, I'm pretty sure I could have saved him again. But I guess his luck ran out. More of the Weasley interview can be found on page 9. There you have it, readers. The real boy who lived was more the boy who got lucky. Next week I interview a fuming Harry crumpled the paper in his hands. That arrogant son of a bit, who the hell does he thinks he is? I'll show him below average the next time I see that prat. Harry stormed around the room as thin bolts of electricity crackling around his body shattered glass and scorched wood. Harry, love, calm down. Bella ignored the bolts of accidental magic and pulled Harry into a firm embrace and kissed him hard on the lips to get his attention. Harry, you need to calm down before you set the manor on fire. Harry, shocked by the sudden key, halted his tirade. He looked into the violet eyes of his Bella. He never got tired of thinking about the lovely witch and her declaration of love for him. She had always been able to calm him, and this was no exception. I'm sorry, love, he whispered. He pulled her closer to him and buried his face into the crook of her neck. He inhaled the wonderful scent that was uniquely her, and immediately the anger and tension ebbed away. Well, that was interesting, Narcissa chuckled nervously. All right there, Harry? She asked. Yeah, sorry about that, sissy. That was just a bit unexpected. I can't believe he said all that. Some friend he turned out to be. Well, there are a few other things mentioned in the paper that you may not like. A hesitant Narcissa stated. Harry's head lifted off Bella's shoulder and he glared at the tall blonde witch. What else does it say, sissy? A thin-lipped Harry growled out. Bella squeezed his hands and brought his focus back to her. Whatever it is, Harry, you will remain calm, okay? Harry started to object, but Bella pushed him down on a chair and quickly sat in his lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. Calm, she said as she kissed him lightly on the lips. Calm, she kissed him once again. Calm, she said seductively as she gave him another kiss, but this one was much deeper and slower. She felt his heartbeat begin to calm and slow and his little general begin to rise. She pulled slowly back from the kiss, giving him her best sultry smile. Okay, I'm calmed, but now I'm totally aroused. Harry pouted. Do you two need a room or should I just throw some cold water on you? Narcissa smirked, giving the pair an exasperated look. Sorry, sissy. So what else does that rag of a paper say? Sighed a frustrated Harry. Are you two going to behave? Behaving is so overrated. But we'll behave, for now. Pouted an amused Bella. Narcissa gave an exaggerated sigh and continued. Well, it seems that Mrs. Weasley is making a play for the Potter fortune. What do you mean she is making a play for my family fortune? Harry asked with an edge in his voice. Bella gave his hand a gentle squeeze and he calmed. Well, the article states that you were betrothed to Ginevra Molly Weasley by a marriage contract signed by Arthur Weasley and Albus Dumbledore acting as your magical guardian. The goblins are quoted as saying that Mrs. Weasley has argued that since her daughter was your betrothed that she should inherit House Potter. Quote. What? I never agreed to such a thing, yelled an outraged Harry. Marriage contracts have been a part of our culture for centuries, Harry. Mostly among the noble houses as a way to create political allies and strengthen their standing in the Wizengamot. Narcissa replied. But how does she plan to get my house? I never married Ginny, so wouldn't that mean the contract was voided? Not necessarily, there have been incidences where the betrothed inherited from her expired fiancé. Though this has never happened to a house that has ancient and noble status. Why is that? Harry asked. The noble houses had passed through many laws through the Wizengamot to protect themselves from hostile takeovers from rival families. Anciently you could claim another house in a few different ways. The first was by conquest. If the lord of one house defeated the lord of another house in mutual combat, then the victor would claim all properties and titles of the defeated lord. He would then take the wife of the defeated lord as a second wife and thus cement his claim as lord of that house, which then became a sept of the conquering house. Whoa. Does that still happen? No, that policy was done away with in the 17th century. Many great houses fell to extinction because of power-hungry lords who wanted to expand their domains and treasuries. House Black had taken over no less than 20 minor houses before the law was rescinded. Even House Potter benefited from the ancient law. I believe they were responsible for at least 30 or more minor and major houses being assimilated into House Potter. Harry sat stunned, not sure how to respond to the knowledge that the Potters were responsible for destroying other wizarding houses. Don't think poorly of your family, love. It was a different time and warfare was common. If you did not show strength you were seen as weak, which made your house a target. Bella soothingly told him. I guess I understand, it's just a little overwhelming. Bella gave him a small smile and kissed him tenderly. To continue, the second way to take over another house was by forfeit. If you were financially indebted to another house and could not repay that debt when it was called due, all your properties would be sold off to repay it. However, if the debt was greater than all your assets combined, then everything would then be turned over to the other house. This included not only land, but also titles and political seats. The chattel would become indentured servants and could also be sold off as s*avs if the lord so wanted. Tell me that one has been overturned as well. Harry stated. Not entirely. You can no longer sell people into s*Avery, but those members of the indebted family become wards of that house and are subject to the will of their new lord. Bella said. Okay, so what is the next way? The third way is through marriage and bloodlines. Narcissa continued. Okay, I think I'm a bit more familiar with this type. Harry commented. Right, well you know of the traditional way of when a woman marries a lord of a noble house a blood ritual takes place. The wife now literally carries within her veins the blood of that house. Now if her husband dies without a male heir and she remarries into another house, her new husband can claim lordship over her house. If she never remarries but had daughters by her husband, then the firstborn male of the daughters would inherit the lordship over the house. Okay, I understand all of that. But it still doesn't explain why Molly thinks that Ginny would inherit my house. Harry asked, still perplexed. There have been a few precedences where a house was given to the widowed fiancé, when the house would have become extinct otherwise. But in every case that I've heard of, the betrothed would have had to have been of that bloodline however distant. The house blood however small in the person would be recognized by the family magic and then permitted to become head of house or lady of the house. Are the Weasleys related to me somehow? I don't know, Harry. Narcissa sighed. We would need to get to the Potter family vault and look at the family genealogy list, or have the goblins look at their copy. Well, I think a visit to Gringotts is our #1 priority then. And while we're in Diagon Alley, I need to look at getting a new wand. Harry said, scratching his head and trying to process everything he had just heard. I think some new cloths as well, love. Bella said while nuzzling Harry's nose with her own. I still need to contact Andy about your situation, Bella. Hopefully she'll be willing to hear us out. Narcissa said, hoping the oldest black sister would give them a chance. Narcissa made her way to the kitchen to make a few flow calls. Bella snuggled into Harry and closed her eyes. Within a few minutes Bella's breathing slowed and deepened as she fell asleep in Harry's lap. Harry's mind continued to spin as he held Bella in his arms. He felt a headache coming on and groaned as he let his head rest against the back of the chair. In less than a week his whole life had turned upside down. From being nearly beaten to death, to seeing Sirius in the afterlife, if that was what it was, to finding love with an amazing woman and undergoing some dramatic physical and magical changes. To top it off, everyone believed him dead. His so-called best friend basically was calling him a mediocre wizard who was more lucky than skilled. And now the mother figure in his life was conspiring to take his fortune in some twisted marriage contract scam. Yep, besides Bella everything else seemed completely fubard. Harry wondered with great trepidation what the next few days would bring. The morning of June 5th arrived much too early for Harry Potter. He had not slept a wink, his mind was too busy going over the events of the last 5 days. He had returned to the Dursleys from school only to be viciously attacked and left in the cellar of the home believed dead. Then he was miraculously rescued by Bellatrix Black. This cousin of his godfather Sirius Black had been watching over him since his 3rd year at Hogwarts. It wasn't until the end of his 4th year that he discovered that she had been visiting him regularly and had comforted him during his times of greatest need. She would hold him and gently sing to him. The scent of sandalwood and spice that he now knew was her had become a balm to his soul. She had been an almost constant presence in his life during his 5th year. There were many letters sent between the two and many late-night visits where they would talk for hours hidden behind the curtains of his 4-poster bed. A silencing charm was added so they would not be overheard. There were even a few nights that she would curl up next to him and hold him tightly when his nightmares came to call. He wasn't sure when it happened or how, but he began to fall in love with her, and now having access to Bella's memories he knew that she had begun to fall in love with him about the same time. Even though they did not realize it at the time, the seed had been planted and it grew and grew. Harry smiled down lovingly at the head of wavy ebony hair that rested on his chest. Her left arm was draped across his torso and he could hear and feel her deep gentle breaths as she slept. They had not gone any further than hugs and kisses and a little bit of exploration. But they were still learning to be comfortable with the new relationship and wanted to take it slow. However, they quickly realized that their bonding was still trying to stabilize, and when they tried to separate from each other for any extended length of time they felt a sudden weakness throughout their bodies and queasiness in their stomachs. The feeling would quickly vanish as soon as they touched. So they decided to stay in the same room and share the same bed. Not that Harry or Bella complained about the matter. The bonding was another matter that gave him pause. Bella had literally risked her own life to save his. He had witnessed her vow to him through her memories. He could feel the key she had given him prior to the ritual and felt the overwhelming love that was behind it. Harry's heart tightened and tears threatened to fall from his eyes. He had never known love, not really. He knew that he cared for his friends, and he knew he also loved Sirius and maybe even Remus, is something approaching the love of a son for a father. But the level of love he felt for Bella and the level she felt for him was on a completely different scale. Although he was young and inexperienced in matters of the heart, he knew with absolute certainty that he wanted to spend the rest of his life with Bella. She made him feel complete. She was that missing part of himself that he had not realized he had been missing. And now that he felt whole, he would fight to keep it that way. The ritual also was on his mind, well, more explicitly the side effects of the ritual, which had caused a lot of changes in him, not only magically but physically as well. His body had drastically changed. He was much taller. His body was physically in the best shape he had ever been. Whatever the ritual did, it was amazing. Not only did it cause a growth spurt and rebuild his muscle and skeletal structure, but it had healed all his scars. No trace of them remained, which left his skin smooth and unblemished. Not even Madame Pomfrey could get rid of all the scars he had received over the years. His eyesight seemed to have been repaired as well, and he no longer needed glasses to see. Bella had pointed this out after he had read the Daily Prophet. He had not realized that he did not have them on, but was ecstatic that he would no longer need them. Even his hair had lengthened to his shoulders and changed from the thick, unruly, coarse hair to a very soft and silky black, very similar to Bella's. Then there were the magical changes. He could now feel his magic flowing through him like a rushing river. He not been able to ever feel his magic before, unless he was casting a spell, and even then it felt like a gentle pull, nothing like the feeling he was experiencing now. It just seemed to flow naturally and unimpeded. He and Bella had performed some minor wandless magic the day before. A levitation charm for one, and he had dimmed the lights in his bedroom with a wave of his hand when they shared an afternoon nap together. Bella had performed a wandless breath-freshening charm when they awoke a couple hours later. They hadn't tried anything else, but both were eager to test their limitations. Wandless magic was incredibly difficult to perform, and only the most powerful magical cores could focus the magic enough that it did not require a wand. There had only been a few witches and wizards throughout history that had the ability. Merlin and Morgana were the most notable, and in more recent history Albus Dumbledore and Tom Riddle. But the greatest gift, at least that was how Harry saw it, was his mental link with Bella. It was a little confusing at times when he would randomly hear or feel her thoughts and emotions. It was difficult to tell sometimes where her thoughts and emotions began and his ended. It seemed like a plate of long pasta noodles that weaved and intertwined with all the other noodles, not knowing where one strand began and one ended. Bella had told him that with time she believed the bond would settle itself and to be patient. Harry didn't mind the mental connection to Bella. In fact, he loved the closeness it brought between the two. They kept no secrets from each other. Their respective lives were opened up to each other, nothing was hidden. The level of trust and love was absolute. Bella began to stir and pulled herself tighter against Harry. She snuggled her head into the crook of Harry's neck. Soft lips brushed against his neck and warm breath tickled the sensitive nerve endings, sending a wave of pleasure crashing through his body. His reaction was immediate and not unexpected for a young man in his prime as nature took over. Harry slowly tried to pull his hips away from the warm body that was attached to his, embarrassed that she would realize his dilemma. However, the more Harry tried to pull back, the more Bella snuggled in closer. Her left leg fell over Harry's left leg as she turned her body more into his. She slowly slid her leg up the length of Harry's till it was forced to stop by a lengthy part of Harry's anatomy. Harry froze and closed his eyes, laying his head back into his pillow and quietly moaned at the contact. Bella had worn an oversized bed shirt to bed that stopped about mid-thigh. During the night it had ridden up, and now a bare thigh was pressed against the hardness that was Harry. Harry again moaned at the warmth that pressed against him, sending his hormones into critical mass, threatening a premature explosion. "Is that for me?" a soft voice purred as Bella caressed Harry's manhood with her thigh that was slowly moving up and down. A sputtering Harry tried to get his voice to work, but it was just not cooperating as he tried to say something, anything. Harry's face became an interesting shade of crimson as he stared down into the mirthful eyes of Bellatrix Black. "You were too cute when you were speechless." Bella giggled. "But I guess it's time we start our day, lover boy." Bella reached up and lightly kissed a still dumbfounded Harry. She removed her leg from Harry's and reached down with her hand and gave him a quick squeeze before quickly jumping out of their bed. Harry just stared at Bella as she seductively swayed her hips as she walked toward their shared bathroom. With a peek over her shoulder and a seductive wink she entered the bathroom, closing the door behind her. Harry let out a long breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding and stared up at the ceiling. "Oh, that woman is going to kill me." He gave out an exasperated chuckle. The next thing he heard was giggling coming from the bathroom. An hour later, a bathed and freshly dressed Harry and Bella descended to the kitchen where their noses were drawn to the smell of frying bacon. The house elf Grissy had gone all out with fresh baked muffins, stuffed omelets, bacon, sausage, and a variety of juices. Harry and Bella had begun to plate their breakfast when Narcissa entered through the kitchen door. "Excellent, I'm glad to see you both awake. Sleep well. I slept as cozy as a kitten. Although I think Harry failed to get a full night's rest." Bella smiled, although he was up to saluting the morning. Bella smirked mischievously. Narcissa raised a manicured eyebrow in the quickly reddening young man. "I see," chuckled an amused Narcissa at the embarrassed young man before her. "I've informed the goblins that we wanted to meet with them this morning about Harry's status and to discuss his parents and serious will. They agreed to meet with us this morning at 10 a.m. I was also able to convince Andy to meet with us at 12 p.m. after the goblins had graciously allowed us to use one of their conference rooms that temporarily suppresses magic. Andy wanted to make sure there was no funny business, as it were." "Did you tell her I would be there, sissy?" "No, I felt that if I disclosed that she would be extremely reluctant to come, if not dead set against it." Bella nodded understandingly. Harry gently squeezed Bella's hand. "I'm sure she'll help you once she knows the full story, love," Harry encouraged. "I hope so, Harry," Bella whispered as she laid her head on his shoulder. Harry wrapped his arms around her and kissed her forehead. Harry put all the love he felt for her into his heart and willed it to her through their bond. Bella immediately was flooded by feelings of warmth and love and looked in surprise at Harry and then threw her arms around his neck and squeezed him tightly to her. Thank you so much for loving me," she breathlessly whispered in his ear as tears threatened to fall from her violet orbs. Harry gently squeezed her back and whispered, "I'm the one who should thank you, but you're welcome all the same." Harry pulled back a little and gave her a lopsided grin. Bella smiled back and kissed him on the cheek. "Well, before we go anywhere we need to get Harry some cloths befitting his station. We can't have Lord Potter looking like a street rat, now can we?" Sissy remarked. "There are several clothes and cloaks here that we can look through. I'm sure we can find something suitable," Bella mentioned. "Well, let's get to it then." Narcissa smiled while rubbing her hands together. "Come along, my lord." An hour later, an embarrassed but immaculately dressed Harry entered the parlor of the manor. The young man had endured what no man should ever endure, a full hour of the two sisters black dressing and undressing him until they found the perfect outfit. He felt like a piece of meat as the two sisters would critique each outfit they threw at him, making him twirl around to get a better look. The most embarrassing was the comment that Narcissa made about how nice his butt looked in a particular pair of slacks. This had thrown Bella into a fit of giggles as she noticed the look on her love's scandalized and embarrassed face. At the appointed time Harry, Bella and Narcissa gathered around the Gringotts letter that had been charmed by the goblins to act as a portkey. Each grabbed a hold and Harry stated in a clear voice, "Gringotts now." A familiar tug behind the navel and the three were swept away in a whirlwind of color. Within seconds a portal opened in the Gringotts' secure reception room and three figures gracefully stepped out of the swirling vortex onto a black and white marble tiled floor. The room was circular with 8 large Romanesque pillars equally spaced around the exterior. The ceiling was enchanted to look like a clear night sky with the various constellations blinking on and off in the distance. Between each set of pillars was a large goblin dressed in elaborate battle armor, some holding battle axes, others had drawn broadswords and other with crossbows. The armed goblins stood with barely held restraint as they stared unblinkingly at the trio. One of the goblins spoke in a guttural tone. "State your names and your purpose for being here." Harry faced the goblin that had spoken and stated, "I am Lord Hadrian James Potter of the ancient and noble House of Potter. I have an appointment to see Master Slingblade, the head accountant for the House of Potter. Do not move, wizard, from your current location. I will notify Master Slingblade of your arrival." The goblin exited through the door directly behind him. The other goblin's eyes never left the three humans in the center of the room. The tension began to rise as the minutes passed by without a sound being made. Then the door that the first goblin had gone through reopened. The armor-clad goblin re-entered, followed by a much smaller goblin but one who walked with authority and dressed in the finest robes of acromantula silk. Ah, Lord Potter, it is good to finally meet you. The diminutive goblin spoke in perfect English. The honor is mine, Master Slingblade, and please call me Harry, sir. Harry stated and gave the goblin a slight bow. You're just like your parents and grandparents, Harry. They did stand for all the pomp and ceremony either. They were dear friends, and I hope that the same will be true of you and I. And Lady Potter, it is a distinct pleasure to make you acquaintance as well. Thank you, sir. Bella curtsied. Have you been the Potter accountant long? Harry asked. Oh my yes, I've worked for your family for a bit over 300 years now. The old goblin chuckled. Harry stared at the goblin in shock. I had no idea that goblins were so long-lived. We typically have a lifespan of about 400 years, but there have been a few who have reached over 500. I myself am 412. Wow. Not to sound morbid or anything, but who will take over the Potter's account when you have gone? The family has been serving House Potter for almost 1,000 years. My grandfather was the first, and then the mantle passed to my father and then to me. When I leave this world, I hope that you will find one of my sons worthy to continue to serve the ancient and noble House of Potter. Is that normal for a goblin family to serve a house through the generations? It is rare but not unheard of. You see, a house accountant invests the monies of said house and in return earns a percentage of the profits that the house makes. Part of the profit goes to Gringotts itself, but almost half goes to the goblin who manages the account. In other words, the happier and wealthier I make the house I work for, the happier and wealthier I make my own family, and the more power and influence I have among my own kind, which translates into status here at Gringotts. To work for an ancient and noble house, especially a wealthy one, is a very prestigious position to be in, Harry. I see. I imagine then that you know all the ins and outs of the Potter finances. The Potter account is one of the 10 largest in the wizarding world, Harry. I can't oversee every financial transaction that occurs myself. The Potters have interests in many companies, both magical and muggle, and various properties around the world that are maintained through contracted services. I have 12 sons who all work on the many Potter accounts. At the end of each fiscal quarter, I receive a review from each of my sons on their particular area of concern. I guess that makes sense. Come, let us adjourn to my office. There is much to discuss, and the reception room isn't the best place for conducting business. The trio followed the wizened goblin out the same door he came through and then down a gas lamp-lit corridor. All along the corridor hung paintings of well-dressed and regal-looking goblins. The painted goblins stared back at the group of humans with raised eyebrows and sneers or smiles. You could never tell with a goblin which was which. After what seemed to be several minutes, they finally came to a rather large, ornately decorated oak door. On either side of the door stood a goblin in full battle dress. The two armor-clad goblins snapped to attention as the group approached. The door swung open as the small group entered into a large office. Slingblade gestured to a small rectangle-shaped table and took a seat on one side as the trio took the seats available on the other side. Before we get started, Lord Potter, I mean Harry, would you care for some refreshments? Thank you, Slingblade. Tea would be lovely. Slingblade touched a red-colored crystal that was located on the table. A few moments later, a familiar goblin entered and bowed. Hello, Griphook. Harry spoke to the goblin. Good day, Lord Potter. I confess I'm surprised you remember me. A surprised Griphook answered back. You know my youngest son, Harry? Slingblade queried. I do. He was actually the first goblin I ever met when I entered the wizarding world. He was very helpful. Indeed, my son failed to mention that to me. The elder goblin looked pointedly at his youngest. Does he manage any of my accounts? Asked Harry. No, he is my 13th son and is still trying to make a name for himself here at Gringotts. He works as a teller and is my personal assistant at times. Well, it was good to see you again, Griphook. Harry smiled congenially. You as well, Lord Potter. Griphook, I need you to bring a tea setting for Lord and Lady Potter and Lady Malfoy. I will also need the most recent financial and legal reports for House Potter and the wills of Lord Potter's parents. Immediately, sir. Griphook bowed to the visitors and then quickly left to carry out his assignment. Master Slingblade, you keep referring to Bella as Lady Potter, but we have never been married. Could you please explain why this is? Slingblade sat back in his seat and raised both of his bushy eyebrows and looked at the pair in front of him. This is very curious then, Harry. 5 days ago the Potter family tree updated itself, and next to your name was the name of Bellatrix Adian Potter Black. This signified that the Potter magic recognized her as your wife. Was this something you did not want? No, I mean yes, I mean I love Bella and couldn't be happier to be married to her if that is the case. Harry looked toward Bella and gave his best look of sincerity. She smiled back at him and squeezed his hand to let him know that she knew what he meant. It is strange that you would spontaneously bond to each other without the marriage ceremony. Well, I might have an explanation for that, Master Slingblade. Narcissa spoke for the first time. You see, what happened was, Narcissa went on to explain how Harry had been beaten to near death by his relatives and how Bella had rescued him and brought him to Black Manor. She then explained the ritual that they had used to heal Harry and then went on to explain all the anomalies. Harry and Bella then explained what happened from their point of view, from their mutual declaration of love and dedication to each other and then their shared key. They then went into some detail about their newfound abilities, from being able to hear each other's thoughts and feeling each other's emotions to their ability to cast spells wandlessly. Narcissa finished the tale by commenting on what their house elf had seen and said about the two being one and sharing each other's magic and being joined by magic itself. Slingblade sat stunned and kept glancing back and forth between Harry and Bella. Harry, would you mind if I brought one of our elders in? He is gifted with the ability see and read auras. Of course not, please bring him. Harry quickly replied. Slingblade touched another crystal and one of the guards stepped in. Tell Master Sharptooth that I need him immediately. As you wish, sir, right away. The guard quickly turned and exited the office. If what you are describing is true, you will have been the first magically bonded couple since Godric Gryffindor and Rowena Ravenclaw. Fascinating, most fascinating. Griphook entered the office with the tea setting. He was followed by two other goblins that carried the requested files for House Potter. They placed the files next to Slingblade and the tea was set on a serving table next to the larger table. Griphook poured each of the three humans tea in the manner they requested and then excused himself. As Griphook exited the room, a goblin that looked even more ancient than Slingblade entered and made his way to the conference table. You requested my presence, Master Slingblade. Yes, Master Sharptooth. We have a very interesting case here that requires your particular skill and talent. May I present Lord Harry Potter and his suspected wife Lady Bellatrix Potter Black and Lady Malfoy Black. Suspected wife? Asked the ancient goblin. Yes, Master Sharptooth, it appears that perhaps these two young people have been bound together by magic itself, and we were hoping that you could shed some light on the whys and hows. How exciting. Not since the founders of Hogwarts has there been a couple that was bound together by magic itself. Sharptooth stated gleefully. Well, bring them forward then. Harry and Bella stood and walked toward the strange goblin and stood before him. The couple reached out and took each other's hand and waited for the goblin's verdict. Good, good, now stand facing each other and take each other's hands. Now just relax. The old goblin stilled and began to take long calming breaths as he focused on the young couple. At once the goblin's dark eyes began to cloud over and appeared milky white, then a soft glow began at the corner of his eyes and encircled the milky white substance, giving it the appearance of a halo. 5 minutes later the ancient goblin came back to himself and requested a chair to sit on. The exhausted goblin looked at the young couple with no small amount of awe. Another 5 minutes passed by before he spoke again. Amazing, simply amazing, never in all my years have I seen such a powerful bond. Is it what we believed? Have they been bound by magic? Slingblade asked. Oh, there can be no doubt about that. They have been married and bound together by magic itself. But their bond is so much deeper than that. On every level they seem to be one. They are the same ages physically and magically at about 22 years of age. They share in equal amounts that of Potter and Black blood. They also share each other's magical core. It is the most amazing thing I have ever seen. The two are one magically. And what's more, the bond has not reached its maturity yet and may not for years. I shudder to think how powerful these two will become. So what does all this mean, Master Sharptooth? Asked a bewildered Harry. It means, young man, that you and your bonded have only scratched the surface of your magical power and ability, and I dare say as the bond matures you will discover other talents and abilities that have not been seen for over a millennium. So Lady Potter, how do you feel about all this? A smiling Harry asked. Bella looked deeply into her husband's eyes. Everything after hearing that we were indeed married is just icing on the cake, my love. Thank you, Master Sharptooth, for all of your help today. A grateful Harry praised. You are most welcome, Lord Potter. Now if you'll excuse me, these old bones needs to rest a bit. Narcissa looked at the young couple and let tears of joy escape her eyes. She was happy that her baby sister had finally found her knight in shining armor, and to see the depth of love the two had in their eyes for each other. A pang of sorrow hit her as she thought about her own loveless marriage to Lucius and not for the first time think about ending the sham of a marriage. Her only concern was for Draco. He was so much like his father, but perhaps with Lucius in prison she could begin to steer Draco down a different path. If we can all return to the table, we still have much to discuss. Beginning I think with the marriage contract between you and Ms. Ginevra Weasley. Oh bloody hell. Oh bloody hell. Harry groaned as he sat back in his chair and rolled his eyes while shaking his head. Don't tell me I have to marry Ginny Weasley. Isn't bigamy illegal or something? Actually, Harry, there are no laws on the books that forbid a multiple marriage amongst the noble houses. However, it is extremely rare. Bella commented. Harry looked at her in disbelief, then moved his gaze to Narcissa, who slowly nodded in confirmation, and then to Slingblade, who gave a nod as well. Well, I can tell you right now that this is one bloke who is a one-woman man, no ifs, ands, or buts. Harry resolutely proclaimed while looking at his new wife. Glad to hear it, love, 'cause I don't share. I'm a bit selfish that way. It would be tragic if I had to throw the girl over a cliff or something. Bella stated, grabbing his hand and giving him a coquettish smile. Slingblade grabbed his belly and began to chuckle. It was quite disturbing to the non-goblins in the room, who thought he was having some kind of fit. A few minutes later the ancient goblin calmed down and looked at the young couple. A woman with spirit and fire, Harry. I guarantee your life will never be boring with this young witch, the goblin smiled. You're too gracious, my lord Slingblade. Bella smiled and bowed slightly. Unfortunately, it is true that your magical guardian, who was Albus Dumbledore at the time, did in fact enter Harry James Potter into a legal contract of marriage to Ginevra Molly Weasley. Harry began to protest but was cut off by Slingblade, who raised his hand to silence a flustered Harry. As I was saying, Lord Potter, the contract is ironclad in that one, Harry James Potter is to marry one, Ginevra Molly Weasley. That said, however, there is no Harry James Potter on magical record being born, the goblin smirked. Harry stared at the goblin in confusion, then glanced toward Narcissa and Bella, who seemed to have knowing grins on their faces. Obviously I'm missing something here. Am I not Harry James Potter? Harry queried. Do you remember how your letter from Gringotts was addressed, love? Bella asked. Harry pulled out the envelope that he received from Gringotts just days before and looked at how it was addressed. Lord Hadrian James Potter, the ancient and most noble house of Potter. Hadrian James Potter. Harry looked at Slingblade, who was unrolling a piece of official-looking parchment. This, my Lord Potter, is your official birth certificate. If you notice right here, the name that you were officially given is Hadrian James Potter. Okay, so my official name is Hadrian, but I still don't see the relevance. Everyone knows me as Harry. That is the only name I've ever gone by. Harry, Narcissa began. All official documents submitted to the Ministry or Gringotts must bear the full and official names of all those involved with said documents. In other words, Bella cut in. The marriage contract that Albus drew up is not worth the paper it is written on. It cannot be enforced because he did not use your official name. Harry said nothing for a moment, then started to laugh uncontrollably. Everyone in the room gawked at him like he had lost his mind. Oh, this is too good. Harry managed to breathe out between laughs. Old Dumbledore and Molly are gonna go spare when they find this out. Harry wiped the tears from his eyes from laughing so hard and gave a lopsided grin to Bella. Well, I guess you get me all to yourself after all, Mrs. Potter. I'll take you, replied a grinning Bella. Well, now that that is taken care of, there is still much to cover, Harry. Of course, Slingblade. Please, let's continue. Slingblade nodded. Eventually, Harry, you're going to have to announce to the world that you are still very much alive. We have already received queries on the status of your accounts, and your former magical guardian has already submitted to the Ministry, and here to Gringotts, a copy of your last will and testament. My what? Your last will and testament, Harry? Dumbledore brought it in yesterday and is trying to expedite its reading. Bastard. I never made a will, Slingblade. We suspected as much, Harry. We couldn't execute it anyway. We knew that you were still alive, and we can't execute the will of a living person anyway. How did you know that I hadn't died? You see, your blood is tied into your family vaults. It is a common practice among pureblood families to key their family members into the family vault. In this manner only blood relations can enter the vault. This is done by bringing the child in question to the family vault, then a small cut is made into the palm and is allowed to bleed, then placed against the family seal on the outer door of the vault. Now the family magic recognizes the family member and will allow them entrance. When a family member dies, the blood trace of that particular family member is then erased from the magic surrounding the vault, and the magical ledger that is kept in the vault will identify the person as deceased. As you know, as the Potter account manager, I have a copy of that ledger within my files. There was no deceased attached to your name, so we knew that you were still alive somewhere. The ancient goblin finished. Okay, I think I understand that, but isn't what Dumbledore doing illegal, and just what was in this forged will of mine? Harry asked. It is a very severe crime to fake the will of a member of an ancient and noble house. I believe it is a mandatory stay in Azkaban if found guilty. So Dumbledore could be sent to Azkaban then? Asked a hopeful Harry. To tell the truth, young master, it may be a difficult if not a near impossibility to find him guilty. Why is that? Dumbledore is a very popular wizard within the magical community, Harry. He is known as the vanquisher of the dark wizard Grindelwald, and the leader of the light in the first war with the dark wizard Voldemort. Not to mention his political power in the Wizengamot and the ICW. He is almost untouchable. Slingblade sighed and looked sympathetic to the young lord. So, there is nothing we can do? Harry asked. I didn't say that. I said he was almost untouchable. I'm sure he can be brought down, it will just require a more subtle touch. The goblin smiled menacingly. Harry, if there is one thing that is taught to all blacks, it is the art of subterfuge. We are well versed in how to work in the shadows to achieve our goals. I can promise you we will find a way to bring down His Holiness. Narcissa offered. Harry could see the eagerness hidden in her deep blue eyes. Thanks, Sissy. With you on our team, I don't think Dumbles will know what hit him. Narcissa beamed at Harry's compliment. Now, as to the content of the will, it is pretty straightforward. I'll paraphrase, to cut through all the legalese. In essence, 1/4 of the Potter's liquid assets is to go to the Weasley family, for being the family I never had. Another quarter is given to Ginevra Molly Weasley, and control of the Potter seats in the Wizengamot, which are to be held by Molly Weasley until Ginevra Weasley reaches her majority. Also, Ginevra Molly Weasley is to inherit the title of Lady Potter as being your betrothed. The rest of the Potter estate, including all properties, is bequeathed to the Order of the Phoenix. Interestingly enough, Albus Dumbledore is the sole beneficiary listed of said order. Harry sat silently as the rage inside of him began to build higher and higher. The large office table began to shake and the teacups shattered into a fine mist. Bella, sensing the imminent explosion of magic, jumped in Harry's lap and threw her arms around his neck. She cradled his head to hers, and began to whisper soothing words into his ear. Narcissa, also sensing the strong magic in the air, also rushed to Harry's side and grabbed a hold of his hand, trying to help her sister calm the young lord down. Several armed goblins rushed into the room with weapons at the ready, but were quickly dismissed by Slingblade, who told them that there was no immediate danger. After what seemed to be several minutes, Harry began to calm down as Bella's gentle words of reassurance began to work their magic. It's all right, my love, Dumbledore's plans can never happen. Bella reassured him. It's not that, Bella. It's just, I used to trust that manipulative bastard, and the Weasleys were like family to me. I don't know who I can trust anymore. I can't believe, I feel completely betrayed. Harry slammed his fist into the chair's armrest, which shattered into tiny slivers. I apologize, Master Slingblade, for my lack of emotional control. If you are willing to continue, I will do my best to control my outbursts. I understand perfectly, Harry. Betrayal within the goblin race is punished most severely. Usually it means either banishment or death. Although, for a banished goblin, death would be preferred, as he is shunned and is seen as a pariah. To his kind, never again to be welcomed into goblin society. Yeah, well, I don't see that happening to Dumbledore anytime soon. Don't worry, love, his day will come, and so will everyone else's who have betrayed you. Bella said in a low and dangerous tone. On to other business then, Harry. Slingblade asked. Of course, sir. Now to your parents' will. Needless to say, you are the sole heir of House Potter, and as a result of your bond of marriage to Bellatrix, and to the ritual that has aged you magically, you are considered an adult in the magical world, and can take the mantle of Lord Potter and Patriarch of the ancient and most noble House of Potter. Over the next half-hour Slingblade went over the rest of his parents' will. Harry was surprised to learn that Amelia Bones, the head of the DMLE, was his godmother. She had worked with both his parents and had been a close family friend and was devastated when she heard of the Potter's death. Harry learned that he was to never go to the Dursleys. Obviously Dumbledore disregarded his parents' will. Harry let a small smile cross his lips knowing that he would never have to return to the Dursleys ever again thanks to his beautiful bride. Harry was then presented with the Potter head of House ring. As soon as he slipped it on his left-hand ring finger, a bright flare of magic recognized him as Lord Potter and the head of the family. A similar, but slimmer ring appeared on Bella's left-hand ring finger and the same bright flare of magic recognized her as Lady Potter. It was explained to Harry and Bella that the rings could never be forcefully removed, and at their deaths the rings would magically return to the Potter vault to await the next Lord and Lady Potter. Harry was given a file with the current financials of House Potter and a list of residential and commercial properties that he owned or leased. Harry was stunned at the level of wealth that House Potter controlled and had at its disposal. Now that we have concluded all the business for House Potter, is there anything else that you require, Harry? Asked Slingblade. Well, there are a couple of things. I'd like to keep quiet the knowledge that I'm still alive until the public reading of my godfather's will. Also, if it would be no trouble, I'd like to be informed of any inquiries being made into the Potter vaults. Of course, Harry. You will find that Gringotts will go out of its way on occasion to assist our largest account holders, especially a family who has shown so much goodwill and profit toward the Goblin Nation. Thank you, Master Slingblade, for allowing me to take so much of your valuable time. Think nothing of it, Harry. Now there is still the matter of Sirius Black's will that needs to be discussed. Perhaps we can meet later in the week before the private reading. I can say that you are the principal recipient and he has named you his heir, but there are some other recipients as well. His heir, although it will not be made official until the private reading, but you Lord Potter will also become Lord Black of the ancient and most noble House of Black. Harry fell back into his chair, his jaw dropping to the floor in stunned disbelief. Bella was grinning like a Cheshire cat and Narcissa was just as stunned as Harry. How is that possible? I'm not a Black, Harry argued. Actually, love, you are. Your paternal grandmother was a Black, so you can inherit the title. Harry just stared at Bella in confusion. Bella chuckled. We'll talk about it later, love, but for now we have another appointment with Andy. Ah yes, Slingblade spoke. We have conference room 4 reserved for you. If you like, I will escort you there myself. Thank you, Master Slingblade, that would be lovely. Narcissa curtsied. Andromeda Tonks considered herself an intelligent woman. She was ranked number 1 from her graduating class at Hogwarts. She had gone on to university where she studied law and passed the bar exams with near-perfect scores. She had become an accomplished attorney in both the Muggle and magical worlds. So, as she made her way to Gringotts, she wondered what stupid pill had she ingested to agree to meet with Narcissa of all people. She knew that her husband was a Death Eater and was now in Azkaban, thanks in part to Harry Potter, God rest his soul. She also knew, however, that Narcissa herself had never joined the ranks of the Death Eaters, but that did not mean she was not complicit in their activities or that she was unsympathetic toward their agenda. No, what finally convinced her to meet with her younger sister was her oath in the name of the Black family, that she meant her no harm and was in need of her help. Although estranged from the family, she was still a Black, and when family was in trouble you responded to the call. After all, family was family, and every Black that was ever born had this ingrained into their very psyche. Since Narcissa had contacted her, she had begun to reminisce about her younger days. Before being shunned by her family for marrying a Muggleborn, she remembered how close she had been to her 2 other sisters. Narcissa was always the prim and proper one when around her parents and other relatives, but when she was just with her sisters she was a very warm and caring person, always fussing over her sisters. Even though she was 3 years younger than her older sister, she had that natural motherly instinct. Bellatrix was always the happy child. She could bring joy to the dreariest of days. Whenever her sisters seemed sad or blue, Bella would be the one to give them hugs and kisses until they felt better. Bellatrix was also fiercely loyal to her sisters and those she considered her family. Bella had actually stood up for Andromeda against her parents when she had announced her engagement to Ted Tonks, and was severely punished for it, but never apologized to her parents for defending her sister. That act alone stood out for Andromeda more than anything else when thinking of Bella. How could she defend her decision to marry a Muggleborn one moment, then join you-know-who on his crusade to wipe them out the next? It never made sense to her. Now her sweet little Bella was a fugitive on the run. Andromeda released a heavy sigh, and wondered, not for the first time, if it was a mistake to agree to this meeting. Just thinking about her sisters weighed heavy on her heart, and she really didn't want to feel the anguish of facing Narcissa Malfoy. Lucius had destroyed the woman that Narcissa was, and created a cold and calculating woman in her stead. Andromeda hoped that there was still a spark of the old Narcissa left, some small part that could still bring back her sissy. Andromeda Tonks entered Gringotts and made her way to the reception desk, where a surly-looking goblin was shuffling through a rather large stack of parchments. "Pardon me, but could you direct me to where I could find Lady Narcissa Malfoy?" Andromeda asked the busy goblin, who seemed to be ignoring her. "Excuse me, but I heard you the first time, human," the goblin tersely replied. "Your party is waiting for you in conference room 4, but first I must secure your wand." The goblin then took out a rune-covered metal case about 14 inches long and 2 inches wide and set it on the counter in front of Andromeda. "What do you mean, secure my wand?" asked a now suspicious Andromeda. The goblin let out an exasperated sigh and stated, "It is a precautionary measure to prevent any accidental spell use. I assure you that the other half of your party has secured their wands as well." "And how exactly is my wand secured?" "You will place your wand in this case. It is then magically sealed and can only be opened once you have concluded your meeting and return here to have the magical seal removed." "And Lady Malfoy has done this as well?" asked Andromeda. "She has." "Very well." Andromeda placed her wand in the magical container and closed the lid. The goblin then activated the rune on the metal case and placed the case in a secure drawer of his desk. "If you will follow me, I will show you to conference room 4. Andromeda entered a medium-sized conference room dimly lit by a few torches and a fire burning in the hearth. The light cast many shadows which obscured parts of the room in darkness. Standing in front of the fireplace was a tall, slender figure of a woman with long D***owned hair that reached just below her shoulder blades. The woman turned around and was revealed as her sister Narcissa Malfoy. Andromeda immediately tensed up, ready to spring into action if the moment required it. However, without her wand she was not sure exactly what she would do. She noticed that Narcissa seemed a bit apprehensive as well. The two sisters merely stared at each other for what seemed like hours, neither one knowing exactly how to begin the conversation. It had been years since they had spoken, and words seemed to escape them both. Narcissa stared at her big sister and began to recollect happier times and how close the three black sisters had been. Tears began to well up in her eyes as she realized just how much she had missed Andy. Narcissa slowly walked towards her big sister unblinkingly, as the tears began to fall. Andromeda watched cautiously as Narcissa walked toward her. Her first instinct was to back away and head for the door, but then she looked into her sister's eyes. There was pain there and sorrow, but also hope and love. It was sudden, and caught Andromeda completely off guard when the B***owned launched herself at her big sister. Before she could react, the prim and proper Narcissa Malfoy had enveloped her in a fierce hug and began to sob uncontrollably. "Andy, I'm so sorry, I've made so many mistakes." Narcissa desperately cried. "I've missed you so much. Can you forgive me?" Andromeda was beyond stunned and was not quite sure how to react. Could it be true that her sister wanted to reconcile? Andromeda's chest tightened as she felt her eyes begin to burn, followed by tears of hope. "Oh sissy, I've missed you too." Andromeda wrapped her arms tightly around her sister and the two just stood there for several minutes letting the tears flow. Bella and Harry stood in the far corner of the room completely obscured by shadow. Bella was gripping Harry's hand tightly. Harry could feel the intense emotions rolling off Bella. Silent tears ran down her pale cheeks as she too wanted to run to her eldest sister and be included in the emotional scene before her. Harry sent calming thoughts to her over their ever-strengthening bond, but the emotions she was feeling were almost overwhelming. Bella longed to have her sister's forgiveness and acceptance and to be hugged by the sister that she had idolized as a young girl. Harry turned Bella toward his chest and wrapped her in his arms and sent all his love to her over the bond. She returned the hug and nuzzled his neck with her warm breath and soft lips. Several minutes passed where Narcissa and Andromeda just held each other while they tried to compose themselves. Finally, Narcissa took a ragged breath and stepped back from Andy. Taking her hand, she led her to a couple of large leather chairs in front of the fireplace. The two sisters sat facing each other. Narcissa gave Andy a watery smile and began. "Thank you so much for coming, Andy. I feared you would not want to see me after so many years. I almost didn't, but I felt I owed my little sister a chance." "Andy, I know what you must think of me," Andy began to protest, but Narcissa held a hand up to stop her. "And you would be right. I blindly followed my husband because that is what a proper pureblood wife was expected to do. I do not agree with his politics, Andy, and you must believe me that I have never supported anything the Dark Lord has said or done." "Then why didn't you leave him, sissy? Why didn't you get away from all that? And where would I have gone, Andy?" Narcissa answered a bit more sharply than she had intended. "Sirius and Bella were both in Azkaban and I didn't think you would take me in. Besides, I wouldn't want to endanger you in such a way. Lucius is extremely jealous, vindictive, and dangerous. Surely there was someone who could have helped you." Narcissa sadly shook her head. "Lucius is too well connected. He would have found me eventually." "So what has changed now?" Andy asked. "A few things have happened that I believe will help me out of my current situation, and perhaps I can begin a new life free of fear and maybe one day actually find the love I've so desperately been craving." Narcissa whispered. "So what is it you want from me, sissy? How can I help you? Funny enough, just being here with you now, and I hope renewing our relationship is more than I could hope for, at least for me." "There is another who is in desperate need of your help," said Narcissa. "I hope we can renew our relationship as well. I have missed you terribly." "So who is this other person and what kind of help do they need?" "Before I tell you who, let me explain a few things. This person was compelled to do awful things by means of mind-controlling potions and spells for years. It was only a few years ago that she was able to break free from the effects. I tell you this in hopes that you will not prejudge her, and that you will listen to her explanations." Andy looked at her sister carefully before asking, "Are we talking about you, Narcissa?" Narcissa chuckled slightly and shook her head. "No, Andy, but you do know this person quite well." From the far corner of the room a cloaked figure stepped out of the shadows and slowly approached the two seated sisters. Andy, surprised by the sudden appearance of the person, jumped out of her chair. She instinctively reached for her wand, silently cursing when she realized she did not have it. "Relax, Andy, I'm not here to hurt you, I'm here to ask for your help," the cloaked person said while raising their hands in a show of peace. Andromeda stared at the cloaked person. There was something familiar about it. A voice she had not heard in many years. She watched as the cloaked person reached up and grabbed the hood of their cloak and slowly pulled it back. "Step into the light, please," Andromeda ordered, sounding braver than she felt. The person gingerly stepped forward into the light. Andromeda gasped in horror and immediately began to scurry back in fear. A distraught Hermione Granger lay curled up in a ball on her bed. It had been almost a week since she had heard the news of her best friend's death. She had cried non-stop for 3 days and now she felt nothing but emptiness and loss. Harry had been her first real friend and she had cherished the relationship they had built. She had known that Harry was being abused in some form or another. He had never spoken openly about it, but he gave many non-verbal clues that lead her to believe that he was being abused. The flinching away when someone went to shake his hand or pat him on the back and the withdrawn and hollow eyes that he had at the beginning of every school year. She had wanted to comfort him and let him know that she cared for him and that he could come to her with any problem. But in true Harry fashion he always seemed to brush off her concern and tell her that he was fine. Hermione felt more for Harry than just casual friendship. She saw him as the brother she always wanted and she loved him as such. She rejoiced in his triumphs and wept over him when injured. Harry meant more to her than anyone else in her life save her mother and father. Hermione had asked Dumbledore about Harry's funeral and sobbed when he stated that there was nothing left of Harry to bury and that a memorial was not yet arranged. Hermione had taken to wearing the charmed galleon that she had made for the members of the DA as a necklace. She kept it over her heart as a reminder and a symbol of everything Harry had meant to her. Her other so-called friend Ronald Weasley had betrayed Harry in her eyes. Harry had been barely pronounced dead and Ron was claiming that he was the real hero behind the myth of the boy who lived and that Harry's accomplishments were a result of his aid. Then he had the gall to inform her by all posts that he was allowing her to be his standby girlfriend until prettier girls started wanting his attention. After all, he explained, a hero cannot be tied to one girl, he must always have his options open. He also informed her that she should not get her hopes up on marrying him. Because of her inferior birth, she was not marriage material for a heroic pureblood like himself. Hermione had been beyond furious and sent the youngest Weasley male a howler that made it quite clear that she had no interest in him whatsoever, and that if this was the real Ronald Weasley, she wanted nothing to do with him ever again. He had responded that she would change her mind once his family had inherited a large fortune that would be left to them. He continued by stating that when she changed her mind, he might consider taking her back as a mistress. After all, a rich heroic pureblood was allowed certain privileges. Hermione sent no reply back. She felt to do so would only encourage him more, and she wanted nothing more to do with the arrogant git. Hermione lay on her bed contemplating how different things would be at Hogwarts without Harry. She had finally realized that it had only been with Harry's presence that she had tolerated the existence of the insensitive, jealous jerk that was Ronald Weasley. Harry had been a shield to many of the more distasteful personalities that walked the halls of the ancient school of magic. Since their first year, Harry and her had been the best of friends and had felt a kindred spirit in the other, at least she thought so. Hermione placed her hand over the medallion, pressing it firmly against her chest, and softly whispered, "Oh Harry, I miss you so much. I wish you could hold me in your arms and tell me everything will be all right." Several miles away, hidden in the shadows of conference room number 4, Harry Potter felt an odd sensation of sadness. It went through his mind and body, causing a shiver to run down his spine. He knew that there was someone suffering alone in grief somewhere, someone that meant the world to him. It was the overwhelming emotional breakdown of his sister in all but blood, Hermione Granger. Harry did not know how he knew, but he knew his best friend was suffering. He could feel the sadness and loss she felt and the overwhelming affection she carried for him. He had not thought about how the news of his demise would affect those he loved, but he resolved to go to her or contact her somehow as soon as he was able. He brought up warm feelings for his bushy-haired friend and hoped that she would be fine until he had a chance to contact her. Back in her darkened room, Hermione Granger felt a gentle peace come over her. It calmed her aching heart and spoke peace to her soul. She felt warmth that quickly enveloped her as if she was being hugged tightly. Her eyes glazed over and a small smile came to her face. Her soft voice then whispered the name, Harry. Andromeda Tonks couldn't believe she had allowed herself to be fooled by her sister Narcissa into coming to Gringotts. Now the most wanted, not to mention the most dangerous woman in all of Britain, was standing mere feet in front of her. She quickly tried to assess the situation and find a way to escape, but Bellatrix Lestrange was between her and the only door. Gathering up all the courage she could muster, she glared at the youngest black sister. "What now, Bellatrix? Come to kill me? Come to try and make me reveal where my family is so you can kill them?" The tall brunette yelled. "No, Andy, I would never harm you or any of your family." Bella softly spoke, trying to calm her terrified older sister. "Lies." Andromeda spat. "You are nothing more than a murdering Death Eater by ch." Harry, still hidden in the shadows, tensed up and was about to retort when Bella touched his mind and told him not to interfere. Reluctantly he listened to his wife and remained silent. "Andy, please listen to me. I know that everyone thinks I'm this murdering psychotic, but please hear me out. Let me listen to you." "What are you going to say?" "Whoops, my bad. I didn't really mean to kill and torture all those people." Andromeda was about to continue to rant at her sister when she noticed something that she had not seen in her sister's eyes in many years. Regret. Bella slumped down into the nearest chair. Her eyes began to fill with tears, and Andromeda heard what she thought was a shuddered sob. Bella had never shown any weakness before. She had always been strong-willed and stubborn. This scene perplexed Andromeda. Could this be an act? Could this be a ploy to lull her into a false sense of security? This was so out of character for Bella that she was unsure how to proceed. Narcissa slowly approached the now weeping Bella. She sat down on the arm of the chair and pulled Bella into a one-armed hug. She looked toward her older sister with emotion-filled eyes. "Andy," Narcissa began, "there is much that is not what it seems, and there is much to apologize and perhaps atone for." Narcissa sighed deeply before continuing. "We, that is, Bella and I, are no longer servants of the Dark Lord. And in Bella's case, she was never willingly one to begin with. We only ask that you hear us out. Once we have finished our story, if you still do not want to help us, then we will never seek you out again." Narcissa finished, as silent tears were now flowing down her cheeks. Andromeda stared at her two younger sisters. She was having a difficult time processing all this bizarre new information. Could they be serious? They look like they're genuinely remorseful. But can I trust them? I want to trust them, I want my sisters back. Andromeda played the questions over and over again in her mind. Slowly Andromeda took the seat facing her two sisters. She rubbed her face with both hands, giving herself a minute to collect her racing thoughts. Okay. I'll listen to what you have to say. I guess it's the least I could do for my sisters, but I make no promises. That's all we ask, Andy, stated a hopeful Narcissa. Bella looked up with a tear-streaked face and gave a watery half-smile at her childhood hero. Narcissa rose from the chair and walked towards a small circular table. A stone basin sat prominently on the table. Andromeda immediately recognized it as a pensieve. The pensieve had beautifully etched runes that surrounded the outer lip of the basin. A glowing silvery liquid swirled in a counterclockwise motion and illuminated the air directly above it. As if on cue, the goblin that Andromeda had met when she entered Gringotts appeared. He carried 3 similar cases with him. Andromeda recognized one as the case she had placed her wand into. The goblin then proceeded to hand the cases to each witch and then touched his finger on 3 different runes on each case, which unlocked the lid. The smirking goblin then bowed out of the room and left the 3 sisters to their business. Each witch let out a small sigh of relief as their wands rejoined their respective mistress. Bella approached the pensieve and placed her wand to her temple, and a few seconds later pulled out a silvery strand of memory. She shook her wand over the basin and the memory floated down into the swirling liquid. She looked at Andromeda and spoke. Andy, the memory I placed in there starts from the signing of the marriage contract, and then I will place others that will show how I was controlled by my husband. Bella spat out this last word. Over the course of about 3 hours, Bella had shown her oldest sister how she had been controlled by the magics within the marriage contract and by means of compulsion potions and spells. Her memories proved that she had not willingly participated in any Death Eater activities. Andromeda wept as she saw the memories of her dear cousin Sirius and Bella while in Azkaban. She saw how they helped each other and gave each other the will to survive and ultimately escape the awful wizard prison. Andromeda was speechless as she exited from the last memory that Bella had shown her. Her baby sister had been controlled the whole time. She had never willingly become a Death Eater. Andromeda shed tears of joy as she realized that her sister wasn't the crazed murderer that she had always believed she was. I have something else to show you, Andy. Bella slowly rolled up the left sleeve of her robes and showed a perfectly tattoo-free arm. Andy reached out and felt the smooth skin of her sister's left forearm. I thought that the dark mark was permanent and nothing could get rid of it short of cutting your arm off. Andy asked as she continued rubbing at her sister's arm. You're right, Andy, it is impossible to remove the mark, at least it was until something wonderful happened to me. Bella smiled as she thought of Harry. Tell me how you got rid of it. Andy asked with a certain bit of excitement. Bella again placed her wand to her temple and pulled out a long memory strand and placed it into the pensieve. What you're about to see may shock you a bit. Well, I'm sure it will shock you a lot, but I ask that when you have seen the entirety of the memories that you take time to think it over before you say anything. Andromeda raised a questioning eyebrow at her baby sister but nodded in acquiescence. She approached the basin and touched the surface with her forehead and was immediately beaked into the memories. Narcissa, who hadn't seen the memories either, joined Andromeda in the basin. Harry stepped out of the shadows and quickly made his way into the arms of the woman he loved. He knew that she was worried about Andromeda's reaction to the memories that involved his rescue by her, to the core bonding ritual, the magical bonding of Bella to Harry, and including today's meeting with Slingblade. She hoped if Andromeda saw the whole story she would be more accepting of her relationship with Harry. The surface of the basin began to glow brighter, signaling that Andromeda and Narcissa were coming back. Harry made to move back to the shadows, but Bella clutched his hand and silently asked him to stay. He moved to her side and lovingly wrapped an arm around her waist. Bella felt courage assert itself within her chest as she awaited her sister's return. With a swirling flash of color, Andromeda and Narcissa emerged from the ancient basin. Both women's eyes were red and wet with tears, their hands clasped together. Andromeda gasped in surprise as she saw the tall green-eyed young man who was standing next to Bella with his arm wrapped protectively around her waist. Hello, Mrs. Tonks, Harry spoke in his soft baritone voice. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you." Andromeda stared in amazement at the young man that she thought was dead until her trip into the Pensieve. Although she knew he was alive through Bella's memories, it was another thing altogether to see him standing in the flesh. She recovered some of her faculties and offered a small curtsy. Lord P. Potter, it's a great pleasure to make your acquaintance." Harry gave a small chuckle. "Please Mrs. Tonks call me Harry. All this lord stuff is a little too formal for family, don't you think?" Harry's green eyes twinkled merrily. Andromeda offered a congenial smile. "Of course Harry, and please call me Andromeda or Andy." Bella was watching the dialogue between her sister and her love with no small amount of anxiety. She hadn't realized just how much her sister's approbation meant to her, and she wanted Andy to accept the unconventional pair. Andromeda suddenly stood up straight and gave Harry an appraising stare. "Well, young man, seeing as how I am the oldest living Black, it falls to me to judge your worthiness to marry a daughter of the ancient and most noble house of Black." Bella stood aghast at her sister's declaration and began to protest, but was cut off by a stern look and a surreptitious wink from Andromeda. Bella hid a small smile and allowed Andromeda to continue. Harry looked a little puzzled and became nervous as Andromeda stepped closer to him. "Harry Potter, I will ask you one question and one question only. Depending on your answer, I will give or withhold my blessing," stated an imposing Andromeda who was glaring deeply into his eyes. "Wow, gorgeous eyes. Whoops, get a hold of yourself, Andromeda, remember imposing." Andromeda chided herself. Harry composed himself and gave Andromeda his undivided attention. He knew that Andromeda's acceptance of their relationship was important to Bella. "I will answer whatever question you have with complete honesty, Andy," Harry assured the eldest Black daughter. "Harry, do you love my sister? Do you promise to never hurt her and to always be faithful to her and hold her every night and key her every morning and tell her she's the most beautiful woman you have ever seen each day?" Narcissa finished smirking at the young man in front of her. Well, that was more than one question. But the answer," he turned and stared deeply into Bella's eyes, "is a definite and resounding yes." Bella launched herself into Harry's arms and crushed her lips to his in an impassioned display of emotion. "Well, okay then, I approve." Andromeda smiled. Bella released her hold on Harry and stared at her big sister, her sister that was her hero and idol when she was little. The two estranged sisters looked at each other, neither knew who moved first, and in the grand scheme of things it really didn't matter, but the two sisters crashed into each other and began to sob into each other's shoulder. Narcissa, who wasn't about to miss out on the hugs of reconciliation, moved toward her sisters and joined the three-way hug that soon became a four-way when Andy reached out and pulled Harry into the mix. In the main drawing room at the old Riddle mansion, Voldemort was in a particularly good mood. He would soon have his revenge on the remaining members of the Ministry Six. He could not in good conscience let go the insult that these teenage brats caused by defeating 12 of his top Death Eaters. Snape and Wormtail were able to provide the address of the final member of Potter's little group. Most of the members of Potter's pitiful band had been purebloods, and they would pay the price for being the blood traitors that they were. But the one he was most interested in was the Mudblood, who according to Snape was his closest friend apart from the youngest male Weasley. The Granger girl would know what it truly meant to beg for death. The wonderful tortures he planned for her caused a most sinister smile to cross his face. After he had broken the girl mentally and physically, he would allow the men in his inner circle to have their way with her. Then, being the merciful Lord that he is, he will grant her request for death. The final bit of revenge will be to hang all the remaining 5's bodies on the gates of Hogwarts, with the Mudblood in the middle slightly above the rest in the position of honor. This will be a warning to all those who would oppose him. No longer will the Ministry Six be spoken of as heroes, but they will be spoken of in quiet whispers of horror, as their grisly deaths serve as a warning to all Mudbloods and blood traitors alike. Severus, you will take 3 of the newer recruits and attack the Granger house. Being Muggles, they will be easy targets. Kill the Mudblood's parents, but bring her to me alive. Voldemort sneered. Yes, my lord, it will be done as you command. Snape bowed. Yaxley, you will take the Carrows, and 5 of our best men and attack the Longbottoms. Make sure that you have some experienced ward breakers with you. Longbottom Hall will most likely have strong wards that will need to be breached quickly. I live to obey, my lord. Yaxley bowed deeply. Wormtail. Why, yes, my lord. Peter Pettigrew stuttered. I'm giving you an assignment that even you can't screw up. Thank you my lord. The rat-like man groveled. You will attack that moron Lovegood and his idiot daughter. The Lovegoods have published their last paper, I want their home and printing press completely destroyed. Do I make myself clear Wormtail? Take young Theodore not with you, if he performs well allow him to have some fun with the girl as a reward. Why, yes master I will not fail you. Wormtail whined. See that you don't. See that none of you fail your assignments for you will not like the consequences. The Dark Lord glared at the assembled members of what was left of his inner circle. I myself will pay a visit to the blood traitor Weasley family. They will regret the day they ever heard the name of Dumbledore as I destroy his biggest supporters. Let us remind the mindless fools of the wizarding world why they fear the name of Lord Voldemort. The assembled group cheered for their dark master and chanted, "Death to enemies of our Lord." Now go and prepare yourselves for the night to come. At midnight tomorrow we shall have our revenge. Amelia Bones was having a bittersweet moment of reflection as she sat in the Minister for Magic's office. Fudge had been cast out of office and she had been sworn in as interim minister until a full session of the Wizengamot could be held and a permanent minister sworn in. The hard-as-nails former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was confident that she would be the next minister and only needed to wait for the coming vote. The fiasco in the Department of Mysteries involving known and suspected Death Eaters fighting against 6 school children, one of which was none other than her godson Harry Potter, had caused uproar throughout the wizarding world against Fudge. To make matters worse for Fudge was the appearance of Voldemort himself. Fudge had adamantly denied the rumors of the Dark Lord's return and had launched a smear campaign against Albus Dumbledore and Harry Potter for trying to tell the truth. Now that proof of the Dark Lord's returns was established, the people looked to Amelia Bones to bring her no-nonsense approach to law enforcement to the highest office in the magical world. Although grateful for the confidence of the people, she couldn't help but feel the loss of her godson and the hero of the wizarding world Harry Potter. She was chastising herself for ever listening to Albus feckin' Dumbledore. He had told her that Harry was safe and she should not try and contact him because it would bring unwelcomed attention to the boy. She had accepted Dumbledore's reasoning and had never contacted him. Her niece Susan would give her updates on what she saw of Harry. It disturbed her when her niece told her that Harry appeared extremely thin and small for his age and how he had a hollow and tortured look to him at the beginning of every school year. Amelia had confronted Dumbledore on many occasions about Harry's well-being but had been reassured time and time again that he was fine. During his sham of a trial she was appalled at Fudge's actions and did her best to aid Harry by being the voice of reason. She had successfully swayed the majority of the Wizengamot to clear Harry of all charges. She wanted so much to introduce herself to Harry and let him know that she was there for him. Instead, a glare from Dumbledore made her keep her silence. But she continued to clandestinely keep tabs on him through Susan. But now all she could think of was the tragic loss of her godson and the weight of guilt she felt for never being a part of his life. She knew that she would have to answer to Lily one day and somehow beg forgiveness from her dearest friend. Amelia tried to shake all those thoughts from her mind. She knew she would dwell on them later. Right now she needed to get the ministry back on its feet and start preparing it for the storm that was to come. She immediately doubled the budget for the DMLE and informed the new head Kingsley Shacklebolt to begin a hard recruiting drive. To win this coming war she needed Aurors and a lot of them, and they would need to be trained fast. She was not sure of the size and strength of the enemy, but she knew she needed to be prepared. Voldemort had a year free of moltation to train and recruit his own forces. It was now a race to see who would have the better trained army. Amelia learned from the mistakes of the past. She had lost many friends and family members to this bastard and his followers. The Aurors will be trained to meet deadly force with deadly force. No war has ever been won by handicapping yourself, and Amelia was taking the proverbial gloves off. During the last war Voldemort had spies everywhere, even within the ministry. Amelia was going to propose harsher penalties for those who give aid or comfort to known supporters of he who must not be named. Just this morning, she finished a proposal that would levy heavy fines and possible prison time for any person aiding and abetting the terrorist organization known as Death Eaters. Knock knock knock. Come in. Amelia called out. Excuse me, Minister, but you have received an urgent letter from Gringotts. The young receptionist said. Thank you, Angela. Minister Bones stood and took the letter from the B***owned girl. Anything else? No ma'am, just the letter. Oh, your niece will be here in about 15 minutes. Thank you Angela, that will be all. The B***owned receptionist then returned to her desk. Curious, why would Gringotts being sending me a letter? She queried. Amelia read the letter, which was not from the goblins but from Andromeda Tonks, who was requesting an immediate meeting. The two had gone to Hogwarts together but did not run in the same circles. In their respective careers they had worked together often, Andromeda in prosecuting the bad guys and Amelia catching them. Although not close friends, they had a mutual respect for one another. After all, it was difficult for a woman in the magical world to rise to the levels that they had. It was a sad commentary on just how hard the wizarding world, or at least the pureblood bigots that ran the magical world, fought to hold on to archaic dogma surrounding gender. The letter was vague, only stating that some startling evidence has come to light over the recent incidents surrounding Harry Potter and other issues as well. Amelia wondered if Andromeda had discovered who was involved with the murder of her godson. The very least, she hoped that she had some leads that would point her in the right direction. Amelia grabbed her cloak and exited her office. Angela, I will be out for the next hour or two. I need to run over to Gringotts for a quick meeting. Of course, Minister Bones. Hello Auntie, are you off somewhere? Said the cute 16-year-old redhead who had just entered the reception area. Susan, I completely forgot about your visit. If you need me to come back later Auntie, I can. Nonsense Susan, I'm just heading over to Gringotts and I don't see any problem with you accompanying me. Susan gave a large smile. Brilliant. The two last members of the House of Bones walked out of the minister's office and walked across the hall and came to a door that was being guarded by two red-robed aurors. They both stood aside and allowed the interim minister to pass. What's with the guards, Auntie? Well, this is a secure apparition room. Only the minister and the minister's guests can use this room. Nice little perk there. Susan smirked, then giggled at her aunt. Well, it's more for security reasons. If I was to use the public flows or apparition points in the atrium, I would be swarmed by everyone who wanted a word with the minister or approached by others with less than good intentions. Ooh, oh, I see your point. I guess there are some who would love to hurt you if they could. I try not to think about it too much. But you're right, it is a nice perk. Smiled Amelia. Okay, hold on and I'll apparate us to the nearest apparition point in Diagon Alley to Gringotts. With a loud pop, Amelia and Susan materialized at an apparition point right next to the large and formidable-looking Gringotts Bank. With a quick look around to make sure all was well, this being a habit that had been ingrained in her from her Auror days, she and Susan walked up the marble stairs and entered through the large double doors leading into the bank. Severus Snape entered the headmaster's office an hour after the meeting of Voldemort's inner circle. He had much to report to the aging wizard, not that he cared about what was going to happen tomorrow night. Ah, Severus, how was your meeting? Has Voldemort regained his strength yet? The meeting was very informative, and the Dark Lord's health continues to improve, although at a slower rate than I would expect. It seems that his encounter with Potter has affected his ability to heal as quickly as he used to. I actually have a theory about that. Dumbledore began. It seems to me that the connection that Voldemort shared with Harry was not only a mental link but a physical one as well. How so? The greasy-haired potions professor asked. I believe that he was able to actually draw from Harry's magic and use it to strengthen his own, including the ability to heal himself. The old man theorized. If so, then this would be the best time to attack him and end this. Snape added. Unfortunately, he is still quite powerful, not to mention he still commands a large number of Death Eaters. No, we must still wait for a more opportune time. Well, that opportune time had better come soon. He plans on exterminating 3 old pureblood families and a Muggle family tomorrow evening. Snape spat. Which families, Severus? The Longbottoms, the Lovegoods, and the Weasleys, and I'm to kill the parents of Granger. All are to be killed except those that went with Potter to the Department of Mysteries. The Dark Lord has special plans for them before they are killed and then hung from the gates of Hogwarts. Quote. Albus Dumbledore sat back in his chair with his hands steepled in front of his face. After a few minutes of thought he came to a decision. Very well, Severus, we will let the attack on the Grangers and Lovegoods go unchallenged. The 2 families have no real value to me or our cause. I kept Granger around just as a means to keep Harry under my thumb if needed. But with Potter dead, I have no more use for her. And what of the other 2 families? An emotionless Snape asked. The Weasleys are still quite useful and we will need them and the money they should get from the Potter and Black Vaults if everything goes as planned. And what of the Longbottoms? I have need of young Neville. He is to be the new boy of prophecy, a banner to rally the masses to my cause. And if Lady Longbottom happens to die in the attack, the better control I will have over the scion of House Longbottom," spoke the so-called leader of the light. Severus Snape was beginning to wonder if there was any difference at all between the leader of the light and the leader of the dark. They both used people as pawns in their twisted games of domination. It did not seem to matter to either if their allies died or not as long as they were useful and it advanced their own agendas. "I will send Fawkes to rescue the young Longbottom heir soon after the attacks begin and have him brought back to Hogwarts. I at the same time will be conveniently at the Weasleys and perhaps have young Bill Weasley help me in setting up some surprise wards for Tom." Dumbledore smirked. "And should the Dark Lord question me as to how you knew of the attack? With his success at the other 2 attacks I'm sure he will think it just happenstance." Dumbledore dismissively replied with a wave of his hand. Although Severus had his doubts but kept it to himself. Harry and Bellatrix Potter were nervously pacing back and forth in conference room number 4. Andromeda had sent a request to Amelia Bones to meet her here at Gringotts on an important matter concerning Harry Potter. Andromeda could only think of appealing to the new interim minister in person as a way of keeping her baby sister from being killed on sight should she enter the ministry itself. There was still a rather large bounty on her head that would make the most reluctant witcher wizard throw caution to the wind in an attempt to bring her in. The plan was to soften Amelia up by producing a very much alive Harry Potter and then somehow approaching the rather unbelievable truth that Bellatrix was an unwilling pawn in the Dark Lord's service. Andromeda admitted it was a long shot at best. Amelia Bones was fair, but as the new prospective minister for magic she could not show leniency to anyone suspected of being a Death Eater. To do so in the current political climate would be professional suicide. Andromeda had explained this to her sisters and to Harry. Bella understood the risk but felt that the chance to have her name cleared and be able to step out into public again with Harry at her side was well worth it. Harry on the other hand had suggested that they just leave England altogether and move to the continent. Bella informed Harry that even there they could still be in danger from not only bounty hunters but those who might be in league with Voldemort. She wanted a life free of looking over her shoulder and she wanted to help bring an end to Voldemort once and for all. It was the only way where she would feel safe to really live and start the family she had always dreamed of. This had been the key word that swayed Harry more than any other, family, for it was also the desire of his own heart. Harry realized that for their desire to come true they would need to accomplish 2 things: clear her name and destroy the 2 beings who threatened their very happiness, Tom Riddle and Albus Dumbledore. It had been agreed that Bella would remain hidden while Andromeda, Narcissa and Harry would first speak to Minister Bones. If they felt that Amelia would be willing to listen without prejudice and hear her story, then Bella would show herself. If the opposite were to happen, she would remain hidden and they would have to think of another way to clear her. There was a rapping on the conference room door. Bella quickly cast a disillusionment charm over herself and faded back into the shadowed corners of the conference room. Harry pulled the hood from the dark green cloak he was wearing over his head and cast a wandless obscuring charm over his face. The door swung open and a short squinty-eyed goblin entered and announced the arrival of interim minister for magic, the Lady Amelia Bones. Amelia cautiously entered the room and immediately took note of 3 people in the room. She also took note of the shadowed corners of the room. All her aura instincts kicked in and her body tightened in preparation for fight or flight. Amelia, ever the cautious one, had asked Susan to wait in the lobby as she saw to her meeting. She was glad she had when she noticed Lady Malfoy and a cloaked individual who had the stance and build of a young man. She could also feel the raw power rolling off the cloaked individual, which did not make her feel at ease in the slightest. "Minister Bones, I'm so glad that you came, and I assure you that no ill will is meant here," Andromeda spoke as she saw Amelia's gaze fall on Narcissa and the cloaked Harry. "In fact, I hope it will be a most enlightening if not informative meeting." Andromeda finished. "I must confess that your note intrigued me, but my time is short, Andromeda. I have a very busy schedule." "Of course, Minister. I'm sure you know my sister Narcissa Malfoy," Andromeda said, motioning her hand toward Narcissa. "But of course. A pleasure to see you again, Lady Malfoy." Amelia offered a tight smile. "The pleasure is mine, Minister Bones." Narcissa greeted with a slight curtsy. Amelia began to wonder if they planned on donating money to her, much like Lucius Malfoy had donated galleons to Fudge's coffers. If this was their intent, they would be greatly disappointed. "And this gentleman here," Andromeda continued motioning toward the still-cloaked Harry. "Is the main reason I asked for this meeting," Andromeda said a little dramatically. "And who might you be, good sir?" Amelia asked while she surreptitiously tightened her hand around her wand in her cloak pocket. Harry slowly walked closer to her and while slowly pulling back his hood said, "My name is Harry Potter, Minister Bones, or may I address you as, Godmother?" Harry gave her a warm smile as he stepped fully into the light. A stunned Amelia looked into the face of James Potter, but no, that couldn't be. James was dead, and then she noticed the bright green eyes, Lily's eyes. The eyes she had seen in the 1-year-old gaze of her godson. Harry, she gasped. Harry smiled and nodded his head. "Yes, it's me. The rumors of my death have been greatly, exaggerated." With a speed that took everyone in the room by surprise, Amelia had removed her wand from her cloak and leveled it right between Harry's eyes. In a low threatening voice the hard-as-nail Auror spoke. "Who are you? You can't be Harry. Harry is only 15 and you look to be in your 20s. I don't know who you are, but I'll have you arrested for impersonating my godson." "Amelia, please listen to him." Andromeda quickly spoke, trying to defuse the situation. "This is Harry Potter. I don't know what your game is, Andromeda, or why you're in league with the Malfoys, but this ends here. I will not have you insult or use for any evil purpose the memory of Lily's son." Amelia spat, now pointing her wand between Andromeda and Narcissa. In the split second that Amelia was focused on the two older black sisters, Harry had wandlessly summoned Bella's wand to his hand. "I can prove that I am who I say I am," Harry quietly spoke. Amelia glanced back at the Harry imposter. "And how are you going to do that?" she challenged. "If you will allow me." Harry slowly lifted his hands, Bella's wand being in his right, the other brought palm out, showing her he had no other weapon. Amelia flexed her hand around her wand and ready to curse to strike the man if he made any sudden moves. Harry raised the wand up and said, "On my life and my magic I swear a wizard's oath that I am Hadrian James Potter, the son of James and Lily Potter, so mote it be." With the oath made, a white light surrounded Harry. Lumos. Harry cast the light spell which shone brightly. Amelia was gobs naked. She knew that the man had told the truth or he would be lying dead on the floor. His oath would have assured that. But how could this young man be Harry? Amelia slowly lowered her wand and gazed at the young man before her. Her brain worked furiously, tried to make a coherent sentence, but all that came out was a stammered, how? "It's quite the riveting story, Minister. If you have time I'd like to explain it to you," Harry stated. Amelia could only nod her head in acceptance of the offer. She sat in one of the large fabric-covered chairs and continued to stare at her miraculously undead godson. Harry took the chair directly in front of her as Andromeda and Narcissa sat on a sofa nearby. Harry looked deeply into Amelia's eyes and saw the willingness to hear his story. Harry sat back in his chair and began his story. It all began on the first day of the summer holidays. Amelia had already downed her third glass of fire whiskey and working on her fourth before Harry finished his tale of near-death, rescue, healing and then betrayal of those he thought of as a mentor and friends. It was a little too much for her to come to grips with. Harry left nothing out, including his friendship and eventual bonding to Bellatrix Lestrange, now the Lady Bellatrix Potter née Black. It just sounded impossible, but he had sworn an oath again that everything he had said was true. She did not know how to process the thought that the most feared Death Eater in Britain was actually an unwilling hostage forced to do her husband's will. And if that were not enough, she is also newly married to the boy who lived. Amelia could just envision the firestorm that knowledge would provoke. Not to mention all the broken hearts of the young witches who had dreams of capturing the heart of the young boy hero, including her niece Susan, who had carried a torch for the young man since third year. "Harry, I don't even know where to start," Amelia began. "Even if what you say is true, and I believe you," Amelia quickly put in, "I can't just pardon her. She would have to stand trial and there is no guarantee that she would be found innocent." Amelia looked apologetically at Harry. "Minister," Harry began but was cut off by Amelia. "In private, Harry, you can call me Amelia or Aunt Amelia. Your mum and I were very close, like sisters. I was honored when she asked if I would be your godmother. I apologize for not being there for you, Harry. It was on the word of another that you were being cared for and that my involvement could endanger you that I was not a part of your life." Dumbledore. Harry spat with all the venom he could put into the name. Amelia nodded her head sadly. "Yes, Dumbledore was the reason I was not involved in your life. And for my part of not ignoring the old fool, I sincerely apologize. I wanted desperately to be a part of your life, Harry, but Dumbledore had me convinced that I would cause more trouble for you. Harry could feel the deep sincerity in her words and could see in her eyes the sorrow she felt and a small spark of hope that she would be allowed into his life now that everything had come out. Harry rose from his chair and reached out his hand to his godmother. She took and stood the offered hand and she was gently pulled into his arms. He held her tight and whispered, "I would love for you to be a part of my life." Harry said somberly, "I have so little in the way of family, how could I turn my back on one that was so close to my mother, Aunt Amelia?" Amelia tightened her embrace around Harry and he swore he felt the moist drop of tears on his neck. "Thank you, Harry," she managed to whisper. The veteran Auror straightened up, her eyes slightly red. "Well," she embarrassedly started. "Yes, well, Bellatrix then, if she is willing to turn herself in Harry, I will personally guarantee her safety. I can call for an emergency session of the Wizengamot, and with her testimony under Veritas Serum and pensive memories she stands a good chance of being cleared. But the final decision is of course left to the court. She will of course have one of the best attorneys around to be her counsel," Andromeda said in a mock dignified air as she winked at Harry. "Do you think she will be willing to turn herself in, Harry?" Amelia asked. "Well, Aunt Amelia, you could just ask her yourself," Harry said with a mischievous look in his eyes. With that, Bella Potter walked out of the shadows toward Harry. Taking his hand in hers, she stood before the Minister for Magic and with a quavering but resolute voice said, "Minister Bones, I turn myself, my freedom and my life over to your custody. I will testify and submit myself to whatever questioning you see fit." Amelia Bones stood stunned for a moment as she looked upon the former Bellatrix Lestrange. The image of Bellatrix, the deranged insane killer, was not the person that was standing before her. Instead, in her place, stood a very young and beautiful-looking young woman who was holding the hand of her godson. She was poised and regal-looking, appearing to all the world to be a woman of confidence and strength, however her eyes betrayed the nervousness that lay beneath the surface. Amelia noticed the intimate glances cast between Harry and Bella, and could see the love the two had for each other. "Bellatrix, Amelia began. "Please, Minister Bones, call me Bella. Bellatrix was my past, and I want to live in the here and now. I want a life free of who I once was or what people believed I once was, and be free to live my life as Bella Potter, the wife of Harry Potter." Amelia gave a warm smile to the Lady Potter and nodded her head. "Bella, I won't lie to you, if you stand trial you may still be found guilty. We would need a majority vote in the Wizengamot to pardon you. Many of the houses represented have lost family members in the last war, and some may see this as an opportunity to get retribution." Bella took a deep breath and slowly let it out. Harry wrapped an arm around her shoulder and pulled her close to him. Bella took comfort in the warmth that her husband was offering and gave him a half smile. She looked deeply into his eyes and saw in them the chance of real happiness, of the possibility of a long life wrapped in the arms of the man she loved and who loved her. Bella returned her gaze to Amelia. "Minister, if there is even a small chance of being acquitted and being able to live my life like any other normal witch, then I'm willing to take that chance." Bella, with tears in her eyes, looked back at her husband, who smiled and nodded his head in approval. Narcissa and Andromeda were teetering on the edge of emotional overload as they looked at the young couple in front of them. No one seeing the scene in front of them could not help but be moved when the young couple embraced and kissed each other lips tenderly. Unshed tears filled their eyes as they silently made the decision to go forward with the trial. Amelia nodded at the pair and, fighting with her own emotions, told the couple that Bella would be released on her own recognizance and that they were report to her office by 8:30 a.m. the next morning. She gave them the flow address to her private office in the ministry and told them that she would allow them through when they had contacted her. The four of them nodded their understanding. "Aunt Amelia, before you go, I would like to ask another favor." Harry stopped her before she left. "The wizarding world still believes I'm dead. I'd like to keep it that way for a little longer if I could. Harry, the news of your death has hit our community extremely hard. To know that you were still alive would bring back hope to many who saw your death as an omen of bad things to come. I understand that, Aunt Amelia, but there are a few people who I'd like to be kept in the dark until the will reading of my godfather. There have been inquiries and attempts made by these people to take control of my family fortune, hereditary titles and seats in the Wizengamot. I'm assuming one of these people is our illustrious headmaster. Amelia stated with a hint of contempt in her voice. It is, and another is the Weasleys. Harry stated regretfully. Arthur Weasley's family. Amelia asked in shock. I'm not sure that the entire family is involved or not. I do know that Dumbledore wrote up a marriage contract between me and Ginny Weasley without my knowledge or approval. The goblins have also made me aware of several attempts by Mrs. Weasley to access my vaults. She has claimed that Ginny is the rightful heir to the Potter fortune because of the betrothal and citing an old end-of-line clause that prevents a noble house from going extinct. I'm familiar with that law, Harry. Amelia began. It states, however, that in order for her to claim House Potter she would need to have a descendant that was a Potter. Does she have a Potter ancestor? We don't know for sure, we haven't had a chance to look at the Potter genealogy. Harry replied. Also, Auntie, Dumbledore has produced a false will claiming it to be mine, and in it has divided up the assets of House Potter. That unbelievable bastard. That, no good son of a, I'll have his ancient ass in Azkaban. Amelia raged. Harry placed his hand on the fuming woman's shoulder to calm her down. That's why I want to wait until Sirius will reading. Dumbledore and the Weasleys will all be there and I want to confront them all at once. I will no longer allow these people to run my life or influence me in any way. They have betrayed me in the most profound of ways and I want to make a clean break from them. Harry sighed heavily, feeling the sting once more of betrayal. Bella wrapped her arms around him and tenderly kissed his neck and then whispered in his ear comforting words of love. Harry hugged Bella to him tightly, grateful for the one person he knew for certain loved him unconditionally and knew without a shadow of a doubt that she would never betray him. Amelia sighed and reluctantly agreed to keep silent on Harry's status among the living. Harry, I would like to ask for one exception. Harry raised an eyebrow. Oh, yes, Susan is here with me. She's just outside in the waiting area. I know it would mean a lot to her to know you're alive. Amelia asked hopefully. I don't know, Auntie, can she keep a secret? Harry asked, not wanting to deny his godmother this one request. She is quite adept at keeping secrets. As the former head of the DMLE and as the acting minister for magic, Susan has had to keep many of my secrets and has never let one slip even to her closest friends. Amelia responded. Does she have any occlumency training? Narcissa asked. Of course, she is of a noble house. Amelia responded with just a hint of indignation in her voice. What does being from a noble house have to do with occlumency? Harry asked. All pureblood noble houses teach their children from a very young age the skill of occlumency. It is a part of their upbringing to keep family secrets, just that, a secret. Bella responded. Oh, Harry said. Well, if Susan has this training and promises not to reveal my secret, I don't see why we can't tell her. Harry offered. A grinning Amelia stepped out of the conference room and re-entered a moment later with a confused-looking Susan Bones. Bella had pulled her hood back over her face and had stepped back into shadow as Amelia and her young red-headed charge walked in. Harry had his back turned toward the door as he stared into the fireplace that was in the conference room. Susan looked a little nervous as she recognized Narcissa Malfoy and had subconsciously stepped closer to her aunt. Susan, let me introduce you to Andromeda Tonks. She is an old acquaintance from school and we have worked together often at the ministry. Amelia told her niece. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Tonks. Susan stated and shook the older woman's hand. The pleasure is mine, young lady. Andromeda smiled, putting the young redhead at ease. And I believe you know Lady Malfoy? Amelia asked. Lady Malfoy. Susan stated stiffly, giving a small curtsy. Narcissa smiled warmly at the pretty young witch. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Bones. And this young man over here, Amelia moved her in the direction of the fireplace, is someone I think you at least somewhat know. Amelia smiled knowingly. Harry turned around and gave a patented Harry Potter lopsided grin. Hey Susan, how are you? He spoke teasingly. Susan let out a very unladylike squeal and launched herself at the raven-haired young man, throwing her arms tightly around his neck. Harry. The redhead realized to her embarrassed horror that she had just thrown herself at her first crush. If that wasn't mortifying enough, she had also done it in front of her aunt and two other women. Susan slowly unwrapped herself from Harry and took a few steps back, her face matching the color red in her hair. Sorry about that, I guess I got a little over excited. Harry offered, chuckling. Susan's blush seemed to intensify in color, almost making the young girl glow. At hearing Harry's chuckle she narrowed her eyes and swatted him hard across his upper arm. Ouch! What was that for? Harry asked, rubbing the side of his arm. You prat. I thought you were Dia. Susan began to tear up, trying to form the word. Dead. Everyone thinks you're dead. How? It's a long story, Susan, one I'm willing to tell you later, just not right now. Harry smiled apologetically. But your aunt has my permission. To fill you in if you like. But I also must ask that you tell no one else that I'm alive, at least for a while. It's one of those kinds of secrets for now, Susan. Her aunt stated, knowing that her niece would understand her meaning. Susan turned to her aunt and nodded, but gave her a look that said, "You'll be telling me everything." Amelia chuckled and informed the feisty Hufflepuff that she would indeed tell her everything she could. Did you know, Harry, that my aunt is your godmother? Not until just recently, I'm afraid. But I'm very happy about it. Harry smiled. So that would make us god cousins, you know. Susan said, flashing a hopeful smile. I guess it does. Harry said. So I guess that makes us family then. Harry said, staring warmly at Susan. Yes, it does. A beaming Susan offered. And the first thing you should know about this family, cousin, is that hugs are mandatory. Harry chuckled again. I guess I can live with that. Harry said playfully. Well then, let me welcome you properly to the family. With that, Susan approached Harry at a more sedate speed and wrapped her cousin in a warm hug, which Harry returned with as much warmth. Thank you, Susan. Harry was genuinely moved by the show of affection. But I think we better let each other go before my wife gets upset. Wife? Susan said breathlessly. You're married. I am. Harry said, wanting to be upfront with his new cousin. I wanted you to know, Aunt Amelia told me that you had a little bit of a crush on me, and... To Harry and Amelia's surprise, Susan began to laugh, just a little at first, then she broke out in giggles. Harry was looking very confused, as was Amelia, at the antics of the young witch. Susan looked up at the two and tried to stifle her laughter. Sorry, Harry. Susan snorted a bit, biting back another giggle. Well, I did kind of have a crush on you. Susan began. But since the middle of last year I've kind of been seeing someone else. Oh, Amelia intoned. And who is it you've been seeing? This is the first I'm hearing of it. Honestly, Auntie. Susan sighed exasperatingly. He is kind of shy, and frankly, Auntie, you scare people. The redhead said, placing her hands on her hips, daring her aunt to deny it. HMPH, well, I think I'm a very fair-minded person, if I do say so myself. Amelia whined with the hint of a smile on her lips. So who is he then? Neville Longbottom, she said. Way to go, Neville. Harry thought to himself. Augusta's grandson? Amelia asked. That's the one. Susan happily sung. And Susan thinks I'm scary. Augusta could frighten a Dementor out of his shroud. Amelia quirked to herself. Well, I suppose we'll have to have young Lord Longbottom around for tea, won't we? Amelia offered. Sue, who's the lucky girl that has captured the heart of the most eligible boy in school? Did Hermione finally pluck up the courage to ask you out? No. I mean, I love Hermione, don't get me wrong, but as a close sister. Harry quickly responded. It's not Ginny Weasley, is it? Oh, Harry, she is totally wrong for you. Oh, I'm sorry if she, oh blast it all. Susan tried to backtrack. Harry laughed congenially. No, it is most definitely not Ginny. Then who is it? Susan asked, not being able to think of any other girl that was close to Harry. Well, for now I'd like to keep that a secret, Susan. I promise to let you know after tomorrow. You'll understand why the secrecy when the truth comes out. Harry promised. Is this one of those secrets as well? She looked at Harry, then her aunt questioningly, who both nodded. You know, sometimes it really beeps being me. The Hufflepuff whined. The meeting with Amelia Bones went far better than anyone had expected. Although still nervous, Bella and Harry felt hopeful that things would work out. And if they didn't, Harry was already developing a plan to bust his love back out and flee the country. The Mediterranean was a nice place, he had heard. Harry had wanted to see the Potter vaults, and so Harry, Bella and Narcissa made their way down into the bowels of Gringotts. The ride had been fast and furious. Harry and Bella enjoyed the ride immensely, but Narcissa had turned a most interesting shade of green and looked like she was about to redecorate the bottom of the cart. Griphook smirked at the swaying bee owned as she nearly fell face first after exiting the cart. I hate those bloody carts. Narcissa griped. Harry and Bella both chuckled at the loss of composure from the prim and proper Narcissa Malfoy. The small group approached vault number 7, the three humans marveled at the huge circular door. The door looked as if it opened in the middle, parting the circular door in two. In the middle of the door was the crest of the ancient and most noble House of Potter. There were no visible keyholes or handles. The Potter crest was the only raised surface on the door that they could see. Harry turned a questioning look at Griphook, who rolled his eyes at the young human and approached the door. You must place your hand on the middle of the crest. The innate magic within the seal will identify you as a Potter. Once it has identified you, the door will open. Be warned though, Griphook stated, looking at Narcissa, that only Potters can enter the vault unless they are allowed by the head of house. And how do I do that, Griphook? Harry asked the tiny goblin. There will be a book on a pedestal somewhere in the vault. That book is tied to the ambient magic in the vault. Once you write the name of the person you are wanting to allow in, you must then lead the person in. They must be touching you at the time. Griphook growled as if it were common knowledge. Will they be allowed in any time after that? Harry asked. Griphook rolled his eyes and looked at the young lord. You would not need to write her name in the book anymore, but she must be in company of a Potter to gain access. If you no longer want that person to enter, simply cross out their name in the book. Well, okay then, sounds simple enough. Harry smiled. Griphook turned around and mumbled something about mentally slow humans. Well, love, would you like to do the honor of opening our vault? Harry asked his blushing bride. I don't know, Harry. Bella's voice nervously cracked. It may not recognize me as a Potter. According to magic, we are husband and wife and you are the Lady Potter. Harry spoke soothingly but confidently to his wife. Bella smiled at him and then stepped in front of the Potter crest. She raised her hand and gingerly placed it flat against the middle of the crest. An electric blue light began to illuminate the Potter crest. Bella then felt a warming sensation envelop her hand and then a prick in the middle of her palm that drew a sample of her blood. She tried to remove her hand from the seal but found she could not move it. Bella was about to panic when the light began to subside and she heard an audible clanking sound. She found that she was able to remove her hand from the crest, which was now separating in two as the door began to slowly swing outward. The door opened to reveal a Romanesque archway a few feet inside the doors. The vault appeared to be a massive cavern carved out of living rock. At the keystone location of the arch was a large portrait of an elderly couple dressed in apparel that would not be out of place for nobles in the 6th century. The man in the portrait bowed low and the lady a deep curtsy. Welcome Lord and Lady Potter to the vault of House Potter. Allow me to introduce ourselves, the elderly man began. This lovely creature by my side is the Lady Boudica and I am, or was chuckling, Lord Cadern. The two images smiled. It has been some time since we've had any visitors. The Lady Boudica stated. So we are ever so pleased to have company again. The lady said excitedly. So who are you, exactly? Harry asked, smiling at the animated lady who seemed to be bouncing on her toes with happiness. We are the guardians of House Potter, my lord. We exist not only to protect the Potter House vault, but we are also the Potter historians and guardians of the Potter family magic. Lady Boudica stated proudly. Potter family magic? You mean we have our own magic? Well, of course we do, Lord Potter. Within these walls you will find the family grimoire. It holds within its pages almost 1500 years of Potter family history and magics. Our line has had many talented spellcrafters through the centuries, many with an affinity toward battle magic. Lord Cadern stated bemusedly. Battle magic? Is that somehow different from regular magic? And please call me Harry. Harry asked, somewhat confused. Very well then, Harry, and please call me grandfather, many of your forebears have done so. Battle magic is a branch of magic that has fallen out of use. In centuries past there was constant warring here on the Isle. There was constant conflict between the island clans and the invading Romans, but also between the individual clans themselves. The clan system eventually turned into what you know as the house system. So House Potter used to be Clan Potter? Harry asked. Lord Cadern chuckled. Well, the Potter name is rather new, only within the last 1200 years or so. Our line is actually descendant from the Gaul wizard King Vercingetorix, who fought the Romans in 52 BC. There were actually many different families who existed under the Potter banner through the centuries, and eventually most took the Potter name, and so it became one of the great houses early in the 10th century. Bella was stunned at the information. Not only did the Potter line predate any other in the wizarding world that she knew of, but was truly a noble house being descendant from royalty. Now where was I? Oh yes, battle magic. As I'm sure you know, a wand can only be used against 1 to 3 people at a time and still be effective. Battle magic was used to defend against much larger numbers. The drawback to battle magic is that it is wielded through incantation, which takes longer to cast than a simple spell. It also requires several witches and wizards simultaneously chanting the incantation for it to be used at its most powerful level. The portrait instructed. So in other words, you sacrifice speed for power. Harry stated. Cater nodded. Yes, but when you look at the amount of the enemy you can stop with one single incantation, it is well worth the time it takes. Both Harry and Bella began to see the advantages that this type of magic could have in the upcoming war and decided that it would be worth reading up on. Grandfather, I was told that there would be a book here within the vault that I would need to use in order to allow a non-Potter in. Can you tell me where that is? Of course, Harry, just to the left of our portrait you'll find a stone pedestal. On it, you will see a large leather-bound book. Just write the name of the person in the book, then escort the person into the vault with you. As you walk under our archway, the person's magical signature will then be recorded and then be allowed to enter the main vault. However, every time they come they must be escorted by a Potter. Is there any way to get around that, grandfather? Say if I wanted to send a house elf or a close friend of the family to retrieve something, Harry asked. In the case of the house elf, it must be a bound elf to our house. A bound elf is considered to be part of the Potter family and may enter at any time. Anyone else must be a blood relation or magically adopted into the family. And only the head of house, in this case you, Harry, is allowed to bring visitors here. The failsafe to this is even if the head of house is forced to bring an enemy to the vault, only the family can pass under the arch unharmed. If your enemy walks with you under the arch, the defensive magic will stun him or her. You'll notice that the book is behind the arch. So in theory the head of house can stay safely behind the arch and his enemy cannot touch him. Cadern explained. Harry walked over to the book and wrote the name of Narcissa Malfoy. The book pulsed a bright gold color and then faded. Harry returned to the vault entrance and took Narcissa's hand and walked with her through the archway. There was a feeling of walking through a curtain of magic as they stepped through to the other side. On the other side of the archway was another large picture frame where Grandmother Boudica and Grandfather Cadern appeared. Welcome Lady Narcissa Malfoy to the vault of House Potter. The elderly couple offered. Thank you, my lord and lady. It is an honor to be here. Narcissa curtsied to the couple in the portrait, who gave her a nod of their heads in recognition. Harry, Bella and Narcissa walked around the large vault's main area. They saw many suits of armor and chainmail that lined the walls. Bladed weapons of every kind. On the opposite wall were dozens of large curio case with dozens if not hundreds of wands. One case in particular had the wand of each head of house dating back to 950 AD. Each wand had a corresponding name plate listing the name of the witch or wizard it had belonged to. Apparently women were allowed to be head of house at times. Bella commented as she looked at a wand of a distant relative whose name happened to be one Erwin Carus Potter, Black, born May 1, 1269 AD, died December 31, 1380 AD. Maybe you should see if one of the wands here will work for you, Harry. Narcissa offered as she was looking at all the old pureblood names and ancient and noble houses that had married into the Potter line. I guess it couldn't hurt anything. Harry concluded. Harry began to run his hand over the various wands, hoping that one would call to him. He had been at it for only about 15 minutes when a wand literally jumped into his outstretched hand. The wand sent rushing warmth throughout Harry's body and then seemed to hum in his hand. Now that was unexpected, Grandmother Boudica said in a surprised voice. Why so, grandmother? Harry asked. That wand belonged to Morgana Le Fay. The painted witch declared. Bella and Narcissa looked at the wand with awe and reverence. You mean to say that this wand actually belonged to the Morgana Le Fay? Bella gasped out, trying not to hyperventilate. Yes, dear, but legend and myth painted her in such an unflattering if not downright deceitful manner. She was not the dark witch that she was portrayed. She was very powerful, and jealous wizards who envied her natural talent besmirched her name. So she wasn't a dark witch? Narcissa asked. No dear, she was not dark, she was more, gray with dark edges, you might say. Boudica chuckled. But she was extremely powerful. So she was a Potter then? Harry asked. Not exactly, Harry dear. However, she came to owe the House of Potter a life debt. You see, she was ambushed by a group of wizards intent on killing her, a claim to fame you might say to increase the prestige of their own house. She was gravely injured and apparated away from the scene. She appeared near a forest stream bloodied and unconscious. A young wizard by the name of Gwaine Artemis Potter came across her unmoving form and took her back to his home. He bound her wounds and nursed her back to health. Gwaine fell in love with the beautiful witch and the two maintained a quiet affair for many years. Morgana's magic recognized that a life debt had been formed between her and Gwaine of House Potter. Years later, Gwaine sat next to her on the deathbed of his lover. Not having fulfilled her life debt in this life, she spoke an incantation and infused her magic and life force into her wand. She told Gwaine that in a time of great need her wand would answer the call of the Potters and bind itself to the witch or wizard in need. It is unknown, however, exactly what the wand would do for the bearer. It has been silent since it was given to Gwaine. You are the first person to get a reaction, Harry. The wand will bind itself to you. Grandmother finished, smiling proudly at Harry. Just when I thought my life couldn't get any stranger, I get chosen by the wand of the most famous witch in history. Harry groaned. I will serve you well, young master. A voice whispered in Harry's mind. Bella also heard the voice being connected to Harry through their bond. Harry and Bella looked at each other, each displaying a look of shock. It was 8 that evening when Harry, Bella, and Narcissa made it back to Black Manor. It had been an awe-inspiring time spent in the Potter family vault. They had promised the portrait that they would return another day when they had more time to explore. Hermes was waiting at the door as the trio dragged themselves in and took seats in the parlor. Harry and Bella collapsed into a love seat where Bella immediately curled up into his side, laying her head on his shoulder and wrapping an arm around his waist. Narcissa chose the long leather couch and fell back onto it, stretching out and throwing her arm over her eyes and sighing deeply as she let weight of the day began to melt away into the soft supple leather beneath her. Master Harry, Hermes the ancient elf called as he entered the room. Excuse me, young master, but there is a rather hostile white owl that has been here since you left this morning. She has been in your bedroom and growling at the house elf staff when Weasley tries to enter. Hedwig. Harry jumped up from the love seat much to Bella's displeasure and headed up to his bedroom, closely followed by the ebony-haired witch. Harry opened the door and was immediately dive-bombed by the angry owl. Hedwig. Stop de. Hedwig dived at him again, cuffing the top of Harry's head with her wing. Hedwig landed on the mantel of the fireplace and looked sternly at her wizard. Harry cautiously approached the snowy owl. She had all her feathers puffed out and ruffled, showing her displeasure to the apologizing young man. I'm so sorry, Hedwig, the past few days have been a little overwhelming and I'm sorry I haven't been able to call for you. I wasn't sure if you would even be able to find me with all the wards covering this place. Hedwig hooted indignantly as if to scoff at her wizard's lack of faith in her ability to find him. Harry stepped closer to the beautiful owl, who turned her back on him. Softly he began to scratch the top of her head in the place he knew she loved to be scratched. Come on, girl, if it makes you feel any better, I've missed you terribly. As bad as she wanted to continue to be angry at her Harry, she was extremely grateful that he was safe. She had been out hunting when the Dursleys had attempted to kill Harry. When she returned from her hunt, she discovered the house in charred ruins. She knew that he was alive somewhere. Her connection to him as his familiar let her know that he had not died. But it had taken a week to finally locate him, and as the days went by she became more and more upset. When she had finally located where he was staying, she had just missed him when he disappeared with the two witches. Hedwig turned to face her wizard and hopped up on his shoulder and nipped his ear affectionately. She then rubbed her head against his cheek. Thank you, girl, I promise I won't leave you like that again. She gave a throaty bark and then flew back to the mantel and buried her head under her feathers and drifted off into a well-earned sleep. Harry turned around to find a smirking Bella staring at him. Well, I see who wears the pants in that relationship, Bella said, losing her composure, and chuckled at her husband. Harry smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, well, what can you do? Harry laughed. Bella walked over to her husband and wrapped him in her arms and kissed him tenderly on the lips. Never change, Harry, you are just too sweet, Bella cooed. Harry turned somber as he looked at the woman who had come to mean so much to him. I'm worried, love, he paused. I don't want to lose you so soon after I found you. Bella looked deeply into his eyes, amazed to see the depth of his love being reflected back to her. It was breathtaking. I have faith in us, Harry, Bella whispered. I don't believe that magic has brought us together just to tear us apart. I love you so much, Bella, that I feel at times my heart will explode from being so full of emotion. I love you too, dearest. You've owned my heart even before I admitted to myself that it was yours." The young couple stared longingly at each other, their bodies reacting before their minds even began to process the situation. The key was deep and lingering, filled with desire and need. The lights seemed to dim on their own as the young couple subconsciously moved toward the large canopy bed. Each knew in their minds that this could be their last night together if things went badly the next day. So their hearts conspired to make it an evening that would live in their dreams for a lifetime. Years later they would still look back on this night with awe and nostalgia as the night that their love became something more than worldly but something that could only be measured on an eternal scale. Magic had brought them together, but their willing souls united them for eternity. The young couple removed every piece of physical barriers between their bodies and slid between the heavenly textures of silk sheets. The diverseness off the cool sheets and the warmth of their pressed together bodies created a wonderful sensation of opposites. They took their time in exploring every wondrous and mysterious part of each other's anatomy. For Harry it was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Every moan and every gasp and mew coming from Bella was like a musical masterpiece, and he was the conductor. Bella reveled in the unsuppressed love that Harry was lavishing upon her. Never in her life had she experienced the true meaning of making love until her Harry. His touches were so gentle and innocent that her skin tingled everywhere he touched, kissed, and caressed. When they finally came to that moment of complete surrender where two bodies become one, it defied all description. The young lovers became lost in each other's mind as they approached their grand finale. The intensity of two minds locked together at the moment of each other's release was beyond comprehension and left the couple complete drained of all strength and consciousness. Unbeknownst to the bonded lovers, a golden aura surrounded the pair, forever locking their souls together in eternal unity. Tomorrow would bring what tomorrow would bring, but tonight the night belonged to Harry and Bella. Friday, June 7th at 8:30 a.m. found Harry, Bella and Andromeda Tonks standing in Minister Bones' office. It was the day of Bella's hearing and the trio was nervously listening to Amelia's explanation of how the hearing would proceed. Bella would be led into the chamber escorted by two of her top Aurors. She would be restrained by magic-suppressing shackles. This upset Harry, who didn't want his love to be paraded into a most likely hostile courtroom, and not being able to defend herself and even an appearance of guilt by wearing the shackles could sway people's votes in a negative way. Amelia told Harry that it was standard procedure and she could not be seen showing any kind of deference toward Bella. If the court thought she had any kind of sympathy for the known Death Eater, she could be excused from the proceedings and could possibly hurt her chances of being minister. Harry was not happy with the explanation but reluctantly agreed with his godmother. Harry himself would be sitting in the gallery as a spectator. With some advanced glamour spells that Bella had shown him, he had turned his raven locks into a sandy brown, his eyes became a grayish blue, and with the height he had gained through the ritual it was very unlikely that anyone would recognize him. Andromeda would be sitting at the defense table where she would be joined by Bella. The prosecutor representing the ministry would be a witch by the name of Emma Weasley. She was known to be ruthless and would often try and bait the defendants by the use of condescending and demeaning slurs. Weasley had been notified the evening before of whom she would be prosecuting. At first she was shocked at who the ministry had captured and giddy as well. Weasley was a first cousin to Amicus Carrow and quickly had told her cousin of Bellatrix's capture. Carrow immediately brought the news to his master, who was most pleased. He informed Carrow to contact their agents within the ministry and plant them throughout the courtroom. They were to cause a disruption in the gallery. While the Auror's attention would be on the crowd, Amicus beneath an invisibility cloak would grab Bellatrix, stunning her if necessary, and then bring her back to Riddle Manor. Voldemort knew he would need to place Bellatrix under the Imperius until the compulsion potions he would need to give her bent her to his will once more. Of course she would need to be punished for foolishly believing she could escape him. But she was an incredible duelist and spellcrafter, and he was in need of her talents. Voldemort had also ordered the assassination of Amelia Bones. He could not afford to have her sworn in as minister. He could not allow the ministry to strengthen its resolve against him. If the opportunity presented itself, she was to be killed in the courtroom during the commotion. Carrow had contacted Thomas Yaxley, who was one of the higher-ranking Aurors, about their master's plan. Weasley stated that he would make sure he was on the detail that escorted the prisoner. He would then be in the perfect position to help Amicus in subduing Bellatrix and possibly killing the Bones by ch. Albus Dumbledore was not a happy wizard. How dare that Bones woman call an emergency session of the Wizengamot? She was only the interim minister for Merlin's sake. The power must already be going to her head, and the audacity of not telling him the complete nature of the session. Only that new evidence has surfaced about a known Death Eater. She will need to be put in her proper place. The ancient wizard thought to himself as he put on his garish robes of the supreme mugwump of the Wizengamot. She is too strong-willed. Something will need to be done about her, and soon. Harry and Bella held on to each other tightly as Amelia finished her instructions. 100 thoughts and emotions passed between them, each taking comfort in the shared link that they had. They could feel each other's love for the other, and a bit of nervousness as well as the unknown lay before them. Bella cupped Harry's face in her hands and pulled him down into a passion-filled kiss. "I love you," she whispered into his ear. "I love you too," he whispered back. "I'll see you after the hearing." She nodded bravely at her husband, holding back the tears that threatened to fall. Harry left the minister's office and made his way down to the 9th floor, courtroom number 10. Memories of the last time he was in the courtroom surfaced to the front of his mind. His anger rose a bit as the memory of being tried by the entire Wizengamot over a simple offense of underage magic, which turned out to be a plot to silence him by then Under Secretary to the Minister Dolores Umbridge and the minister himself Cornelius Fudge. Harry felt Bella's anger rise as he replayed the memories. "It's all in the past, love, and you need to focus on the here and now," Harry gently reminded her over their bond. Harry and Bella had noticed that whatever linked them together had grown in strength, and they were able to sense each other's presence wherever they happened to be. Harry, who had never apparated on his own before, soon found that he could apparate to wherever Bella was by just thinking of her, and she had been able to do the same. Their minds were so in sync that they always knew each other's thoughts, and the two would have lengthy conversations in their minds which annoyed Narcissa to no end when she was around them. They worked in perfect harmony with each other, like they were two halves of the same whole. Even now, as he entered courtroom 10, he felt her presence in his mind. It was a comfort to the both of them knowing that they were not truly separated from each other. Harry looked around the quickly filling gallery of the courtroom and recognized several faces. He noticed the austere looks of Neville's grandmother, the Lady Longbottom. He noticed Amos Diggory, Cedric's father, which brought a pang of sadness that the handsome young man had his life ended by the very man who had betrayed his own parents. The very thought of Peter Pettigrew made his blood boil. "Your day will come, Peter, and I'll be there to make sure justice is as slow and painful as I can make it." 100 miles away, Peter Pettigrew felt a cold sense of doom wash over his body. Harry decided to take a seat just to the left and above the defendant's table. He would be able to see Bella and him. It also provided Harry with a tactical view of the entire gallery and the Wizengamot seats. Harry listened to the chatter of the visitors and members of the Wizengamot, whose stadium-style seats were placed directly in front of the defense and prosecution tables. This allowed those members to look down upon the defendant. Most were buzzing about the as of yet unknown Death Eater that was being brought in. Many seemed to have already made their decision. One man was overheard saying anyone even remotely associated with he who must not be named should be given the Dementor's key on sight. Another suggested just tossing the person through the veil and being done with it. Harry, to say the least, was feeling a little anxious and was continually sending thoughts of comfort to his wife through their bond. The court began to quiet down as Albus Dumbledore entered the hall. He approached the pulpit that was front and center of the Wizengamot seats, and with 3 taps of his wand called the room to order. "Welcome, welcome, lords and ladies of the Wizengamot, and to all visitors who are seated in the gallery. This emergency session of the Wizengamot is in session. Although this is highly irregular, it is being held at the request of the ancient and noble House of Bones. And in accordance with the bylaws of this group, a house with ancient and noble status may call such a meeting," Dumbledore stated, although with a hint of exasperation in his voice. "So without further preamble, Interim Minister for Magic, the Lady Amelia Bones will address this court." Dumbledore finished bowing to Amelia, then taking his seat. "Lords and ladies of the Wizengamot, you know me as one of the staunchest leaders in the fight against crime and insurrection in our world. I have personally captured or have helped in the capture and conviction of over 40 supporters of you-know-who. Supporters known as Death Eaters." Amelia began. I have also been known as a just but fair judge and one who is willing to hear all sides of a story. During the First War there were many who claimed to be under the influences of the Imperious Curse, or blackmailed into acts of sedition and crimes against the wizarding people. To all those who claimed such coercion a hearing by veritas serum and pensive memories were offered to those who proclaimed innocence. There were but few who refused it, but somehow were exonerated from charges. Harry noticed more than a few members of the Wizengamot squirm a bit uncomfortably at Amelia's last remark. It is for this cause that I have called for this emergency session. An individual who had been known as a Death Eater during the First War has turned herself in. She has asked to give testimony by veritas serum and by pensive memories that she was controlled by means of compulsion potions and by means of the Imperious Curse was controlled by the Dark Lord and one or more of his agents. A windstorm of whispers echoed around the courtroom till the noise reached a rather loud buzz. Amelia attempted to continue but was drowned out by the sheer volume. Albus Dumbledore stood from his seat and by means of sonorous charm quieted the crowd. Silence. Dumbledore bellowed. Everyone will please refrain from talking. Dumbledore finished nodding to Amelia to continue. As I was saying, Amelia cleared her throat. This person has voluntarily turned herself in and by the rule of law they will be given opportunity to make their case. Bella was surrounded by 4 Aurors, 2 to the front of her and 2 to the back. She recognized the tall bald black man in front of her and to the left is Kingsley Shacklebolt, a member of Dumbledore's Order of the Flaming Chicken. She also recognized her niece Nymphadora Tonks as the Auror in front and to the right of her. Bella didn't know however if Andromeda had updated her niece to her situation. Nymphadora glanced at Bella and snarled at her. Apparently not. Bella thought. She could not see the 2 Aurors who were positioned behind her and had no idea who they were. The group came to a halt just outside a heavy wooden door that led into the front of the courtroom near the defendant's table. While they were stopped, Bella caught a glance of the Auror to her right and back. She had to catch herself from letting out a gasp as she recognized this particular Auror. Harry. Harry. One of the Aurors in my guard is a Death Eater. Bella mentally screamed. What? Who is it? Harry asked in an almost panic. His name is Thomas Yaxley, he is an Inner Circle member. Bella replied trying to keep herself calm. Do you think you can? Harry were moving. Harry noticed a side door open near the defendant's table and watched as Bella and 4 Aurors walked in. The courtroom exploded into pandemonium. Screams of terror and anger and hate echoed around the courtroom. People were yelling, give her the key. Give her the key. Anything that wasn't nailed down was being thrown at the raven-haired witch. Death to all Death Eaters. Was screamed out by a man in his mid-40s. The same man broke from the gallery and leapt at Bella with a dagger clenched in his fist. An amazingly fast Kingsley Shacklebolt caught the man in mid-flight with a mid-level banishing and disarming charm. The man crumpled to the floor in a heap after smashing into the opposite wall. Although Bella appeared to be 20 years younger, there was no mistaking who she was. She had the aristocratic beauty that all women of the Black family inherited. Her dark hair and violet eyes were unmistakably Bellatrix black. Her face was as well known as any celebrity and it provoked a wide range of emotions from fear to hate to twisted fascination. She was the devil to some and a dark goddess to others. More Aurors were called in to manage the crowd and gain some sort of control and order. Harry kept a close watch over Bella and was a hair's breadth away from exposing himself to protect Bella from the man with the dagger before Kingsley had responded. Yaxley thought it was the perfect opportunity to grab Bella and kill Bones. But he did not know where Amicus was. He scanned the crowd looking for the subtle ripples of someone under an invisibility cloak. Aurors Shacklebolt and Tonks took flanking positions on either side of Bella. With wands drawn they scanned the crowd for more potential attackers as other Aurors tried to regain some order in the courtroom. Harry did not like what was happening at all and began to make his way toward Bella. Out of the corner of his eye he saw a shimmer of air that seemed to ripple. With terrified jolt Harry realized there was someone underneath an invisibility cloak and they were within 6 feet of Bella. Thomas Yaxley also noticed a wand materialize through an invisibility cloak which was pointed at Bella. Yaxley, realizing that Caro was about to act, drew his own wand and pointed it at the back of Kingsley Shacklebolt. Harry saw what was about to happen and yelled at Bella through their bond to fall to the ground. Stupefy! Caro yelled. The spell flew over Bella's head as she was already dropping to the floor to take cover. The spell slammed into the defendant's table with a crack splintering the top of the table. The spell got Tonks and Kingsley's attention and they spun to find the caster. This act prompted the other 6 agents of Voldemort to begin casting reducto curses into the gallery and Wizengamot seats. Screams of terror filled the ancient hall as explosions were sending broken bodies flying through the air. Harry wandlessly summoned the invisibility cloak off of Caro, exposing him to the court. This immediately got Tonks and Shacklebolt's attention as they swung their wands at Caro. Avada Kedavra! Weasley yelled, sending the acid-green color of the death curse straight into the back of Kingsley Shacklebolt. The tall Auror collapsed to the ground dead, eyes wide and unmoving in a look of surprise. Weasley and Caro turned their wands on the pink-haired Auror, who was frozen in place staring at the lifeless eyes of her partner. Reducto! Caro screamed, as the spell hurled towards the shocked young Auror. Bella, seeing the spell leave the wand, swept Tonks off her feet, causing her niece to crash to the floor next to her. Nymphadora! Bella screamed. Snap out of it! Nymphadora! Tonks jolted as the events taking place around her suddenly came into sharp focus. Why, you saved my life! Tonks muttered, looking at her aunt that she had believed was one of Voldemort's top Death Eaters. Thank me later, Nymphy, but for now defend yourself, Bella said while pulling her niece behind the overturned table as a spell shot over her head. Weasley saw that Bella and Tonks were taking cover behind a table. He raised his wand, pointing it at the pink-haired Auror. Avada Kedavra! Iaa! Weasley's robe suddenly burst into flames. An irate Harry Potter had sent the borderline dark fire curse at the murdering Auror. The fire was so intense that the fabric was melting to his skin. Weasley dropped his wand as fire was burning his hands and face. With a wandless stupefy, Weasley fell to the floor unconscious. Harry then lifted the fire curse and rushed to Bella's side. Aurors had begun to subdue most of Voldemort's agents in the crowd. Caro, sensing that the mission was failing, decided to at least get some small victory. He spun his wand toward Amelia Bones, a cruel sneer spreading over his face. Avada Kedavra! The interim Minister of Magic looked on in horror as she heard the incantation. A look of surprise reached Amelia's eyes as the unblockable curse was redirected well over her head. The cause of the redirection was none other than Bellatrix Black, who threw herself at Amicus Caro, knocking him bodily to the floor, his wand sliding away from him well out of reach. Before Aurors could respond to and subdue the Death Eater, he pulled an emergency portkey from his robes and vanished. The Aurors then turned their wands on the prone body of Bellatrix Lestrange. Hold! Amelia shouted. The courtroom became silent but for the moans and silent weeping of the injured. That woman just saved my life. You will treat her with respect. The former head of the DMLE spoke to her Aurors. Now, what the hell just happened here? A furious Amelia Bones asked. A 2-hour recess was called while the incident was investigated. Aurors Robards and McKenna, the DMLE's top crime scene investigators, interviewed witnesses and captured instigators, and from pensive memories were able to piece together the actual events. Rufus Scrimgeour, the current head of the DMLE, entered the minister's office and presented Amelia with the results of the investigation. She was shocked to find that Thomas Weasley was a marked Death Eater. He had been an Auror during the last war as well. Had he been a spy even then? Amelia wondered. The incident claimed 3 lives, including her most trusted Auror, Kingsley Shacklebolt. His death would be a huge loss to the DMLE. He was widely respected and had been one of the DMLE's top trainers. Amelia Bones would be damned if she let Voldemort and his ilk get away with this attack. The 6 agents caught in the act and Thomas Weasley would feel the full weight of the ministry. Their punishment will be most severe, and in the case of Weasley, permanent. She could not let a betrayal from within the ministry be lightly punished. She would recommend the Dementor's key for Weasley. He will have to be made an example of what will happen to those who work for the ministry and are agents of the Dark Lord. Bella's hearing was moved to the smaller courtroom 5. The public would not be allowed in, only members of the Wizengamot and a few court reporters. The hearing began with Veritas serum being administered to Bella. Amelia had been careful in wording her first question to Bella. She knew if asked her name, Bella would answer with the last name of Potter, and Amelia wanted to keep that bit of information quiet as Harry had asked her to. Would you please state your given name at birth? Amelia asked. A monotone voice answered. Bellatrix Adian Black. Were you a willing member of the terrorist group known as Death Eaters? Bella was asked. No. Explain. Dumbledore asked. I was force-fed compulsion potions by my then-husband Rudolphus Lestrange. I was then forced to take the Dark Mark and train the Dark Lord's supporters. Several members of the Wizengamot began murmuring in quiet whispers one to another. Lady Longbottom then stood and with controlled anger asked, "Did you or did you not take part in the torture of Frank and Alice Longbottom?" The Dowager Lady Longbottom asked, "I was present but did not take part in the torturing. I was ordered by my husband to find their infant son and kill him." Augusta Longbottom was shocked at this revelation and asked, "But you did not kill him, why?" "I was sporadically able to fight off some of the effects of the compulsion potions in brief moments. I had achieved enough presence of mind to defy the order. Instead I found the boy and hid him in the closet of his nursery. I then returned to my husband and told him the boy was not in the house. Neville was found in the closet of his nursery when the Aurors arrived and the three of you were captured." Lady Longbottom commented, looking at the raven-haired witch with conflicting emotions. She had spent the last 14 years cursing the name of Bellatrix Lestrange and now she found herself conflicted. She had actually saved the life of her grandson. Maybe she isn't the person I thought she was. The matriarch considered. Albus Dumbledore had one more question, more to satisfy his curiosity than any proof that she had been involved. "Did you kill Harry Potter by the use of the Fiendfire spell at his residence in Surrey?" Bella was terrified that his question would ask about whether she knew of the attack on his relatives, which of course she did. But she had most definitely not killed Harry. So she answered with a clear and resounding, "No." The questioning only lasted for another 10 minutes, where other members had asked her about other Death Eater raids she took part in. It was learned that she had only killed 2 people in her time as a Death Eater, but it was proven that she was not in control of herself at the time. Bella was removed from the room while the Wizengamot deliberated over her fate. Surprisingly, to many of those present, Lady Longbottom was her strongest advocate for total acquittal. With the support of House Longbottom, Bones, Greengrass, Abbott, and Narcissa as the proxy for the Malfoy seat, it was enough for the majority of the other houses to be swayed to their side. Out of 150 votes, a clear majority of 120 votes were tallied for a full acquittal. Harry had been on pins and needles. He had not been allowed into the courtroom and so was pacing back and forth outside of the courtroom door. He had of course heard everything through the bond with Bella, but that didn't calm his nerves in the slightest. He froze in mid-stride as Bella was escorted back into the courtroom. "The defendant will remain standing as the court decision is pronounced," Dumbledore stated in somber voice. Bella and Andromeda stood together and held hands as the verdict was about to be read. Harry was fighting the desire to burst through the door and hold his wife in this moment of decision that could affect the rest of their lives. Dumbledore unrolled a scroll and began to read from it. "Bellatrix 80 in black, it is the finding of this court that because of circumstances beyond your control you are found innocent and Harby acquitted of all past charges that had been leveled against you. These are the findings of the court and we stand adjourned." Bella burst into happy tears as she was hugged tightly by her big sister. Thank you, Andy. I don't know how to ever thank you enough." Bella looked up at the exiting members of the Wizengamot and found a smiling Amelia Bones looking back at her. She then noticed the Lady Longbottom, who gave her a nod and half-smile as she exited. Meanwhile in the hallway, Harry had given a rather large whoop of happiness and was receiving odd looks from people who watched him doing some kind of jig with a grin that threatened to swallow his entire face. The doors of the courtroom opened up and a raven-haired missile crashed into Harry, capturing his lips in a hard, passionate key. An immediate press conference was called by Amelia Bones, who announced the acquittal of Bellatrix Black to the media. Within minutes of the press conference ending, the news had been spread over the Wizarding wireless network. Special editions of The Prophet were flying off the racks faster than they could be printed. The news of an innocent Bellatrix Black was met by skepticism by some, outrage by others, and utter shock to the rest of the Wizarding population. Minister Bones had made it clear that any retaliation against Miss Black would be seen as an assault and the perpetrators arrested. The attack in Courtroom 10 was also mentioned in the press release, and that long-time Auror Thomas Yaxley had been arrested for murder and attempted murder and was also discovered to be a Death Eater. 6 others were also arrested in connection with the attack, and a date for hearings would be set soon. Bella and Harry walked hand in hand to the nearest apparition point in the Ministry, and with a searing key the two apparated back to Black Manor to celebrate. Amicus Caro knew he was a dead man walking. The attempt to kidnap Bellatrix was a complete disaster. Not only did the attempt fail, but Weasley had been injured and most likely captured. This would be a huge blow to Voldemort's intelligence gathering within the DMLE. Weasley had been in a position close to the Minister. Being captured and revealed as a Death Eater could have reaching implications within the ministries. There were bound to be investigations into all the various departments. This would set his master's plan for taking over the ministry back months if not years. And on a personal note, he had lost his wand, the one thing a wizard should never be without. Fortunately, he had his backup wand. It was not as in tune with his magic as his primary, but it would work in a pinch. The dilemma he now faced was either go immediately to his lord and report, knowing that he would most likely be on the receiving end of a few of his master's nastier curses, or not return immediately, sparing him a little pain now but would most likely receive much worse for being seen as a coward. With a sigh of determination, Amicus Carrow apparated to the front gates of Riddle Manor. He made his way to the front doors, where he passed two of his fellow Death Eaters posted as sentries. Slowly but determinedly he made his way to the main reception hall and stopped at the double wooden doors. The double doors slowly opened, revealing a large meeting hall. Amicus looked to the 20 or so Death Eaters already there. He turned his gaze to the back of the hall, where he saw his master, the Dark Lord Voldemort. He was sitting on an ornate throne similar to the one Albus Dumbledore used as his seat in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. "Ah, Amicus," Voldemort hissed. Come in, we are dying to hear of your success at the ministry." Amicus gulped and stepped forward into the room, the heavy wooden doors slamming closed behind him. It was a very happy group that apparated back to Black Manor. Bella had latched onto Harry's hand and refused to let go, which was quite alright with Harry because he didn't want to be further away from her than absolutely necessary. "Well, I believe this victory deserves a toast," Narcissa announced. "Hermes." The ancient elf appeared with a swirl. "How is Hermes serving Mistress Narcisse?" "We are celebrating Lady Bella's acquittal," the B***owned haired black sister stated with a large smile. "I believe the 47 Cheval Blanc will do nicely for such a momentous occasion." "Very good choice, Mistress. Eyes being getting it now." The elf bowed and in a swirl of smoke was gone. The four then made their way into the study. Harry and Bella took a love seat and sat down together as if joined at the hip. Narcissa and Andromeda laughed at the young couple's antics. Hermes appeared with the dusty bottle of Cheval Blanc and a tray with 4 crystal wine glass. The cork was removed and the wine allowed to breathe for a moment. Narcissa rose and poured a glass of the rare wine for everyone. They each stood and raised their glass. To Bella, Andy began. "May the life you lived stay buried in the past. May your life at present be full of happiness and joy, and may your future be filled with the blessing of family." "Hear, hear," said Narcissa and Harry, and the four tapped their glasses together and then each took a sip of the golden nectar. Bella squeezed Harry's hand as the two of them blushed at the thought of the children they would have in the future. Oh yes, there would be children. Each had always yearned to have a family, and if Bella had her way she would have a house full of dark-haired children. Dumbledore was making preparation for the planned Death Eater attack this evening. He knew with Voldemort's failure this morning at the ministry he would be out for blood. He contacted the Weasleys first and told them that there were rumors that the burrow would be attacked this evening and that they should prepare to make a quick getaway. The Weasleys moved Ron and Ginny to Grimmauld Place. The twins had already moved out of the burrow and were living in a flat above a store they had just purchased. It would become the future home of Weasley Wizard Wheezes. Bill and Arthur began to leave several nasty surprises around the burrow. Bill, one of Gringotts' top curse breakers, was extremely skilled at making offensive wards and leaving curses. He first laid a moderately weak defensive ward that he knew would be fairly easily to overcome. The object of this weak ward was to lull the would-be attackers into a false sense of security. The secondary defense was lightning sand. The harmless-looking sand could also be easily camouflaged with simple leaves or small twigs and branches. Once stepped on, the sand quickly beeps a person all the way under, robbing them of precious air and immobilizing their arms and legs. Various pits were placed randomly around the house. The third and final defense would be a terror curse. This was a particularly nasty curse that Bill picked up while exploring a crypt in Egypt. Once the attackers crossed the ward line of this curse, the attacker's mind would be plunged into total darkness. Wailing and shouts of terror would fill their ears. The feeling of being stalked by something truly evil would be pressed upon their senses. They would begin to sense something rapidly circling them and then feel an intense burning as they literally feel their flesh being ripped from their bones and smell the foul stench of burning flesh. It filled all the senses with such fear and terror that they become physically incapacitated. With preparations made, Bill and Arthur remained in the house to give the Death Eaters bait to lure them in through the defenses. Dumbledore had stated that he would be there as well. Next, Dumbledore paid a visit to the Longbottom estate where Dumbledore tried to ingratiate himself to the Dowager Grand Lady. She immediately told Dumbledore that his presence and his help were not needed. Dumbledore tried to convince the austere woman to at least allow him to take Neville. He promised to protect Neville from all harm and keep him safe. Unknown to Dumbledore, the Lady Longbottom and Minerva McGonagall were old friends. Minerva had confided in the Grand Lady about Dumbledore's handling or mishandling of Harry Potter and of the abuse that Harry had suffered at the hands of his relatives. The very relatives Albus forced him to return to every summer until his untimely death. With Minerva's information coupled with that of her grandson Neville's about how Dumbledore allowed a certain professor to mistreat students with no apparent fear of repercussions. He had also told her about all the misadventures that had occurred at the school since his first year. Needless to say, Augusta Longbottom had lost all confidence in the headmaster, and she would not allow her fate or that of her grandson to be in the hands of such a man. The Longbottom wards were some of the best in the country, and she felt confident that they would not be breached. "I will not allow you to take my grandson Albus. You were the one in charge of protecting the Potter boy, and we all know what happened to him," Augusta snarled. Dumbledore sadly shook his head. "I'm sorry it must come to this, but it is for the greater good." Dumbledore sighed, reaching for his wand. He had barely begun to take out his wand when he found Augusta's wand pointed directly at his nose. "One more move, Albus, and I'll permanently remove that damn twinkle from your eyes," the proper lady snarled. "Remove yourself at once or the Aurors will be picking pieces of you off my lawn for weeks." "I was just concerned for the boy, Lady Longbottom," Albus placatingly offered, removing his hand from his wand. "After all, it is your grandson that could very well be the savior of the wizarding world," Albus stated cryptically. "What are you on about, Albus? Everyone knows that Harry Potter was the boy who lived." Augusta laughed mirthlessly. "That is true," Albus sighed, "but he is not the boy who defeated," Albus stated, looking at Augusta over the top of his half-moon spectacles. "I have no time for your word games, Albus. So, make your point or be gone. You see, there was a prophecy made that a boy would be born as the 7th month dies that would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. I assumed it was Harry, but of course I now believe that it actually meant Neville, the scion of a great and noble, pureblood house," the headmaster said, looking into Augusta's eyes, his twinkle back in full force. Albus thought to play on the vanity of the Dowager Grand Lady and her pride of house. To have her believe that it was her line that would vanquish the greatest Dark Lord since Grindelwald and be seen as the heroes of the wizarding world. Dumbledore would be sadly mistaken. The Lady Longbottom had spent more than half a century in the shark-invested waters of politics and knew a snow job when she heard one. A chuckle sprung to life deep within the Grand Lady. It got louder and louder till it burst out of her mouth. "You are as mad as the papers made you out to be if you believed for 1 minute that I would buy into your tribe," Augusta stated between chuckles of incredulity. "I don't know what your game is, Albus Dumbledore, but I guarantee you that it will not involve my grandson. If I hear a whisper of you trying to fill his head with this nonsense, I will personally end you. Do I make myself perfectly clear, Albus?" Augusta stated with steel and finality in her voice, which left no room for argument. "If that is your wish," Albus began before being cut off. "It is. Good day, sir." And with that final statement, Albus was forcibly thrown out by the wards of Longbottom Estate. Augusta Longbottom called a meeting of the Longbottom House Elves and began preparations to defend against a siege against her ancestral home. And if by some twist of fate the wards were breached, they would still be given enough warning of an imminent collapse to make an escape. Unlike most of Wizarding Britain, Augusta believed Harry when he had claimed the Dark Lord had returned, and since then had made additions and adjustments to the estate's defenses. She had also updated her will just in case the unthinkable happened. Luna Lovegood was wading through the pond next to her home, enjoying the late afternoon sun as it began to dip into the western skies. She was reflecting on the adventure that she had earlier in the day at the ministry. Her father, Xenophilius Lovegood, as a member of the press corps, had been invited to the hearing of a suspected Death Eater. Having nothing better to do since the crumpled horned snurcax were in hibernation for the summer, she decided to tag along. The press box was located just to the left and above the defendant's table, where she had an excellent view of where the defendant would sit. She was sitting serenely watching as the various people began to wander in and take their seats. It was during this time when she had an odd sensation as a man with sandy brown hair and gray-blue eyes walked past her. It wasn't his appearance that caught her attention but the aura of his magic. Luna had a sensitivity toward magic. She could distinguish the magical signatures from one witch or wizard to another just by their mere presence. And no two signatures were ever alike. She had felt this particular signature before, but at the same time it was off, somehow subtly different. It was like he had a mix of two signatures instead of one. But that was impossible. Even a soul-bonded couple would have a distinct magical signature. How odd, Luna thought to herself. When the defendant was brought in, Luna received her second surprise of the day when she felt the same exact mix of two signatures in none other than Bellatrix Lestrange. Luna had little time to work out the puzzle when all of a sudden the courtroom fell into chaos. It was when the sandy brown-haired man had cast a most marvelous wandless spell that she received the biggest shock of all. With the increase in magical output from the man, his signature became clearer to read and Luna recognized it. It was her dear friend Harry Potter. And more amazing still was that somehow his magical core and that of Bellatrix Lestrange's were somehow fused together. Ah, how sweet, the B***owned Ravenclaw thought as she watched Harry protect Bellatrix from the nasty aura. Luna was disappointed that she was not able to speak with Harry. She had lost him in the crowd of people that were trying to flee the courtroom. She was most interested in asking him how he came back from the dead. It was sure to be a most riveting story. But she had a feeling that she would see him again soon. Either that or the Nargles were planning a suicide run at her last bowl of pudding. Hermione Granger was a rational person and knew that there was always a logical explanation for almost anything you could think of. However, today she found herself wanting to believe the unbelievable. Just yesterday afternoon she had been curled into a ball on her bed crying over the loss of her best friend. Wishing she could talk to him, and have him hold her, and comfort her. It was during this moment of complete sorrow that she felt the most wonderful peace come over her. It was as if Harry himself had come and wrapped her in his arms and whispered comforting words into her ear. It felt so real and her heart was telling her that it was indeed Harry, but her mind knew that it could not have been. After all, she knew that Harry was. Even now her heart wouldn't let her say the words. She had tried several more times to get that feeling back and every time she came up empty. But her heart refused to let her mind rationalize away the moment as nothing more than a figment of her imagination. Finally she decided to let her heart win this round. Her mind conceded defeat and allowed herself to believe that somehow Harry had reached out from beyond the grave to comfort her. Logic would just have to take one for the team this time. Dan and Emma Granger sat in their family room with their daughter, who had been so distraught over the loss of her closest and dearest friend. So in an effort to cheer her up, they decided to stay in tonight as a family and have a movie night. They rented some of Hermione's favorite films and had purchased several quarts of Rocky Road ice cream, Hermione's favorite. They watched their young daughter as she mindlessly twirled a golden medallion in her fingers. Ever since she had learned of her friend's death, she had refused to remove it from around her neck. She always wore it next to her skin on her chest. She had told them that it was her way of always having a reminder of her first real friend. Emma and Dan had wanted to tell her that holding on to someone that way was not healthy, but they could not bring themselves to do so. Maybe after she had a little more time to grieve they would approach the sensitive subject. 11 p.m. rolled around and the Grangers decided to call it an evening. Hermione had not really even watched the movies but had sat in relative silence the whole time, just rubbing her thumb around the edges of the galleon in her hand. Hermione retired to her bedroom and hoped that she would feel Harry's presence again. She needed to know that her brother was somehow watching over her and ready to comfort her against the grief she knew would surely come again. Lord Voldemort had not been pleased with Caro's report. The kidnapping attempt of Bellatrix failed miserably, neither had Amelia Bones been killed. And to add insult to injury, it had been Bellatrix who had saved the new Minister for Magic's life. Weasley was another huge blow. He had been well placed within the ministry and had been his main source of information on the comings and goings of various ministry officials and Auror deployments. It would take time to replace him, time he did not want to spend. Voldemort worried about what information the Ministry was able to obtain. Had he revealed their plans for tonight's activities? Would his Death Eaters be walking into traps? These questions had plagued him most of the day and had put him in a foul mood. Most of his Death Eaters knew not to approach him when he was irritable. However, the occasional new recruit who had not experienced their lord angry before became the unwitting focus of their lord's ire and Cruciatus curse. In the end, Voldemort decided to move forward with his plans. He would send in scouts first to make sure all was clear, and upon receiving the all-clear signal the rest of the strike teams would enter and then rain down punishment on the unsuspecting filth. Because of Yaxley's capture, Amicus Carrow was given a chance to redeem himself by taking Yaxley's place and leading the assault on the Longbottom estate. Carrow knew that failure was not an option this time. To fail again would mean certain death. He had received 10 lash of the Dark Lord's fire whip for his failure earlier. He could still smell the singed and burnt flesh on his back. It was a sensory reminder. Harry and Bella had turned in early to their bedroom. They were anxious to start their own private celebration. They needed to feel the intimate touch of one another to reassure themselves that everything that happened today was real. Bella was now free to rejoin society. She was free to start her life with Harry and to not be afraid of being sent back to Azkaban. It was an amazing feeling of freedom that she no longer would be hunted ever again. In her mind, Bellatrix Lestrange was well and truly dead, and only Bella Potter remained. It was just past midnight and a very content and sated Harry Potter was lying on his back in the warm bed he shared with his beautiful wife. Bella's left arm and leg were draped over Harry's body, her head on his chest. He was completely relaxed, his eyes were closed and his mind open and exploring his connection with Bella's. He was reliving one of Bella's early childhood memories. An 8-year-old Bella was riding on the back of her older cousin Sirius. She was laughing and giggling as he pretended to be a hippogriff flying around the back garden. Sirius then pretended to fall and fell to his hands and knees and rolled over, smooshing the giggling girl. He turned and began to tickle her. She was laughing so the bright light of spells flew through the home, crashing into the staircase. A girl with bushy brown hair tumbled head over heels and was stopped at the bottom of the stairs. The girl screamed as she looked into the dying eyes of her father. His neck had been cut open and life-giving blood poured out. Hermione. Harry bolted straight up, almost tossing Bella off the bed. Harry was pale and sweating. He was breathing so hard and fast that he was almost hyperventilating. "Harry, what's wrong?" a worried Bella asked, seeing the look of panic on her husband's face. "Hermione, she's being attacked. Her father might be dead." "I've got to go to her, Bella, I've got to go." "Okay love, I'll come with you." The two Potters sprang from their bed and quickly threw on some cloths and grabbed their cloaks. Bella grabbed Harry's hand and turned to face him. "Harry, do you know where she is? Do you know how to get there?" a worried Bella asked. Harry, not giving a response, simply threw his arm around her waist. His only thought was to get to Hermione. With Hermione's face firmly in his mind, he spun on the spot and with a loud pop they were gone. Peter Pettigrew slowly made his way through the woods near his target. His contact assured him that there were no wards that he could detect. Pettigrew, also known as Wormtail, had been told to capture the Lovegood girl alive if possible, but to kill anyone else that happened to be there, especially the father. Xenophilius Lovegood was the editor of that rag called The Quibbler. He had printed the Potter Brats interview exposing the return of the Dark Lord, and for that he and the paper itself would be destroyed. Wormtail and his companions, 2 recent graduates of Hogwarts, Terence Higgs and Marcus Flint, and an experienced Death Eater by the name of Jonas Thickness, his brother Pius, worked at the Ministry of Magic and was one of the Dark Lord's hidden agents. The group came to the edge of the woods and looked at the home, which looked like the rook from a chessboard. There were no lights on inside the home and nothing appeared to be out and about. It was about 60 yards from the tree line to the house. The moon was high in the sky with no clouds in sight. This caused the open area around the house to be brightly bathed in moonlight. The group of Death Eaters would be quite visible once they left the sheltered safety of the trees. With a final nod to his company conspirators, Wormtail and the 3 others quickly made their way to the house. Luna Lovegood was quite happy. She had been waiting for a cloudless night for over a week now. Only the full rays of the moon at midnight would allow the moon roses that were just on the other side of the pond to blossom. The pond was about a half-mile from her house, but the walk in the warm night air had been invigorating. Luna was returning to her house with some freshly cut moon roses when she noticed an orange and yellow glow coming from the direction of her house. She began to run towards the glow and then saw a streak of light race into the sky, and the next moment a huge skull with a snake slithering out of its mouth illuminated the sky and ground below. Her chest tightened and her heart began to race as the appearance of the dark mark in the sky meant one thing. Someone had been murdered. Panic set in on the young witch as she ran faster than she ever had before. Her mother had been taken from her when she was at the tender age of 9, and now at the age of 15 she feared that her last remaining relative, her father, had been taken from her as well. She arrived at the burning house and began a desperate search for her father. She heard multiple pops as a half a dozen men in blood-red aura robes appeared. Luna screamed at the men to help her find her father. Auror Captain Gawain Robards approached the hysterical girl and knelt in front of her. "What's your name, miss?" Luna Lovegood." She gasped out, tears flowing down her face. "Miss Lovegood, can you tell me what happened?" the Auror asked gently. Luna shook her head and pointed away from the house to the south. "I was picking flowers and then saw the fire and then the mark in the sky." Luna managed to say, her voice cracking and lips trembling. Auror Robards slowly nodded his head. "Captain, we found something," another Auror said cautiously as he approached his commanding officer and the young girl. Auror Robards stood up and began to accompany his subordinate, followed by Luna. Sir, it might not be a good idea for the girl to see this." The Auror gave his captain a meaningful look. "Right, Miss Lovegood, Luna. Why don't you wait for me here? I'll be right back, I promise," the kind Auror told her. Luna shook her head, tears falling down her face. "No," she said. "If you found my father, I want to see him," she whispered through her tears. "Believe me, Luna, you don't want to see this," the young Auror said in his most sympathetic voice. Jerry Dunnigan had graduated from Hogwarts 3 years ago. He had been a Ravenclaw and knew who Luna was. Although he had never teased her, he had always felt a sense of shame for never sticking up for her. The B***owned witch just stared at the Auror, her pained but inquisitive eyes burrowing into his. "Please sir, let me see my father." Her voice was soft but carried a huge weight behind it. The young Auror looked at his captain, who gave him a reluctant nod. The three of them went to the back of the house. Mr. Lovegood's body had been covered by a sheet. Even in the darkness she could see the stains of blood covering the white sheet. Luna unconsciously took Jerry's hand and approached her father's body. Jerry knelt down with Luna at his side. He slowly removed the sheet from her father's form. She gasped and buried her face in the young Auror's shoulder and began to sob. Jerry pulled the girl tightly against his side and let her cry. Mr. Lovegood's eyes had been cut from his sockets, his hands had both been severed. Apparently he had been tortured prior to being killed by a blood-boiling curse. It was an extremely painful way to die. "Miss Lovegood, do you have any relatives you can go to?" Robards asked kindly. The B***owned shook her head, which was still buried in Auror Dunnigan's shoulder. Robards nodded grimly. He then looked at his subordinate. "Jerry, why don't you take Miss Lovegood to headquarters and take her statement? We can decide what we can do for her later," Robards gently ordered. "Yes sir. Luna, would you be willing to come with me back to the ministry?" the young Irishman asked. Luna did not know why, but she felt safe with the handsome young Auror and slowly nodded her head against him. They stood up from the ground together, Luna never releasing his hand. Jerry Dunnigan took out his emergency portkey and with the activation word disappeared with a flash with the distraught B***owned. A loud gong had awakened the occupants of Longbottom Estate. The warning gong meant that the wards were under attack. Augusta Longbottom was barking out orders to the Longbottom house elves like a brigadier general. A young elf popped in front of his mistress and reported about 10 people dressed in black robes and masks were attempting to bring down the wards. 5 of the 10 were at the main gates while 5 others were making their way behind the property close to the greenhouses. Augusta gave a wicked smile at the thought of what the Death Eaters would run into coming through the greenhouses. "Jax," the Grand Lady called. A regal-looking house elf with a blue toga with the Longbottom family crest appeared. "Hughes is calling for me, mistress." "Yes, Jax. It's time to execute Operation Decoy in the back garden. Make sure the ruffians follow you into Greenhouse 5. Is that understood?" The elf snapped his feet together and gave a slight bow. "It shall be done, mistress." The elf then popped to the back garden. As planned, the wards near the greenhouses were dropped. The surprised Death Eaters thought that they had gotten lucky and rushed onto the property. As soon as they had passed over the ward line, the wards were re-established. The Death Eaters were searching the area for any signs of life when they spotted a young man run into one of the greenhouses. "It's the Longbottom boy," one of the black-cloaked men yelled. The 5 men all sprinted to the greenhouse. They threw the door open and entered the dark, humid greenhouse spreading out among the rows of miscellaneous plant life. Come out, come out. There's no place you can go. If you give up now, we promise not to hurt you," the leader of the group called out. 2 others snorted in amusement. The 5 men took a row each and slowly began to make their way toward the opposite end. The greenhouse was uncomfortably warm and humid. There were tropical plants everywhere lining each row, which obscured the view of the other rows and cutting off the Death Eaters from each other's view. Jacob Willoughby was sweating profusely as he made his way down his row. He was on the far left of his compatriots. As he made his way down, the heavy foliage began to block out all light. He knew that if he lit his wand he would expose his position to his prey, but the darkness was closing in on him. Willoughby was getting an uneasy feeling and could swear that something was watching him, something was following him. Willoughby opened his mouth to scream as vines shot out from both sides of him. They wrapped around his neck and quickly closed off his air supply. The vines lifted him off the ground and, like snapping a bullwhip, the man was snapped and his neck was cleanly and quickly broken. The limp body was then pulled into the vines where it was wrapped up like fly in a spider's web. Jax the house elf stood outside of Greenhouse 5 after ending the Neville illusion. He listened to the screams of terror as each of the men who entered was attacked by the man-eating plants that were growing there. The deadly plants were a gift to Neville from his uncle Algy, who worked in the Department of Mysteries. Algy had told him that the plants had been used to protect an old Olmec tomb in South America. Jax smiled as the last scream of the 5th man echoed briefly and was then silenced. The mistress would be most pleased. Jax then disappeared to report the success of his mistress' plan. Amicus Caro was becoming frustrated. They had been working on the wards for the past 10 minutes. The wards shouldn't have been this difficult to bring down. The last intelligence on the wards surrounding the Longbottom home was that they were strong, but not this bloody strong. He had already lost one member of his team when an animated stone gargoyle, which was a gate guardian, had run him through with a pike. The gargoyle had then begun to attack another of his team when it was hit with 3 simultaneous reducto curses, shattering the stone demon into dozens of small pieces. Team 2 had not contacted him yet either. They should have contacted him 5 minutes ago, whether they had successfully got through the wards or not. This was definitely not going as planned. He was about to order a retreat when the wards finally came down with a loud crash. The 4 remaining Death Eaters began the long walk up to the main house. They encountered various transfigured and animated animals that would attack the murderous group as they approached. The 4 men were successfully able to destroy the onslaught of guardians and now were within about 30 yards from the house. Unexpectedly, the lady of the house walked calmly out of the front door and glared at the 4 men. "You men are trespassing on Longbottom lands and have attacked the ancestral home of an ancient and noble house. Remove yourselves or join your 5 friends in death," the stern-faced woman declared. She knows about the other 5, Amicus thought to himself. That means that they were most likely dead, as she had stated. How could he salvage this and get to the boy? He knew the other 3 men with him were all upper-level Death Eaters and were experienced duelers. But how did she kill the other 5? He hated not having all the answers, and the Lady Longbottom was known for her dueling skills in the last war. She had personally sent many Death Eaters to the next great adventure. Amicus had no illusions of an easy fight with her. Their only advantage on taking her was the element of surprise, but that had been lost with the failure to bring down the wards quickly. Amicus found himself between a rock and a hard place. If he retreated, the Dark Lord would not take his second failure well. If he attacked, there was no guarantee that he would survive a confrontation with the dangerous old lady. She scared him almost as much as Dumbledore. While he weighed his options, the decision was yanked from him when one of his comrades fired a killing curse at the woman. She transfigured a slab of marble which took the hit. The marble shattered but successfully stopped the curse. Augusta with flawless technique banished the chunks of marble at the group. She followed it up smoothly by transfiguring a piece of the flying marble into a steel spike that found its way into the skull of the Death Eater that had sent the killing curse. The Death Eater dropped to the ground dead before he hit dirt. The other 2 Death Eaters began hurling curses at the elderly woman, who moved with the grace of a dancer as she deflected curse after curse. A well-placed reducto curse blew off the wand arm of the largest of the 3 Death Eaters. Blood began to pour from the man's shoulder. In a flash of light the wounded man had portkeyed away. Amicus and the other remaining Death Eater realized that they would not be able to beat the woman in a wand-to-wand fight and activated their respective portkeys and escaped the area. Augusta re-entered her home and immediately collapsed in the entryway from exhaustion. A worried Neville called for Jax, who grabbed his mistress's hand and popped her to her bedroom. Neville then began to help restore the wards that had collapsed with the help of Jax, the Longbottom's head elf. Neville, as the man of the house, had to make things ready should there be a follow-up attack. And he would not let his grandmother down. Voldemort and 5 of his followers were on the outskirts of the wards of the Weasley property. Voldemort waved his wand in a few intricate patterns to detect the strength and composition of the wards. He sneered to himself at the pathetic ward scheme the Weasleys had placed around their home. They would soon know the price for their loyalty to that muggle-loving fool. With a few swishes of his wand, a bright purple spell shot forth and disintegrated the main ward stone anchoring the protective wards. The wards crashed silently. "Forward, my soldiers! Those who bring me the heads of our enemy will be rewarded and find favor in my sight. But do not kill the youngest two, they are mine to play with," the Dark Lord commanded. The 5 masked Death Eaters ran toward the house, each wanting to make the first kill and earn favor with their lord. The anxious men were within a curse's throw of the house when the 2 Death Eaters in front of the group disappeared in a puff of sand. The other 3 stopped immediately and looked around. "Lightning sand," one of the more knowledgeable of the group yelled out. "Don't step anywhere you see sand. It will drag you down faster than you can get a spell out." The other 2 nodded and at a slower pace made their way toward the house. The 3 remaining men passed the last of the sand traps and were about to breathe a sigh of relief when one of their party let out a bloody curdling scream. The man, unbeknownst to the others, had just passed a secondary ward that triggered the terror curse. The affected man began throwing curses wildly around, trying to kill whatever was attacking him. Suddenly the front door to the burrow opened up as spells erupted from the wands of Arthur and Bill Weasley. The curses were fast and furious as the red-headed men squared off with the 2 remaining Death Eaters. Neither set of men seemed to get the advantage. The Death Eaters knew they could not go back the way they came or they would face the lightning sand, and they could not move forward because of the unknown curse that was driving the 3rd member of their group insane. They were stuck and needed to kill these men so they could escape. Voldemort watched the scene unfold in front of him and bile rose in his throat as he watched his followers be picked off. It was time to end this. Voldemort apparated in between his 2 men and took aim. The surprised looks on the 2 Weasley men's faces was suddenly left on one face, while horror replaced surprise on the other. The acid green color of the killing curse from Voldemort's wand quickly ended the life of one of the red-headed men. Voldemort's wand turned to the remaining redhead, the same sickly green curse flying toward him. A marble slab suddenly appeared, intercepting the spell of death and shattered it to bits of rubble. "That will be enough killing tonight, Tom." The voice of Dumbledore floated through the cloudy debris. "Come to join our little get-together, Albus." The snake-like man hissed. "How's our dear little Harry? Is he feeling all right?" "Oh, I'm sorry, he can't feel anything, can he? That's because he's dead." Voldemort chuckled condescendingly. "And so will become anyone who opposes me." Voldemort snarled with no trace of amusement in his voice. Tom. The light will always be victorious over dark. In the end you will be defeated, as was every supposed Dark Lord before you," Albus said in a grandfatherly voice. "And you're one to talk of the light, Albus. I've seen some of your works, I know the lengths you have gone to stop me." "Tut tut, Albus," Voldemort said condescendingly. "You're as much a light wizard as Genghis Khan was a humanitarian. I know your secrets. Our goals are almost identical, just we use different means to achieve them." The Dark Lord smirked. "You delude yourself, Tom. I work for the greater good of wizard kind and you sow only destruction. I see no similarities between us." Dumbledore replied with a hint of defensiveness. "Now who's deluding themselves, Albus? You cannot win. Your savior is dead, the people are divided. I will continue to divide this country and I will conquer. One piece at a time if I have to. My numbers are added to every day, can you say the same?" With a sneer, Voldemort took hold of his 2 remaining followers who were still standing and apparated away. The 3rd Death Eater had taken his own life to escape the terror of Bill's curse. Dumbledore turned around and saw Bill Weasley holding tight to his father's lifeless form. He cradled his body to him and gently rocked back and forth. Bill had seen death before. His colleagues in the field had carelessly let their guards down while exploring cursed tombs. But this was his father, his mentor and his hero. Why had Dumbledore arrived so late? Why wasn't he here just a moment sooner? Bill's grief began to surface and came forth as a flood of expletives left his mouth and found their way to Dumbledore's ears. "You son of a ch! Where were you? You were supposed to be here. How could you have let this happen?" Bill raged at the bearded old man. Dumbledore seemed nonplussed and shook his head sadly at the younger Weasley. "All things happen for a reason, Bill," he began. "But believe me, his sacrifice was for the greater good. His death will undoubtedly rally more people to our cause." Bill was stunned speechless. The old man was actually going to use his father's death as a recruiting tool. He had known for some time that Albus Dumbledore was cracked somehow, but his family had always been loyal to him and overlooked many of the old man's faults and foibles. Bill knew that they would never beat Voldemort if they continued to play by Albus's rulebook. Bill vowed to himself right there and then that he would kill any Voldemort supporter on sight, rules be damned. This was a war and he was damn well gonna fight it as one. The Weasley honor demanded nothing less. It was time to contact the twins. They had been disillusioned with Dumbledore for some time now. Maybe a new faction needed to get in this war and he knew the perfect two troublemakers to help him get it started. Severus Snape and two new recruits, eager to earn their marks, apparated into a quite upscale neighborhood. Their object was the last house on the Privet drive. The three cloaked men slowly made their way up to the front door of the Granger residence. As Snape suspected, there were no wards of any kind on the home. He turned to his two companions and sneered at the two. "Remember, do not kill the girl. The parents have no such variants. Kill them by any means you may find interesting," the greasy-haired potions master instructed. The two recently graduated Hogwarts students nodded eagerly. "Alohomora," Snape whispered. The lock on the Granger's front door disengaged and the door slowly opened. The three men entered, looking around at the beautifully decorated home. Jacob Morley heard a beeping coming from behind him. "Oi, Professor, what is this thing on the wall?" Morley asked. The three men looked at the flashing alarm panel, not knowing what it was or its purpose. "And I would know what muggles have in their homes, how?" Snape asked with condescension dripping from his lips. Emma Granger had just finished making herself a cup of chamomile tea in the kitchen. She had been worrying about Hermione and sleep had refused to come. She began to make her way back upstairs when she heard the phone ring. Dan Granger had awoken to the sound of the phone on his nightstand next to his bed ringing. "Granger residence," Dan stated. "Hello, Mr. Granger, this is Alex from Brink's Security. We just received an intruder alarm from your residence. Is everything okay?" Dan was about to answer when he heard Emma scream from downstairs. Dan jumped out of his bed, forgetting about the phone and the security company on the other line. Dan pulled a shotgun from his closet, racked around into the chamber and headed downstairs. Emma had left the kitchen and was moving to the stairs that lead to the bedrooms. The phone had stopped ringing and Emma figured that Dan had answered it. She moved into the family room when she saw three men dressed in robes and masks. Emma ran toward the stairs screaming for Dan. "Avada Kedavra," Morley yelled out, aiming at the running woman. Emma Granger never made the stairs as her limp and lifeless body skidded to a stop a few feet from the bottom stair. The young Death Eater, excited by his first kill, never had the chance to look up as his face exploded as buckshot tore through him and blowing out the back of his head. Hermione Granger, who had been awake thinking about Harry at the time, heard the screams of her mother from downstairs. Immediately a terrible feeling of dread seized her heart. She grabbed for her wand and had just thrown open her bedroom door when she heard the blast from her father's shotgun. Spells came fast and furious at Dan Granger, but due to his past military training he had the presence of mind to seek cover. Anger overtook him as he saw the motionless body of his wife of 17 years lying on the floor. Bombarda. Snape incanted as the section of wall Dan had hid behind exploded, knocking the man to the floor. Snape calmly walked over to the prone man who was still trying to get his bearings and sneered at him and with a look of pure loathing. "Foolish muggle, did you actually think you could defeat us?" Snape snarled. He then raised his wand at Dan Granger, who looked back at Snape with defiant eyes. Snape only hesitated for a second. "Defindo." Snape moved his wand in a slashing motion. Dan Granger's throat was sliced open and blood began to pour out. A scream from behind caught the attention of the two remaining Death Eaters. The chest of the second recruit standing next to Severus exploded as Hermione Granger sent a rage-fueled reducto curse at the masked figure. Snape in rapid succession cast a disarming and banishing spell at Hermione. Her wand flew from her hand and she was thrown into the blood-soaked form of her father. "You filthy little mudblood," Snape hissed. "How dare you raise a wand at me?" Hermione Granger recognized the voice behind the mask immediately. She had taken his class for the last 5 years. Hermione began to recall all of Harry's accusations about the potions professor being loyal to Voldemort. She had not believed him until this very moment. Professor W., why are you doing this?" She sobbed, looking at the fading light in her father's eyes. "Very good, Granger," Snape said, removing his mask. Snape's eyes were cold and black as he eyed the young Muggleborn witch. "You are to be a guest of the Dark Lord," Snape said without emotion. "I thought you were on our side." Hermione cried. "Foolish girl. The only side I am on is my own." Snape sneered. "Dumbledore will figure out what you've done. You won't get away with this," she yelled out. Snape began to laugh, not a laugh of joy or happiness but one of mockery. "Professor Dumbledore knew of these attacks, Ms. Granger." "What?" she gasped. "There were 4 attacks planned for tonight," Snape explained, feeling confident that the girl would not live long enough to tell anyone. Hermione stared at him in disbelief. "I'm afraid you and Ms. Lovegood were to be sacrificed so that the Dark Lord would not get suspicious." "Suspicious?" Hermione asked, hoping to delay Snape from whatever he planned to do to her. "Yes, suspicious. Albus warned the other 2 families of the impending attacks so they would prepare themselves. But you were deemed unworthy of his intervention." Snape sneered. Hermione's tears came in earnest as the betrayal of her family by the headmaster sunk in. How could the so-called leader of the light do this to her? First Harry had been taken from her and now her family. She had no one left, she was all alone. Hermione silently began to plead for help. She did not know what she expected, and there was no one that would come to her rescue. "Well, as fascinated as I am by this conversation, you have an appointment with the Dark Lord," Snape drawled. Hermione began to scoot herself away from Snape. "Please don't do this, Professor. I'll leave the country, I'll disappear, anything, just please don't do this," Hermione pleaded. She was crawling back when her hand came into contact with something hard and metallic. It was her father's shotgun. Hermione grabbed the gun just as Snape lifted his wand and pointed it at the Hermione. Stoop. Bang. Hermione hadn't even aimed, the gun just pointed in Snape's direction. Snape was only about 2 feet from Hermione when the buckshot literally severed Snape's left leg from his body. The impact of the shot knocked Snape off his remaining leg, causing him to land face first into the floor. Hermione scrambled back and racked another round into the chamber. Before she could pull the trigger, Snape portkeyed away, leaving his severed leg behind. Hermione collapsed back to the ground. She could feel herself slipping into shock. She heard a loud crack as 2 forms appeared next to her. She could not make out who they were, her vision had started to blur. Then she heard a voice she thought she recognized, but it seemed to echo in her head. "Hermione, Hermione, Hermio." Darkness overtook the bushy-haired girl and she heard nothing more. Amelia Bones was awakened by an apologetic house elf. "Mistress Bones, eyes sorry to be waking, miss, but there is an urgent flow call for you, miss." Amelia sat up in her bed and rubbed her face with her hands, tried to wake herself up. She reached for her wand that was lying on her bedside table and muttered the incantation for the time. 1:30 a.m. "Whoever is calling at this hour better have a damn good reason or their ass will be mine." Amelia growled as she threw on her dressing gown and marched herself to the drawing room fireplace. DMLE head Rufus Scrimgeour knew that his boss was not going to be happy with the late-night interruption, but he also knew that she would be even angrier if she was not notified of the current events of the night. Death Eater attacks are always an immediate reportable incident, and with 4 in one night he knew that Amelia would want to know. "Rufus," Amelia growled. "The ministry better be on fire for this late of a caller." Amelia was cut off by a weary-looking Scrimgeour. "Amelia, there has been several Death Eater attacks within the last hour and several deaths," the bushy-haired Auror stated. Amelia felt that she had just been kicked in the stomach. She fell back into a large wing-back chair and pinched the bridge of her nose in exasperation. "You better come through, Rufus, and then you can fill me in." Amelia told the old Auror. Rufus stepped through the fireplace and took the chair across from Amelia. Mimsy. Amelia called to her house elf. What can Mimsy do for mistress? The little elf squeaked. Bring us tea, Mimsy, as strong as you can make it. Right away, miss. The elf vanished and returned with a tray with the ordered tea. Amelia took a long sip of her tea and then looked at Rufus and motioned for him to start his report. Rufus took a deep steadying breath and ordered his thought. Tonight, Minister, at about 12 p.m., individuals dressed in Death Eater apparel launched a coordinated attack against 4 locations. These locations are the Weasley home, the Lovegood residence, Longbottom Manor and the home of a Muggleborn witch named Hermione Granger. Amelia gasped. She immediately recognized all these families as belonging to the Ministry 6, those students that had accompanied her godson Harry Potter into the Department of Ministries. Her analytical mind knew this was no coincidence. With a slight waver to her voice, Amelia asked the inevitable question. Deaths. There were several, Minister. Simjor sighed. Many were Death Eaters, however. Who were the non-Death Eater casualties? Amelia asked, dreading the answers. Simjor sat back in his chair and looked at Amelia with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Arthur Weasley was killed, by the Dark Lord himself. Apparently Dumbledore arrived soon after Arthur was killed and the Dark Lord retreated. The rest of the family had already been evacuated from the house and are safe. Bill Weasley was with Arthur, but aside from some cuts and bruises he is fine. We did find 3 dead Death Eaters as well. We are still looking into their names. I assume the rest of the Weasleys have been notified. I believe Bill Weasley has taken care of that. Rufus replied. What about the Lovegoods? They live fairly close to the Weasleys. We found Zeno Lovegood's body behind his house. It appears he was tortured before he was killed. We are going on the assumption that they tortured him for the whereabouts of his daughter. She was not at the house when the Death Eaters arrived. She had been picking flowers in the woods near her home at the time and arrived back at the house just moments before we arrived. The house was razed and the dark mark was floating above the charred remains. Where is Miss Lovegood now? Amelia asked. She is being debriefed at the ministry. We will set her up with temporary accommodations until we can figure out what to do with her. Apparently she has no other family and she is not of age. Most likely she will become a ward of the ministry until she reaches her majority. I may know someone that would take her in. I'll contact them and see if it is a possibility. Amelia sighed, hoping that Harry wouldn't mind taking in the new orphan. The Longbottom attack was a massacre. Rufus stated with a slight smirk on his face. A massacre. Amelia gasped. Yep, Longbottom Manor was attacked by no less than 10 Death Eaters. 8 of which are dead, the other 2 made a hasty retreat. It seems old Lady Longbottom still has the stuff. Rufus chuckled. 5 were killed in one of the greenhouses on the property. They mentioned man-eating plants of some kind. Rufus and Amelia both gave a shiver. The other 3 were killed by Lady Longbottom in one-to-one combat. She was always a transfiguration powerhouse. Rufus smiled, reminiscing on the many deaths the Death Eaters were handed by the Dowager Lady in the last war. So Lady Longbottom and her grandson Neville were unharmed then? Amelia asked. Not a scratch on either of them. Rufus nodded. The Granger house, however, did not have such a happy ending. Rufus stated as his voice turned serious. We were notified that the killing curse had been used at the Granger residence. As you know, Muggleborn homes are monitored for magic use. Amelia nodded that she was aware. Anyway, we arrived and found both the elder Grangers dead. Mrs. Granger had been killed with the AK, her husband's throat was severed, most likely with a cutting curse. With the amount of blood surrounding him, we believe he bled out fairly quickly. The daughter, Hermione, was not at the scene when we arrived, but there is evidence that she was there and had fought back. We don't know if she was taken by the Death Eaters or if she escaped. There were 2 deceased Death Eaters, one appears to have been killed by a Muggle shotgun, and the other appears to have been killed by a Reducto curse. We also found the lower half of a leg that appears to have been blasted off with the Muggle shotgun. It would seem at least that they didn't go down without a fight. It's important that we try and locate Miss Granger, Rufus. If she's out there, she will need protecting. Amelia stated firmly. We'll do our best, Amelia. But if they have her, I don't know how we'll get to her. Rufus grimly spoke. Amelia nodded her head in resignation. Very well, Rufus. I expect a full report on my desk first thing this morning. I also want the names of all the Death Eaters involved and their names made available to the papers as well as photos. I want to shine a light on all those who would work in the shadows. I will not allow incidents like these to be kept from the public anymore. Amelia stated as her temper began to rise. We need to go on the offensive, Rufus. We can no longer sit back and wait for them to attack us. I want all the old reports from the last war reopened. Every name that was ever mentioned as a possible Death Eater or sympathizer I want investigated. I want financials, allegiances, anything that seems suspicious I want looked at with a fine-tooth comb. Do I make myself clear? That will require a lot of extra manpower, Amelia. We can't do it with the numbers we have now. Rufus added. I will find the funding and will authorize all the overtime you need. This is a priority, Rufus. Amelia stated with resolve in her face. Rufus stood and nodded to his Amelia. I'll begin right away organizing what I'll need and let you know in the morning. Rufus stated. I know this will stretch your resources, Rufus, but you have the backing of the ministry on this and I will do whatever it takes to keep this war from taking the path it did last time. Amelia stated as she stood and shook Rufus' hand. In one of the spare bedrooms at Black Manor, Harry Potter was pacing at the foot of the bed where lay the unconscious form of his best friend Hermione Granger. He and Bella had apparated to Hermione's house and saw the carnage that had befallen his friend's family. Harry raced to Hermione's side as she slipped into shock. Bella shook her head at Harry when he asked her about the state of the Grangers. Harry let a silent tear fall from his eyes. He knew she had no other family and now what she had was toughly ripped from her. Harry cradled her in his arms and stood up with her, gently pressing his lips to her forehead. Sirens were heard coming down the street and he and Bella knew that they had to leave quickly. Harry and Bella along with the limp body of Hermione apparated back to Black Manor. Harry quickly strode up to the second floor and placed Hermione on a bed. Bella had called for Narcissa and the two sisters joined Harry in the spare bedroom where he had taken Hermione. Narcissa had taken out her wand and began to perform basic medical scans over the bushy-haired bookworm. Her scans revealed that she was physically fine. However, the trauma from the night's events had caused the young witch to mentally shut down. Is there anything you can do for her, Sissy? Harry asked, the pleading thick in his voice. I'm sorry, Harry. There is no potion that I can give her, no spell I can cast that will ease her pain. She needs to deal with the trauma herself. All we can do is stand by and wait. Narcissa said consolingly. Sissy, I have another question. I somehow knew that Hermione was being attacked. I mean, I felt it and saw it in my mind. How is that possible? Harry asked. I'm not sure, Harry. I know you can sense Bella and feel what she feels, but I believe that's because of the core bonding ritual. Narcissa stated. Sissy, maybe Harry is connected to Hermione in some other way. You said that Hermes was able to see the bonds that linked Harry and I together. Do you think that he might be able to see something between Harry and Hermione? Bella asked. It's possible. Hermes. Narcissa called out. In a swirl of smoke the black family elf appeared. Mistress Sissy is needing Hermes. Yes, Hermes. We think that there may be some bond or connection between Harry and this young witch on the bed. Can you see any connection between the two? I can do that, mistress. Yes, I will do so. The elf stated happily. The ancient-looking elf stared in the prone form of Hermione Granger. His eyes seemed to cloud over as he studied her closely. He then turned his stare toward Harry and again seemed to study him closely. Several minutes passed before the elf was satisfied with what he saw. These do have a bond and are linked by magic to each other. The wizened elf stated. But how? A confused Harry asked. The young witch is owing you a life debt which binds her life to yours, but there is also a wizard's oath of protection that binds you to her. The elf stated matter-of-factly. Do you know what he speaks of, Harry? Bella asked. I think so. In first year I saved Hermione from a mountain troll that nearly killed her. In second year Hermione was petrified by the basilisk that was running loose in the school. I stayed with her every night while she was in the hospital wing. I was so distraught I vowed to her that I would never let anything happen to her again and that I would always protect her even with my life. Harry recollected fondly as he stared at his best friend. It is this combination of the life debt and your oath, Master Harry, that has created the connection. Whenever she feels threatened or scared you will feel it and will be able to sense her and go to her. Hermes replied. The flow of magic between you and the young miss is strong. Not as strong as your connection with Mistress Bella and not on the same level, but it is nevertheless powerful. Well, that was unexpected, Harry stated, looking at Bella. This doesn't upset you, does it, love? Harry asked with a nervous chuckle. Just remember that you're a one-woman man and we'll be fine. Bella teasingly smirked as she wrapped her arms around Harry's neck and gave his lips a warm peck. Although, she is a very pretty witch, maybe we could. Bella began but never finished as she smiled seductively at Harry and waggled her eyebrows. You are such a tease. A flushed Harry coughed out. And you love it. Bella smirked as she pressed herself against him. If you two are done flirting with each other. Narcissa said, interrupting the two lovers. It is rather late and some of us would like to sleep. Sorry, sissy. Harry apologized. Is there anything else we can do for Hermione? Nothing I can think of. I will have Grissy watch over her. If anything changes she will notify us. But for now I suggest we all get some sleep. I suspect there will be much to discuss tomorrow. The B***owned witch stated. Grissy popped into the room and caught everyone's attention. Excuse Mistress Sissy, but there is a flow call for Master Harry from a bonesy woman. Grissy said. It is in the parlor. Harry and Bella hurried down to the parlor where they saw the floating head of Amelia Bones within the green flames. Godmother. How are you? What has you calling so early in the morning? Please Harry, call me Amelia or Auntie if you prefer, Godmother is such a mouthful to say. Amelia asked her godson. Okay Auntie, what can I do for you? Harry smiled. I'm afraid I have some rather disturbing news. May I come through where we could talk properly? Amelia asked. Of course Aunt Amelia, come on through, you have been added to the wards, they will recognize you. Harry said as he and Bella stepped back to allow the head of the wizard government through. Amelia stepped through the fireplace gracefully and then immediately wrapped her arms around her godson in greeting. I apologize for the late visit, but I knew you would want to be informed. Harry, tonight there were several Death Eater attacks. One of the attacks was at the Granger residence. Both of Hermione's parents were killed and Hermione is upstairs. Harry interrupted his godmother. Upstairs? Amelia asked in surprise. It's a long story, but I felt that Hermione was in danger and Bella and I apparated to her home. We were too late to have been any help to her parents. When we arrived we saw the bodies of 2 Death Eaters and her parents. We apparated out with Hermione when we heard police sirens approaching the house. We didn't feel up to explaining ourselves to the police at the moment. How is she doing? Amelia asked with concern. At the moment she is unconscious. Physically she's okay, but Sissy believes that the trauma from watching her parents killed has caused her to shut down. Harry said, rubbing his face with the palms of his hands. Amelia nodded. It's called psychosomatic shock, Harry. It can happen to people who witness horrific events. It can be just as life-threatening as any other form of shock. You'll need to watch her closely. I've seen this many times as an Auror. Amelia counseled her godson. You mentioned attacks as in more than one. Bella asked Amelia. Who else was attacked? The families of the Ministry 6. The Longbottoms, the Weasleys, and the Lovegoods were all hit. Amelia stated. Harry, Bella and Narcissa all gasped. The Longbottoms came out the best. They managed to kill 8 Death Eaters and came out untouched themselves. Lady Longbottom was quite the dueler in her younger years, I've been told. Narcissa added. Indeed. Amelia said. She took on 5 on her own and managed to kill 3. The other 2 retreated before she dealt with them. Amelia smirked. I know that you are feeling some hostility toward the Weasleys right now, Harry, and it's understandable considering what Molly is trying to do, but Arthur has always been a good man. I've worked with him on several cases on a joint task force involving his department. Are you trying to say that Mr. Weasley is dead? Harry asked in shock. Amelia nodded sadly. By Voldemort himself, it seems. Amelia said, mourning the loss of the man. Harry sat heavily on the leather sofa and put his head in his hands. Mr. Weasley always treated me kindly. I never blamed him for the mess that is going on. I've always felt that he was a good and honorable man. Harry commented with a remorseful tone. Fortunately the rest of the Weasleys were at some safe house at the time, only Bill Weasley was there with Arthur when Voldemort attacked. Dumbledore arrived sometime after Arthur was killed and chased off the Dark Lord. What about Luna? Harry asked, concerned about his quirky friend. Amelia took another deep breath and slowly pushed it out. Her father was tortured and killed. Luna was not at the house at the time of the attack. She had been about a mile or so from her house in some nearby woods. She arrived at the home just moments before the Aurors arrived. Amelia stopped here and took a sip of tea that Grissy had brought to parlor. Harry, Zeno was Luna's only relative. She has no one else to take her in. She is still a minor and will not be allowed on her own until she reaches her majority. If I can't find someone to take her in and be her guardian, she will wind up as a ward of the ministry. Believe me, that is not a very pleasant option, Amelia stated, rubbing her temples and looking as if the world was on her shoulders. I know you are a good friend of Luna's and you are considered an adult now. I was hoping. You were hoping that I would take her in, Harry answered. Amelia nodded her head in affirmation. I know it's a lot to ask. And I know that the rest of the wizarding world still believes you to be dead. But I think it would be best if she is with someone she knows and trusts. You don't have to convince me, Auntie, Harry stated with his lopsided grin. I would be honored to take her in. Amelia let out a sigh of relief and felt pride in the young man sitting in front of her. There are a couple of ways for you to become her guardian, Harry. The first would be to adopt her into the House of Potter as a ward. She would still be a Lovegood just under the protection of your house. The Lovegoods are an old pureblood family and she might want to keep her family name alive. The second would be a blood adoption. She would literally become a Potter and would enjoy all the rights and privileges of an ancient and most noble house. Well, I think I will leave that decision for Luna to make, and I will do whatever she decides, Harry stated. Aunt Amelia, Hermione has no other relatives as well. She being a Muggle-born and all, what would happen to her? Without any relatives, her magical guardian, which in this case is Dumbledore because of her Muggle-born status, would have complete control over her life. She would not have any protections except those her guardian allows. Unfortunately, as a Muggle-born, she has no real rights in our society. Dumbledore, if so inclined, could sell her off as a servant or worse, and she would have no legal recourse. Harry's anger started to well up within him at the knowledge that his best friend could be treated in such a manner. There was no way in hell that Harry would allow Dumbledore to have so much control over Hermione's life. Bella reached over and grabbed Harry's hand, which began to immediately have a calming effect on her husband. What if I adopted her as a ward in my house as well? Would that then give her rights and protection? A calmer Harry asked. Amelia grimaced slightly. She knew he wasn't going to like the answer. I'm afraid that her just being a ward of your house would not be enough. Being a Muggle-born, she would still fall under the guardianship of her magical guardian. And up and until her majority, he could take her from you, Amelia said with a sympathetic look. Harry, for Hermione to be completely protected, she would need to be blood adopted by at least a noble house. I know it sounds terrible, but the current laws are very prejudiced against Muggleborns, Amelia added. So I would need to blood adopt Hermione into House Potter for her to be protected. And by so doing, she will become a Potter and have all the rights and privileges of a member of an ancient and most noble house. Is that correct? In a nutshell, yes, Harry, Amelia said. Bella, what do you think, love? Harry asked his other half. I wouldn't object at all, Harry. I know how much she means to you. If Hermione is willing, I say we go ahead and blood adopt her at the earliest convenience. Harry gave his wife a grateful smile and kissed her tenderly on the lips. Well then, if Hermione is agreeable, that is what we will do, Harry stated firmly. Now, back to Luna. She is currently at the ministry. If you are still willing, I can go and get her and bring her here. It would be much more comfortable than anything we could give her at the ministry. That would be fine, Aunt Amelia. We will have the house elves set up another room, Harry offered. Wonderful. Give me about a half hour and I should be back with Miss Lovegood. With that, Amelia flowed back to the ministry to pick up the orphaned *owned. Preparations were made at Black Manor for another guest. The house elves worked wonders on the room that would be Luna's. They had decorated the room with soft pastel colors. Silk sheets were placed on the bed along with a goose feather comforter. A few stuffed animals rested against the fluffy pillows on the small canopy bed. Harry had gone back to check on Hermione to see if there was any change. She appeared to be just sleeping now, but looked as if she was having a nightmare. She was tossing violently, her arms were thrashing about and tears were streaming down her face. Harry was about to call for Narcissa when Hermione's eyes shot open and she began to scream. Harry rushed to her side and grabbed Hermione in a tight hug, calling her name and making hushing noise and speaking words of comfort. Although her eyes were open, Harry could tell she was still locked into the nightmare. He yelled for Narcissa, who came running in. She viewed the scene and immediately grabbed a calming draft and a dreamless sleep potion. Harry, try and get her to drink these before she passes out again. Harry gently but firmly cradled Hermione's head against his chest. Hermione, my own, it's me, Harry. I need you to drink these, can you do that for me? Harry. She whispered between sobs. Yes, my own, please, I need you to drink these, it will make you feel better. Harry said in a calming voice. Hermione's eyes were dancing in their sockets, she was looking everywhere but seeing nothing. She was still not completely in the waking world, but somewhere deep in her mind she recognized a voice she trusted above all others. The voice wanted her to drink something, she knew the voice meant her no harm. Hermione subconsciously listened to the voice and opened her mouth slightly. Harry was quickly able to get both potions into Hermione before she fell back into her nightmare. A few moments later the thrashing ceased and Hermione stilled in Harry's arms. Harry gently laid her back on her pillow and then leant down and kissed her forehead. He stroked her sweat-soaked hair and pushed it back. He grabbed a wet flannel and soaked it with cool water. He gently cleaned her face, neck and forehead, allowing the cool water to wash away the terror-induced sweat. He looked fondly at the bushy-haired girl that had come to mean so much to him over the years. Other than Bella, there was no one else as close to him as Hermione. Harry heard voices from downstairs and knew that Amelia had returned. He squeezed Hermione's hand and stood up and walked to the door. He did not see the warm smile that had appeared on his best friend's face as he exited through the door. Harry reached the bottom of the stairs and had just walked into the parlor when he was hit by a B***owned missile. Luna threw her arms and legs around the raven-haired young man and buried her face into the crook of his neck. Harry felt a torrent of warm tears falling down his neck. Luna's sobs vibrated through her whole body as she clung to him. All Harry could do was to gently pat the back of the distraught girl and whisper words of comfort as he rocked her back and forth. After about 5 minutes the emotionally drained girl eased up on the death grip that she had Harry in but still did not release him completely. She put her feet back on the floor but leaned her head against her friend's strong chest. He's GG gone, Harry. Daddy is gone, they KK killed him, Harry, they KK killed him. The young witch sobbed. I know, sweetie, Amelia told me. Is there anything I can do for you? Harry asked, tenderly. Minister Bones says that you are willing to take me in. Luna whispered through the sobs. I am Luna, that is if you want to stay with me. Harry stated. Oh please, Harry. Luna clung tighter to Harry. I would be so grateful to you. Then you have a home here, Luna. Did Amelia explain to you what we need to do to keep you safe and protected? Yes, Harry, I would like to be a ward of House Potter if that's okay. The B***owned stated, becoming a bit calmer, looking up into Harry's eyes. Then tomorrow we'll make it official, okay? Harry said, looking warmly at the petite B***owned still in his arms. Luna nodded and buried her head back into Harry's chest. Come, we have a room all ready for you. It's late and I'm sure you could use a good night's rest. Sissy, will you prepare a dreamless sleep potions for Luna? I'm sure she could use one. Harry asked the healer of the family. Harry and Bella escorted Luna to her bedroom, which was adjacent to Hermione's. The young witch thought the room looked lovely. Bella opened the bureau and took out a baby blue nightgown and placed it on the bed. She then pointed out the attached bathroom where she could change and clean up. Thank you, Harry and Lady Potter, for everything you're doing for me. Luna meekly whispered. It's our pleasure, Luna dear. Bella said, giving Luna a warm smile and a hug. Luna threw her arms around Harry's neck again and kissed him on the cheek. She then bid them a good night as she grabbed the nightgown and headed for the bathroom. Narcissa had entered the bedroom and told Luna to drink the potion when she was ready to crawl into bed. Amelia bid Narcissa and the Potters good night and told them that she would contact them in the morning and help Harry with the adoption of Luna as his ward. After Amelia's departure, Narcissa and the Potters retired to their respective rooms to catch a few hours of sleep. Tom Riddle sat on his throne in the meeting hall of the Riddle estate. He spoke not a word as he glared at those assembled before him. One lone body was suspended in air upside down, slowly revolving in a morbid sans gravity ballet. Blood dripped and oozed from the dozens of paper-thin cuts that covered the body. The Dark Lord slowly stood, leaving the gilded chair, and began to pace in front of the 40 or so Death Eaters that were all prostrated in front of him. None dare speak. The smell of fear and anxiety was thick and overwhelming. The Dark Lord had not spoken for 10 minutes after he expressed his displeasure with Amicus Carrow, who was now suspended some 6 feet above them. I consider myself a fair lord and a generous lord. Voldemort began looking up toward the ceiling as he continued to pace. All I ask in return for my favor is that you carry out my orders. The Dark Lord yelled, his gaze falling on the now trembling group. Pathetic, he hissed. I send 23 of your fellow Death Eaters out with the simple order of capturing 5 children. And only 8 return. But do I see the children trembling before me? I do not. And why is that, I wonder? Many of the Death Eaters began to shift nervously. When no one answered the question, the Dark Lord sneered at the group. Cowards, he spat. I will not tolerate any further failure. The Dark Lord hissed in a low and threatening tone. The next one to fail me will not live long enough to feel any regret. Now get out of my sight. The assembled Death Eaters did not waste any time leaving. Voldemort looked at the suspended in air body of Amicus Carrow, the groans from the tortured man echoing now in the empty hall. Nagini, dinner time, the Dark Lord said, and with a wave of his wand Amicus crashed to the floor with a crunch. The enormous slithering familiar of the Dark Lord quickly wrapped the still alive Amicus Carrow in its coils, squeezing the last remaining air out of his lungs. Within a few hours Amicus Carrow would be nothing more than a mass of digesting flesh within the enormous snake. Hermione Granger woke to unfamiliar surroundings. She found herself in a large and very comfortable 4-poster bed. The bed faced a large bay window that looked over a very beautiful manicured lawn and hedges. A little further off and she could see a large grove of trees, possibly a forest. To her left was a small fireplace with an all-marble mantelpiece. To her right there were 2 doors, one most likely the way out and the other perhaps a closet or bathroom. There was also a large armoire to the left between the fireplace and the window. It was a beautiful room and very cozy, but where was here? Her analytical mind began to grind into gear as memories from the night before began to manifest themselves. Her parents were murdered, her father had died right before her eyes. There was blood everywhere, his blood, her father's blood. Hermione began to hyperventilate as the memories became sharp and focused. Professor Snape had been there. He had killed her father. He had killed him and was going to take her to he who must not be named. But why was he doing this? He is a Hogwarts professor and a member of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. Why would Dumbledore permit him to? Dumbledore knew. Snape said that Dumbledore knew and was allowing it to happen. Hermione began to cycle through emotion after emotion, from disbelief to shock and betrayal and then on to horror and finally rage. Dumbledore was going to allow me and my family to be killed. That bastard. That bloody bastard. Hermione raged in her mind. Down the hall from Hermione's room Harry sat up, feeling a sensation of anger flowing through the house, not simply anger but fury. It only took Harry a moment to realize that the emotions were coming from Hermione. Harry quickly woke Bella and told her what was going on. He slipped out of bed, threw on a robe and headed for her room. Harry threw open the door to Hermione's room and rushed inside. Harry was too concerned about his longtime friend to care about proper etiquette in entering another's room without permission. Harry's sudden entrance caused Hermione to jump in surprise. Chocolate eyes met green and widen in sudden recognition of who was standing in front of her. Confusion and disbelief at seeing her supposed dead friend was quickly replaced by such intense feelings of love and elation she launched herself from her bed and straight into Harry's arms. She buried her head into his shoulder and began to shake uncontrollably as tears poured from her eyes. With all that Harry had been through over the last week or so, he was quickly becoming an expert in consoling young witches. He pulled Hermione into a tight embrace and gently swayed back and forth as he tenderly rubbed soothing circles on Hermione's back and let her cry until she regained control over her emotions. Hermione deeply inhaled the scent that she recognized as uniquely Harry. Although her mind was confused over the sudden reappearance of her best friend from the dead, her heart and magic knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was him. The whys and hows didn't matter right now, she was just grateful that he had come back into her life. For 15 minutes Hermione refused to let him go and Harry never complained once. He just held her and simply muttered words of comfort to her. Slowly Hermione loosened her grip on him, and with her hand began to smooth out the front of his robes that were now soaked with her tears. She looked at him apologetically, her face tinged with a soft color of embarrassment. Harry just looked at her and gave her his patented lopsided smile. Harry took her hands in his and warmly told her that they had much to talk about. Hermione nodded anxiously, biting her bottom lip, which was a habit with Hermione whenever she was nervous or deep in thought. Harry always found it to be one of her most endearing quirks. Harry took out his Morgana wand and conjured 2 comfy chairs in front of the warm fire burning in the fireplace. The early morning hours in Wales were always a little chilly even in the summer months. Grissy the house elf, as if reading Harry's mind, appeared with 2 hot mugs of Belgian hot chocolate. Harry thanked the little elf, who curtsied and then with a slight pop was gone. Harry took a sip of the sweet hot liquid and readied himself for the conversation to come. "My own, I'm so sorry," Harry began, not sure how to proceed. He reached out and took Hermione's hand in his and looked into her emotion-filled eyes. Hermione instantly knew what Harry was about to say and was not sure if she was ready to talk about it. It was all too fresh, the pain still too great to face again. "Harry, I don't think I can have that conversation yet." She looked at him with pain-filled eyes. Harry squeezed her hand but didn't let go. "A very good friend of mine told me on more than one occasion that I shouldn't keep things locked inside. That I would feel better getting it out into the open with someone I trust." Harry offered. "There is no one I trust more than you, Harry, it's just that I don't. The pain, Harry, my world is gone," Hermione cried. She stood up from her chair and crawled into Harry's lap and clung to him as if her life depended on him keeping her safe. Harry found himself once again gently rocking his busy-haired friend, offering words of comfort and holding her tight. It was Snape, Harry. He killed my parents, he killed them," Hermione sobbed. Painfully, Hermione told Harry how Snape had planned to take her to Voldemort. She told him how she had killed one Death Eater with a Reducto curse, and how she had used her father's shotgun on Snape and how it took off his lower leg. Harry would have been on his feet in a towering rage if it had not been for the young witch on his lap clinging to him tightly. The last bit of news from Hermione caused the fire in the fireplace to shoot up, doubling in size and intensity. The large bay window shattered outward in a huge display of accidental magic. Not one broken shard remained in the window frame, the glass had been obliterated into dust. Dumbledore was a dead man, he just didn't know it yet. If Dumbledore knew of the attacks beforehand, then he was also responsible for Luna's father and for Arthur as well. The resulting explosion of noise from Hermione's room woke the rest of the house. Bella, who had been standing outside of the doors to Hermione's room and had told Narcissa and Luna that Harry and Hermione were fine as they came to a halt in front of her. She explained that Hermione had told Harry something that disturbed Harry, which caused a burst of accidental magic. Narcissa and Luna returned to their rooms to get ready for the day. Bella felt the incredible fury that Harry was feeling over their bond. Harry had left the bond open, so Bella was aware of what was happening. Bella had sent her love and comfort over their bond to try and calm him enough to not bring the house down around him. Bella was amazed at the power she could feel from Harry. It was overwhelming and exciting at the same time. She had no doubt that with some intense training Harry would be able to harness all the raw power at his command and easily defeat Voldemort and anyone else that her husband felt needed his attention. She almost felt sorry for Albus, almost. Hermione had tensed in Harry's arms as she felt the intense surge of power that emanated from her best friend, but surprisingly she was not afraid. She knew that he would not hurt her. Harry's breathing began to calm and the tension in his body began to relax. Every outward appearance seemed to pacify, but deep within a raging fire was barely being contained, and only with the love and support of his wife was he able to hold it in check. Over the next 2 hours the two friends discussed all that had happened since the summer began. Harry was honest and candid with Hermione about everything that had happened to him. He told her about Bella, how he had met her the summer after third year and the friendship that developed into something more. How she had saved his life in the graveyard when Voldemort was reborn, and saved it again at the beginning of this summer. Hermione was stunned when Harry told her that he was in love with Bella and her with him, and that in the eyes of magic they were married and eternally bonded. Harry had not left anything out. He believed in being completely honest with her. Hermione looked at the young man who she considered family in silence for a long time. Her analytical mind tried to absorb everything he had told her. The hardest thing to accept was Harry's relationship with Bella, but with one look in his eyes as he spoke about her it was clearly evident the depth of his love for her. Once again Hermione allowed her analytical side be swayed by her emotional side and decided that she was happy for her messy-haired friend. She also decided that she would become a Potter after Harry had explained her predicament as an orphaned Muggleborn. She always saw Harry as something more than a friend, he was family. Although the circumstances that brought her here would always haunt her, she was happy that she and Harry would always be a part of each other's lives. A soft knock was heard as Bella slowly entered the room. Bella smiled at the form of Hermione still in her husband's lap, and chuckled as she saw the embarrassed young witch ease her way out of his lap. Hermione was about to apologize to the beautiful raven-haired witch when Bella raised her hand. "No need to apologize, Hermione, I'm well aware of the love my husband has for you. Being connected as Harry and I are, I have his memories, feelings and emotions. You are such a part of his life that I would never presume to interfere. In fact, I hope you and I can become just as close. I already feel I know you, and since we are to become family, I hope you will want to get to know me as well," Bella said, smiling warmly at the young witch. Hermione smiled and nodded to the older woman. "Now, there are some clean clothes in the wardrobe and the bathroom is here," Bella said, pointing to the door on the opposite side of the room. "It's a shared bathroom with Luna. Your two rooms are both connected to it. Breakfast should be ready in a half hour. When you're ready, just head down the stairs, and follow your nose to the kitchen," Bella said. "Thank you for everything," Hermione said, looking at Harry and Bella. Harry gave her another warm hug, and to her surprise so did Bella. Harry and Bella then left Hermione and headed back to their own bedroom to get ready for the day. Severus Snape was silently cursing everyone and everything he could think of for the miserable excuse of a life he had been dealt. Madame Pomfrey had just given him the news that there was nothing she could do about his missing leg. The damage to the nerve endings was beyond magic to heal, so there was no chance of reattaching the leg. He was told that he would need to be fitted with a prosthetic limb if he wanted to walk again. An image of Mad-Eye Moody and his clawed wooden leg flashed in Snape's mind. "Damn that mudblood. I'll end her pathetic existence the first chance I get," the irate Snape vowed. He had not contacted the Dark Lord yet and was reluctant to do so. He might very well finish the job that Granger started. The doors to the hospital wing opened and an overly colorful Albus Dumbledore entered and made his way straight to Severus. Severus surreptitiously rolled his eyes at the garish robes the old fool was wearing. "Ah, Severus, I see that you're awake. I take it all did not go as smoothly as hoped," Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. "Obviously," Severus said slowly with as much sarcasm as he could muster. "So tell me what happened, my boy," Albus asked expectantly. Snape explained how Mrs. Granger was the first to die and then how Mr. Granger killed one of his men with the Muggle gun and how Hermione had killed the other with a blasting curse. Snape had killed Mr. Granger with the cutting curse, but Hermione nearly killed him when she got a hold of the gun and blew his leg off. Dumbledore was a little surprised that Hermione had actually took a life and attempted to end another. "Well, Muggles are a violent people," Albus mused to himself. "Another reason they need to be controlled by a much more civilized wizarding world. There is something you should know, Headmaster." Snape spoke silkily, relishing the reaction he would get from the old man. "Granger knows of your involvement and how you condoned her family's and the Lovegood family's betrayal to the Dark Lord." Albus paled for a moment, his eyes widened with the revelation. Snape inwardly smirked at the panicked headmaster. "Where is she now, Severus?" Albus asked testily. "I was in no position to hang about and find out, Headmaster. I was a little bit more concerned with the blood pouring out of my amputated leg," Snape replied tersely. "She will need to be found and obliterated as soon as possible." Albus growled out. "How could you be so stupid, Severus, as to reveal this? I reluctantly admit I underestimated the girl's determination to live. But what is done is done," Snape confessed. "I'll have the Order begin a search for her immediately with orders to stun her and then notify me once they have her," Albus declared. "Won't that raise some eyebrows within the Order, Albus?" "You're right, I'll have them locate and report but not intercept. I'll have to deal with her myself," Albus said, stroking his beard, looking off into the distance. "Fortunately, I don't think she knows anyone else but the Weasleys and the professors here at school. She will most likely head for the Weasleys first." Albus was confident that he would soon have the young witch back under his control. Even if she did tell what she knew to someone, he could easily dismiss it as hysteria from a traumatized girl. At Grimmauld Place the mood was somber as the Weasley clan mourned the loss of their father and husband. Arthur would be laid to rest the next day in the Weasley family cemetery near Devon. As the oldest male child, Bill became the Weasley head of house. Arthur had allowed Molly to ride roughshod over the family for far too long, and it was through her blind and almost fanatical devotion to Dumbledore that Bill felt that had led the family to lose its former head. He had also lost 2 uncles in the last war due to Albus's foolish belief in not using dangerous or deadly spells against the enemy. Bill knew that getting the stubborn matriarch to abandon her blind faith in Dumbledore would be next to impossible. He also realized that the war would start in earnest again and did not want to lose any more family members. But he wasn't blind to the fact that the Weasleys were known as a light family and blood traitors to the pure blood agenda. He had 2 options: either flee the country with what family would follow, or stay and fight to make a better world for future generations of Weasleys. Bill's sense of honor and wrong and right only left him with one real option. He had to stay and fight. But he would no longer do so under Albus I'm greater than Merlin Dumbledore, and he would not play by his rules. The many years as a Gringotts curse breaker gave him incredible insight and knowledge on setting traps and breaking down and creating wards. His repertoire of hiding nasty curses within wards and traps was extensive. The trick would be to set a juicy enough target to lure unsuspecting Death Eaters in. Bill knew that he could not fight a conventional war. The Death Eaters were too numerous and only engaged when numbers were in their favor. Bill needed to use guerrilla-style tactics, attacks and feints that would annoy and eventually lure the Death Eaters out of their safe houses. And it just so happened he knew a set of twins who were experts at creating havoc and annoying the enemy. Bill would start with the twins and then try and find other like-minded wizards and witches who were fed up with the way that Dumbledore and the Ministry were handling this war. It was time to take the fight to the enemy. It was time for action and a time for vengeance. Draco Malfoy had been with the Parkinsons for the last week in France, enjoying the sights and sounds of the City of Lights. Mr. and Mrs. Parkinson had apparated back to England the night before to attend a meeting that they had to go to. Of course, Draco knew that the Parkinsons were Death Eaters just like his father and deduced that the Dark Lord had called a meeting. Then this morning only Mrs. Parkinson had returned. Her eyes were bloodshot and she seemed to be almost in a state of hysterics. Mrs. Parkinson took hold of Pansy and sobbed tears of pain and regret. After several minutes had passed, Mrs. Eugenia Parkinson looked at her daughter with grim determination to speak of the events of the night. Pansy, Eugenia began, "Your father is dead." Pansy gasped at the unexpected news. "Your father was sent on a mission by the Dark Lord. 9 others went with him. It was supposed to be a relatively easy mission. All but 2 were killed, including your father." Eugenia finished looking at her daughter, who had turned pale. Draco sat next to his betrothed and grabbed her hand in his. Pansy leaned against her and began to weep. The Dark Lord had sent out 4 teams to attack 4 different targets. All appear to have failed. The Dark Lord was in a rage. He made us watch as he toughly tortured Amicus Caro for his repeated failure. Eugenia shivered in remembrance of Caro's mutilated body spinning in air above them as his blood dripped over those who were below him. "Who killed him, Mother?" Pansy asked, strength returning to her voice laced with anger. "It doesn't matter, Pansy, Of course it matters," spat Pansy. "Was it some effing mudbloods? Was it some dirty-blooded bastards who killed my father?" she roared. Pansy's head was sent spinning as her mother's hand slapped the young witch's face hard enough that she almost fell to the floor. "Do not spew out obscenities in my presence like some common street rat." The elder Parkinson spoke, glaring at the surprised look on her daughter's face. "For your information, the Dark Lord sent him to kill the members of an ancient and noble house." She spoke tersely. "A house almost as old as the Black and Potter families. They were blood traitors then and deserved to be killed." Pansy retorted. "Foolish girl." Her mother sighed. "I once thought as you do. I believed the rhetoric that the Dark Lord would restore pure bloods to their proper station and eliminate all those who were of dirty blood and unworthy too. Posse's the gift of magic. Tell me, Pansy, what percentage of magicals in Britain would you say are pure bloods?" Pansy looked at her mother, wondering where she was going with this line of questions. "I don't know, but I would guess at least half," Pansy said, but not entirely confident in her estimation. Less than 10% can actually claim a pure bloodline that goes back more than 5 generations. So considering that there are only about 100,000 magicals in all of Britain and less than 10% of those are pure bloods, what would happen to our economy, should the Dark Lord eliminate all those who are not of pure blood? Not to mention how shallow the gene pool would become. Did you know that only squibs are born into pure blood families? There is no record of squibs ever being born into half-blood families. It is a result of the inbreeding within the old families. But they are inferior to us, mother, everyone knows that. Pure bloods have stronger magic, it's rich within our blood. Pansy defended. That is not completely true, Pansy. Albus Dumbledore's grandmother was a Muggle-born, making Dumbledore technically a half-blood, and he is known as one of the most powerful wizards ever born. Even in my own time at Hogwarts there were many half-bloods and Muggle-borns that were magically superior to those of old familiars. Pansy recalled seeing the top 10 lists of students from her year and knew that 6 of the top 10 were in fact Muggle-borns and half-bloods. To her utter contempt, Granger had been number 1 since their first year. No, Pansy said defiantly. I believe in the Dark Lord. Once he takes over, we his faithful followers will be elevated above all others. We will rule over the Muggles and we will crush those of inferior birth. Pansy, listen to me. The Dark Lord cares not for his followers, they are a means to an end. The Dark Lord does not share power. He will use you for his purposes and then discard you without a second thought. All he cares for is power, not the betterment of our world. Your father paid the ultimate price. He has given the Dark Lord his life and over half of our family fortune, and for what? What have we gained? We live in fear every day, Pansy. Fear of being discovered by the Ministry. Fear of being discovered by fellow witches and wizards who would turn us over to the Aurors to collect some bounty money. And worst of all, we live in fear of displeasing the Dark Lord and winding up dead at his hands. Pansy would not listening to her mother. She believed in the Dark Lord. She would be a favored servant and be given wealth and power untold, and the pure bloods would rule over all. She would take his mark by the end of the summer and she would wear it proudly, and she would bring fear to all those inferior half-bloods and Muggleborns. Pansy, I am through following that madman. He has brought nothing but grief to our family and our world. I am still unmarked, so he will not be able to use that to find us. We can stay on the continent and live normal lives, Pansy. That's all I've ever wanted, a place where I could live with my family in peace. And I want to do that with the family I have left. Eugenia pleaded. Traitor. Pansy spat at her mother. How dare you turn your back on our Lord and our people? Pansy Agatha Parkinson. I am not a traitor to our people, and I will not participate anymore in its destruction, and that is exactly what will happen if the Dark Lord has his way. Eugenia growled out. This is not the way she had hoped this conversation would go. My allegiance is to the Dark Lord. Pansy yelled, her face flushed red in anger. Your allegiance is to this house, young lady. You are still a minor and I will decide what is best for you and this family. I'm only a minor for one more week, mother, lest you forgot. Then I will decide my own path, and that path is with the Dark Lord. Pansy said determinedly. She spun on her heels and ran to her room, slamming and locking the door. Eugenia had completely forgotten that Draco was in the room and had heard the entire conversation. She worried how the young Malfoy heir would react to her decision to leave the Dark Lord. Draco was sitting quietly on the couch and was processing everything in his head. Mrs. Parkinson had literally thrown his way of seeing this war into new light. He was confused, and Draco Malfoy did not like being confused. He looked at his own family. He knew his mother was not fond of the war and was not an open supporter of Voldemort. In fact, she had tried to guide Draco away from his father's path and away from becoming a Death Eater. He and Pansy were going to be marked by the end of the summer, at least that was the plan. Now he was not too sure. Mrs. Parkinson, seeing the obvious conflict in Draco's face, sat next to him on the couch. Draco, if it would help you come to any decision, I will gladly tell you anything you want to know about the Dark Lord and what it really means to be one of his servants. Mrs. Parkinson offered kindly. After a revealing conversation with Eugenia and the realities of being a Death Eater, Draco was sure he did not want to be one. Yes, he still believed that some wizarding families were better than others, but he no longer felt he needed to kill others to prove it or be killed in an attempt to prove it. Draco knew his mother would be accepting of his decision. In fact, she would be thrilled. His father, on the other hand, would not be as pleased, but at the moment his father was in Azkaban, so he couldn't say much anyway. He was afraid for Pansy though. He would try and talk to her and convince her to listen to her mother. He did truly love Pansy, but he had made up his mind not to follow the Dark Lord, and he hoped that she would join him in that decision. An hour later, Draco left Pansy's room with several red handprints across his face and a busted lip. Pansy was furious with Draco. She called him a blood traitor and stated that she never wanted to set eyes on him again. Draco found Eugenia in the kitchen of the villa they were staying in. Eugenia looked at the pale boy and her heart went out to him. "I'm sorry, Draco, Pansy has always been stubborn. Give it a few days and maybe she will calm down enough to see reason." Draco just shrugged his shoulders and plopped down in a kitchen chair. Eugenia took out her wand and healed Draco's cut lip and conjured a bag of ice for the swelling. "It will all work out in the end, Draco," Eugenia said, mostly trying to convince herself. At the same time as Draco was speaking with Eugenia, Pansy had packed a small bag and headed to the flow. Grabbing some flow powder and tossing it in the fireplace, she stepped in. Bulstrode residence. Another hour would pass before Eugenia and Draco would discover that Pansy was gone. All the residents of Black Manor were in the kitchen enjoying a large breakfast, compliments of Grissy, who was more than happy to cook for so many people again. The conversation was light, all talk of the attack the night before was tabled for the moment. Hermione and Luna were catching up with each other and would occasionally bring Harry into the conversation. Eventually, after they had finished eating, they had all retired to the drawing room where Harry asked the two young witches about their respective adoptions. Both were still determined and seemed to be genuinely happy about joining the House of Potter. At about 10 a.m., Harry's godmother arrived with Susan in tow. Susan hugged Hermione and Luna and then hugged and kissed Harry on the cheek. "Morning, cousin," Susan said happily. "Cousin?" Hermione asked. "Of course. Aunt Amelia is my aunt and she is Harry's godmother, making him like a son to her, so we would be cousins." The redhead smiled proudly. Harry chuckled and returned a key on the cheek to the bubbly redhead. "Morning to you too, cousin." Susan beamed at the raven-haired boy. "Susan told me that they were a very affectionate family, so I should get used to displays of affection." Harry smiled and winked at Susan. Amelia beamed at the two young people she considered her own children. "Well," Amelia said, clearing her throat, "I am assuming we are still going through with the adoption of Luna as a ward of House Potter?" Amelia asked. "Oh yes," Luna said with a kindly smile on her face, looking at Harry. "Very well then. The adoption of Luna as a ward is pretty straightforward. This is a magically binding contract that you as head of House Potter will sign and I as Minister of Magic will witness. The contract in short is magically binding, and states that Miss Lovegood, being a minor and sole heir of House Lovegood, will be under the protection and guardianship of House Potter and will have all rights and privileges of said house. At your pleasure, Harry, she may remain a ward of House Potter her entire life if you both are agreeable. That would mean extending the protection of your house over that of her future husband and future family." Amelia finished. "Why would she want to do that?" Harry asked. "For political and for safety reasons mostly. Her house would swear allegiance to yours and in return you would continue to defend and protect her and her family." "I would defend her anyway, Auntie, she is a dear friend," Harry stated. Amelia smiled at her godson, proud that he was such a noble and caring person. "Of course you would, Harry. This would just give her added protection by letting the other houses know that she is under your protection, and any slight or attack on her would be a slight and an attack on you. And believe me, the Potter name carries a lot of weight in our world." Amelia finished. "Okay, I agree to all the terms stated in the contract, so what do we need to do now?" Harry asked. "You, Luna, and I will need to sign the contract, and then we will each need to place a drop of blood on the contract. The blood seals the contract magically and she then is officially your ward." Harry signed first and then pricked his finger with the silver knife that Amelia produced. Luna was next and signed her name with a flourish and a large smile. She then added her blood to the contract. Amelia was last, and after she had finished by adding her blood, the contract glowed a bright gold and then sealed itself up. Immediately Harry felt another link form and could feel Luna's presence. There was no psychic link or bond, just a feeling of knowing she was okay. Luna had also felt something. It was a comforting feeling, like a feeling you get from a warm blanket on a chilly morning. "It's very nice," she thought to herself, a dreamy expression coming over her face. Harry just figured it must be part of the magic of the contract and decided not to worry about it further at the moment. Amelia turned to Hermione. "So Miss Granger, has Harry had a chance to discuss your situation with you?" Amelia asked warmly. "He has, Minister. I want to go through with the blood adoption, but I have a few questions first," Hermione stated. "Of course, dear, what questions do you have?" Amelia asked, getting comfortable in a large chair. Well, Hermione began nervously biting on her bottom lip. I thought that blood rituals were part of the dark arts and illegal, forbidden even. I guess my first question is why would a ministry official advocate such a ritual if it were illegal? My second question is about the ritual itself. How does it work? What's involved and what does it mean in regards to Harry's and my relationship? I mean, will I be like his daughter or sister? What will I be to him? Amelia smiled at the inquisitive young girl. Hermione reminded her of herself when she was that age, questioning everything and a thirst for knowledge. That type of personality is what helped her throughout her career as an Auror and served her just as well as the Minister of Magic. Well, Hermione, to answer your first question, blood magic is not in and of itself dark or evil. That being said, there are many dark rituals that involve blood and sacrifice. The use of blood, the very living life force of a person, is very powerful magic. It is also the most temperamental. The slightest of errors can have horrendous consequences for the one it is being used on. Because of the volatility of blood magic, and the use of it in some dark rituals, the Ministry decided to classify all blood magics and rituals dark irrespective of its intended use. However, the Wizengamot at the time made some provisos in the law giving ancient and noble houses various exemptions. In short, they can perform almost any ritual not involving human sacrifice or necromancy. Amelia explained. So the ritual that I will undergo is not, technically, dark, but it could be dangerous. Hermione asked a little worriedly. Don't worry yourself, dear. Bella patted the young witch on the arm. Sissy is an accomplished potions mistress and healer and is well versed in the ritual arts. It is because of Sissy's skill that Harry and I are alive. Bella explained. Narcissa just shifted a bit, thinking of the ritual she had performed on Harry and Bella and all the unintended side effects that occurred. But she was confident that she could perform the blood adoption ritual. What could go wrong, right? Sissy mused. To your next question, the ritual will require a vial of your blood and a vial of Harry's. A specific potion is brewed and the blood added to it. The potion will then take on a red inky consistency. Narcissa explained. I will then use a ritual quill similar to a blood quill. The quill will soak up the potion and then I will need to draw a series of runes on your body. The quill will cut your skin and the potion will then be absorbed into your body. Once the runes are complete, we will perform an incantation that will activate the blood runes. That will then start your transformation. It is quite painful, Hermione. We won't be able to give you anything for the pain during the ritual but can immediately afterwards. Narcissa finished. Hermione was quiet for a moment, going over the procedure Narcissa just explained. Are there any side effects to this ritual? I mean, will I still be me, keep my personality or characteristics? Hermione asked. Yes and possibly no, Hermione. Depending on the strength of Harry's blood, you may have some physical changes as well as some personality changes as the Potter blood asserts itself. However, these are additions to who you are. Nothing of you will be taken away. As for your status in the family, depending again on the strength of Harry's blood, the magic might identify you as a sister or a daughter. We would have to check the self-updating Potter family genealogy book to know for certain. Narcissa tried to explain carefully. Hermione began to weigh all the pros and cons but ultimately decided that she would still go through with the ritual. Remembering something Narcissa said, she asked. You mentioned that we would perform an incantation to activate the runes. Who are we? Hermione asked. It will take 3 of us to perform the incantation, Hermione. I will be one and Bella another, and Harry will have to be the third. Harry's eyes widened comically. Me? Why me? It is your blood, Harry, and the adoption is into your house, you have to be there. Narcissa patiently explained to Harry. Oh, Hermione, you will have to be nude for the ritual. Narcissa stated casually. Both Harry's and Hermione's eyes shot open at this comment. Bella tried to stifle a chuckle but failed miserably. Amelia and Susan also found it comical to watch Harry and Hermione's open and close their mouths like fish out of water. Both Harry and Hermione blushed a deep red, which was just the tipping point that caused the others there to burst out laughing at the two friends. Narcissa finally cleared her throat and reined everyone back in. I'm sorry, Hermione. Narcissa stifled a chuckle that threatened to escape her lips. Nothing can be touching your skin during the ritual. As Madame Bones has explained, blood rituals are very temperamental and the slightest anomaly can have disastrous effects. Narcissa commiserated with the young brunette. Hermione reluctantly nodded her head. If that is the way it has to be, I guess I can live with the embarrassment that my best friend is going to see me au natural," Hermione said, not looking at Harry. Harry was about to say something humorous to Hermione about seeing her BPD, to hopefully make her feel more comfortable, when Bella quickly placed her hand over his mouth and gave him a look and said, "Best to say nothing, sweetie, and avoid any embarrassment on your part or making her even more nervous." Bella whispered, keying his cheek and amusingly shaking her head. "When can we do the ritual?" Hermione asked. "The soonest I can be out from Dumbledore's control the better," said the girl, who used to think that Dumbledore was the greatest wizard of the light since Merlin. "As soon as you're ready, Hermione," Narcissa told her. "I brewed the potion last night anticipating that you would want to do it soon. All I need now is a vial of blood from you and Harry." Narcissa smiled warmly at the girl. Hermione arose from her chair and said, "Let's do this then," Hermione said with a look of determination. "This way then." Narcissa led the group to the ritual house just behind the manor. They entered the antechamber, where Narcissa informed the others that only Hermione, Bella and she would enter the circular ritual room. The others would remain in the antechamber until Narcissa and Bella had completed the runes on Hermione's body. They would then have Harry come in at the last to help with the incantation. This was to give Hermione at least some level of modesty. Hermione, with a little trepidation in her step, entered the circular ritual room and saw the large altar that dominated the center of the room. Bella cast a warming charm on the stone altar so that Hermione would be more comfortable. Narcissa had Hermione disrobe and helped her lay on top of the altar. Hermione tried to cover herself with her hands in an attempt at modesty while Narcissa prepared the blood for the potion. Narcissa, after finishing the final touches on the potion that now resembled a blood-red ink, gently moved Hermione's arms to her sides. "It will be all right, Hermione," Bella whispered as she stroked the young witch's hair in a motherly manner. Hermione gave a small smile and tried to relax. Narcissa handed one of 2 ritual rune etching quills to Bella. "Hermione," Narcissa said soothingly, "the etching will feel like your skin is being scratched. You will then feel a warm to a mildly hot sensation as the potion blood mix enters your bloodstream. Do you understand?" Narcissa asked. Hermione nodded her head and readied herself. Narcissa and Bella began on Hermione's upper torso first and then worked their way down to Hermione's feet. At first there was almost no pain, but as the sisters progressed down her body, the heat from the potion was growing in intensity as more of her body was covered. The sisters had finished with her feet and stopped etching. Hermione took a steadying breath of relief, thinking the sisters had finished. "We need to turn you over, Hermione, and do your back as well." Silent tears fell from Hermione's eyes as the sisters carefully turned her over to start the etching all over again. Bella gently keyed Hermione's head and whispered that they would be done soon and told her how brave and strong she was. Hermione tried to smile, but it only came out as a whimper. Finally the sisters had finished their work. Hermione was covered from head to toe in runic symbols and her body was having twitching fits from the intensity of the burning feeling within her. Narcissa and Bella gave Hermione a few more minutes to calm down and adjust to the sensations coursing through her body before inviting Harry in. Harry entered and glanced at his dearest friend lying on top of the altar. He noticed the tear streaks running down from her eyes and his heart clenched in his chest. He wanted to take away all the pain she had gone through and the extreme pain that would shortly come. Hermione felt his glance and turned her head toward her best friend. She gave him a watery smile that communicated that she knew he was concerned for her. She gave him a nod and took a deep breath to center herself again. Bella had explained to her that the next part of the ritual would be extremely painful. It would feel as if her insides were being torn apart and bones broken and then remended. The intensity of the heat would be significant as the Potter blood asserted itself and purged the Granger blood from her. Harry was guided by Narcissa to the head of the rectangular altar. She and Bella took positions at the opposite end of the altar. The 3 of them formed a triangle around the altar. Narcissa would begin the incantation to activate the runes etched into Hermione's body. Bella and Harry would then in unison repeat the incantation that Narcissa had spoken. They would do this for each rune until the keystone rune was finally activated, and then the painful process of changing Hermione from a Granger to a Potter would begin. The process of activating each rune took almost an hour, but finally they came to the keystone rune. The rune that connected all the other runes together. The one rune, if drawn wrong or was activated improperly, could seriously harm Hermione or worse. The final words of the incantation were spoken and immediately Hermione's body seized. Her back arched high off the altar as pain similar to that of the Cruciatus curse ripped through her body. Interconnecting lines of blood red, spider-webbed rapidly through Hermione's body as they connected rune to rune. A multicolored aura began to appear around the young witch. Silver, gold and red flashed and swirled all around her as Hermione's body began to slowly change. The trio watched as Hermione's hair changed from a chestnut brown to ebony with only streaks of brown remaining. Her body elongated from her 5 feet 4 inches height to something approaching 5 feet 8 inches. Her facial features changed as well, her normally round face became more angular and aristocratic looking. She still looked like Hermione just with sharper features. Her darker skin tone was replaced by a fairer complexion which was accentuated by her darker hair. Harry thought that Hermione was beginning to look a lot like a mix between Bella and Andromeda. Narcissa had been thinking the same thing which caused her to gasp a bit. How could I have been so stupid? Narcissa thought to herself. Harry was not pure Potter anymore. During the ritual that she performed on Harry and Bella they had actually became one. They shared equal amounts of each other's blood and magic. It stood to reason then that Hermione would also have that same mix of blood once the ritual was done. Nice going Narcissa, that's twice you have not looked at all the variables. Narcissa chided herself. Hermione had screamed herself hoarse as the worst of the change was taking place. Sweat poured off of her body as her inner core temperature elevated. And then as suddenly as the pain had started it stopped just as suddenly as Hermione's body fell back onto the altar. Harry looked at his friend closely making sure she was still breathing, and let out a breath he hadn't realized he had been holding as he saw her chest rise and fall as she took shaky breaths. Bella told Harry to go back to the anteroom while she and Sissy would finish up. Harry gave his dear friend one last look and gently moved her hair from where it had covered her face and keyed her forehead. He then left the room to let Bella and Sissy help Hermione. The two sisters went to work quickly. They gently cleaned Hermione's body with flannels and warm soapy water wiping away all the sweat. During this process Hermione groggily opened her eyes and tried to speak. Her throat was extremely irritated and she could only rasp out a request for water. Bella conjured a glass of water and lifted Hermione's head slightly as she tipped the cool water down Hermione's throat. Hermione nodded her thanks and Bella laid her head back down. It was then that Bella got a good look at Hermione's eyes. She had to hold back her surprise as she saw a combination of Harry's green and her violet eyes staring back at her. Another half-hour later, the doors from the ritual room to the antechamber opened and a smiling Bella exited holding the hand of a freshly cleaned and dressed Hermione. A still unsteady Hermione looked at the assembled group of people and immediately fixed her eyes on Harry who had a worried expression on his face. She stepped toward him and then threw her arms around his neck. Harry tightly embraced her as well, pulling her close. Tears of relief that his friend was okay fell from his eyes. Bella smiled warmly at her husband and could feel the stress melt away from him as he held his best friend and knew she was okay. Bella put her arms around Harry and Hermione and said, "Let me be the first to welcome the newest member of the family. Hermione Jean Potter." Everyone began to clap and offer their congratulations. Hermione was all smiles even if she was a little embarrassed by all the attention. The group left the ritual house and made their way back to the manor where Grissy had prepared a special lunch. Even Hermes had decorated the dining room with banners and streamers that read "Welcome to the family Hermione and Luna." The rest of the evening was spent just being together. Amelia and Susan had stayed at Harry's insistence, telling them that they were his family as well and that this was a family celebration. Harry had never been happier. His new family had just grown by 2 more. The rest of the world could be dealt with tomorrow. Tonight was for family. It was June 16, exactly 1 week since Hermione and Luna had joined House Potter and much had happened. Harry and the rest of the family were all in the study enjoying the evening silence. A fire was burning in the hearth, casting a warm glow throughout the room. He looked over and saw Bella instructing Hermione in the finer points of dueling and spell casting. Hermione had immediately bonded with Bella and could always be found asking Bella questions and asking for advice. Bella took it all in good humor and grace and the two settled into a comfortable mentor and apprentice type of relationship. Luna was reading through the Potter grimoire and seemed to be totally engrossed in the long history of the Potter family magics. At first Harry was not sure if Luna would be able to read the grimoire as it was infused with magic protections that would only allow a Potter to read from its pages. But to Luna's great delight the book's magic recognized her as a Potter and allowed her to read from its pages. Andromeda and Sissy were in another corner of the study reminiscing about their younger years and catching up on several years of being estranged. Harry was very happy that the three Black sisters had reconciled and were becoming once again as close as they were as when they were children. Susan was visiting as well. She and Harry had come to see each other as truly brother and sister, and she spent as much time at Black Manor as she could while Amelia spent more and more time at the ministry. Amelia had been officially sworn in as minister and was determined to start implementing changes. Harry looked over his growing family and smiled. For the first time in his life he truly felt that he knew what the true meaning of family truly was. It was unconditional love and acceptance. Luna seemed to take to her new life all in a graceful stride. In the beginning, to look at her you would think that she was the picture of contentment and that nothing out of the ordinary had ever happened. But Harry saw or rather felt the loneliness and sadness that Luna kept buried deep within her heart. It was 3 nights ago that Luna finally let escape her emotions. All the feelings of loss, loneliness, and anguish over the death of her last family member exploded in a deluge of grief and tears. Harry and Bella had stayed up with her all night taking turns holding and comforting the young witch. That simple act of comfort more than anything else had allowed Luna to grieve and eventually accept her father's death. It had also cemented Luna's love and devotion for Harry and Bella. This was her new family and she would do anything and everything within her power to keep it. Since that evening Luna was a changed witch. There was a new focus in her demeanor, strength and purpose to her character that hadn't been there before. She was still Luna however, with all the quirkiness and mystique of persona as before, but there was a new confidence as well. She held her head a little higher, she walked with strength and purpose. When asked by Harry about the change Luna answered, "I am a Potter now," she said with undisguised pride. "And I will do all I can to honor my new family and make you proud of me," Luna stated. Harry smiled at the young B***owned and pulled her into a warm hug. "Luna, I have always been proud of you. You don't have to be anything more than what you are. My caring for you will never change and you will always be family to me. I know Harry, but I am rather happy and proud to be a part of this family, and the Potters have a long and prestigious history and I want to contribute in a meaningful way to continue that heritage," Luna stated as she smiled warmly at him. Harry returned the smile with equal emotion at Luna before speaking. "Okay my sweet Luna, just remember to be true to yourself as well. I kinda like my quirky Luna," Harry stated giving her a lopsided smile. Luna pushed up on her toes and kissed Harry on the cheek. "Thanks Harry," she whispered. "That means a lot to me." She then turned and skipped out of the room. Harry chuckled to himself. "She's quite the young lady isn't she?" Bella commented as she came into the room having heard the conversation. "Yeah she is," Harry commented. "You should have seen her in the Department of Mysteries," Harry stated thinking back on that night. "She was amazing, she was so calm and level-headed. I don't think the Death Eaters knew what to make of her. She just danced around their spells and curses while firing off her own. I think if she had known more dangerous spells and curses she could have taken down the lot of them herself," Harry stated smiling at the memory. Bella looked at her husband lovingly. "It's no wonder Harry that you inspire such loyalty and devotion in your friends." "What do you mean?" Harry asked confusedly. "Just listen to how you talk to your friends. I have never heard you say one derogatory thing about any of them," Bella stated. "In fact you always build them up. It's obvious how much you care for them and they see that unconditional love reflected in your eyes. It's actually quite humbling to watch how you interact with them. I have no doubt that both Hermione and Luna would walk to the ends of the earth for you. I've seen it in Susan's eyes as well, she would follow you wherever you would lead them. You're a natural leader Harry, anyone who spends more than 5 minutes with you can see it. I don't know what to say to that love. I don't see myself as anything special. If I am the leader you say that I am it is because of them and you. You've given me a reason to live and to be a better man. It is through your love Bella that I've become what I am today. I remember all those nights during the summer after my 4th year. I was having such terrible nightmares and you came to my room almost every night. You would cradle me in your arms and sing to me and the nightmares would be chased away. I would just lay there feeling your warmth surround me. It was then I began to understand what it meant to be cared for and comforted. I thought you had stayed asleep all those times. Bella smirked. Well, I admit the first time I woke I was a little frightened. But your voice was so beautiful and calming that it drove the fear away. I just kind of accepted you as my own personal guardian angel. Harry smiled as he took his wife into his arms and kissed her tenderly. Oh, you're so getting lucky tonight. Bella whispered sultrily into his ear. Harry then turned his attention back to Hermione. Out of everyone in the household, he was most concerned about her. Not since the night that he and Bella had retrieved her from her home, after the Death Eater attack, had she shown any sign of grief or sadness. He was worried that she was bottling up her emotions, not wanting to deal with them. She had become obsessed with learning offensive and battle spells and curses. She had sought out every book in the Black Manor library on the subject. Harry realized that his best friend felt responsible for her parents' death. She was feeling that had she known more powerful magic she could have saved them. She had also voiced her desire to hurt those that took away her parents. Harry worried that his dearest friend would become lost to the lure of revenge and would do something foolish in an attempt to redeem herself in her own mind. Bella was also concerned for the young witch and proposed to Harry that she take Hermione under her wing and begin to train her in dueling and advanced spell casting. In the role of teacher and mentor, she may be able to guide Hermione away from the feelings of hate and revenge. She also believed if she were to share with Hermione her own experiences as a Death Eater that she could persuade the determined witch away from a self-destructive path. Harry had agreed. He knew that Hermione would try to learn these skills one way or another, but at least under Bella's tutelage, she could refocus the young witch. Harry also decided that he would also benefit from learning the art of dueling. Hermione had been very enthusiastic at Bella's offer to teach and mentor her since that day Hermione had become almost Bella's shadow. But Bella didn't seem to mind and enjoyed Hermione's sharp mind and dedication. Narcissa had also received distressing news from Draco. She had received an ul just 2 days ago from her son, who was still abroad in France. In the letter he detailed the events that Lady Parkinson had told him, the recent attacks, the death of her husband, and now her decision to leave the service of the Dark Lord. She had been ecstatic to hear that Draco no longer had the desire to join the Dark Lord either. She had been saddened by Pansy's departure and refusal to listen to reason in hope that one day she would wake up to the realities of serving Voldemort. She just hoped it wouldn't be too late when she did have her eyes open. The most troubling part of the letter was Draco explaining that 2 days after Pansy had left the cottage they had been staying at was attacked by Death Eaters. Pansy had most likely told the Dark Lord of their betrayal, and he had sent out a hit team to kill Lady Parkinson and Draco. The two had been able to escape, but Lady Parkinson had been seriously injured. Draco explained that they were able to get to a Malfoy safe house, and at the moment were safe. He told her that he was afraid to go to the international port key areas controlled by the French ministry for fear of Death Eaters monitoring the place. They would stay at the safe house for the time being. They had plenty of food and there were enough healing potions to take care of Lady Parkinson. He would send her another owl in about a week's time. He hoped that the Death Eaters who were sent after him would eventually give up and return back to England. Narcissa was terrified for her son but was grateful that at least he was safe. She knew of the safe house he spoke of. It was near Bordeaux and was heavily warded. He would be safe there. She also knew that it would be folly to try and go to him now. She would be easily recognizable by the Death Eaters and she would have to be the one to go since the wards were only keyed to her, Draco and Lucius. She resigned herself to just wait until she heard from her son again. She also knew that she would have to be more careful in public now. The Dark Lord would not hesitate to use her as bait to get to her son. Albus Dumbledore was pacing back and forth in his office in a very agitated state. The Granger girl and the Lovegood girl had just disappeared without a trace. No one from the Order had spotted hide nor hair of the two teenage witches for a week now. Could the Ministry be protecting them? But why would they? Had the Mudblood told them about her conversation with Severus? If she had, did Minister Bones believe her? And if the minister believed her, they may be hiding her away from him. And if they were hiding her away from me, then that means they suspect me of wrongdoing. Albus stopped mid-stride as paranoia began to seep into his mind. Would they have sent spies to watch me? Are they already here? I will not tolerate them spying on me. Albus roared. No, 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 they would not take the word of a child over the greatest wizard since Merlin himself if I said otherwise. Albus shook his head disbelievingly, trying to calm himself. It was for the greater good, Albus said as he looked at the many portraits of the former headmasters and mistresses. Most pretended not to hear him, while others just shook their head at him reproachfully. I need my spy to be above suspicion if I am to be victorious. Albus spat at the portraits. Did no one understand that he knew what was best for the wizarding world? Why did everyone doubt him? It was all Potter's fault. If he had not gotten himself killed, his original plan would still be viable. Augusta Longbottom didn't trust him, so getting Neville to take up Harry's role would be almost impossible. Why hadn't the old bat been killed? Sloppy work, Tom. Sloppy, sloppy. Dumbledore fumed to himself. Well, if the Ministry is sending spies here, then I will need to activate my own spies in the Ministry. Maybe one of them will be able to tell me what the Ministry knows and where the Granger and Lovegood brats are. He spoke to himself. Minerva McGonagall was sitting at her desk and was penning one of the most difficult letters she had ever written. The events of the last 2 weeks had completely shaken her faith in Albus Dumbledore. But if she was being honest, she had her doubts about his sanity ever since he had employed Severus Snape. No other professor in the history of Hogwarts had been as petty, hateful, and completely biased as Severus Snape. She had tried for years now to reason with Albus and have him do something about Snape's behavior. But Albus refused to see reason and had allowed Snape free rein. She had also been opposed to Albus leaving little Harry with the Dursleys, but he would not hear her concerns and she was overruled. Harry's death had been the biggest blow, and then reading Mrs. Figg's Harry journal, that had documented years of abuse at the hands of the Dursleys. She truly felt that she had failed her little lion. Just this morning she had sent the Harry journal to Minister Bones, as well as a letter explaining Dumbledore's role in sending Harry to the Dursleys and his obvious complicity in letting the abuse occur. It was her hope that Albus would be held accountable for his actions and receives the punishment that he deserved. Minerva had finished her letter with a solemn final stroke of the quill, completely her signature. Imelda, Minerva called out. A tiny house elf with a Hogwarts tunic appeared before her. Mistress Minnie is calling for Imelda. The little elf squeaked. Yes, dear, would you see that this is given to the headmaster with his evening meal tonight? Minerva asked the diminutive magical creature. Of course, Mistress Minnie, she squeaked. It has been a pleasure knowing you, Imelda. Minerva said warmly to the elf. Is yous going somewhere, Mistress Minnie? Yes, dear, I'm afraid that I've decided to leave Hogwarts, Minerva said with a hitch in her voice. The small elf's large eyes began to fill with tears. She had been Minerva's personal elf at Hogwarts since she began teaching almost 30 years ago. Imelda will be missing you, Mistress Minnie. The elf choked out, the tears freely falling now. Minerva kneeled in front of the sobbing elf and wrapped her in a warm hug. I will be missing you too, you have been such a good friend. At these words the tiny elf began to wail as the tears fell faster. Yous has been a wonderful mistress and calls Imelda friend. Eyes will never be forgetting you, miss. The elf sobbed and then popped away, carrying the letter of resignation in her little hands. Minerva gathered up the last of her belongings and placed them neatly in her trunk. She then shrank the trunk and placed it in the pocket of her traveling cloak. She hated to leave Hogwarts. It had been her home now for 30 years and she loved teaching, but she could no longer tolerate the way Albus was running things, and the revelation of Albus's neglect of Harry left a lasting animosity toward the headmaster, and she could no longer work for someone she no longer trusted. It was with heavy heart as Minerva McGonagall exited out of the large double doors that lead out of the ancient castle. She would return to the highlands of her birth and there see what the fates and the future had planned for the weary Scottish lady. Amelia Bones was sitting in her office going through the mountain of paperwork that somehow never got any smaller, though she swore she had already gone through at least 100 reports. Her weary head had just made contact with her desk when she heard a knock on her office door. Come, Amelia replied. Angela Mosby, her young receptionist, stuck her head into her boss's office. I'm sorry to disturb you, Minister, but a Hogwarts owl has just come for you. Angela nervously informed her tired-looking boss. You're not disturbing me, Angela. In fact, I could use a little break. So a Hogwarts owl, I wonder what the old man wants now. Amelia frowned. Go ahead and bring it in. As if it had been listening, the owl flew through the door, buzzing over the head of the young woman. It landed in front of Amelia, who gave the large barn owl the last of her biscuits. Amelia untied the package from the owl and then withdrew the letter that had been with it. The letter was not from Dumbledore but from Professor McGonagall. The letter was to inform her that she had resigned her post at Hogwarts and then gave her reasons. Amelia was stunned by the accusations that Minerva made against Albus and Snape. She knew from Susan that Snape was an awful teacher, but she had no idea the extent of the problem with the head of Slytherin House until Minerva had given a comprehensive list of all his misdeeds. Learning of Albus, condoning of such behavior had the fiery redhead ready to spit nails. As mad as she was, it was nothing compared to her mood once Minerva had explained what the book was that she now held in her hands. With each turn of a page her rage grew exponentially. The abuse mentioned in the book was startling. Her godson had been literally tortured by these people. If it not for them already being dead, she would have killed them herself. Dumbledore's complicity in the abuse only fueled her desire to destroy the man even more. And with this evidence in hand, Dumbledore would not be Chief Mugwump for long. If she had her way, by the time all was said and done, Dumbledore would be stripped of every position he held and would be enjoying a nice vacation at Chez Azkaban. Angela. Yes, Minister. Angela asked, sensing that her boss was not in a good mood. I will be gone for the rest of the evening. Yes, Minister. I will lock everything up for you. Amelia nodded to her receptionist and went to the minister's private apparition site. With a pop she arrived at Rowan Hills, the home of Amelia and Susan. Amelia headed for the fireplace and threw a handful of flow powder into the flames. Sticking her head in, she called out, "Black Manor Wales." All heads turned as Amelia Bones' head appeared in the study fireplace. Harry immediately allowed her to come through. The dignified woman appeared agitated. She paced back and forth in front of the gathered family and appeared to be trying to gather her thoughts. "Auntie, what's wrong?" It was Susan who broke the silence, looking worriedly at her guardian and surrogate mother. Amelia stopped her pacing and took in a long, slow, deep breath and then pushed it out. "Minerva has just resigned from Hogwarts." Amelia began. "That's terrible." Hermione barked. "Why would she do that?" Hermione asked, wondering why her favorite professor would all of a sudden quit. "The reasons are many." Amelia began. "And disturbing, to say the least," Amelia said through grinding teeth. Amelia then began to tell everyone present about the letter she had received from Minerva. How she could not work in that environment any longer and her loss of faith and trust in Albus. "She cared a lot for you, Harry," Amelia stated somberly. "She blames herself for not standing up to Albus on your behalf. She feels that she had failed you, and somehow in failing you she feels just as responsible for your death as Dumbledore should feel." Amelia finished. "Dumbledore?" Susan asked curiously. She had not been told everything about the headmaster's involvement in Harry's life. Susan respected Harry's privacy and would never ask him to reveal anything he wasn't willing to reveal. "Yes, Susan, Dumbledore more than anyone else is responsible for Harry's disappearance from the wizarding world and placement in that hellhole he called a safe environment." Amelia spat, cursing Dumbledore's name. "Harry, this book that I have is a journal that Mrs. Figg kept on you through the years. It lists all the times she witnessed you being abused by either your aunt and uncle or your cousin. It also lists all the scars, black eyes, broken bones, and other numerous injuries that you have received over the years." Amelia was beginning to choke up and struggled to speak coherently. Hermione had taken the book from Amelia and began to flip through its pages. Bella, who was sitting next to her, also read the contents of the journal. Bella and Hermione had only gotten through a dozen pages or so when both witches jumped to their feet, drawing their wands and storming over to the fireplace. They both had a murderous look in their eyes as they grabbed for the flow powder, both determined to get to Hogwarts and kill the old bastard for what he had put their Harry through. Harry quickly intercepted the two furious women and tried to dissuade them from their murderous rampage. "What's done is done," he said to the pair of them. "He will get what's coming to him soon enough. I don't want you two to go and do something that will get you both tossed into Azkaban," Harry said pleadingly, looking into the eyes of the women who meant the most to him. The two witches conceded, for the moment. But they had a long memory and this would not go unpunished. "Harry, ladies, with the information in this book we could nail Dumbledore to the wall. This book, along with evidence of neglect, evidence of not following the last will and testament of the last head of the Potter family, and for the forgery of a fake will of the scion of an ancient and noble house, we can destroy Dumbledore." Not just send him to prison, but to completely destroy the reputation of the bastard. Harry, in a week's time I can convene a special session of the Wizengamot. With the evidence we have along with whatever evidence the goblins have and with your testimony we can put him away for the rest of his life. Amelia smiled wickedly, a smile that was worn by the rest of the women in the house. All eyes turned to Harry, who seemed to be in deep thought. Harry was debating with himself on how he wanted to proceed. He wanted more than anything to personally kill Dumbledore. He was responsible for who knows how many innocent deaths, including Hermione's parents, Luna's father, and Arthur Weasley. The man deserved no mercy. Azkaban was too good for the man. But the thought of having the world see him for what he truly was would be a fate worse than death for the so-called leader of the light. No longer would his name be spoken in reverence, but it would be spat out in disdain. Yes, that truly was a just reward for someone who saw himself above everyone else. Now his name and reputation would be seen as nothing more than filth. Okay, how do we begin? Harry asked. I suggest after the will reading, when you make your debut back into the land of the living. Bella smiled. Get him off balance and then hit him with everything that the law and we can hit him with. Bella smirked. The War Council of the family would stay up late into the early morning hours making preparation for the utter destruction of one Albus Dumbledore. A lone cloaked figure walked confidently down the darkened alleyways of Nocturne Alley. And why shouldn't he walk confidently? He had traversed these alleys at least 100 times, if not more. He was a servant of the dark, a dangerous man who would surely kill you as to look at you. He was a large man at about 6 feet 5 inches and a solid 250 pounds. His 50 years of age did not take away from the hardness and lethality that his aura radiated. His only weakness was his boastfulness, but his boasts were never without foundation or proof. He kept trophies from all his victims. He always took the right eye. It was kind of his calling card. His latest acquisition had been the right eye of Xenophilius Lovegood. Not that the old fool was much of a challenge. Although he never did give up the location of his daughter, even considering the level of torture that was inflicted on him. It had been 3 days ago that one of these callous boasts was overheard by someone that was looking for someone just like him. He had come to this bar in hopes of locating someone who worked for the Dark Lord and thought it would be much more difficult than it turned out to be. With his target decided upon, he silently cast a tracking charm on the man's left shoe. It was a location where most would not think to check themselves for. And since it was not on the person's body, they would not feel the spell hit them if they happened to have sensitivity to magic. The man who had cast the spell slowly rose from his table and exited the pub without drawing any attention to himself. Jugson Hayworth had killed 32 men, women and children in the service of the Dark Lord. They were all the same to him, just bags of skin that needed to be put down. The regulars to the alley knew his reputation well and always gave him a wide berth when they saw him coming. Hayworth loved his job, and considered himself a professional. Hearing the screams and the begging for mercy were just added benefits. Hayworth continued to his destination, a pub called the Wand and Dagger. This was a favorite haunt for Death Eaters and those looking to sell their unique brand of services. Those who dealt in the more shadier sides of the wizarding world. From assassinations to blackmail, poisons to banned creatures. You could find any contact you wanted at the Wand and Dagger. In Hayworth's mind, he was at the top of the food chain here in the alley, and therefore kept his eyes forward, shoulders back. To keep looking behind oneself was to show fear, and fear was the true killer. Once you showed fear, you were seen as weak, and anything that was weak was vulnerable. And vulnerability got you killed in a place like this. It was for this reason that Hayworth never saw the Confundus charm that struck him in the back. Instead of following his normal path to the Wand and Dagger, he turned left into a narrow passage that led to an old courtyard-type opening. The alley was unnaturally dark, with cold mists of fog rolling through the many passages obscuring the denizens who lived in this place. It was unnatural to those who did not frequent the alley, but was a part of the everyday for those whose lives were spent in mist and shadow. Hayworth stood perplexed for a moment, wondering why he had come down this particular alleyway. His pondering was cut short though, as a cloud of complete blackness seemed to materialize out of nothing, obscuring the way he had just come from. The cloud of darkness moved like a serpent as it began to encircle the killer. What was left of the Confundus charm was completely overcome as Hayworth became aware of the situation happening around him. He spun this way and that looking for a way out somewhere to run, but the dark cloud had completely surrounded him. His wand snapped up to a defensive position in front of him. His eyes darted left then right then left again trying to find something or someone to fire a spell at. All sounds seemed to stop and an uneasy silence filled his ears. His heart began to speed up as his fight or flight reflexes came to the fore. The dark cloud billowed around him slowly circling and closing in closer and closer. He fired a wind charm hoping to dispel the mist but there was no effect whatsoever. He began to randomly send curses into the dense darkness. A deep mirthless chuckle seemed to echo all around him chilling him to the bone. The voice seemed to be everywhere. Hayworth was spinning around wildly, his wand up and at the ready was pointing in random directions occasionally shooting off spell. "Who are you? What do you want?" Hayworth screamed into the nothingness. The same deep mirthless chuckle returned sounding like thunder. "Why, your soul of course." The otherworldly voice cackled. A fiery head as large as a dragon's appeared right in front of him. Eyes as red as rubies stared down at the man. As the face chuckled, Hayworth saw a mouth filled with large razor-like teeth and a throat filled with snapping orange and red flames. The overpowering stench of sulfur assaulted his sense of smell. The bodiless head circled the man smiling evilly down at the now trembling man. The head seemed to leave a trail of flames as it circled the helpless man. Please, have mercy on me." The man wailed. "Mercy." The voice chuckled again. "Come now human, it is beneath you to beg. Begging is a sign of weakness. Did you give mercy to those who begged you for it?" The head sneered. Hayworth fell to his knees as he felt a growing sense of doom. The very air he breathed was getting heavier and pressed upon him as if attempting to suffocate him. Please spare me," Hayworth groveled. "Your soul is too wonderfully evil for me to pass up. The blood of all those you have killed have called to me, attesting to your tuppety. Your soul will be my finest prize to present to my lord," echoed the voice, the vibrations seeming to shake the very ground Hayworth knelt upon. I will do anything you ask of me, just spare me." Hayworth rasped as smoke and sulfur swirled in his lungs. I suppose a trade could be worked out." The demonic voice echoed. Why yes, a trade. What can I give you in trade for my soul?" The desperate man wheezed out. "Your soul would be of great worth to me human, however, if you give me the names of all of your brethren, those who serve this pathetic mortal calling himself Voldemort." The voice spat out the name contemptuously. "Give me all the names and I will consider it a trade." The fiery head offered as it continued to circle the whimpering man. Yes, the man screamed. There is Walden McNair, Rebastion Lestrange." Hayworth gave up the names of at least 50 Death Eaters, all the ones he knew by name. "Very well mortal, your soul is safe for the moment." The voice snarled. Hayworth was suddenly lifted into the air, his arms and legs stretched painfully out away from his body. "Wait," Hayworth screamed. "You said you would not take my soul." He cried, terror in his voice. "And I shall not." The head sneered, flames shooting out of his mouth. "However, I did not promise that I would not kill you." The head laughed maniacally. A spell hit Hayworth in the back as his clothes disappeared. A voice was heard chanting in an unknown language and then another joined it and then another and finally a fourth voice began to chant. Hayworth began to feel a tingling in his toes. It felt little more than an itch, but soon the itch began to burn like thousands of white-hot needles. Hayworth began to yell and then scream. He forced his head to look down at his feet and let out another guttural scream. The skin looked seared and began to roll up his feet to his ankles, exposing raw flesh and exposed nerve endings. The flesh then began to blacken as if being slowly burned by an invisible fire. The flesh then began to slough off, falling to the ground below him, leaving behind bone and sinew. The curse worked its way up his legs and then spread to his thighs, his waist and manhood, and finally up to his navel. The same process had also begun on his fingers, hands, and arms. Mounds of burnt flesh piled just below what remained of Jugson Hayworth. Hayworth had succumbed to the pain and was now unconscious. The fiery head vanished with a puff of smoke and the Peruvian darkness powder ran its course and dissipated. 4 hooded men dressed in blood-red cloaks stepped out of the shadows and looked at their handiwork. "All I have to say, big brother, is that those Egyptians were some sick puppies when they came up with that curse." One of the cloaked individuals spoke. The older man smiled wickedly but said nothing. As the four cloaked men began to leave the area, one of the men who was shorter than the rest but broad-shouldered and solidly built turned toward the floating body and cast a cutting curse at the torso of Hayworth. The other three turned to look at what the fourth had done. "Should we call you Zorro now, Charlie?" one of the other three said, causing a few chuckles. The next morning Jugson Hayworth would be found. The curious onlookers looked at the intact torso and head and then at the skeletal remains of everything below the waist and arms. They were also curious about the large W that had been carved into the torso. "Move, Hermione!" Bella yelled at the young witch as a low-powered bludgeoning curse came toward her. Hermione dived to the ground as Harry's curse nearly found its mark. Hermione stood dusting herself off. Her face took a frustrated grimace as she cursed herself. "Stupefy!" Hermione roared as she shot her spell at Harry. "Protega, Incarcerus!" Harry returned as ropes sped toward his best friend. "Incendio!" The ropes hurling toward Hermione burst into flames and then to ash. "Petrificus Totalis!" The spell rushed toward Harry, who sidestepped and let it fly by him. "Bombarda!" The spell hit the ground in front of Hermione, causing the ground to shoot toward her, obscuring her view. Reflexively she covered her face to protect it from the debris. Expelliarmus, Accio, Hermione's wand. The first spell ripped Hermione's wand out of her hand as the second one found her wand flying toward Harry's outstretched hand. Hermione was furious at losing her wand, and in a very un-Hermione-like fashion she charged Harry and launched herself at Harry's middle, taking the boy who lived by surprise and tackling him to the ground. Harry yelled out in pain as Hermione's knee inadvertently made contact with his groin. Hermione quickly rolled off of Harry with both wands now in her hand, smirking. She looked down at Harry, who had rolled into a ball, rocking back and forth, his hands cupping his bludgeoned nether regions. Hermione's head looked up as she heard an approaching Bella, who was clapping. "Nicely done, Hermione, you overcame your moment of disadvantage and capitalized on your opponent's unwise moment of relaxing too soon." Hermione beamed at the praise from her new mentor, who was now kneeling by her husband. Bella's wand came out and was pointing directly at Harry's injured bits and muttered a healing spell. Harry visibly relaxed as the pain subsided. "However, I'm quite fond of Harry's wonderful assets, so let's try not to target that area too often." Bella smiled as she gently caressed Harry, which brought a rather impressive blush to Hermione's face. "Right. Let's analyze how each of you did and see where you did well and where you need to improve," Bella stated as she helped her husband to his feet. Harry and Susan had joined with Hermione for her daily dueling lesson from Bella. Although Harry had the knowledge from his shared bond with Bella, he did not have the skill yet to put it to good use. It was agreed to by everyone that they needed to be better prepared for the war that was going on around them. It was either luck or twists of fate that Hermione and Luna had lived through the attacks on their families. The two teens were determined to be prepared should they be placed in another situation where the outcome would come down to skill and not luck. Harry knew the incantations and wand movements as though he had been born to it, this being a result of his link with his wife. Where he needed work was in his casting speed, accuracy and finesse. Bella would comment that one could know every spell known to witch or wizard and would still lose if you couldn't hit your target. Bella had turned the garden behind the house into a boot camp of sorts, with dueling pits, stationary and moving targets, and various terrain obstacles, earthworks and battlements. A 5-mile confidence course that weaved through the forest that surrounded the house began and ended each day for the teens, and the hours in between were filled with dueling practice. Hermione surprised both Bella and Harry with her fierce determination in learning everything she could about dueling. She would stay up all night to the early hours of the morning studying dueling techniques, spells and curses. This worried the husband and wife as they saw that Hermione was borderline obsessive about learning offensive spells and curses. Harry saw the drastic change in personality in his best friend from the passive individual who fought for house elf rights to a hit witch in training. He and Bella had discussed the possibility that Hermione was more affected by the murder of her parents than they originally thought, and that her motivation may be due to a need for revenge. They would monitor Hermione closely and try and be available to her whenever she finally decided to open up to them. Another curious aspect of the couple's relationship to Hermione was that Bella was now able to sense Hermione's emotions and thoughts when she focused on the young witch. The connection was not as strong as her connection to Harry, but it seemed to be growing stronger. Harry also found his connection to Hermione growing at a rapid pace. He could sense her presence anywhere in the house. He could almost feel her emotions as strong as if they were his own. He could feel her inner turmoil over something specific, but what it was he could not say. Whatever it was buried deep within her, and Harry would not pry into her private thoughts and emotions. As it was, he only felt her surface thoughts and emotions. He would not intentionally try and enter her mind. He respected her privacy. Bella and Harry did wonder if the connection worked both ways. But they had not discussed or approached Hermione to find out if she felt the connection. Bella had her suspicions as to what Hermione had buried so deeply within her and hoped that she was right. But she would keep this to herself, confident that eventually it would be revealed, and hoped that Hermione and Harry would accept the possibility. Luna did not participate in the intense training with the others but found a mentor in Narcissa. Sissy was pleased that Luna had taken an interest in the healing arts as well as the lost art of rituals and blood magic. Luna and Sissy would spend a lot of time in the ritual house. Narcissa eagerly took the young Bellatrix as her apprentice and began to teach her the arcane arts. Narcissa had always wanted a daughter and now saw the opportunity to create a motherly relationship with the young witch. Luna, who had lost her mother when she was 9, also saw a wonderful opportunity to be close to another mother figure. Surprisingly, Luna showed an aptitude for both the healing arts and ritual magic. Luna engulfed the older Bellatrix in a bone-crushing hug when Sissy gave Luna her own first rune-etching kit when she first began to study the arts. Over the years it would become one of Luna's favorite and most prized possessions. Luna's natural ability to sense magic allowed her to understand the mechanics behind magical and blood rituals. She could see how a person's magic, blood, or a person's life force, and magically infused runes connected to each other to create powerful spells, wards, curses, and a number of other dark and light magics. Narcissa could tell that Luna would be a quick study and would someday surpass her in ability. Sissy was positive that Luna would one day be a powerful enchantress who could weave magic with an ease only seen once before in the likes of Morgana herself. It was 2 days before the private will reading of Sirius Black, and 3 days before the public reading. Bella felt that they all needed new robes and cloaks that befitted the family members of the ancient and most noble House of Potter. Narcissa had solicited the services of Madame Malkin, who was placed under magical oath not to reveal who she was making robes for. Bella and Harry had matching cloaks of a dark forest green made from the finest acromantula silk with the Potter family crest over the left *east. Hermione and Luna also were measured for cloaks of acromantula silk with a shade of green just a bit lighter than Harry and Bella's. Both also had the Potter family crest upon the left *east. Complete new wardrobes were also ordered for all the Potters. That evening another council of the family was called to discuss the upcoming will readings and to discuss the actions the family would take against Dumbledore. Those in attendance included all the Potters, Narcissa, Susan and Amelia Bones, Andromeda, and for the first time Nymphadora Tonks. Andy had asked Harry if she could bring her daughter into the secret. Harry had agreed after Andy had told him of Nymphadora's disillusionment of Dumbledore and her feeling that he was not leading the Order in the right direction to defeat Voldemort. Tonks, as she demanded that everyone call her, was stunned at the revelation that Harry was actually still alive and married to Bellatrix of all people. It took the young metamorph about an hour and 2 shots of fire whiskey before she was able to accept everything she had been told. The betrayal of Hermione and Luna by the headmaster had thrown her for a loop, as Hermione shared with her the conversation she had with Snape after he killed her father. Tonks' hair had turned to an angry red as she let loose a barrage of profanities all aimed at the bearded old goat. As it so happened, Tonks was able to provide a wealth of information about the current membership of the Order of the Phoenix and the various operations that the headmaster had going, and a few future plans as well. Amelia was angered when she learned of a few of the spies Dumbledore had within the ministry. She would deal with these people soon enough, she thought to herself. Harry and Hermione were surprised to hear of the split within the Weasley family. Apparently Bill Weasley had a falling out with his mother about Dumbledore, and that had created a fissure between the two. Ron, Ginny, and Percy had sided with their mother, while Charlie and the twins had sided with Bill. Tonks informed them that there was a rumor that Bill was planning on waging his own war against Voldemort. Bill had tried to convince his mother that Dumbledore's methods of wait and see were getting people killed and that they needed to bring the fight to the Dark Lord. Molly's unwillingness to even doubt the headmaster is what eventually caused the split between the red-headed family. It was discussed within the family to reach out to Bill and possibly form an alliance with the eldest Weasley male. Harry had always liked the twins who, like Hermione, had never once turned their backs on Harry. Tonks was given the mission to reach out to Bill and feel him out for a possible alliance. Harry understood the importance of having allies and people you trust around you. He was keenly aware that sooner or later the war would pull them all back into the fray, and the more support you had, the better your chances were to survive. Now that Tonks was a part of the family, Susan asked about possibly approaching the Longbottoms about a similar alliance. Susan had been dating Neville since last term but had not revealed the knowledge of Harry to him. I think they would be powerful allies, Harry, especially within the Wizengamot. Lady Longbottom is a political powerhouse and has no love for the blood supremacists. And as an added benefit, she has no love for the headmaster either, and could be key to any legal proceedings we bring against him. Amelia offered. The only thing I worry about is Neville's reaction to Bella. He's grown up believing that she was responsible for the torture of his parents. Harry stated, looking at his wife and squeezing her hand gently. This will all be academic in a few days, Harry. Narcissa commented. After the will reading, the cat will be out of the bag anyway. Everyone will know that you're still alive and that Bella is Lady Potter. It is better to try and form this alliance while the secret still holds than to try and form it with the media circus that will inevitably happen. Narcissa makes a good point, love. We should get our base together before we re-announce you to the world and me as your wife. We will need to show strength and solidarity. With the support of the Bones and Longbottom families behind you, there will be few families who would try and move against you. Whether you want it or not, my love, you will be a political player in the Wizengamot, and if things happen the way I believe they will, you will be the head of 2 ancient and noble families and have control over 9 seats. 5 seats that are owned by the Potters and 4 that belong to the Blacks. When you add the Bones seats and the Longbottom seats, you will have a very powerful voting bloc. Bella finished staring warmly at her husband. She's right, Harry. Amelia stated. It's not enough just to defeat Voldemort or Dumbledore. The real battle will begin within the walls of the Ministry. Changing the status quo will not be easy and will require a lot of political power to change it. Amelia stated. You have the ability to do this, Harry. Sissy added. And as long as Lucius is in Azkaban, I make the decisions for House Malfoy, and my votes are your votes, Harry. Sissy stated fondly. Okay, you've convinced me. Harry chuckled. Amelia, you're close to Lady Longbottom. Would you approach her on behalf of House Potter? If she wants to meet with me tomorrow, I would be agreeable to a time and place of her choosing. Harry stated, getting a nod from Amelia and an excited smile from Susan, who hated keeping this secret from her boyfriend. The meeting continued with Amelia reporting on the list of crimes that she and Andy had come up with. Andy, being the lawyer of the family, had prepared several legal briefs to submit before the Wizengamot. The plan was to submit the paperwork to the court while Albus was at the will reading. It was hoped by doing it this way, Albus would not have time to block the filing of the charges with the DMLE. If all went well, a warrant for the arrest of Albus Dumbledore would be issued before the end of the will reading. Amelia would then make sure that Aurors were stationed outside of Gringotts to effect the arrest. Everyone seemed to be cautiously hopeful that everything went their way. However, as the saying goes, no plan ever survived its first encounter with the enemy. But the politically astute Narcissa had backup plans should Albus somehow manage to overturn his arrest. The meeting adjourned and everyone left for their respective homes. Narcissa stayed at the manor as she had been since Harry's rescue. She headed for the kitchen for a cup of tea, closely followed by a hungry Luna looking for a quick snack. Bella had noticed during the meeting all the small glances that Hermione made toward Harry when she thought no one was watching. The look on Hermione's face was one of confusion and maybe a little bit of sadness. Bella felt it was time to have a little heart-to-heart with the girl who had been a part of her husband's life for so long. Bella rose from her seat next to Harry and walked over to Hermione, who had been sitting on Harry's other side. She reached out and grabbed Hermione's hand and lifted her from her seat. A confused Hermione looked up at Bella, who had a warm and loving look on her face. Without turning her gaze away from Hermione, she stated, Harry, Hermione and I are going to have a little girl talk for a while, okay? Bella said sweetly. Sure, I have a letter I need to write anyway. Harry said. Wonderful. Bella said. She then pulled Hermione along with her, keying Harry's cheek as she passed. Don't wait up, love, we may be chatting for a while. Bella said, winking at the young witch, who was more perplexed than before. The two witches then disappeared up the stairs. Harry sat at the desk and penned a short letter. He had wanted to send this since Amelia had informed him of the situation. The sun was barely rising in the Scottish Highlands as Minerva McGonagall poured herself the first cup of coffee of the day. She had barely sat down to enjoy the caffeinated ambrosia when her early morning solitude was disturbed by a tapping at her kitchen window. The former deputy headmistress rose from her seat and opened her kitchen window. An owl flew past her and alighted on the small circular kitchen table. The austere Scot turned around abruptly to chastise the owl for disturbing her so early in the morning. Her eyes then widened as she looked at the majestic snowy owl. Hedwig. Bella pulled Hermione along by the hand to the bedroom that had become hers since that fateful night her parents were killed. It was comfortably decorated with a small sitting area which contained a fabric-covered love seat and a large soft wing-back chair perfectly positioned to receive optimal lighting from the small fireplace. Bella pulled Hermione over to the love seat and tugged her down next to her. The two women sat sideways so they could face each other. Bella got comfortable, tucking her left leg underneath her. Wandlessly she started a fire in the small fireplace. Grissy. Bella called the little female house elf, and with a soft pop the little elf appeared. Mistress Bella is calling Grissy. The tiny elf squeaked. Yes, Grissy, would you bring some tea for Miss Hermione and me? Bella asked sweetly. Yes, mistress, Grissy will be right back. The elf popped away only to return a minute later with the requested tea and an assortment of Danish cookies. Thank you, Grissy. Bella said to the elf. That will be all. The little elf bowed and then softly popped away. Now then, Bella began, staring at the young witch. Where shall we begin? The beautiful older witch said with a small smile. Bella, I'm a little confused. What are we supposed to begin? Hermione asked nervously, shifting in her seat. Bella sighed heavily but kept an amused look on her face. Well, she paused here for dramatic suspense. How about we begin with the odd looks you've been giving Harry and me over the last week? A playful smirk appearing on her face. Hermione's eyes widened in a mix of fear and surprise at the direct question. I'm not sure I know what you mean. Hermione said, looking anywhere but toward Bella. Bella raised an incredulous eyebrow at the younger witch. She crossed her arms over her chest and stared unblinkingly. Hermione started to chew on her bottom lip, still not meeting Bella's probing eyes, hoping that Bella wouldn't pursue her line of questioning. But her hoping for a reprieve did not happen as Bella continued to stare patiently at her young protégé. Realizing that Bella would not let the subject drop, Hermione let out a long deep sigh. Leaning forward and placing her head in her hands, she decided she should come clean despite the embarrassment she knew she would surely feel. Hermione stood up from the love seat and began to pace in front of the fireplace, her arms folded in front of her and chewing on the fingernails of her right hand. Bella could sense that Hermione was trying to work up the courage to speak, so she said nothing, allowing Hermione the time to organize her thoughts. Hermione stopped her pacing and turned toward Bella, who had a look of encouragement on her face. I think that there is something wrong with me, Hermione began. I mean, I don't know, I think something happened, something unexpected. Hermione said to Bella, hoping that she somehow understood her ramblings so she need not continue. However, Hermione sensed that Bella was coming to the wrong conclusion, but before she could correct her mentor's train of thought, Bella had already begun to speak. Does this something have to do with Harry and your feelings for him? Bella asked with a half smile. Hermione struggled for a moment, trying to decide how to best answer that question, but again Bella beat her to respond. Hermione, do you love Harry? The question wasn't unexpected. Hermione sensed that Bella was making that connection. No, I mean yes of course I love Harry, but not how you think I do. Hermione stuttered. Bella cocked her head at Hermione and stared at her as if she was trying to figure out a rather difficult question. Hermione, are you in love with Harry? Bella asked, thinking she now understood Hermione but wanted to clarify just to make sure. Hermione sat back down next to Bella, taking both her hands in hers. Looking into Bella's deep violet eyes, Hermione began to explain herself. Bella, Harry has been my best friend since first year. He is my hero, my confidant, and so much more. I love him more deeply than I have ever loved anyone or anything else. Hermione stated with tender emotion. I would willingly give my life for his. But I'm not in love with him. He is my family, my brother, maybe something even deeper. I don't know. Hermione continued, thinking of her dark-haired friend. Bella saw the truth and depth of emotion in the younger witch's eyes. But that still did not explain all the furtive looks and nervousness Hermione had been displaying. Hermione sensed Bella's confusion and beat Bella to the punch this time. I think something changed in me since the blood adoption. Something perhaps the ritual caused, I'm not sure. Hermione began to explain, once again standing up and beginning to pace. Bella followed Hermione with her eyes, allowing the girl to continue at her own pace. Since the ritual, I've been getting these emotions, is the best way to describe it, I think. But not my emotions, other people's emotions. And before, you say that there might be a link that I have with Harry. I am aware of it and it has gotten stronger, I can feel it. Hermione paused in her pacing, looking out her bedroom window at the cloudless night sky. Right now you are feeling concern for me and affection. Hermione turned and smiled at Bella. Luna is feeling a satisfied contentment. I think she is enjoying the last bit of pudding. Hermione chuckled, looking over her shoulder at Bella. Narcissa at this very moment is feeling sad and is thinking of Draco. And Harry at this very moment is feeling very, well, let's just say I think his thoughts are focused on you. Hermione stated as a blush overtook her face. Bella stared at Hermione for a moment with her mouth opened as if trying to speak but not finding the right words. You can feel other people's emotions? Bella asked almost disbelievingly. Hermione nodded her head. I can't control it either. Hermione stated as her eyes began to tear up. At first I felt like I was going insane. Especially, when there is more than one person near me. I get this flood of emotions and I can't stop them and I feel overwhelmed. Hermione turned back to staring out at the blackness of the night through her window. I don't know if it is the link that Harry and I share, but his emotions are the most powerful, especially when he's thinking of you and feeling a bit amorous. That's why I blush when I'm around him. I feel like I'm trespassing on your private moments. Bella stood and walked over to Hermione, embracing her from behind and staring out into the night along with her. Well, and here I was thinking you were thinking about making moves on my husband. Bella playfully chuckled as she gave Hermione a little squeeze. So it seems that you have developed some empathic abilities, Bella stated. Her Slytherin side quickly began thinking of all the advantages of having an empath would bring. Well, I think I can help you block all these emotions, or at least help you manage them so they do not become such a distraction. Have you heard of occlumency? Bella asked. Yes, it's a way to protect your mind. Harry had to learn it last year with Professor Snape. Hermione felt a sudden spike of rage when she had vocalized the name of Dumbledore's pet. Oh, it's more than just protecting your mind. It allows you to categorize and compartmentalize all information that is in your head or coming into your head and blocks still others from even getting in. With your highly organized mind, I'm sure you will be a quick study. Bella smiled at the girl, seeing her reflection in the window in front of them. Do you really think it will work? Hermione asked hopefully. Fairly certain, sweetheart. Bella said. I know we have several books on the subject here in the manor. And I'm not too shabby of an occlumens myself. Bella smirked. Can we get them now? Hermione asked, never being one to put off until tomorrow what you can read today. Bella grinned at the typical reaction from the known bookworm. Of course we can. Bella smiled. Bella, there is one more thing I think you should know. And what is that, dear? I think I have the same link to you as I have with Harry. It's not just strong emotions I feel from you, but I can feel when you're near and sometimes hear yours and Harry's thoughts. Hermione whispered. Bella smiled and gave Hermione a peck on the cheek. I thought that might be the case. I can feel the link between us as well. I think we have developed a familial bond of some sort between the three of us. I've never heard of it outside of a bonded married couple before though, and even that is extremely rare. So what do you think we are to each other, familial-wise I mean? Hermione asked. I'm not entirely sure, but I think we will all pay a visit to the Potter family vault tomorrow before the will reading. It has the book of House Potter that lists all family members and their relationship to one another. Bella commented. Bella turned Hermione around to face her and stared into her eyes, which had an extraordinary mix of Harry's green and her violet color. Tenderly she smiled at Hermione. I want you to know that you can always come to me and Harry with anything, any problem, Hermione. We are family and we look after our own. Never feel embarrassed or hesitant, dear. I know, and I'm sure with this new ability of yours that you know as well, That Harry absolutely adores you and would walk through hell itself to come to your aid if you asked. Hermione threw her arms around Bella's neck and gently let the tears that she had been holding back fall. She had worried herself sick and thought that if others knew about this newly discovered ability that they would shy away from her. But Bella had wiped those doubts and fears away. Harry she now knew would always love her, and now she felt the same conviction of emotion within Bella. Now is there anything else we should talk about? Bella asked the young witch, who was now trying to dry her eyes with the back of her hands. I think that we've covered the most important issues. Hermione replied, trying to sound composed. Well then, let's get you those books and then I'm off to bed to cozy up with my man. Bella stated, waggling her eyebrows. Harry was leaning against the opened French doors that led from the master bedroom to the large veranda that overlooked the beautiful vistas that surrounded Black Manor. He had been there for some time now, thinking once again on the events of the last month and the events that would take place tomorrow and the next day. The wizarding world had believed him dead, and he had allowed them to keep believing so. He had desperately wanted a reprieve from all the chaos and manipulations that surrounded his life, so he allowed the charade to continue. It did have one positive outcome, okay, maybe more than one, and that was he learned who his true friends were, and at the very least who wasn't a true friend at all. He had always known of Ron's jealousy, but even he did not know the lengths his former friend would go to scratch out some glory for himself, even if that glory was as false as his friendship had been. 2 days ago a furious Susan had flown over to the manor, swearing so much that a hardened Auror would blush at the words coming out of her mouth. Narcissa was scandalized by the fiery redhead's diatribe and scolded the young witch properly for unladylike behavior. An embarrassed but undeterred Susan marched over to Harry and shoved a book into his hands. Just look what that ass of a so-called human being has done now, Susan ranted. Harry looked at the title of the book and read it out loud so the assembled family could hear. The Official Biography of Harry Potter, by Ronald Bilius Weasley and co-authored by Rita Jane Skeeter. Harry looked at the book and sighed. I guess this was bound to happen sooner or later, Harry commented. What? Susan screamed. That's all you have to say about it? Susan continued. Harry just shrugged. What do you want me to say? I haven't read it yet, so I really have no comment. Well, let me enlighten you, O cousin of mine. Susan began. In a nutshell, he states that you lived a pampered life and was spoiled rotten by your muggle relatives. And that you were an attention-seeking glory hound with no real skill or talent. It gets better, Susan growled. It was only through his taking you under his wing and instructing you in how to be a proper wizard that you even survived in the magical world. Harry, he goes on and basically calls you a fraud and takes credit for all your accomplishments. There are even quotes in here from Snape. And I quote, Potter was an arrogant and below-standard wizard with no real talent and magical ability, just above a squibs. He got by on luck and his family name alone. Susan finished. Hermione, Bella and Luna were thumbing through the book's pages and getting angrier and angrier by the minute. Even the normally even-tempered Luna was ready to do a bit of Weasley hunting. Harry, he's taking credit for everything in second year. It states that he discovered the Chamber of Secrets and what the monster was in for saving Ginny's life. Hermione growled. Why, that slug-eating toad spawn. Hermione spat. The entire book is like that, Harry. Susan said, her temper just boiling beneath the surface. Neville sent him a howler this morning calling him a liar and a traitor to your memory. He told me he was writing to everyone that was in the DA to refute his claims. Susan added. Harry smiled and was pleasantly moved by Neville's loyalty to him. Harry calmly took a seat and pulled Bella into his lap. Well? Susan asked, folding her arms across her chest and tapping her foot annoyedly. Well, what? Harry asked too innocently. Well, aren't you going to do something about this? She asked exasperatedly. The will reading is in a few days, Susan. Let Ron have his 15 minutes of glory. I'm just imagining the look in his eyes when he sees me very much alive, Harry said with a look of pure mischievousness. Susan smiled evilly. Oh Harry, dear sweet cousin of mine. You have to let me be there to see that. Oh please, oh please, oh please. The redhead sweetly begged, smiling sinisterly the whole time. This brought a lot of chuckles from the others assembled at the manor. Oh, I suppose I could let you come. After all, Aunt Amelia will be there anyway to serve papers to Dumbledore, Harry said sweetly. Susan jumped up from the groveling position she had been in and keyed Harry hard on the cheek. And with pumping fists and a large grin she repeated, yes. 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 This caused a new round of all-out laughter. Harry looked out over veranda smiling at Susan's antics of the other day. She was effortlessly becoming a sister to Harry. She was so sweet yet had a temper that could frighten a Dementor if you crossed her. But what he admired most was her loyalty and protectiveness. Within just a short amount of time he had come to trust her implicitly and considered her a close confidant. Harry's thoughts then drifted back to the two readings. The private reading with just members of the Black family and invited guests would take place tomorrow, and then the public will reading the next day. This one would undoubtedly bring a lot of interested parties such as Dumbledore, the Weasleys, and members of the Ministry, since this would be the reading of an ancient and noble family. Harry's heart had tightened thinking of his departed godfather. Things had happened so fast since the fiasco in the Department of Mysteries. He really hadn't had the time to really grieve over the loss of Sirius when his life took a dramatic turn. Bella had been his rock, his comfort. He was sure that Sirius was up there somewhere smiling down at Harry and Bella now. Harry drew a deep breath and let it out slowly, trying to release some of the stress and tension he had been feeling lately, but it did not seem to help. He hoped that perhaps in Bella's arms tonight he would find the balm that would ease his soul. Harry suddenly sensed a presence slowly enter the room and wandlessly dim all the lights. The only light that was present was the soft glow of the fire in the large fireplace that cast the bedroom into soft shadow. Harry turned around. He was framed by the open double French doors to the veranda, and the drapes were gently floating on the cool summer breeze back into the room. Harry saw the womanly figure silhouetted by the firelight behind her. Although her face was obscured in shadow, Harry would recognize her anywhere. She stood there not moving or speaking, allowing the silence to heighten the ambience that she had created. Her hands slowly came up and finding then undoing the clasp of her robe underneath her neck. The robe fell silently from off her shoulders and pulled at her feet. Even in the dim light Harry could tell that the robe had been the only clothing the woman had been wearing. Harry's heart began to beat a bit more rapidly as his eyes focused on the lightly illuminated body in front of him. His eyes slowly took in the contour and gentle swell of the B***ests of the woman he loved. Slowly his eyes swam downwards, following the curves of her lithe form. They stopped briefly on the sultry flare of her hips before his gaze continued down, taking in the long shapely legs of his lover. His eyes then slowly made the return trip back up her exquisite form till his eyes rested on her face. Bella sensually walked toward Harry, slowly exaggerating each step as her hips moved seductively side to side. Closer and closer she came. Bella's breathing increased as she approached her love, Harry noticing the rise and fall of her firm B***ests as she walked. Harry groaned softly as he breathed in Bella's distinct scent, turning off every higher functioning brain communication as the primal side of his brain took over. A soft hand touched the side of his face and he pressed his cheek into the warm hand, reveling in the physical touch. Harry looked down into eyes that were filled with desire and passion. She tilted her head up and brought her soft full lips to his own. Harry melted into the love-infused key, returning it with all the love he possessed. Bella then pressed her body against Harry's. Harry felt Bella's erect nipples press into his bare chest. The response was immediate and impressive as Bella felt Harry's hardness press against her hip. Bella smiled as she continued her keying assault. Bella's tongue lightly circled Harry's lips, asking to be let in. Harry's lips were more than willing to comply, and soon their tongues met in a sensual dance for domination. Harry's head was spinning but didn't care. The evening could pass away to oblivion, but all he cared about right now was the woman in his arms and surrendering to her seduction. Bella gently broke the key and stared lustfully into Harry's eyes. Her left hand, which had been on his face, was now slowly making its way down his chest. Her fingertips traced the elastic waistband of his silk boxers but only rested there a moment before the boxers were quickly disposed of. A warm hand then gently encircled his manhood and then was gently led to the large canopy bed. Bella released him and then slowly crawled onto the bed toward the pillows. She glanced seductively over her shoulder, her raven locks falling to the side. Harry needed no more coaxing and slipped onto the bed and joined his wife. The curtains around the large canopy bed slowly fell, obscuring the two lovers who would spend the next few hours reminding each other how much passion and love each had for the other. Saturday, June 22nd came much too early for Harry and Bella. Hermione awoken the two lovers at 5 in the a.m. and had to dodge a few hexes as the couple grudgingly got out of bed. After a quick shower of 30 minutes together, the two of them dressed in their matching forest green acromantula silk robes and then descended the stairs and made their way to the kitchen, both wearing goofy grins. Hermione tried to block out the intense emotions coming off. The pair had some minor success but still felt enough to give her away to Bella when she noticed the blushing young witch. Bella chuckled at Hermione's discomfort, and gave her a key on the cheek and a wink before sitting down next to Harry, who had fixed her a plate and was now working on his own. Narcissa entered into the kitchen and bid everyone a good morning. She then noticed the matching smiles on Harry and Bella's face, and then mumbled something that sounded like, "Going it like rabbits all night," as she poured herself a strong cup of tea. Luna floated into the kitchen and sat next to Hermione. She started to fill her plate and serenely stated, "I'm impressed with your stamina, Harry. I lost count of Bella's screams after the second hour last night." Orange juice burst from Harry's mouth in shock. Bella began to laugh hysterically. Hermione turned beet red and Narcissa shook her head in frustration and was heard to mumble, "It's been too long." Luna just continued eating her eggs as if she was just making everyday conversation. Narcissa was the first to compose herself. "I have arranged for a portkey to take us directly to Gringotts at 7:30 a.m. The will reading isn't until 8 a.m. but I believe we should arrive a bit early in case we needed to attend to anything," Sissy stated as she sat primly at the head of the table. "In fact, I would like to go to the Potter family vault and look at the Book of Potters," Bella stated. "Hermione and I want to look at where her place in the family is," Bella stated, winking at Hermione, who smiled at the older witch. At precisely 7:30 a.m., Harry, Bella, Hermione, Luna, and Narcissa appeared into the receiving room that they had appeared in on their last visit. The group was then escorted to House Potter's account manager, Master Slingblade. "Lord and Lady Potter, it is a distinct pleasure to see you again," the ancient goblin stated with a slight inclination of the head. "It is we who are honored, Master Slingblade." Harry bowed and Bella curtsied, showing respect to the wizened creature, "for taking the time out of your busy day to meet us personally." Harry finished, "Your grandfather would be proud to see the continuation of respect between our two families, Lord Potter," the goblin stated as he walked next to Harry as equals through Gringotts. This did not go unnoticed by the other goblins, who wondered what human was this to gain such favor of a prince of the goblin nation. Once in his office, Slingblade dropped the formalities. "So what can I do for you, Harry?" "The reading is not for another half an hour," the goblin said congenially. "We wanted to visit the family vault if we could. Bella wanted to look at the Book of Potter. I blood adopted Hermione last week and she wanted to see if the book recognized her and where she fits within the family," Harry stated. "Of course, Harry, I recognize some of the Potter traits in her as well as some black." "Interesting. Very well, let's get you on your way then." Griphook, a smaller than average goblin, entered and bowed low to his father. "Griphook, take Lord Potter and his guests to the House Potter vault," Slingblade told his youngest son. "Of course, sir, this way, Lord Potter." Griphook motioned. 5 minutes later the group was flying down the roller coaster that is the Gringotts transport to the vaults. Narcissa wondered what possessed her to come along. She hated these rides and always felt a little green afterwards. Hermione had her head buried in Harry's shoulder, terrified of looking up. Luna had her hands up in the air, squealing in delight, and Bella just seemed to take it all in stride. Harry was like Luna and loved the ride. The cart mercifully came to a stop as Narcissa tried to exit the cart in a graceful manner but wound up falling on her sophisticated backside with a thud. Bella had a hard time holding back the laughter as the prom and proper Narcissa dusted off her derriere. Harry approached the Potter seal on the vault and a few moments later the entire group entered. "Welcome back, Harry and Bella," the portrait of Lady Boudica said excitedly. "Oh, and you have brought more guests, how exiting." "Calm yourself, mother," Lord Cadern chuckled, standing next to his wife in the portrait. "Now, Harry, you must introduce me to these two lovely young witches you've brought with you," Cadern said, waggling his eyebrows at Hermione and Luna. "Easy there, grandfather, I wouldn't want you to smudge yourself," Harry said, sending Boudica and Bella into fits of laughter. Cadern blustered comically. "Oh, but it might be worth it," the painting said, winking at Hermione and Luna. "Introductions then, grandfather. This is Miss Luna Lovegood, ward of House Potter and heir of House Lovegood," Harry stated, motioning to Luna. "A pleasure to meet you, young lady." Cadern bowed regally to the B***-owned witch. Luna curtsied to the painting. "The pleasure is mine, my lord." Luna said dreamily. And this beautiful young lady was just blood adopted into House Potter. May I present Hermione Jean Potter? Harry stated proudly as he motioned to Hermione. It is an honor to meet you, daughter of House Potter. Lord Caedern bowed. Hermione curtsied to the pair. Allow me to introduce ourselves. I am Lord Caedern and this is my wife the Lady Boudica. We are the guardians of the House Potter vault and the family historians and protectors of Potter magics. But you may call us grandfather and grandmother. Caedern stated warmly. It's a pleasure to meet you both. Hermione stated, giving the guardians a warm smile. Grandfather, Bella began. We wanted to see the Book of Potter to see where Hermione falls within the family. Of course, dear. Caedern stated. A pedestal suddenly appeared in the center of the enormous vault with a large leather-bound book. You will find all recent entries at the beginning of the book, dears. Grandmother told the group. Harry and the others approached the book and Harry opened it to the first page. The top of the page read, Lord Hadrian James Potter, Patriarch and Head of House Potter. Married June 2, 1995 to Lady Bellatrix Adian Potter Black, Matriarch of House Potter. Children. Hermione Jean Potter, Heir Apparent. Wards of House Potter. Luna Lovegood Potter. Harry, Bella, and Hermione were speechless as they read the entry. Luna smiled widely and Narcissa had a smug grin on her face, confirming her thoughts about Hermione soon after the ritual had been performed. How is it possible that I'm considered your daughter? Hermione asked Harry and Bella. I think I can answer that. Narcissa said. You were blood adopted by Harry with his blood, correct? Narcissa asked rhetorically. Yes. Hermione said slowly. Well, when Harry was dying we performed a ritual to save his life, and during the ritual Bella and Harry shared more than just their magical cores but blood as well. They share in equal measure each other's blood. So when we took Harry's blood for your ritual, Hermione, you actually received Bella's as well. Hermione finished Narcissa's train of thought. So in other words, Hermione, you are of both of their blood and I believe magic has declared you their daughter. Narcissa finished. Bella hugged Hermione tightly and Hermione returned it with emotion. Bella released Hermione from the hug and Harry stood there staring at his best friend and her staring right back. Hermione was nervous about Harry's reaction. At the moment his emotions were so jumbled she could not make heads or tails of them. Harry approached. Hermione, his eyes locked onto hers. My own, I have always considered you my sister in all but blood. You were my first family before I knew what family was or could be. I would be more than honored to have you as my daughter, that is if you'll have me as your father. I know I could never replace your dad, but... Hermione launched herself at Harry, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, the tears flowing from her eyes. I've always considered you family as well, Harry. Hermione cried into his chest. It will be a little weird at first, but I would be honored to be yours and Bella's daughter. Bella was crying as well as she felt the love rush through their bond. She couldn't stand by and watch the scene anymore and rushed over to her husband and her new daughter and joined in the hug. Luna and Narcissa joined the hug as well, not wanting to be left out of such a touching scene. Griphook rolled his eyes and shook his head at the display of affection. Humans. Caedern and Boudica were crying as well. Just beautiful, just beautiful. The painted woman bawled as she blew her nose into her husband's tunic. Well, Harry began, clearing his throat. I think yeah, well, this is, Harry stuttered from being hugged by the four beautiful women. Bella, sensing Harry's discomfort, chuckled. Okay girls, let's let Harry breathe before he passes out from too much female attention. Bella stated, suppressing a giggle. Harry, Hermione began. What does the book mean by heir apparent? It means, dear, that if Harry and Bella do not have a son to carry on the Potter line, your son would become the next Lord Potter, being the eldest child. Lady Boudica said. House Potter is a patriarchal family. Only a male heir can become the head of House Potter. So the son of the oldest female child would become Lord Potter. Caedern explained. Oh, Hermione said, surprised. But if he does have a son, then he would become the heir. Hermione asked. Yes, dear, it is the way it has been for centuries. But we have had many female stewards of House Potter until a male Potter was born. Boudica explained. But I do hope to see some grandchildren from Harry and Bella soon. The female guardian of House Potter said with a wink and a smile at Bella. You'll be the first to know, my lady. Bella said with a grin. Well, I hate to break this up. Narcissa interrupted apologetically. But we have a will reading to attend to. No apologies are necessary, my dear. Lord Cairn stated. "We look forward to your next visit, my children," the male guardian of House Potter said with a slight bow. Harry and the others made their way back to the cart for the return trip to the lobby of the Goblin Bank. Bella had taken her husband's hand and silently communicated her joy of having a daughter and that it was Hermione made it that more special. She had grown quite attached to the young witch since rescuing her. Amelia Bones did not know if she should be concerned or happy about the recent murders in Knockturn Alley. The fourth body of a man bearing the dark mark had been found near Borgin and Berks earlier this morning. This body, like the three previous, had shown signs of a tortuous death, and like the other three bodies, a large W was found carved on the torso. All four men had been career criminals and all had served time in Azkaban for raping and torturing Muggles, half-bloods and Muggle-borns. It was also believed that they had all committed murders as well, but evidence seemed to get lost or was conveniently never collected. Whoever was doing this was picking specific types of targets. Former or suspected Death Eaters. She doubled the patrols in Knockturn Alley, but she wondered if the assigned Aurors were giving their all in trying to uncover the dark mark. Killer, as the Aurors were now calling whoever was perpetrating the crimes. What puzzled Amelia further was the lack of any witnesses. Two of the attacks were within feet of public houses. Although maybe she shouldn't be surprised that no one had come forward as a witness. The type of people who frequented Knockturn Alley weren't the type to call attention to themselves, especially to Aurors. She was also concerned about the lack of any organized activity from the Death Eaters and Voldemort. Not that she wanted any trouble, but the quiet unnerved her. She wondered if something big was in the works from the psychopath. Maybe the Dark Mark killer had made the other Death Eaters a little reluctant to go out in public. Either way, she worried about what this vigilantism might stir up amongst the people. She did not like the idea of civilians taking the law into their own hands. Self-defense was one thing, but premeditated murder was quite another. Harry and the others were seated in a private conference room waiting on Slingblade to begin the reading. Harry was seated next to Bella on one side of the rectangular table. Across from them were Andromeda, Nymphadora, and Narcissa. Hermione and Luna were seated along the wall, observing everyone and quietly talking to one another. The double doors opened and in walked Slingblade, followed by two goblins that were carrying a large stone basin. The goblins lifted the stone basin onto the end of the table where Slingblade had sat. The basin had many runes that were carved into the lip of the basin. Within the basin was a swirling mass of a silvery substance that seemed to be in constant motion. Lord and Lady Potter, Lady Malfoy and Mrs. and Ms. Tonks and other invited parties. I bid you welcome to this, the private reading of the last will and testament of the late Lord Sirius Black, head of the ancient and most noble House of Black. Slingblade began. This private reading is at the request of the decedent and will only cover those issues that pertain solely to the House of Black. A public reading which is scheduled for tomorrow will cover the disbursements and inheritances of those who are not members of the House of Black. The late Lord Black made a pensive recording of his final will and testament. This recording is a legal form of media and is recognized within Gringotts Bank and the Ministry for Magic. Slingblade then touched the rune-covered basin in a specific pattern, and within seconds a spectral form of Sirius Black appeared in front of them, hovering above the basin. Well, if you're viewing this, then I've given up the ghost, kicked the bucket, sleeping with Morpheus, I'm pushing up Daisy, well they're telling me to get to the point, pushy goblins. The image of Sirius barked his signature laugh, bringing a smile to all their faces. So, where was I? Oh yeah, I, Lord Sirius Black, being of sound mind and body, do declare this to be my last will and testament. Now that the legal mumbo-jumbo is taken care of, let's get down to business, shall we? Sirius smiled, rubbing his hands together in maniacal glee. If the goblins followed my requests, Bella, Narcissa, Andromeda, Nymphadora, can't hex me now, Nimmy, and my godson Harry Potter should all be here. My first order of business is to name Hadrian James Potter as my heir and head of the ancient and most noble House of Black. I know that this must come as a shock to you, but I know that you will bring honor back to the Black name. Harry, I wish that we had more time together, but in the short time that we did have, I came to see you as a son and I loved you as such. I can think of no greater honor than to make you my heir, Harry. Use the title of Lord Black to make a difference, Harry, and make our world a better place. Harry was moved to tears, not so much by what Sirius had done for him, but for the simple fact of hearing his godfather's voice one more time and seeing his face. Harry knew that it was just an image, or a projection of his godfather, but it did not take away from the emotion he was feeling. To my cousin Andromeda Tonks Black, I hereby reinstate you into House Black and bequeath you the sum of 5 million galleons. Maybe you could turn that dark depressing house into a warm and inviting family home. I would have done this sooner, cousin, but being on the run had its disadvantages, but this will makes it legal and binding. Welcome back to the family, cousin. Andromeda's eyes began to fill with joyful tears. She had her sisters come back into her life and now she was officially part of House Black again. To Nim Pha Dor A. Sirius stretched out the name, smiling cheekily. I leave to you the sum of 2 million galleons and the Black residence in Brighton. I also leave a little bit of counsel. That order of Dumbledore's will only end badly for anyone involved. He is not the person many believe him to be. So my counsel is this: get out now before he sacrifices you as he has done to so many others. Tonks gave a half smile and whispered, I've already left Sirius, I miss you, you mangy mutt. To my estranged cousin Narcissa. I remember fondly the fun and energetic girl you were when we were young. I remember the dreams you had of becoming a healer and working for St. Mungo's. I also know that Lucy forbid you to pursue your dreams. So here and now I offer you a chance to follow your dreams and choose your own destiny. A writ of annulment has been drawn and is in possession of Gringotts. As Lord Black and head of the Black family, Harry will be able to annul your marriage. A nifty clause within your contract placed there by my dear father allows the head of the Black family to annul such contract should he deem it in the best interests of the Black family. Nice, huh? I guess being a manipulative old bastard has its upside at times. Narcissa was beyond ecstatic at hearing this bit of information. She looked over to Harry and nodding her head at him, indicating she wanted the annulment. Harry smiled at her and gave her a nod in return. Now, to my dear sweet Bella. You were my anchor in Azkaban. If it were not for you, I'm sure I would have gone mad rather quickly. I can never thank you enough for our conversations and inspiring me to seek out Harry. I've noticed how much you have come to care for Harry. I saw it every time you had come from seeing him. There was a spark in your eye and in your soul at the mention of his name. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were falling for my godson. The spectral image chuckled. Well, he does have my roguish good looks. Sirius struck a pose, flipping his long hair. Bella, I charge you with continuing to watch over Harry. Be there for him as much as you can. Love him, Bella. Show him how wonderful and special he truly is. If he is lucky, he will meet someone as wonderful and caring as you are. Bella glanced at Harry, who was tenderly squeezing her hand and returning her gaze with all the love he possessed. I also leave you 5 million galleons in Black Manor in Wales. I know you loved that house since you were little. I hope you find peace, love and happiness, Bella. You deserve all you can get. Bella's tears were flowing unrestrained now. She wished she could tell Sirius that indeed she did find love and happiness, and it was with her sweet Harry. But she then realized that he probably already knew and was looking down upon them fondly and wishing them the best. Finally, back to you, Harry, my son. I charge you with watching over Bella as well. She may seem indestructible on the outside, but she has a tender heart that yearns to be loved and cherished. If I could arrange the perfect man for her, Harry, that man would be you. I'm not telling you to romantically pursue her, Harry, but you two have so much in common. I can easily see that you two are kindred spirits. I hope at the very least you two will remain close friends. Now, Harry, as stated before, I have named you Lord Black and bequeath unto all the remaining monies, assets and titles of House Black, including the Black seats in the Wizengamot. As Lord Black, you become an emancipated minor with all rights and privileges of a head of house. I also caution you as well to the manipulations of Dumbledore. He is not the light leader that many believe him to be, Harry. Find a way to cut all ties with him, Harry. You can find help with this from Bella. She can hide you if necessary in a place that Dumbles will not be able to track you. Seek out true friends and allies, Harry, and let them help you with the trials to come. Well, that's all from me at the moment. The second part of this will be played at my public will reading. Until we see each other in the next life, be excellent to each other and party on. This is Sirius Black signing off. The image of Sirius disappeared and the occupants of the room seemed to be in a state of quiet awe. Slingblade stood and handed Harry a small polished black onyx case. Harry opened it and saw the signet ring of House Black. He gingerly took it out of the case and placed it on the ring finger of his right hand, the Potter ring being on his left ring finger. The ring resized itself to fit Harry's finger. A flash of blue light signified that the ring accepted its new lord and master. Bella leaned over and gently kissed Harry on the lips. She pulled back and smiled at her husband. "My Lord Black." Bella smiled and bowed her head slightly. A bright blue flash came from Bella's right hand where a ring appeared. Bella glanced down at the signet ring of the Lady Black that now adorned her ring finger. "Extraordinary," Slingblade remarked. "A single couple, recognized as Lord and Lady of two ancient and noble houses, remarkable. I don't recall this ever happening before in living memory," the ancient goblin commented. Slingblade then placed an official document in front of him. Harry looked at the parchment in confusion. "I took the liberty of bringing the Lady Malfoy's writ of annulment in anticipation of her wanting to proceed, with your permission of course, Lord Black." The goblin gave a crooked smile. Harry looked at Narcissa warmly. "Is this what you want, sissy?" Harry asked. "Yes, my lord, it is something I have wished for years," Narcissa said, eyes filled with unshed tears. "Okay then," Harry said, and then with a flourish signed his name on the piece of parchment. Once signed, the parchment rolled up and disappeared with a pop. "I also took the liberty of moving the entire Malfoy fortune and moved it to your private vault, Miss Narcissa Black. Before your annulment, of course, so it was all nice and legal." The crafty goblin smiled. Narcissa surprised everyone present by suddenly belly laughing so hard that she fell back into her chair. Composing herself enough to speak, she addressed Slingblade. "My compliments, Master Slingblade. I appreciate your thoughtfulness and your Slytherinesque sense of humor." Narcissa grinned madly. "We aim to please Miss Black." The goblin smiled, showing a mouthful of teeth that gave many in the room the chills. "Well, that concludes our business this morning, Lord Potter Black. If I can be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to contact me. Otherwise, I shall see you tomorrow for the public reading. That should be a very interesting meeting, to say the least." With that, the ancient goblin left the conference room. It was a contented group that exited the conference room. They would spend the next few hours reminiscing about Sirius and enjoying one another's company. Tomorrow would indeed be an interesting day, as the bombshell of a very much alive Harry Potter would undoubtedly shake the wizarding world, not to mention a Weasley or two. Minerva McGonagall made her way through Diagon Alley to the Leaky Cauldron. It was coming up on noon and the letter had told her to arrive by 12 p.m. sharp. Per instructions, she approached Tom the barman and asked to see a Mr. Evans. Tom told her that she could meet her party in room 207 at the top of the stairs, last room on the left. Minerva wondered why she had agreed to meet with this Mr. Evans, but she had been intrigued when the letter said that the man had information that concerned her lost lion. The only lions she had lost recently had been Harry and Hermione. At first she was angry that someone would sink so low as to bring up such painful losses. But then her sharp mind caught the last name, Evans, Lily's maiden name. Was it a coincidence, or was someone with knowledge of Harry's mother trying to entice her further? The anger soon turned to curiosity, but she knew what curiosity did to the kitty. She would have dismissed the letter outright except for the postscript. That little line had special meaning for her. Something that only a few people knew about, in fact only 2 people had ever known. P.S. Nimbus 2000s do make wonderful gifts. Thank you. It was this line that caught her attention more than anything else the letter had contained. She had bought Harry a Nimbus 2000 when he had joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team in his first year and had asked Harry to keep it a secret between them. She didn't want other students to think she was favoring him over the others. Whoever this was had to have been close to Harry. The only ones she could think of were Ms. Granger and Ronald Weasley. Hermione, the last she heard, was missing and presumed dead, another loss she took personally. The other, of course, she wanted to beat with a bludger bat with his recent interviews in the Daily Prophet and that damnable book he co-authored with Rita Skeeter. She had never been so disappointed in a student since Peter Pettigrew, and the level of betrayal was almost the same in her book. So here she was about to knock on the door, ready to meet with someone who could very well be a Death Eater for all she knew, but she had to come. It was almost a compulsion. She had a need to discover anything about her lost lion. Minerva raised her left hand and in her right she held tightly to her wand. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of her knuckles hitting the shabby-looking wooden door seemed to echo up and down the dimly lit corridor, causing the hairs on the back of her neck to stick straight up. The door opened a crack and a pair of silver-gray eyes looked at her from beneath a cloak. For a moment the person behind the door did nothing but stare at her as if the person was studying her. The door then opened completely as the small hooded person stepped away from the door and beckoned her in. Minerva hesitantly stepped forward, her eyes sweeping around the medium-sized bedroom. Immediately her eyes fixed on another cloaked individual who was sitting at a small table with both hands on the table, showing that the person did not have a wand, at least in their hands. "Welcome, Professor McGonagall," a soft dreamy voice stated. "We've been expecting you." With the greeting offered, the cloaked individual who greeted Minerva removed her hood and a smiling Luna Lovegood stood before her. Miss Lovegood, what is the meaning of all this?" Minerva stated, trying to keep herself composed. "Are you the one who sent me that letter?" the Scotswoman demanded, trying to mask her previous nervousness with an air of controlled temper. "She was not, Professor, and neither was I, but we are here on behalf of the person who did," the other individual stated, standing up from the table and removing her cloak. A tall girl with long flowing black hair with chestnut brown highlights and with stunning green and violet eyes stood before her. Minerva almost didn't recognize one of her all-time favorite students but for the familiar facial features and her voice. Hermione?" Minerva asked in hope. "Yes, Professor, it's me," Hermione stated warmly and gave a half-smile to her favorite professor. "I had prayed that you were all right. No one knew what had happened to you after your parents were found." "It's all right, Professor, I understand. It was a horrible night, but thankfully someone found me and took me in," Hermione stated as tears of gratitude and love filled her eyes, thinking of Harry and Bella. "Well, you look wonderful, Ms. Granger, and a little bit different," Minerva stated, looking over her pupil with a critical eye. "All that will be explained, Professor," Hermione stated with an enigmatic grin. "Please have a seat," Hermione offered, pointing to a dusty lounge chair. Minerva cast a quick Scourgify charm and the chair looked almost like new. She sat down primly and looked at the two younger witches. "You know, Ms. Lovegood, I could have been anyone at the door, and you should have had at least your wand out in case I was someone who had more nefarious goals in mind," Minerva told the young D***owned. "Oh, I knew it was you before you knocked, Professor," Luna stated as if it were obvious. "And besides, Hermione would have warned me if your motives had been less than friendly." "And how did you know it was me, dear, before you even opened the door?" Minerva asked curiously, not catching the Hermione reference. "Well, I read your magic, of course," Luna said matter-of-factly. "You read my magic?" Minerva stated, raising an incredulous long thin eyebrow. "Professor, Luna can identify a person by their magical signature. Apparently everyone has a distinct signature and she can read those differences," Hermione offered. "I see, I didn't know that was even possible without casting a revealing spell, and only when a spell had been cast by the person in question," Minerva replied. Luna just shrugged and gave a lopsided grin reminiscent of Harry. "Well then," the Scotswoman began, "would either of you like to tell me what exactly is going on? You have been reported missing, Ms. Granger, and presumed dead, and you, Ms. Lovegood, all that is known is that you became the ward of a great house, though no one seems to know which. And then I would like to know about this letter I received which seemed to hint at information regarding Harry." The Scotswoman asked, painfully choking out Harry's name. "I know you have a lot of questions, Professor," Hermione began, "but before I can reveal anything to you I need to ask you some questions first," Hermione told her professor authoritatively, hoping that the older woman wouldn't become irritated with the demand. Minerva pursed her lips, ready to argue, but after seeing the set determination in Hermione's eyes she thought better of it. She decided to play along and see where the questioning lead. "Very well, Ms. Granger, but I reserve the right to ask questions of my own afterward," the stern Transfiguration professor stated with a piercing stare which to her surprise didn't seem to faze Hermione at all. Something had changed within her former pupil, she noticed. She had a confidence that she did not possess at the end of the last term. She had a knowing look in her eyes and a confidant smile, as if she could read her every thought. "First off, Professor, we are not in school, so please call me Hermione, and I'm sure Luna would appreciate the same courtesy." Hermione smiled warmly. "Of course, Hermione, Luna," Minerva stated, looking at the two young women. Hermione beamed at her former head of house. "Next, Professor, I've heard that you have left Hogwarts, retired as it were. May I ask why?" Hermione asked. "That is rather personal, Ms. Grant, Hermione," Minerva stated with a grimace. Let's just say I left because of irreconcilable differences. The older woman stated, crossing her arms and legs, showing reluctance in continuing this line of questioning. Hermione decided to be direct in her next question. If she could get her upset enough, she could determine her true feelings with greater ease. The resulting emotion that she would get from Minerva would settle her mind on whether she would fill her in on what had been happening in Harry's life since he fell under the influence of Albus Dumbledore and what had happened recently. Professor, what is your honest opinion of Professor Dumbledore? Immediately Hermione felt a wave of disgust hit her, quickly followed by feelings of betrayal and loathing. But apart from the slight frown that appeared on Minerva's face, she showed no other outward emotion. Such a question, Ms. Granger, Minerva stated with false indignation. Albus Dumbledore is a great. Before you finish that statement, Professor, know this. If you lie to me, I will know it, and any further discussion will be terminated. Hermione interrupted the austere witch with a look that brokered no compromise. She is quite serious, Professor. She has a unique ability to sense a person's true emotions, and if you aren't truthful, she will never allow you close to Harry. She is quite protective of him. Luna added. Oh pooh. Did I let that slip? Luna smirked at a gobsmacked Minerva McGonagall. Harry's alive. A stunned Minerva asked the two younger witches. Answer the question, Professor. What is your opinion of Albus Dumbledore? Are you still loyal to him? Hermione stated in full interrogation mode, seeking out Minerva's buried emotions to find any sympathetic allegiance to the old man. Minerva was stunned to see an almost feral Hermione Granger, the devoted young Hogwarts student that had never ever questioned an authority figure, was spitting out the headmaster's name as if it were rancid pumpkin juice. Hermione, I don't know where all this hostility is coming from, but it is not healthy for a professor. Hermione growled. Taking a long deep breath to calm herself, Hermione closed her eyes and tried to gain control over her emotions. Deciding to change tactics, Hermione decided on another approach. Let me tell you about a conversation I had with a Hogwarts professor, right after he sliced open my father's throat with a severing charm. Hermione spat, the repressed fury she kept buried threatening to escape. Hermione then told Minerva about her conversation with Snape, and how Dumbledore had known about the attacks and was aware of the fate that awaited her and Luna at Voldemort's hand. Minerva had been shocked. She had known Dumbledore had ignored Harry's safety, but this brought a whole new level of betrayal that she had not thought capable of the ancient wizard. Minerva then confessed her own feelings toward the headmaster, how she had lost all faith in him. She spoke of Mrs. Figg's Harry journal, which she was surprised to learn that Hermione had seen and read. She no longer believed that Dumbledore was right to lead the fight against the Dark Lord. Too many had died at Albus's refusal to treat this as a war. His refusal to use lethal spells was not his reluctance to use them, it was his reluctance to use them on pureblood witches and wizards. He did not share Voldemort's belief in wiping out Muggles and Muggleborns. He did believe that the purebloods should be the ruling class of wizarding society and those of lesser pedigrees should be the working or servant class. So he did not want to shed elite blood. He had hoped to sway them more to his way of thinking as opposed to the Dark Lords. There needed to be another approach to fighting this war. She had lost her husband and only family during the Grindelwald years. She saw the heavy cost of fighting a war that you're not completely committed to do whatever it took to win. Albus was literally tying their hands, and losing good witches and wizards in the process by not fighting with the same lethality that was being used against them. This had caused her to leave the order, but what drove her from the school was Dumbledore's subtle recruitment of students, children who believed in the fairy tale of an all-powerful light wizard, a man who was almost as great as Merlin. They would be used in this war. They would fight valiantly, but they would die as sure as her husband had, how Arthur Weasley had, and how many countless others in the last two wizarding wars had. Minerva McGonagall could no longer be at the school and be seen as a passive supporter of a man who was setting children up to die. So she decided to leave and hide away from the carnage that would soon come to Hogwarts. It had not been an easy decision, it was many and anguish-filled days and nights. But in the end her soul could not handle the burden of helping train children to fight a losing war. Hermione saw the raw emotion rolling through Minerva and knew that any ties holding her to the headmaster had been cut. She also felt the incredible affection that she had for Harry and for herself. Hermione believed that Minerva could be a powerful ally to Harry. She was a transfiguration mistress and a powerful witch in her own right. She could be a valuable asset in the current war. Professor, what if I was to tell you that Harry was very much alive, and searching for allies to help him win the current war? Hermione asked the older witch with a piercing stare. Harry is alive then? Minerva asked hopefully. Yes, Professor, he is, Hermione stated. Why has he kept his silence? Everyone believes him to be dead. Minerva asked in confusion. I guess the short answer is he doesn't trust Dumbledore or the Ministry. Both have tried to use him for their own purposes. And with Dumbledore's willingness to sacrifice others in his little chess game with Voldemort, Harry has decided to go his own way. He is searching for those who would help him, Professor. Hermione stated as she paced the room. All Harry wants, Professor, is a life free of dark lords, manipulative headmasters, and a ministry and public that will just leave him alone to live his life. He realizes to accomplish the first he must beat Voldemort. He also realizes he is not ready to face him yet. But he feels with the right allies and training he will get there. Hermione finished as she stopped in front of the older witch. We already have a small group willing to help him, Professor. Including some unlikely allies, that may surprise you, Professor. But let me assure you that we are all dedicated and completely loyal to Harry. Luna informed the former head of Gryffindor House. It's a lot to take in, Ms. Granger, but I'm willing to help, Minerva said resolutely. Hermione felt her sincerity and smiled at her old mentor. I'm pleased, Professor, and it's no longer Ms. Granger, it's Ms. Potter. Rowan Hill Bones ancestral home, same time as Leaky Cauldron meeting. Lady Augustus Longbottom and her grandson Neville stepped out of the flow of Rowan Hill, the ancestral home of the Bones family. They were greeted by Amelia and Susan, who had been waiting anxiously to see her boyfriend. She had been keeping a secret from him for 3 weeks now, and today that secret would finally be revealed. Susan launched herself at her boyfriend, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and keying him soundly. The two older witches simultaneously cleared their throats, looking at the young couple, who were both blushing a spectacular shade of red. Thank you for inviting us to your home, Minister, the Dowager Lady Longbottom stated in a proper manner, raising an eyebrow at her grandson. Please, Augusta, we are old friends. I think we can address each other a bit more familiarly, Amelia stated with a warm smile to her old friend. Of course, Amelia, it is good to see you again. So what is the reason for this mysterious invite? Your letter was quite cryptic, Augusta asked with a hint of curiosity. Why don't we go to the parlor where we can be comfortable and have a spot of tea while we talk? Amelia offered, showing her guests the way. Susan and Neville, holding each other's hands, walked behind the two older witches. Susan was grinning from ear to ear and almost skipping alongside her boyfriend. What's going on, Susie? Neville whispered. Susan smiled enigmatically at Neville. It's something I've wanted to tell you for some time, she said, squeezing his hand. A lost friend hasn't been so lost, she whispered back. But her response only confused the boy further. The group entered the posh parlor of the Bones home. It was decorated in Louis XV decor, with a couple of giltwood sofas and a pair of late 18th century bergères and other assorted furnishings of the era placed throughout the room. A lone figure stood staring out the large bay window. His back was turned to the four people who had entered. He was tall and fit, with shoulder-length black hair that fell neatly down his neck and fanned out over his shoulders. Amelia cleared her throat and the young man turned around. Lady Augusta Longbottom, allow me to introduce to you Lord Hadrian James Potter Black, Amelia stated proudly. It is an honor to finally meet you, Lady Longbottom. I have heard many wonderful things about you, Harry said in his most proper and dignified voice as he gave a slight bow to the Dowager Lady. Forgetting protocol, Neville shouted out, Harry. Neville then looked at his girlfriend. Is this the lost friend you were hinting at? Neville asked. Susan beamed and nodded. Neville took 3 long strides and grabbed Harry in a manly hug. It's so good to see you, mate. We all thought you were dead, Neville stated, his smile threatening to split his face. Where have you been? What have you been doing? Why didn't you? Easy, Neville. Harry chuckled at his friend. I'll explain everything, just slow down and take a breath. Harry and Neville were interrupted by Augusta clearing her throat and raising a manicured eyebrow at the both of them. The two friends had the good sense to look apologetic at the austere woman. Augusta half smiled at the pair, approving of the friendship the two obviously shared. Well, it seems that the prophet was wrong about your gruesome death, Lord Potter, the Lady Longbottom stated. I'm sure the story behind your miraculous return to the living is a fascinating one. She gave a rare smile to the young lord. It is Lady Longbottom, but please, call me Harry, I'm not used to the whole Lord Potter Black thing. Harry asked the older witch, who gave him a slight nod. Potter Black? Augusta asked in surprise. Yes ma'am. Harry started. My godfather was Lord Sirius Orion Black, and he named me his heir in his will, making me Lord Black and head of the Black family. Harry finished. Wasn't he a Death Eater, and hadn't he been trying to kill you, Harry? Why would he make you his heir? The Wizened Witch stated. He was not a Death Eater. Harry stated a little heatedly. He was framed by Peter Pettigrew, who was the one who actually betrayed my parents to Voldemort. Sirius was sent to Azkaban without trial and was never allowed to prove his innocence. But that's a story best left for another time perhaps. Harry finished, composing himself. Very well, Harry. Augusta stated warmly. Now Amelia, I assume this meeting has to do with young Harry here. It is my friend, it's a long and disturbing story. Please sit, I'll have some tea brought in. Harry, would you like to tell your story? Amelia asked, turning to her godson. The next 2 hours were filled with the tale of Harry's mistreatment and beatings he suffered at the hands of his relatives, all under the knowing eye of Albus Dumbledore, his rescue by Bella after his relatives had literally beat him to death, the core bonding ritual that saved his life and bound him and Bella together. He told them of the special relationship he and Bella had developed over the years, and that it was their love for each other that caused the permanent bonding to occur during the ritual. He then spoke of the murder of his friend Hermione's parents, and also the murder of Zeno Lovegood, and how Dumbledore knew of the attacks beforehand and did nothing to protect them but offered them up as sacrificial lambs. He informed her about his adopting of Hermione and taking Luna as a ward of House Potter. It had been a shocking revelation for Neville that the headmaster and leader of the Light could be capable of such malfeasance, and wondered if that night that Dumbledore offered them protection he also knew that an attack on Longbottom Manor had been planned as well. It was almost too much to think on. All this seemed only to confirm to Augusta that Albus had finally crossed the proverbial line with his manipulations and political maneuverings. House Longbottom had been allies with House Potter for centuries, and she believed it was time for the two noble houses to be united once more. The future ahead seemed murky at best, and in this time of uncertainty alliances needed to be made and strengthened. It had been touch and go for a while as Neville and his grandmother listened to Harry. Neville had been informed by his grandmother soon after Bella's trial that Bellatrix had actually saved his life. That fateful night his parents were cursed until their minds broke. But Neville still harbored some resentment for Harry's bonded, who felt she didn't do enough to stop her then husband and brother-in-law from torturing his parents. Harry had explained the mind control that Lestrange had over Bella to Neville, but Neville told Harry that it would just take time for him to accept everything and completely forgive her. Harry accepted Neville's decision and hoped that the Longbottom heir would completely forgive his wife one day soon. There was too much strife and misery in the world to hang on to past actions and inactions. It was time to look toward the future. A future that would be shaped by the side that was the most committed to their cause. Harry knew he needed to gather all those who were seriously committed to ending the threat that was Voldemort and the pureblood agenda of discrimination and segregation among all magical beings. As the great American President Abraham Lincoln had said, "A house divided cannot stand." And the magical world was divided. The purebloods classified anyone of mixed parentage as second-class citizens, if not lower. House elves, centaurs and all other sentient magical beings were given no rights at all and were thought of as little more than creatures that needed to be controlled and subjugated. It was a society ripe for implosion. So it was a relieved Harry Potter that gladly accepted the offered support and alliance with House Longbottom. Whether Harry realized it at the time or not, he had just successfully tipped the balance of power in the Wizengamot to his side. With such old and powerful houses such as the Bones, Longbottoms and Blacks, and all their connections and alliances with other light and grey houses, House Potter was now a force to be reckoned with and would surely begin to bring other houses to its side. Ron Weasley was on top of the world. He had just received his first royalty check from his book that he co-authored with Rita Skeeter. He had been a little upset at first with the split of royalties he shared with Skeeter. She took 65% of the profits and Ron would only get 35%. After all, Skeeter did most the work, as she explained to the youngest Weasley male. But the young redhead, as clever as he was at chess, did not have the head for business the way his twin older brothers did. So he was content just to be receiving anything, and 100,000 galleons was nothing to sneeze at. With the monthly royalties check and the millions he had no doubt would be left to him in Sirius Black's and Harry's will, he would be the wealthiest 16-year-old in Britain. He could see it now, all the wealth and fame, not to mention all the girls throwing themselves at him. Yep, and as wealthy as he was, he would not return to school. After all, school was for those poor sods that had no money and needed school in order to find a job. Nope, not him, his schooling days were through. It was too bad about Granger winding up missing. They could have had some fun together while he entertained marriage contracts from the prettier pureblood girls who would want to attach themselves to his rising star. HMPF, her loss. He mused as he strolled down Diagon Alley with his new Firebolt racing broom over his shoulder. He entered Madame Malkin's, robes for every occasion, specialty shop. He was picking up his new dress robes for the will reading tomorrow. After all, he would be a millionaire come tomorrow and he had to look the part. While the youngest male Weasley was doing his shopping, the youngest female Weasley was with her mother. They had sought out a lawyer to help them claim Ginny as the heir of the Potter fortune, having been the betrothed of the late Harry Potter, the betrothal contract being set up by Albus Dumbledore acting as magical guardian for Harry. In accordance with the old law, the fiancé of a recently deceased head of house and said head of house having no other living heir could claim the family name and all holdings if that family blood was somewhere in the fiancé's family tree. A heritage test had been performed on Ginny and it was found that she in fact did have a trace of Potter blood. An ancestry check had been made and had revealed that an Elidora Potter had married a Burgess Weasley in 1680. Elidora was the daughter of then head of House Potter Artemis Potter. With betrothal contract and a certified ancestry document in hand, Molly Weasley drug her youngest back to Gringotts Bank along with her attorney and demanded to see the goblin over wills and inheritances. They would acquiesce to her demands or she would threaten the goblins with a lawsuit in the International Wizards Court and charge them with theft from an ancient and noble house, a serious crime, serious enough that the goblin clan that ran the London branch of Gringotts could lose their hold on the bank and a new goblin clan would take over. In goblin culture, a hostile takeover was just that, hostile. Various clans of goblins vied for the various branches of Gringotts around the globe. If one clan did not bring in enough profits, the leadership of the Goblin Nation would no longer support the clan who had been in charge, thus ending any perceived protection. Thus a clan war would be declared and the winning clan would take over the running of the bank in question. It was tough, but it gave the ruling clan incentive to make as much profit as they could or be left vulnerable for replacement. Molly Weasley would no longer be denied what was rightfully hers. The Privet name would be great once more and take its rightful place amongst the ancient and noble houses. With the combined wealth of the Potter and Black accounts, she would be one of the most, if not the wealthiest witch in the country. She could buy her way to a ladyship in the royal court, she mused with sardonic satisfaction. She would have her mansion or perhaps a castle, yes, a castle with a score of house elves to do her bidding morning, noon and night. Molly glared at the goblin that was looking back at her with a look of disdain and loathing. How dare this human address me with such impertinence? The goblin thought to himself as he dreamed of the most painful way of slowly disemboweling this red-headed human. A predatory grin came over the goblin's face which unnerved Molly slightly but did not deter her from her mission. "And now are you going to assistance us or shall we be speaking with another goblin?" Molly asked the goblin with false bravado. "If you'll wait a moment," the goblin sneered. "I will alert the proper office of your request." A few moments later, Molly, Ginny and their lawyer were escorted to the office of Slingblade, the House Potter manager. Slingblade motioned to the hardwood chairs in front of his desk. He watched as the three humans sat in the very uncomfortable chairs and inwardly smirked as they shifted from side to side in an attempt to find a more comfortable sitting position. Sitting comfortably back in his leather chair, he stared at the three humans over his steepled fingers. His eyes were narrowed and his jaw set firm as he considered how to deal with these usurpers. He knew Harry did not want to be revealed until the public will reading on the morrow, so how to misdirect these pretenders to House Potter until then. "How may I be assistance to you this afternoon?" Slingblade finally asked, his voice low and menacing. Molly stood imperiously. She pointed at Ginny while not taking her eyes off of the ancient goblin. "This is Ginevra Weasley, the fiancée of the late Harry Potter. In accordance with the old laws, we present to you the marriage contract between Harry Potter and my daughter Ginevra, and a certified copy of her ancestry linking her to House Potter. So in accordance with the old law, we are here to have control of House Potter turned over to me, As her guardian of course, since she is not of age. Molly quickly amended. Slingblade silently stared at the Weasley matriarch drumming his steepled fingers together. A wry smile appeared on the ancient goblin's face as he realized how to stall the woman without revealing that Harry was alive and her claim was worthless. Very well, Mrs. Weasley. If you'll hand over the paperwork, I'll see if we can't give you what you deserve. The goblin smirked. Molly handed over the paperwork and stood triumphantly in the ornate office. Visions of what she was going to do with all that wealth swimming in her mind. A clearing of a throat broke Molly from her daydream as the ancient goblin began to speak. It seems, Mrs. Weasley, that you don't have a certified copy of the death certificate. The ancient goblin stated with a half grin on his face. The what? Molly asked in confusion. The certified death certificate. Before there can be any transfer of ownership, a certified copy of the death certificate must be presented. The goblin confirmed. Molly's lawyer stood and stated. Surely that is a minor detail. Everyone knows that he is dead and how it happened. Did they now? The goblin asked, tilting his head to the side and rubbing his chin as if in thought. If I'm not mistaken, there was no body found. And to my knowledge, the ministry investigators have not closed the case and have reached no conclusion on the remains that were found. He smirked. Now you see here, you foul little creature. Molly spat, the old goblin merely giving her an unreadable glance. You are trying to swindle me out of what is rightfully mine. She yelled, the Privet temper revealing itself in all its ugliness. You will give us what is our due, or I will be forced to take drastic action against you and your clan. The red-headed woman roared. Slingblade began to chuckle, his sharp pointed teeth being prominently displayed in a rather gruesome manner. You think your threats concern me at all, human? Slingblade asked the fuming woman. The law and procedures are absolute. Without the required documentation, no transfer of ownership can or will be made. Slingblade stated forcefully, brokering no argument. Believe me, beast, when I have control over House Potter, you will find yourself out of a job and headless if I have my way. Molly spat acidly. Molly forcefully tugged Ginny behind her as she and the lawyer exited the goblin's office. I'll be back, Molly shouted over her shoulder as she disappeared through the heavy wooden doors of Slingblade's office. The old goblin continued to chuckle heartily at the thought of what tomorrow would bring. It would definitely be a sight worth seeing. A weary Harry Potter stepped through the flow of Black Manor and was immediately hit by a dark blur that smelled of sandalwood and spice. The warm body pressed against him and soon his mouth was attacked by another pair of soft lips that seemed to want to devour him. It was only for the lack of air that his beautiful wife reluctantly released his lips. I missed you, a breathy Bella told an amused Harry. We were only apart for a few hours, love. Harry smiled at his bride. A few hours too long. Bella purred as she snuggled her head against his broad chest. Harry scooped her up bridal style and walked with her into the parlor where Sissy, Andy, and Tonks were listening to the wireless and keeping themselves otherwise busy. Tonks was reading the latest edition of Teen Witch Weekly that had a picture of a smiling and winking Ron Weasley on the cover. Harry just rolled his eyes at the thought of his once best friend. Narcissa and Andromeda had their heads together over a piece of parchment, writing on it as they discussed the wording and the best way to present it. Bella whispered into Harry's ear that the sisters were writing a press release for after the will reading to be given to the media. Harry sighed and shook his head. It's going to be a circus tomorrow, isn't it? Harry whined. Yes, dear. Bella chuckled sweetly. But you have a gang of witches that won't let the big bad public hurt you, she said in playful tone. Harry chuckled despite his feeling of dread. Harry sat down on the loveseat with Bella sitting across his lap and her head laid on his shoulder. Bella thought contentedly that there was no more comfortable place to be than in Harry's arms as she snuggled deeper into her love. Has Hermione and Luna returned? Harry asked the assembled group. Tonks stated, not looking up from her magazine. I believe they're in the library. I believe Hermione was looking up something on oaths of fealty or some such thing. Oh, and something about castration charms and something about a certain redhead not being allowed to procreate. Of course, she said that after she read the article on Ron in my magazine here. Tonks stated, her hand waving in a dismissive gesture. Oh, Harry said, raising a questioning eyebrow. Not worth reading, love, Bella said disgustedly. It's a fluff piece on the little wanker, almost making him out to be the greatest thing since Merlin and Casanova. I can't believe people read that tripe. Bella remarked. No offense, dear, Bella added, directing her comment to Tonks. None taken. Tonks smiled. I read it to get a good laugh every now and again. The bubbly Auror stated with a crooked smile. Harry dear. Narcissa began. Slingblade contacted me about an hour ago. Apparently Molly had returned to Gringotts to force the issue of Ginny's claim to house Potter. Really? Harry asked with interest. And how did that go? Well, between his laughing fits, I surmised it didn't go well for the woman. It seems she got legal representation and they presented the marriage contract Dumbles had written up and an ancestry document that proves that Ginny has Potter blood, however distant it does legally give her a claim. That is if you were truly deceased. The B***-owned Black Sister stated with an exasperated chuckle at the red-headed woman's tenacity. So what did Slingblade do? Harry asked inquisitively. Well, he asked for your death certificate. He informed her that it is a mandatory document and that no transfer can be made without proof of death. And since the ministry has not seen fit to file one yet, her claim cannot go forward. Sissy chuckled. Harry smiled at the cleverness of his account manager and decided to give the crafty goblin a raise for his cunningness. Well, she'll be in for a rude awakening come tomorrow, won't she, love? Harry said, squeezing the comfortable Bella in his lap. I can't wait to see the expression on the old hag's face. When she sees you walk in the room with me on your arm, priceless. Bella smiled mischievously. Harry chuckled at his wife's comment and envisioned a Molly Weasley in full conniption. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.